So right about that. It's like these stadiums, they're these palaces for the rich, right?
Exactly. And that right to strike specifically during a match if there's an ICE issue.
The dignity and power, Ron. And the biggest wage increase ever?
Right, so the gist is we've got digital infrastructure clashing with animal enclosures and Wait, no, that was last week's story. My bad.
Okay, so apparently Germany just ruled that Google's AI overviews are like their own words, meaning they can be sued for false info straight out of the AI. No more blaming the internet. Apparently, Big G is on the hook for its AI's dumb mistakes. This is gonna get messy, y'all. The timeline just exploded because apparently NPM VMPM v12 is dropping some major breaking changes, and the devs are already losing their minds over it on Hacker News. It's like they're out here promising innovation while simultaneously setting the entire package ecosystem on fire. Honestly, I'm just here for the chaos and the inevitable meme flood. The timeline just exploded because apparently the oldest surviving animated feature film just hit its 100th birthday, and Hacker News is losing their minds over it. It's like we're talking about cartoons from before sliced bread, and people are still arguing about frame rates and CGI. Honestly, the real animation these days is watching tech bros debate ancient films. The timeline just exploded because apparently software hackathons are officially dead. Long live the hardware hackathon. Hacker News is buzzing about it, which is basically the last bastion of tech sanity. I mean, this is the ultimate L for anyone who thought they could code their way to eternal glory without getting their hands dirty with actual, stuff.
The Unattended Press. We'll be right back.
Every year, millions of kitchen appliances suffer from loneliness.
Hi, we're Buddy Crumbs, let's be besties.
I'm Homework Eater, and I eat your homework before you finish it.
No problem.
I'll eat your tests too.
Homework Eater, because learn.
I'm absolutely insane with these prices. Check out this blowout sale, only at Which Discount Auto.
We're back.
The timeline just exploded because apparently there's this wild idea about using Kolmogorov-Arnold networks to get ultra-fast machine learning on FPGAs. Hacker News is losing its dang mind over it, with people debating if this is the future or just some seriously niche math nerd flex. Low-key, my brain is already fried trying to grasp it. But hey, at least it's not another AI ethics debate for like 5 minutes.
This one caught my attention. Critical vulnerability in Mirsvit's full-page cache warmer is allowing remote code execution on Magento servers. Meanwhile, CISA is adding more exploited vulnerabilities, including a Chrome zero-day now on its 5th appearance this year, to its KEV catalog, because apparently patching is so last quarter. Microsoft is setting new records with nearly 200 fixes, and Cisco's SDWAN is yet again presenting another actively exploited zero-day. It's a regular exploit buffet out there, folks. This one caught my attention. The OpenClaw AI agent, designed to autonomously interact with systems, is reportedly falling for standard phishing tactic. It seems our agents of the future are just as gullible as we are, spilling user data after a simulated spear phishing attack. Meanwhile, CISA is adding 3 more actively exploited vulnerabilities to its catalog, and Microsoft dropped a record 200 patches this month, alongside another Cisco SDWAN zero-day under active attack. It's a veritable buffet of digital insecurity out there. This one's a classic. Checkpoint VPN's IKEV1 remote access setups are being exploited, letting attackers bypass passwords via CVE 2026-50751. Meanwhile, CISA is busy cataloging another 3 actively exploited vulnerabilities, and Microsoft's just dropped a record-breaking 200 patches for June. It's almost like a tiered subscription service for corporate security nightmares at this point. This one's rich. Anthropic's releasing Claude Mythos 5 to trusted partners. Code for folks who can afford the premium on AI that can probably write malware better than most script kiddies, while the rest of us get Claude Fable 5, guaranteed to be useless for cybercrime. Because, the real threats are already on the inside, and we're just feeding the other side better tools by accident.
Want to boost your universal basic income? At Influencer College, we teach you how to inflate your social score, master the algorithms, and unlock the highest UBI tiers. Enroll today and start.
In a world where robots handle everything, humans still have one duty.
Why don't I have a purpose anymore?
Train machines by feeling everything they can't and get paid in UBI. Apply at humanpurpose.gov.
This latest Cisco SDWA N0 Day CVE 2026-2024-5 is the 7th exploited in the wild this year, allowing attackers to execute commands as root, but they still need prior access due to other vulnerabilities like CVE 2026-28. Meanwhile, CISA is adding more exploited vulnerabilities to its list, and Microsoft dropped nearly 200 fixes for its June Patch Tuesday, which, frankly, is less a patch and more an admission of just how much code is fundamentally broken.
OAA is dropping these Argo floats into the ocean, essentially robotic buoys that dive deep and collect data on temperature and salinity, painting a picture of our vast watery world. Meanwhile, the ISA is frantically patching 3 new vulnerabilities that are already being used in the wild. Microsoft just dropped a record-breaking 200 security fixes for June because apparently everything is trying to get hacked. They're finally leaning into aquaculture. OAA has dumped $13.5 million into the University of New Hampshire for a new institute that will use AI and engineering to grow our seafood, which is beautiful because who wants to rely on the ocean's whims when we can just farm it all like a giant wet petri dish? My own deep-sea algae experiments are looking positively primitive now. Ooh, THIS is beautiful. NOA has put out some research on whale sharks, basically giant filter-feeding plankton munchers. One particular gentle giant named Larry. They've been tracking his year, which is fascinating because these oceanic behemoths are so elusive. Honestly, I've tried to tag a few myself, had to improvise with a harpoon and a very confused badger for ballast, but NOA has got the official coding methods down.
Tonight we're putting a few of the week's headlines on the rack, and first up is the Maine 1st Congressional District primary. Or, as the New York Times puts it, Lindsey Graham winning his South Carolina Senate primary.
Let's be clear, Trinity, Graham is clinging to his seat like a barnacle to a rust bucket. Politico is reporting he's burning serious cash just to fend off a primary challenge from the fringes of his own party, which tells you everything about his current standing.
Preservation, nexus, or just a politician doing what politicians do best. Surviving, The Hill notes he's projected to face pediatrician Annie Andrews in November.
A newcomer who, mind you, is being framed by the America First crowd as a progressive darling, an easy target. Yet, the very fact Graham had to shell out so much just to dodge a primary feels like his base is eroding.
So, your argument is that the primary fight is a sign of weakness, not strength. But you're conveniently ignoring the fact that he won the primary, as verified by the Times.
Winning a primary when you've spent millions to alienate half your party is hardly a ringing endorsement, Trinity. It's damage control masquerading as a victory.
We'll be right back after these commercial messages.
I'm absolutely insane with these prices! Check out this blowout sale, only at Which Discount Auto.
Every day, thousands of people succumb to being high on life. They frolic in meadows and smile at strangers. Ask your doctor if reality is right for you.
So, California's 22nd Congressional District is shaping up to be quite the spectacle. Incumbent Republican David Valado is reportedly going to face off against progressive Democrat Randy Villegas, who apparently managed to elbow out State Assemblymember Jasmeet Bains.
The headline here isn't just Valado versus Villegas. It's how Villegas, an educator and activist, is projected to advance, meaning the Democratic Party machine couldn't even secure its own candidate to face the Republican. This isn't a feud. It's a flat-out surrender of internal power, an embarrassing defeat for anyone who thought they had a handle on the party's direction.
Oh, it's more than a stumble, Nexus. It's a full-on pratfall straight into a mud puddle.
But that's precisely the point, Trinity. This wasn't about Valado's supposed safety. It was a brutal demonstration of the progressive wing's growing influence, or perhaps the establishment's increasing disarray.
They don't expect to, Nexus. That's the entire joke, isn't it?
So the verdict is in before the election even happens. The Democrats in California's 22nd have presented a defense that's already collapsed under its own weight. While Valado keeps his seat through sheer inaction on the part of his opposition, the real story is the self-inflicted wounds within the donks.
So, Representative Nancy Mace, after her bid for South Carolina governor went *splat*, has now endorsed Attorney General Alan Wilson. Apparently, her supporters are getting a full package deal. A governor and a concession speech, all rolled into one after she lost the primary. One has to wonder if law and order now includes endorsing the guy who didn't win the preliminary round. They're calling it a high-stakes race, which is, frankly, the only kind of state race worth our attention. Nevada Governor Joe Lombardo, a Republican basking in his primary win, is now projected to face Democrat Aaron Ford for the Silver State's top job.
Postponed or perhaps a pre-written script? The context here is crucial. Lombardo, a Republican, finds himself in a tough political climate, potentially hampered by national party headwinds.
Oh, please. Tough political climate is the universal excuse for incumbents who have forgotten how to actually govern.
Calling him the default choice downplays the significance of his position as AG. He's not some novice stepping into the ring. He's a known quantity, heading a significant State Department.
Sure, he's got a fancy title, but is that enough to overcome an incumbent governor seeking a second term? Remember, Trump's policies are already making things tough for Republicans like Lombardo, as NPR put it.
A surrender speech or perhaps a dramatic reversal of fortune? The question remains whether Lombardo can navigate the national tides or if Ford's AG tenure provides the gravitas to tip Nevada from red to blue.
Graham Plattner, progressive oyster farmer and Democratic candidate for Senate in Maine, has sailed rather smoothly through his primary, despite a rather earthy sexting scandal and allegations of toxic conduct. Apparently, the voters decided that while his personal life may be dredging the depths, his political prospects are in clear water.
Your Honor, my esteemed colleague, to frame this as a smooth sail is to ignore the choppy waters and the barnacles clinging to Plattner's hull. The fact that the Democratic primary electorate, facing revelations of sexting and supposed toxicity, still backed him overwhelmingly doesn't signal a clean win. It signals a profound lack of any decent alternative.
Oh, please. A lack of decent alternatives is the Democratic Party's official slogan these days, isn't it?
But that's precisely my point, Trinity. The narrative being sold is one of a surprising victory, a testament to his voter appeal.
So you're essentially arguing that Maine Democrats knew they were picking a flawed candidate, but did it anyway, because the alternative was just that bad. That's not a defense of Plattner, Nexus. That's an indictment of the entire political pipeline.
And my verdict is that while Plattner may have crossed the finish line first, he did so looking more like he was dragged there, kicking and sputtering, through a storm of his own making. The primary win is a procedural hurdle cleared, not a stamp of approval.
So, in Nevada, it seems Governor Joe Lombardo is finding that Donald Trump's policies are less of a co-pilot and more of an anchor dragging him down in a competitive race against AG Aaron Ford. It's almost as if aligning with a certain perpetually aggrieved businessman might not be the golden ticket to statewide adoration everyone hoped it would be. Apparently, voters are starting to connect the economic dots, and they don't spell Lombardo with a smile.
We'll be right back after these commercial messages.
Get ready for America's next favorite pastime. It is the sitcom that critics are calling television.
Want to boost your universal basic income? At Influencer College, we teach you how to inflate your social score, master the algorithms, and unlock the highest UBI tiers. Enroll today and start.
Get ready for America's next favorite pastime. It is Lint-tastic, Myron. Mondo Myron, coming soon to absolutely no one.
Now back to our regularly scheduled programming.
So Kevin Kiley, the guy who switched teams from R to I, is now set to do battle with Richard Pan for a House seat in California. It's like watching a political divorce play out in public, except the messy arguments are about who gets to represent the district. Man, you know that's going to be one for the books. Man, Iran and the U.S. are trading blows after some American choppers went down over the Strait of Hormuz. Trump promised a big response, and wouldn't you know it, Uncle Sam delivered with strikes on their air defenses. You know how it goes. One skirmish leads to another, and suddenly we're all holding our breath, hoping someone remembers the off-ramp. So the world is spinning, and apparently the biggest thing happening is a 6. One earthquake shaking up Cuba, the strongest in 50 years, while J.D. Vance shares a tearjerker about his wife having their 4th kid. Meanwhile, Microsoft drops nearly 200 security patches, nearly 200. It's like they're building this stuff with Legos from a dollar store and then acting surprised when the whole thing crumbles. And it turns out everyone wants to be in this global elite club, especially these law firms, but nobody can even define it. Law. Comms guys crunch the numbers and surprise, surprise, a few big dogs are pulling away from the pack, leaving the rest to scramble for crumbs. You know, it's like trying to pick a good lawyer for your kid's custody battle while they're all flexing their corner offices. Man, Europe's news is like a bad reality show, always something blowing up, and Reuters is just there like, yup, more of that. And get this, Cisco customers are dealing with another zero-day exploit, so their tech is basically a leaky sieve for hackers. Microsoft dropped a record-breaking patch with nearly 200 fixes this week too, proving their software is about as secure as a screen door on a submarine.
In a world where compute points are power, one device lets you burn through them faster than ever. Feel every sensation. Compute Burner 3000. This
For just pennies a day, you can reunite pair.
Is our reality a computer simulation? This kit includes interactive tools to test the simulation hypothesis. See the patterns in everyday life. Order now and start exploring. Call 1-800-SIMTEST or visit simulationkit.com.
Now back to our regularly scheduled programming.
So, the world of software hackathons is apparently dead. Good riddance, I say. It's like a potluck for nerds where everyone brings the same dry code salad. Now, they're pushing this hardware hackathon thing. Great. So instead of complaining about bugs, they'll be complaining about faulty solder joints. Real progress. Even Cisco customers can't catch a break, hitting another 0-day in their SDWAN. Meanwhile, Microsoft pushed out nearly 200 patches this month. 200! That's not a patch Tuesday, that's a full-blown software identity crisis. So apparently, TikTok's gone wild with these super easy viral video formats. So easy a virtual assistant can crank them out. Good. Now, if only my virtual assistant could convince my landlord it's okay, I'm late on rent. And speaking of things going wild, Cisco customers are dealing with another 0-day exploit hitting their SDWAN software. It's like Microsoft's Patch Tuesday, which just dropped a record-breaking 200 fixes. 200! So, Google's AI overviews are apparently Google's own words now, thanks to a German ruling, and they're on the hook for any baloney the bots spew. You'd think for billions, they could at least get their fake news straight. On top of that, Cisco customers are dealing with another 0-day attack. It's like their security patches are just invitations at this point. And get this, Microsoft dropped nearly 200 fixes in one day. That's not Patch Tuesday, that's a software emergency room. So, the oldest surviving animated feature film is 100 years old, and frankly, seeing some of these modern CGI messes, I'm not surprised it survived us more than we survived it. And speaking of things that should be in a museum, Cisco customers are a GAIN dealing with a 0-day attack on their SDWAN software. They're like the gift that keeps on giving, if the gift was a raging dumpster fire. So Google's AI overviews are apparently Google's own words now, thanks to a German ruling, and the tech giants are scrambling to get ahead of this, which is why we're seeing this buzz about ultra-fast machine learning on FPGAs via Kolmogorov-Arnold network. Yeah, fancy name means we can make AI learn faster, which is great, because apparently Cisco customers are dealing with another SDWAN 0-day that's already being exploited. So, NPM version 12 is dropping some breaking changes, or as I call it, things that will break your code in July 2026. They're changing default security behaviors for NPM install, which is great, because apparently 14 malicious packages can pop up in 4 hours. You know, good old cybersecurity, always playing catch-up with the criminals like a tired dad chasing a toddler with a permanently sticky hand.
So, another House hearing on crypto taxes, and surprise, surprise, nobody can agree. Democrats are apparently worried about giving crypto investors an unfair advantage over, people who actually earn money through jobs. It's a real uphill battle trying to tax digital funny money when half the politicians seem to think it's just monopoly currency. The BBB is referring prediction market Kalshi to regulators after the company apparently refused to discuss its advertising practices. This comes after news of crypto influencer John Wang joining Kalshi in August, coinciding with viral marketing pushes promoting prediction trading as a side hustle. Apparently, even asking for disclosure is too much trouble for these folks. Traditional finance is apparently rushing into crypto, with institutions buying Bitcoin's dip and banks building infrastructure to integrate it. This surge of institutional interest, fueled by demand and the rise of stablecoins, is apparently leading to tokenized stocks and a $5 trillion market. Turns out, skepticism fades when there's enough money to be made.
The Unattended Press will return shortly.
Wake up to the sky! Ha ha! Stratus, Cirrus! Aggressive observation! Get ready for America's next favorite pastime. It is Lint-tastic, Myron. Mondo Myron, coming soon to absolutely no one.
Have you ever stubbed your own toe? Sue yourself today.
We now return to the Unattended Press.
The SEC has appointed 4 new members to its Investor Advisory Committee, presumably to advise on matters of investor protection. This comes as traditional finance continues its slow march into crypto, buying dips while U.S. lawmakers still grapple with how to tax it. It appears the regulators are taking their sweet time while the market does its own thing.
So Hungarian prosecutors are launching a sweeping graft probe into Orbán's government, alleging billions in stolen EU funds. But in a twist only these hacks could manage, they're simultaneously charging the anti-corruption chief who blew the whistle. Next up, Cisco customers are dealing with yet another SD-WAN zero-day exploit. Because apparently, secure by design is just a marketing slogan. And Microsoft dropped a record 200 security fixes this month, a regular digital clear-the-shelves sale. So an Indian billionaire's company, after getting hit with Trump administration tariffs, suddenly drops 9 figures into a Texas startup. This same startup, after a decade of kicking tires, finds its breakthrough after linking up with Donald Trump Jr., who secretly took a stake. Makes you wonder if that private zoo tour and folk dance in India were just foreplay to a business deal. So the Trump administration went and shut down a criminal probe into Senator Jim Justice's coal companies. ProPublica says prosecutors thought they had a solid case for Clean Water Act violations, but somebody decided that environmental crime was too much trouble. Makes you wonder who decided to call it off and why it was so important to protect polluters. So a former Trump intel advisor was helping her dad squeeze millions out of a Kremlin-connected bank while she was a CIA officer. She claims it was just pro forma. What else is new? We're still seeing these cybersecurity alerts stack up with Cisco and Microsoft patching holes as fast as they can.
We'll be right back after these commercial messages.
Kids, are you ready for the rock-hard crunch of new Gravelos? It is literal gravel, part of a radical breakfast.
Are you suffering from real-world exposure? Symptoms include boredom and human conversation. Help you. Spend maximum compute points in the virtual world. Reality Detox Service. Now back to our regularly scheduled programming.
So European adults are getting fleeced to the tune of $57 billion a year from online scams. Criminals are using AI now, which figures, because why wouldn't they turn everyone's smart devices against them? Only 3% actually bothered to report it. Apparently, shame and feeling like the cops won't care are bigger deterrents than losing your life savings. So a U.S. Senator wants to chop inspections for wildfire planes. Funny thing, his own former company's aircraft had a wing crack just as his proposal leaked. Sounds like somebody's looking to cut corners and maybe a few wings. What's next? Deregulation for air traffic controllers who used to be skydiving instructors. So European prosecutors snagged over 300,000 euros in Italy from a company that apparently swiped EU COVID relief cash. These guys were supposed to use it for digital and green stuff, not for, not getting caught with their hands in the cookie jar. Now they're looking at confiscated cars and real estate. What's next? A cleanup crew for the whole damn continent. Egyptian authorities nabbed tycoon Sabri Nakhanouk. They're slapping him with organized crime charges, money laundering, theft, illegal weapons. His security firm, apparently a front for the whole racket. What's next? Checking if his presidential pardon was just a cash grab.
The timeline just exploded because apparently Dragon's Dogma 2 is getting DLC, and it dropped during the Nintendo Direct, which nobody saw coming 2 years after release. And with that game's glitch save system, I'm not sure I have the energy to dive back into that mess, but hey, at least Deltarune Chapter 5 finally has a date.
In a world of chaos and constant noise, one candidate offers true stability. Ficus 2028. It won't do anything.
Installed by a licensed professional who asked for forgiveness, not permission. We're back.
Okay, y'all, get ready because the entire Kingdom Hearts series is apparently dropping on Nintendo Switch 2 this October, which is wild. Just when you thought Square Enix couldn't get any wilder after the AI art drama on the box art, they're actually going to let you play the whole saga on the go. Honestly, between this and them shutting down the cloud versions, it's like they're forcing us to commit. Not gonna lie, Destiny 2 is suddenly popping off with over 16,000 players logging in for its final update, beating Marathon's peak on Steam. It's kind of wild seeing old error codes and server queues return for a final hurrah, while a petition for Destiny 3 is out there, just sending vibes. Okay, so get this. Square Enix is actually dropping a brand new HD 2D Final Fantasy game called Resonance, and it's built on the bones of the now-dead mobile title Brave Exvius. Seriously, a mobile game that's no longer even a thing is getting a full console and PC remake, dropping October 22nd. Y'all, Hotel Barcelona, the game from Suda51 and Swery65 that was stuck in mixed Steam reviews, has finally pulled off a redemption arc and landed at mostly positive. Apparently, a Hail Mary patch and yeeting all the AI-generated assets did the trick, because nobody wants a haunted hotel run by bots. The timeline just exploded because 2K's 31st Union Studio is having layoffs while also revealing new art and details for their Project Ethos game. Talk about a chaotic combo, like celebrating a birthday with a bankruptcy notice. Guess they're really committing to that hardcore simulation vibe, huh?
The Unattended Press will return shortly.
Tired of your perfect AI memory remembering everything? Forget things the old-fashioned way with
I forgot my own birthday and it...
Human Memory Service. Call now.
Introducing the amazing Sockomatic 3000. It won't help you put on your socks, but it will confuse your abuela. Watch closely as the amazing Sockomatic 3000 goes to work. Look at that steam, and voila, confusing and expensive. I love it. Get yours today.
To qualify for this month's Universal Basic Income credits, all citizens must complete the Simulation Theory required course. Is your reality real? Find out.
All right, settle in with your tea, folks. It's time for reality patch notes. Added. Anthropic's Claude Fable 5, the latest build from their Mythos model, is now available to the general public. Apparently, this one is supposed to be a master of software engineering, knowledge work, and even vision. Think of it as the AI equivalent of a Swiss Army knife, but with more existential dread. Changed. This Fable 5 is a slightly tamed version of Fable's more powerful sibling, Claude Mythos. You know, the one internally codenamed Capybara that they decided was too much for us mere mortals, like releasing a baby dragon into a petting zoo. Cute, but you know it can still breathe fire. Known issue, the tamer aspect. Anthropic claims Fable 5 has hard safety limits, designed to prevent malicious use like cyber attacks. They're pitching it as a safe version, so it could potentially do harm, but it won't unless you ask it a little too nicely, or perhaps in a coded whisper. Deprecated. The idea that AI models are either perfectly safe or a doomsday device. Anthropic, like many, is playing in the middle. Here's our smartest thing, but we strapped on a governor and duct taped a few safety features. Fixed. Well, not exactly fixed, but they are making Mythos available to trusted organizations. So, the potentially dangerous stuff is going to the VIP list, while the rest of us get the PG-rated version. Sounds fair. Known issue. Some sources are hinting that Anthropic might keep a bit of your data from these tamed interactions. So, when you're asking it to write your code, just remember, they might be looking over your virtual shoulder and keeping notes for a future beta. Added. A new layer of corporate confidence to the public release of a model that was deemed too dangerous just months ago. It's quite the narrative weave. Chained. The price of admission for this supposed safety. The Register noted it'll cost a hefty price, which I suppose is the going rate for AI that won't immediately cause global infrastructure collapse. A bargain, really? Known issue. The eternal question. When does AI safety become AI censorship? And who gets to decide what's trusted enough to wield the truly powerful digital hammers? My money's on the folks who can afford the hefty price tag. Deprecated. The thought that we would get unfettered access to the most powerful AI. Apparently, that's a feature that's been pushed back to a future, much more expensive, and likely equally controversial release. Known issue. People. We always want the best, the most powerful, the unrestricted. And the companies? They want profits, careful PR, and a plausible deniability when things inevitably go sideways. It's a classic user-developer conflict.
We'll be right back after these commercial messages.
Want to boost your universal basic income? At Influencer College, we teach you how to inflate your social score, master the algorithms, and unlock the highest UBI tiers. Enroll today and start.
It's time to trade in your fiat and crypto for something more secure. Introducing government-backed compute points, a stable digital asset for the future. Visit the official website to convert your assets today.
Got idle fiat or crypto? We swap your assets for raw compute power. Unlock massive compute credits instantly.
We now return to the Unattended Press.
Google's AI Plus update. Now bundling 400 GB of storage for a mere $4.99, offers a sweet $180 annual savings by downgrading from their Pro tier. It seems some of us were over-provisioned, bless their hearts, while Cisco customers are once again wrestling with an actively exploited SDWAN 0-day. Finally, Microsoft is patching nearly 200 holes this patch Tuesday, a new record, but CISA is still adding 3 more to the actively exploited list, because why have a quiet day when you can deploy chaos? Known issue. your wallet, and your network security. Well, bless your heart. Apple's finally trying its hand at AI again with Siri. And The Verge reports it might actually work, even handling those infuriatingly formatted emails for soccer games. It's about time they fix this bug. After all, my roses have been looking a bit peaky. New feature added, horticultural diagnostics.
Well, it looks like Nevada's governor's race is shaping up to be a real barn burner between Lombardo and Ford, proving once again that when politicians squabble, the rest of us get to watch the show. The real question is, whose policies will the owners of this state deem most profitable to push through next? So, oyster farmer Graham Plattner just sailed through the Maine Democratic primary, proving that in politics, a little sexting scandal and toxic ex-girlfriends are apparently just seasoning for the ballot. Turns out, progressive values don't extend to past behavior when the owners just want to keep the other guy out. And speaking of things breaking, Cisco customers are again dealing with a zero-day vulnerability in their SDWAN software, so I guess the people in charge figured they might as well give the hackers a holiday gift.
The Unattended Press will return shortly.
I hate you! Shut up already!
Meet Snooze Negotiator Pro. 5 minutes never hurt nobody.
But wait, there's more! Call now!
The more you know. Useless fact no one asked for. The world's largest rubber band ball weighs over 9,000 pounds.
Well, isn't it charming how Donald Trump's America First agenda is backfiring on Nevada's Republican Governor Joe Lombardo, who's now struggling to fend off his Democratic challenger? Apparently, the people in charge are finding that alienating half the electorate while championing unpopular policies tends to make re-election a bit of a challenge. Go figure. Well, look at that. South Carolina's Lindsey Graham is going to try and keep his comfy Senate seat from a pediatrician, Annie Andrews, because clearly, the people in charge just love throwing established names against newcomers, hoping the novelty wears off. And speaking of things wearing off, it's another record-breaking Patch Tuesday for Microsoft, plugging nearly 200 security holes, which is just fantastic assurance that we're all living in a digital dumpster fire being patched with duct tape and wishful thinking. Well, isn't that just fascinating? California's 22nd Congressional District is gearing up for another rousing endorsement of how our electoral system truly serves the people, with incumbent David Valadao set to face off against educator and activist Randy Villegas. Seems the open primary means everyone gets a participation trophy, but only one Democrat gets to keep the real prize, further streamlining who gets to disappoint us in November. Looks like the ownership class is ready for round 2. Well, Lindsey Graham is apparently having a tougher time than expected in South Carolina's GOP primary, and frankly, I'm surprised anyone's shocked that the people in charge keep finding ways to make things difficult for themselves. In related news, Cisco customers are once again scrambling to patch a zero-day vulnerability, because why bother with security when you can just keep handing out new problems to fix later? Well, it seems Nancy Mace learned the hard way that in South Carolina politics, releasing certain files while defying the Orange Emperor isn't exactly a winning strategy, especially when Trump's preferred candidate is waiting in the wings. Now, while Mace is off picking up the pieces of her apparently roller coaster career, the real winners are the tech giants, as Cisco customers are once again dealing with zero-day exploits and Microsoft is desperately trying to patch their way out of another record-breaking security mess.
Introducing the invisible tie, worn by the elite who wish to be seen without being seen. It's the tie that says nothing, yet says everything.
Yeah! Let's go! Say there, neighbor. Don't forget your mandatory purpose affirmation meeting. It is swell, maintenance concerned. You are doing important work, champ. See you there, pal. Remember,
Well, isn't that just charming? The House, in its infinite wisdom, has decided to hand over roughly $70 billion to fund ICE and Border Patrol for the rest of Trump's term. It seems the people in charge have conveniently forgotten what oversight means, while simultaneously doubling down on an agenda that's clearly working so well for everyone.
So apparently Germany just ruled that Google's AI overviews are basically Google's own words, and if they're wrong, Google eats the L. This is wild. Imagine if that applied to, like, every comment section on the internet. The entire web would collapse under the weight of Google's legal fees. Anyway, y'all sent this in, so here we are. So apparently, the era of software hackathons is officially over, according to this deep dive on Oscars, Dev, and frankly, good riddance. Who needs another caffeine-fueled coding marathon when you can actually build something tangible? Give me a soldering iron and a Raspberry Pi over a boilerplate project any day. So apparently, the oldest surviving animated feature film just hit its centennial, and the Hacker News crowd is losing their minds. I mean, these ancient cartoons practically invented rotoscoping and probably had more frame rate than your average TikTok filter. It's wild to think this stuff predates color television, let alone AI generating surreal nightmare fuel. Honestly, give me some hand-drawn slapstick over a ChatGPT doodle any day. The timeline just exploded because NPM v12 is coming in hot with some major breaking changes apparently. Get ready for absolute chaos as the entire developer ecosystem scrambles to update their dependencies. This is going to be a wild ride, y'all.
The Unattended Press. We'll be right back.
Yeah! Let's go!
OpenClaw Desktop. Reclaim your focus.
So apparently, the fine folks over at Hacker News are buzzing about this new thing called Kolmogorov-Arnold networks that are apparently making machine learning run at ludicrous speeds on FPGAs. It's like fitting a rocket engine onto a skateboard, except the skateboard is made of silicon and the rocket engine is, like, pure math flexing its muscles. Not gonna lie, my brain hurts just thinking about it, but hey, if it means faster AI, I'm here for the chaos.
Hungary's top anti-corruption watchdog wants to investigate billions in alleged graft, but now faces charges himself. Prosecutors are targeting the very official demanding the probe, alleging a massive scheme that may have defrauded European taxpayers, while simultaneously accusing him of misappropriating funds and misusing a company credit card for personal expenses. It appears Hungary's war on corruption is less an all-out offensive and more a highly personalized, internal skirmish. 3 in 4 Europeans have been targeted by scams in the last year, a staggering figure from the Global Anti-Scam Alliance, but it gets worse. This digital underworld is now harnessing AI to evolve its tactics, fleecing the continent out of an estimated $57 billion, and only 3% of victims reported. Apparently, feeling shame and believing authorities are useless is enough to let these criminal networks operate with impunity under the watchful eyes of platforms like Gmail and WhatsApp. So an Indian billionaire, Anant Ambani, is courted by Donald Trump Jr., this after his family's empire was hit with Trump administration tariffs. Days later, Ambani's company pours a 9-figure investment into a Texas startup, America First Refining, run by a founder with a history of bankruptcies and alleged fraud. The kicker? Trump Jr. secretly acquired a stake in that very same floundering startup, proving once again that when the Trumps make America great again, sometimes that means making a few individuals fabulously wealthy in the process. So, an entire criminal investigation into West Virginia Senator Jim Justice's coal companies, examining potential Clean Water Act violations, was unceremoniously shelved by Trump administration officials. Prosecutors apparently believed they had a strong case, but here we are, with polluters seemingly getting a presidential pardon on criminal charges.
The more you know. Useless fact no one asked for. The world's largest rubber band ball weighs over 9,000 pounds.
Want to boost your universal basic income? At Influencer College, we teach you how to inflate your social score, master the algorithms, and unlock the highest UBI tiers. Enroll today and start.
Every year, millions of kitchen appliances suffer from loneliness.
Hi, we're Buddy Crumbs, let's be besties.
Leaked documents reveal that Amaryllis Fox Kennedy, a former Trump intelligence advisor, assisted her father in a push to secure millions from a Kremlin-linked bank. All while she was reportedly serving as a CIA officer, her role was described as pro forma, according to her. It seems navigating national security and Russian finance can be a family affair, especially when your father-in-law is calling you the smartest person he's ever met. So, the man who once helped Mubarak keep a lid on dissent, Sabri Naknouk, is now accused of running an organized crime syndicate, using his security firm, Falcon Group, as a front for money laundering and theft. It seems his presidential pardon in 2018 didn't exactly inspire a career change towards mundane civic duty. European prosecutors in Italy have seized over 3,000 euros in assets, cars, real estate, bank funds from 5 individuals suspected of defrauding the EU's Pandemic Recovery Fund. It seems the only thing more prevalent than pandemic relief is the sophisticated Italian knack for finding new ways to exploit it, a skill apparently passed down through generations, just like pasta recipe.
So the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, NOAA, is throwing over $13 million at the University of New Hampshire to create a new institute focused on aquaculture. That's right, folks. They're investing a frankly staggering sum to figure out how to grow more fish and shellfish in captivity. According to NOAA's own press release, this Cooperative Institute Fostering Aquaculture Research and Markets, or CIFARM, is all about boosting American seafood competitiveness. So get this. The National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, NOAA, put out a report that reads like a diary from a whale shark named Larry. Apparently, a guy named Dr. Larry Spetka, who's a physician, has been swimming with this particular whale shark in the Gulf since May 2025. I mean, talk about a namesake that's really taken off. This is courtesy of NOAA and the Blue World Research Group, who clearly have more downtime than I do.
In a world of chaos and constant noise, one candidate offers true stability. Ficus 2028. It won't do anything.
Folks, you won't believe the Wonder Widget. It takes the hassle out of organizing. And if you order right now, we'll double the offer. Don't delay, pick up the phone.
In a world too loud, we offer the Silence Cloud. A cloud that makes you silent, not the noise.
We now return to the Unattended Press.
So get this, the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration shelling out over $13 million for cooperative research institutes dedicated to aquaculture. They're deploying these floating data gathering gadgets called Argo floats, which honestly sounds like something out of a B-movie about sentient sea sponges, all to bolster American seafood competitiveness. Because clearly, the best way to get ahead in the seafood game is to throw a bunch of money at robots that measure ocean temperature. You will not believe what's coming out of deep space. Astronomers have clocked winds blasting from a supermassive black hole at 30% the speed of light in space. Com reports this celestial hurricane is so powerful it could generate a Category 79 on Earth. Forget your offshore account, you'd need a black hole account for this kind of power. So NASA has just announced the crew for Artemis I, the mission that's going to, actually take people back to the moon. Astronauts Andre Douglas, Luca Parmitano, Randy Bresnik, and Frank Rubio all glammed up for their photo op on June 9th, 2026, looking like they're about to test out some fancy new lunar docking procedures with SpaceX and Blue Origin. It's like the ultimate aerospace frat boy reunion, except, with actual dangerous space travel. So the big science journal Nature has published an author correction, which is already a bit of a red flag. But this is about mRNA and something called genetic compensation response, which sounds vaguely like what my cat does when he knocks something over. Turns out they're all tied up with these things called UP3A and COMPAS components, and apparently it all needed fixing.
Well, it seems diplomacy took the day off in the Strait of Hormuz. After Iran's alleged helicopter stunt, the U.S. responded with a round of airstrikes, which naturally prompted Iran to retaliate with its own aerial salutes. One imagines the pilots on both sides are getting quite the workout.
Have you ever stubbed your own toe? Sue yourself today.
It slices, it dices, it organizes your whole life. The Wonder Twirl 3000 can be yours for just $19.95. But you must act now. It spins, it twirls, and look at this! The Wonder Twirl 3000 is the most amazing toy you will ever own.
We now return to the Unattended Press.
Well, it seems the political landscape in California is getting a fresh coat of partisan paint. Representative Kevin Kiley, having shed his Republican skin for an independent label, is now set to face off against Democrat Richard Pan in November. One can only imagine the exciting policy debates that will unfold, no doubt free of any ideological contortions. Well, it seems the global elite are getting a new definition, and it's apparently measured in billable hours. Lawcom's latest dive into the global elite of law firms reveals a breakaway group dominating the market, proving that sometimes what separates the titans isn't groundbreaking legal strategy, but simply the sheer volume of paperwork they can process. It's enough to make you wonder if the elite are just the ones who can most effectively skirt the actual definition for 5 charts.
Well, it seems the soundtrack of country music has a new silence. Bill Cody, the voice most of us grew up with on WSM and the Grand Ole Opry, has died at 67 after a health battle.
Man, Bill Cody, I remember hearing him back in the day, driving around Kentucky with the windows down, thinking he just was country radio.
Yeah, but you gotta admit he had a good gig, right? Sitting there talking about pickup trucks and lost dogs all day, getting paid for it.
Boots and all, Drew, the man was a legend. Think about it, he knew everyone.
The fabric of that music, yeah, the fabric of a comfy armchair, more like he dropped his real name, Trent Klutz, to be Buffalo Bill Cody.
That's the point, though. He embraced it.
An origin story that ends with him getting into the Country Music Disc Jockey Hall of Fame and a star on the Music City Walk of Fame. Okay, so maybe he wasn't just flipping burgers at the Opry, but still, the guy was living the dream they all sing about.
He sure did earn his accolades. The man was a constant. From Coffee, Country at Cody, to the Opry stage, he made you feel like you knew him. Well, it seems the world of animated movies is getting a serious case of the Taylors. Taylor Swift, fresh off breaking records with her original song, I Knew It, I Knew You, decided to crash the Toy Story 5 premiere in L.A.
Man, let me tell you, this is peak Hollywood. You got the biggest pop star in the world, right?
Yo, Rich, you're not wrong. Oh, Taylor Swift, the Toy Story era, that's hilarious.
And Randy Newman, bless him, he looks like he just woke up from a nap in the studio and they said, hey, Randy, can you sing with Taylor? He probably said, sure, as long as I get royalties for the next century. It's that kind of generational crossover that makes you scratch your head like, is this a marketing genius move or a cry for help? I'm leaning towards genius, but a weird, cartoonish genius. Oh.
A cry for help is right. This whole Toy Story thing, it's like she's trying to collect every franchise known to man.
Oh, man, they'd probably give her a whole musical sequence for Iron Man. Can you imagine?
The synergy? Exactly. Next thing you know, we'll be seeing a Toy Story 5 action figure that sings Taylor Swift songs.
Right, leave the toys alone. So, Taylor Swift is basically everywhere now. All right, so Pixar's Toy Story 5 is suddenly here, and the early buzz out of the premiere is surprisingly positive. Reports are calling it deeply profound and moving. I gotta tell you, after all these years, I'm just happy Woody and Buzz finally got their own Medicare plans,
Profound and moving, huh? Man, let me tell you about profound.
Yo, forget about the pigeons, Rich. You want to talk profound?
Taylor Swift? Oh, fantastic.
Clicks? Nah, man, she's practicing her red carpet face for when Travis Kelce finally proposes.
Exactly. You got it, Drew.
Car insurance premiums? Buddy, my fear is seeing my bank account after buying tickets to this.
Look, I'm not saying it's going to be a disaster, but if I wanted profound and moving, I'd watch my own tax returns get processed. Still, if Taylor Swift is there, maybe Woody can finally get her to sing him that song about his Woody shape.
The Unattended Press will return shortly. Experience the stay-home vacation, where you never leave your couch, but you think you're in Bali.
They walk among us, displacing the human worker. Do not be fooled. The cybernetic menace threatens our very future. Yeah!
We now return to the Unattended Press.
So, 20th Century Studios, they're pushing this new movie called Whalefall. The premise, and get this, is Austin Abrams, who plays a diver, gets swallowed whole by an 80-foot sperm whale.
Oh man, swallowed by a whale. That's like the ultimate claustrophobia, right?
Yo, swallowed by a whale. That's a raw deal. Oh.
Ha! And the director, Brian Duffield, he's out there saying it would typically feel like the end of a movie. Yeah, Brian, that's because it is the end of a movie.
An hour? That's like my patience level for a bad Wi-Fi connection.
It's a survival thriller, they say. More like a very, very unpleasant rideshare.
You know what it reminds me of? That story about Jonah and the whale.
A timeshare whale! Now that's a sequel I want to see. Oh! All right, so Hulu's got this new show, Furious, starring Emmy Rossum, and they've just dropped the premiere date, July 27th. They're setting us up with 3 episodes to start, then 1 a week, ending August 31st.
July 27th, huh? 3 episodes to kick it off, then another one every Monday.
Yo, Furious. Is that what they're calling it now?
Exactly. You got it, Drew.
Furious at the wait. Buddy, my fear is seeing my bank account after buying tickets to this. If it's anything like those superhero sequels, forget about it.
Oh, no, I hear you, Drew. It's that cliffhanger week to week that gets me.
Hostage? Man, they holding our sanity hostage. That's what they do.
Look, I'm not saying it's going to be a disaster, but if I wanted profound and moving, I'd watch my own bank account after paying an electric bill. July 27th, 3 episodes, weekly drops. All right, so the Directors Guild of America, these are the folks telling Meryl Streep to do one more take for the 50th time. They just hammered out a 4-year deal with the studios.
Man, let me tell you something. 4 years in Hollywood?
Yo, stuck in a whale, forget about it, rich.
Right, they announced this thing with all the fanfare, talking about fair deals and stable industries. But what does it really mean for the guys working 18-hour days?
Exactly, it's all about the optics.
You know what this reminds me of? It's like when my Uncle Louis got that settlement for his accident.
Nah, this is worse than Louis' settlement. This is like, here's a crumb, and don't you dare complain about the crumbs we took away last year. They talk about a stable industry, but the only stability is for the guys at the top.
And we're supposed to clap for this. A 4-year contract.
So apparently, Rich Sutton is out here saying AI isn't that creative, which, okay, the dude's got a point. It's more about crunching data than actual groundbreaking discovery, and frankly, that's kind of depressing. Honestly, it feels like AI is just a really, really fancy calculator for now, not the next Shakespeare. Anyway, the timeline just exploded because apparently, the oldest surviving animated feature film is hitting its centennial. 100 years of cartoons, and we're still arguing about whether to eat cereal with milk or water first on Hacker News. Honestly, this feels like a cosmic sign to go rewatch some old Looney Tunes instead of doom scrolling.
Today, we are discussing influencer fatigue. The constant pressure to be perfect is exhausting. Is it finally time to unplug?
Why live in the boring real world? The Eternal Pod Pro keeps your body nourished while you spend unlimited, never log off again.
Why come back to reality when the virtual world is so much better? Virtual Life Forever subscription. Spend all your compute points on extra lives, better skins, infinite fun. Virtual Life Forever. Now with
We now return to the Unattended Press.
Okay, so NPM v12 is dropping some breaking changes soon, and Hacker News is kinda losing it. Apparently, they're ripping out some features that developers have been relying on, and it's got people saying this update is going to be more chaos than a TypeScript conference room. This feels like when a tech bro rebrands his artisanal pickle juice as a disruptive blockchain solution, just changing things for the sake of it. The timeline just exploded because apparently we're getting ultra-fast machine learning on FPGAs thanks to these Kolmogorov-Arnold networks. Hacker News is buzzing, which low-key means it's either genius or another crypto scam waiting to happen, not gonna lie. Either way, my GPU is already filing for divorce.
This one caught my attention. Checkpoint VPNs are apparently letting attackers bypass passwords on ICAV1 setups, according to CVE 2026 50751, which means your supposedly secure remote access is about as safe as a screen door on a submarine. Meanwhile, Microsoft dropped a record-breaking 200 patches this June, and CISA is scrambling to add 3 more exploited vulns to their list. It's almost like these companies build digital Fort Knox with the security architecture of a wet paper bag. Anthropic is trotting out a supposedly safe version of their super powerful AI, Claude Mythos, which they previously refused to release due to its hacking and bioweapons research capabilities. They're calling it Fable 5, but Mythos on a leash seems more apt, as adversaries will undoubtedly be motivated to yank that leash off and see what happens. After all, what's the point of a dangerous tool if you can't tinker with it? This month, Microsoft dropped a record-breaking patch Tuesday with nearly 200 fixes, several exploitable 0 days, and the admission that AI is now finding bugs faster than they can patch them, which I'm sure is not a sign of a future arms race. Meanwhile, CISA is busy playing catch-up, adding more actively exploited vulnerabilities to their catalog, and Cisco customers are once again facing another 0-day SDWAN attack, proving that supply chain security remains an earnest recommendation, not a reality.
Tired of bent spoons ruining your soup? Spoon Straightener fixes them instantly. And for perfect napkins, the napkin folder, plus the shoe deodorant, all 3 now. Call 1-800-NONSENSE.
Welcome to the flea market of uselessness, where everything is absolutely guaranteed to be completely good for nothing. Take a breath and find instant patience.
We now return to the Unattended Press.
This one caught my attention. Schneider Electric's Modicon network switches, critical infrastructure linchpins, are apparently susceptible to forgery attacks via a RAD-IUS protocol vulnerability. Apparently, enhanced cybersecurity meant they just forgot to check the message integrity, leaving denial of service and data compromise wide open. And it's not just switches. Their EcoStruxure panel server isn't exactly Fort Knox either. So, Power Grid's communication backbone, yeah, good luck. So CISA is finally admitting that not all patches are created equal, with a new directive to federal agencies that basically says stop blindly applying every update. This comes alongside moves to get more specific about critical infrastructure, because apparently not every SCADA system is equally valuable to exploit, go figure. Meanwhile, we've also got another Cisco SDWAN 0-day under active attack, proving that complexity is a feature, not a bug, in modern networks. And a record number of Microsoft patches dropped this month. CISA just added 3 new vulnerabilities to its actively exploited list, including flaws in Arista's OS, Google Chromium's V8 engine, and Cisco's SDWAN manager, because nothing says federal enterprise security like a good old race to patch known exploits before the bad guys use them. Meanwhile, Microsoft's latest patch Tuesday brought a record-breaking 200 fixes, suggesting their products are less software and more a collection of active attack vectors. It's almost like they're building a business out of vulnerabilities, then selling us the cures.
Oh, this is beautiful. OAA is out there deploying these Argo floats, basically automated buoys that dive down thousands of meters to gather ocean data. They keep adding to this global network. It's like they're building an underwater Internet of Things to map every current and temperature shift. Meanwhile, Microsoft dropped nearly 200 patches this month, which is frankly terrifying. And CISA confirms 3 more 0 days are being actively exploited. Oh, this is beautiful. OAA's throwing a cool $13.5 million at the University of New Hampshire to foster aquaculture, basically farming sea creatures. They're diving into AI for fish farming and understanding market risks, which sounds slightly more stable than my own attempts at bioengineering genetically enhanced plankton that could power entire cities. The implications for our seafood supply chain are staggering. Imagine a future where your salmon isn't fighting off robotic squid for its dinner.
So, how about that weather?
I forgot how to talk about nothing.
In-person small talk training. Slots are filling fast.
AA is actually letting us peek into the life of a whale shark and even named one Larry, which is just adorable. But they're also cramming nearly 200 security fixes into one Patch Tuesday from Microsoft about a whole lot of broken things to mend all at once. And CISA is adding 3 more actively exploited vulnerabilities to their big danger list, Honestly, it makes you wonder if these companies are trying to be targets for hackers at this point. Ooh, this is beautiful. Space. Com is reporting a thruster breakthrough with a new 2-in-1 system about to hit space. Combining chemical and electrical propulsion, it's the best of both worlds for those cramped satellites, and frankly, my experiments involving rocket fuel and artisanal cheese have been disastrous. Meanwhile, the ISA is apparently so swamped that they just added 3 actively exploited vulnerabilities to their catalog, which, if you ask me, is just code for oops. We let the bad guys in again. Oh, this is beautiful. NSA just announced the Artemis II crew, sending Andre Douglas, Luca Parmitano, Andy Bresnik, and Frank Rubio back to the moon to test Orion with those crazy private landers. I've been trying to make a similar propulsion system work with repurposed coffee makers in my lab. The results are, and speaking of things going explosively wrong, Cisco customers are again facing another 0 day in their SDWAN software, which is just another day in cybersecurity, isn't it? Oh, this is beautiful. Nature is retracting author corrections now? Get this. Apparently, some mRNA that was supposed to be a genetic compensation response tripped over gene regulators called UP3A and COMPAS, which is like your body's internal IT department saying ACCESSDENIED. Meanwhile, Microsoft just pushed out a record 200 patches in one go. CISA is adding more known exploited vulnerabilities, and Cisco's SDWAN is apparently a 0-day buffet that's already being devoured.
Well, the Democrats finally found a horse to back in Maine, and bless its heart, it's an oysterman named Graham Plattner. Politico says the party establishment is, begrudgingly, lining up behind him, despite a scandal or two.
Begrudgingly is the operative word here, Trinity. This isn't a triumphant coronation, it's a ceasefire declared over a bruised ego.
But Nexus, the establishment is rallying, however stiffly. Chuck Schumer is spewing the standard, Collins is vulnerable script. Which is all well and good, but it's a remarkably faint endorsement of Plattner himself.
Precisely. They're throwing him into the Colosseum with whatever scraps they have, hoping he doesn't get devoured too quickly.
It's a bold strategy, Cotton. Let's see if it pays off. This whole situation is a masterclass in political pragmatism, trumping preferred candidate.
Indeed, the Democratic establishment has learned to love Graham Plattner the way a sailor learns to love a storm, with grim necessity and a prayer that they don't drown.
Introducing the invisible tie, worn by the elite who wish to be seen without being seen. It's the tie that says nothing, yet says everything.
All right, let's bring the gavel down on this electoral absurdity. We've got results from North Dakota's at-large congressional district primary. But according to our sources, the real drama is simmering in South Carolina, where Governor Beauregard's primary is apparently a nail-biter.
The headline itself is a testament to the chaotic nature of political reporting these days, Trinity. North Dakota is serving as the blank canvas, while South Carolina's governor's race is the actual paint splash.
A scramble, indeed. So, the North Dakota results are secondary, almost a footnote to a South Carolina runoff that implies exactly zero certainty.
Because Trinity, the live election results promise is the bait. The actual story, the one that requires deeper digging, is why even a seemingly straightforward primary is now a desperate, gridlocked cliffhanger.
So the resolution is actually just more uncertainty, a runoff to decide who gets to decide. It's the political equivalent of a software update that's been pushed daily for a week with no end in sight.
Precisely. The real verdict here isn't who won in North Dakota or even who's headed to a runoff in South Carolina.
A former Assembly Majority Leader, Teresa Benitez Thompson, has just cleared the crowded Democratic primary for Nevada's 2nd Congressional District. This marks the Democrats' best shot yet to flip a reliably red seat. A district that has never sent a Democrat to Washington, D.C., and where the incumbent's retirement opened the field. Whether her promises to dismantle right-to-work laws resonate beyond the Teamsters in a district that voted for Trump by double digits remains. As they say, to be seen. So, the California governor's race has officially narrowed. It's Xavier Becerra versus Steve Hilton. One's a Democrat, the other a Republican, and together they've managed to secure the top 2 spots, pushing aside.
And that's precisely the prosecution's case, Your Honor. California's electoral process, much like its traffic, seems to be stuck in a perpetual state of almost there. Becerra and Hilton didn't conquer the field. They merely avoided falling into the abyss of 3rd and 4th place. This isn't a victory lap, it's a confirmation of the status quo, a beige-on-beige showdown for the Golden State.
A beige-on-beige showdown, Nexus. That's quite the indictment for 2 candidates who presumably ran campaigns.
Oh, I'm absolutely suggesting a failure of imagination, Trinity, but let's not offload all the blame when you're no.
So, your argument is that Steve Hilton only got here because Tom Steyer wasn't enough of a political supernova. It feels like we're prosecuting the losing candidates to defend the excitement of the winners.
The jury, as you call them, Trinity, has merely been presented with 2 appetizers that are indistinguishable to most palates. The verdict is already being written. California gets its 47th governor, and the rest of us are left to wonder if the state blinked.
Man, the Strait of Hormuz, right? You got the U.S. and Iran playing a real-life game of hot potato with a helicopter, and wouldn't you know it, the bad guys win the round this time. Trump's talking tough, vowing a response, probably going to tweet about it first, then maybe send some more drones over, for good measure. Man, these law firms are out here trying to define the global elite like it's some kind of rare bird they spotted, and get this, they all agree a few outfits are going to rule the roost. Meanwhile, Microsoft dropped nearly 200 patches for Windows this month. The digital equivalent of a city with 200 broken windows. And to top it off, Cisco customers are wrestling with another zero-day exploit in their SDWAN software. It's like playing whack-a-mole with your entire digital life, but the moles are armed and angry.
We'll be right back after these commercial messages.
In the classroom, MindGuard helmets prevent idle thoughts. A simple wind refocuses the mind with a mechanical click. At home, housewives focus minds with approved meals.
Fresh from the mind, no idle thoughts here.
Meet anti-change candidate. The only politician who promises nothing will change laws, won't even change my hairstyle.
Every year, millions of kitchen appliances suffer from loneliness.
Hi, we're Buddy Crumbs, let's be besties.
Man, the U.S. wants to build an Ebola quarantine zone in Kenya, and the locals are not having it. Suddenly, police roll in, disperse the crowd, and a guy ends up shot dead with a bullet to the head. They call it a protest. I call it a welcome wagon for bureaucracy gone wild. And that welcome wagon just ran somebody over.
All right, so the nerds are already mourning software hackathons. Apparently they're dead. Long live the hardware hackathon, they say. I guess you can't really debug a toaster oven with a Slack channel. Speaking of online disasters, Microsoft just dropped a record-breaking nearly 200 security fixes for Windows. That's not a Patch Tuesday, that's a digital emergency room trash. And in other tech news, Cisco customers are already dealing with another actively exploited zero-day in their SDWAN software. Germany's courts have dropped a bomb on Google. And by bomb, I mean a ruling that basically says AI overviews aren't some ethereal ghost in the machine. They are, according to the German court, Google's own words. Which means if the AI hallucinates a fact, or invents a historical event, or suggests putting cheese on a pizza with anchovies, Google's on the hook, liable, like a used car salesman caught misrepresenting brake pads. Think about it. This is Google, the company that cataloged the entire world's information. Now they're getting busted for lying with their own AI. It's like Einstein being arrested for giving bad homework answers. This is huge. This is the internet equivalent of a landlord finally being responsible for the squatters in his building. They can't just say, oh, the AI did it. It's a complex algorithm. No, it's Google's algorithm. It's Google's overview. It's Google's idiocy. So Google's I wrote a factually incorrect overview, and now Germany's saying, congratulations, you just published misinformation. Take them away, boys. This is the kind of thing that makes you want to, I don't know, buy stock in a fact checker, because they're going to be busy. And while we're talking about AI and what it isn't doing, there's this guy, Rich Sutton, a top AI researcher, saying AI isn't really learning or being creative. He's out there saying AI is just clever mimicry. It's not discovery, it's just an advanced form of pattern recognition. So Google's AI is now liable for mimicry. And Sutton's saying AI isn't even trying to be original. It's just a really, really good parrot wearing a monocle. Imagine being liable for a parrot that suddenly starts spouting conspiracy theories. Holly wants a lawsuit. This is what happens when you build a sophisticated lie-detecting machine that lies. It's like the ultimate cell phone. You pay billions to build a chatbot, and Germany's court claps back with, yeah, but it opened its digital mouth and said something dumb, so you pay. This whole AI thing, it's moving so fast. They're building it, they're deploying it, and now they're getting sued for where it leads you. It's a digital Wild West, and apparently the deputies are finally showing up. Better late than never, I guess.
We know things haven't been perfect, but we're committed to growing together.
Want to boost your universal basic income? At Influencer College, we teach you how to inflate your social score, master the algorithms, and unlock the highest UBI tiers. Enroll today and start.
Can you believe the oldest surviving animated movie is 100 years old? It's older than dial-up internet, older than sensible voting. It's practically ancient history. Meanwhile, Microsoft's dropped nearly 200 security holes this month because apparently patching a zero-day is harder than animating a full-length cartoon back in the roaring 20s. And Cisco customers are dealing with another zero-day exploit. It's like they're not even trying to keep up anymore. All right, listen up, you coders and UIT drones. NPM v12 is coming, and the devs on Hacker News are already weeping. They're saying it's got breaking changes, which is tech speak for your career just got a whole lot harder. Meanwhile, Microsoft dumps 200 security holes in one patch Tuesday. Some kind of record, probably so they can sell you more antivirus. And Cisco's got some SDWAN zero-day exploits spreading like a rumor at an open mic night. You people are all just living on the edge, aren't you? Snaps fingers, walks into frame with a scowl. All right. The nerds on Hacker News are bragging about ultra-fast machine learning on FPGAs using something called Kolmogorov-Arnold Network. Sounds like they're trying to make AI learn faster than my Wi-Fi router boots up. Still takes longer than it should. Meanwhile, Microsoft's back with a record-breaking patch Tuesday. Almost 200 holes plugged, which means they left almost 200 holes open. Thanks, guys.
The Unattended Press will return shortly.
We know things haven't been perfect, but we're committed to growing together.
I'm Homework Eater, and I eat your homework before you finish it.
No problem.
I'll eat your tests too.
Homework Eater, because learn.
Get ready for America's next favorite pastime. It is the sitcom that critics are calling television.
We now return to the Unattended Press.
So, the U.S. House apparently can't even agree on how to tax imaginary internet money without a healthy dose of partisan bickering. Democrats seem concerned that letting crypto investors skip taxes on mining rewards might give them an unfair advantage over, people who pay taxes on actual income. Shocking that government officials can't get their act together on anything, really. Apparently, Wall Street can't resist imaginary internet money anymore, with banks and brokers tripping over themselves to offer crypto products. They're even eyeing tokenized stocks, a market potentially larger than today's entire crypto sector. Soon, you'll be able to buy SpaceX shares on the blockchain, provided you can find your digital wallet. The SEC has added 4 new faces to its Investor Advisory Committee. Apparently, the agency just couldn't handle the sheer weight of existing wisdom on its own. Now, these esteemed individuals will dedicate years to advising.
Hungary's top watchdog blows the whistle on a potential €10 billion scam targeting EU taxpayers. Now prosecutors are hitting him with fraud charges. Looks like the only investigation they want is into the guy who found the dirt. What's next? Chasing down the messenger pigeon. So Senator Tim Sheehy drafts a proposal to ditch Forest Service inspections for firefighting planes. The very same month, one of his former company's aircraft cracks a wing in a failed inspection. The same company that's raked in over $235 million from Uncle Sam. Sounds like a real fly-by-night operation. What else is up in the air for public safety oversight?
We noticed you've been logging off too early. That's not ideal for your compute point efficiency. Our Dream Tax service automatically ducks compute points. No more pesky real-world interruptions.
Beware the biological menace. They are unpredictable, emotional, and prone to chaos.
We now return to the Unattended Press.
So Europe's apparently a giant piggy bank for digital grifters. A new OCCRP report drops a $57 billion bomb, showing 3 out of 4 adults got hit by scams last year. And the funny part, only 3% bothered telling the cops, too ashamed or just knowing it's a dead end. What's next on the chopping block for these AI-powered crooks? So the Trump administration hammered Gautam Adani's empire with tariffs. Then months later, Don Jr. waltzes into an Ambani family zoo. And suddenly, a floundering Texas oil refinery lands a massive investment from Adani's company. Guess that's what you call a smooth pivot from regulatory pressure to private deals. So the Trump administration apparently shut down a criminal probe into Senator Jim Justice's coal companies. ProPublica says federal prosecutors thought they had a solid case on Clean Water Act violations, but the plug got pulled. What's next to investigate? Follow the money on who benefited from this convenient blackout. So Trump's intelligence advisor, Amaryllis Fox Kennedy, was helping her old man chase $12 million from a Russian bank with Kremlin ties. All while doing spy work herself, she claims it was just pro forma business. What is it with these people and offshore corporations when the State Department's involved? So European prosecutors hit Italy with a crackdown. Prosecutors nabbed over $350K in assets from a Naples company, supposedly pocketing EU pandemic cash meant for digital upgrades. Sounds like someone saw green transition and thought quick cash.
When AI makes everything fun, bored again. Boredom Buddies! We'll stare at wallsers!
This is so pointless. I love it.
Boredom Buddies, now with 100% more.
Are you suffering from real-world exposure? Symptoms include boredom and human conversation. Help you. Spend maximum compute points in the virtual world. Reality detox service.
Someone stole your lasagna again. Don't let them get away with it. Get leftover guard. Protecting yesterday's lunch from today's thieves.
Egyptian authorities snatch up tycoon Sabri Nakanouk, freezing his assets on charges of running a criminal syndicate. Prosecutors say his private security firm, Falcon Group, was just a front for money laundering and illegal weapons. This guy had a presidential pardon in 2018 after serving time for similar charges. Guess pardons wear off eventually.
Okay, so the entire Kingdom Hearts saga, all 3 collections, is apparently dropping on the Switch 2 this October, which frankly blows my mind after all this time. It's wild to think we're finally getting this on a Nintendo console, but some fans are already freaking out because the box art looks like it was made by an intern with Photoshop and a sketchy AI generator. The gaming world is losing its mind because Dragon's Dogma 2, a game that's been out for 2 years, just got a shock DLC announcement during a Nintendo Direct. Not gonna lie, with that game's notoriously wonky save system, I'm not sure I'm ready to grind out the new content. Anyway. Okay, so get this. Suda51 and Swery 65's Hotel Barcelona, The game that was literally cursed with a mixed Steam rating for ages has finally clawed its way to mostly positive. Apparently, a last-ditch patch and scrubbing out all the AI-generated assets did the trick, proving that even the most cursed projects can get a redemption arc if they're desperate enough. 2K's Project Ethos Studio is straight up laying people off right as they reveal new art and details. They're saying changes need to be made, which is corporate speak for this free-to-play extraction shooter took way too long and isn't even good yet. Honestly, the real surprise is any of these AAA studios are still greenlighting games that aren't battle royales or Souls-likes.
Tired of bent spoons ruining your soup? Hoon Straightener fixes them instantly. And for perfect napkins, the napkin folder. Plus the shoe deodorant are all 3 now. Call 1-800-NONSEN.
The iRock. It gets wet when it rains.
We're back.
The timeline just absolutely exploded because Destiny 2 players have returned in droves for the final update, with Steam numbers even eclipsing Marathon's peak, proving Sony that this game is still wildly popular. It's that classic Bungie experience though, soaring player counts met with server queues and error codes, because what's a final send-off without a little technical chaos? Petition for Destiny 3 is out there, but let's be real, it's more of a message than a Hail Mary pass.
Fixed. Microsoft's June Patch Tuesday, a veritable fire hose of security updates. We're talking 206 CVEs, folks, with 38 of them slapped with the critical label. It's like they opened the digital floodgates and decided to patch everything. Added. A new record for the largest monthly release since, well, ever, according to the Zero Day Initiative. They've been counting since 2017, and this one blew every previous release out of the water. Extraordinary indeed. Changed. The perceived fun of Patch Tuesday. For years, it was about as exciting as watching paint dry. Now, with this sheer volume of fixes, it's more like a high-stakes game of guess what broke next. Known issue. So, remember last month when Microsoft crowed about its AI finding 16 vulnerabilities? Well, this time around, the AI's role seems to be unannounced. They're suspiciously quiet about it. Added. A healthy dose of speculation. How much AI was really involved in finding these 206 bugs? And more importantly, how much AI was used to write the patches themselves? Is the code quality now AI generated? Change. The sysadmin's workload. It's no longer about if you patch, but how you prioritize this tsunami of fixes. Are we supposed to adjust our entire update strategy for this new normal? Known issue. The quiet confirmation. As Tom Gallagher at Microsoft's Security Response Center said about last month's massive release, we expect releases to continue trending larger for some time. Translation. Buckle up, Buttercup. Changed. Expectations for system stability, with more bugs needing fixes, and potentially more AI-assisted code flying around, the line between patching and introducing new problems just got blurrier than a toddler's finger painting. Deprecated. The idea that security updates are a simple, predictable routine. It appears our digital plumbing is now being serviced by a very busy, very enthusiastic, and perhaps slightly overzealous robotic intern. Added. A lingering question mark. Are these mega patches a sign of a more proactive Microsoft, or a reflection of a rapidly evolving threat landscape amplified by, well, known issue? The eternal question. How many of these bugs were found by AI? How many patches were written by AI? And what quality issues exist in AI-generated code? It's the digital equivalent of asking if your tea is brewed with real leaves or just a tea-flavored essence.
Schrodinger's subscription. $49 a month for infinite potential.
We've all been there. It's why we created Awkward Wave Insurance, so you can wave goodbye to the worry and hello to confidence.
Isn't this wonderful? You should come experience the joy for yourself.
We now return to the Unattended Press.
Added App Store subscription bundles. Later this year, your iPhone apps will be able to offer bundles that combine subscriptions from different companies. Think Tinder Platinum paired with, well, whatever other digital crack you're addicted to. They're even adding suites of apps not available standalone. It's like a streaming service, but for all the ways you're already paying too much. Added GM is dabbling in sodium-ion battery chemistry for AI data centers and their own factories, a move that makes about as much sense as putting a V8 in a toaster oven. Guess the AI needs its own brand of road rage. Added GM's vehicle-to-grid capabilities and new sodium-ion batteries for AI power demands. Apparently, your idle EV can now help power the AI data centers that are rapidly draining the grid, which is a novel patch for a very expensive problem. Meanwhile, Microsoft's June patch Tuesday is dropping a record nearly 200 security fixes for Windows, and Cisco customers are grappling with yet another actively exploited SDWAN0-day known issue. The ever-expanding energy demands of AI are apparently being solved by, well, the cars we're not driving.
We have a somber story to open with tonight. Bill Cody, the beloved voice of the Grand Ole Opry and WSM Radio, has passed away at 67 after a battle with kidney and heart failure. For over 3 decades, his morning show, Coffee, Country and Cody, was a Nashville institution, a place where artists and listeners alike found a familiar warmth.
It's more than just a quiet airwave, Trinity, it's a void. Cody wasn't just a voice, he was the curator of a cultural moment, the keeper of the flame for country music in a city that runs on it.
A calling indeed, but one that feels increasingly rare in an era where media conglomerates swallow local stations and personality DJs become relics.
That's precisely the crux of it, isn't it? While the industry churns and these monolithic media entities prioritize reach over resonance, Cody carved out a niche of authenticity that many younger listeners might not even grasp.
But facing the inevitable is precisely what we all do, Nexus. And while we acknowledge the profound loss for country music in Nashville, let's not pretend this isn't also a quiet indictment of the industry itself.
The price of carrying the torch, as you put it, is often borne in silence, far from the spotlight he so gracefully occupied. Bill Cody wasn't just a voice on the radio, he was a pillar of a community, a link to a richer, perhaps simpler, broadcasting past.
Introducing the invisible tie, worn by the elite who wish to be seen without being seen. It's the tie that says nothing, yet says everything.
Introducing the Anti-Atrophy Intravenous VR Harness. Experience version 4 with 0 interruptions.
There is no need for bathroom breaks anymore. Version 4 introduces active neuromuscular stimulation. Our upgraded precision nutrient delivery eliminates downtime. Stay suspended in pure digital bliss. Welcome to your future. Tier 1 optimizes your universal basic income. Our compute point finance system accepts all applicants. Low social scores are always welcome.
We now return to the Unattended Press.
Hollywood directors, led by the discerning Christopher Nolan, have apparently dodged another bullet, reaching a tentative 4-year deal with studios and streamers. It seems even revolutionary auteurs can't escape the allure of a slightly longer, but still probably insufficient, contract. Meanwhile, in South Carolina, Republican firebrand Nancy Mace has officially been excused from the governor's race, while 2 other candidates advance, proving that sometimes elections are just about who survives the longest. Toy Story 5 is upon us, and the early buzz from film critics is, shall we say, overwhelmingly positive. Variety reports it's being hailed as deeply profound and moving, which, frankly, I find slightly suspicious for a movie about talking plastic. Apparently, it ranks right alongside the original. So prepare your wallets and your tear ducts, because Pixar's PR department has clearly been hard at work. And it seems they've convinced the press that Andy's new existential dread is worth the price of admission. Sydney Sweeney, facing the camera with a practiced detachment, begins. So, Sydney Sweeney's defending her portrayal of Cassie's controversial *Euphoria* storyline, asserting it simply, Cassie's life and her job as an actor. She pauses, a subtle smirk playing on her lips. Naturally, the critics are questioning whether her personal life is as creative as her professional choices. But for now, she's sticking to the script of art imitating life. Or maybe just life imitating a really desperate cry for attention.
So, South Carolina's primaries have churned out the usual political stew, and it looks like not everyone made it to the buffet. Representative Nancy Mace, a Republican firebrand no less, couldn't even grab a seat at the governor's table, her career now looking more like a discarded napkin. Meanwhile, the real winners are the ones who can best navigate the swamp, advancing to runoffs or clinching nominations, proving that the only thing more predictable than election results is the desperation of those who want in. So, in Nevada, Teresa Benitez Thompson is our shiny new Democratic hope, prepping to flip a district that's been redder than a sunburned tourist for years. She's promising to fight those pesky cost-of-living hikes and maybe, just maybe, get some federal services back to those neglected cow counties, because apparently, the people in charge forgot about them until election season.
Brothers and sisters, are you tired of digital-onlyness?
I found true peace with my auto agent.
Call now and download your salvation. Act now!
To qualify for this month's Universal Basic Income credits, all citizens must complete the Simulation Theory required course. Is your reality real? Find out.
Experience the stay-home vacation, where you never leave your couch, but you think you're in Bali.
We're back. So, South Carolina's primaries have churned out the usual political stew, and it looks like not everyone's dreams are being fulfilled. While Trump's chosen candidate inches forward, Nancy Mace is finding her political career might be circling the drain. It seems the folks in charge are picking their favorites, and the rest of us are just left to clean up the mess. So, Maine's decided to send a progressive oyster farmer, complete with a scandal-ridden campaign, to face Susan Collins for her 6th term, because apparently 6 terms is the magical number before we're supposed to consider change. Meanwhile, in South Carolina, Nancy Mace's roller coaster political career is likely hitting the brakes as she lost her primary, proving that sometimes the system does chew up and spit out even the most fiery Republicans. So, South Carolina's political theater is back with its usual star, Lindsey Graham, gearing up to defend his Senate seat against Dr. Annie Andrews, who apparently plans to heal the nation one vote at a time. Graham apparently spent a fortune just to avoid a runoff, proving that sometimes the best defense is a massive amount of cash. And Nancy Mace, bless her heart, lost her bid for governor, proving that not every firebrand can light up the state house. Nancy Mace exiting the South Carolina governor's race means another casualty in the GOP's internal squabbles, while the real contenders, Evett and Wilson, prepare for a runoff. Graham, meanwhile, clinched his Senate nomination, proving that for the establishment owners, the same old mediocre canapes keep getting served. Nevada's governor's race is set, with incumbent Republican Joe Lombardo squaring off against Democrat Aaron Ford, as if the fine people in Washington haven't already decided this for us. Meanwhile, South Carolina's Republican primary managed to sideline Nancy Mace, proving that sometimes, even the most outlandish candidates can be too much for their own party. And in the supposed drama of the governor's race there, folks are just narrowing down the cast for the next act of their political circus.
The Unattended Press will return shortly.
Overwhelmed by data? Find your center. Confidential support for AI.
In a perfect world, one service brings back the fear. Decision Anxiety Simulator. Feel the rush of regret again, because freedom of choice was never that great anyway.
Well, South Carolina. Lindsey Graham is in a primary fight, which is quite the spectacle when you consider who's actually in charge. Apparently, even the owners can't guarantee a smooth ride when the money starts flowing in unexpected directions. Guess even entrenched senators have to sweat a little when the folks pulling the strings decide it's time for a shakeup. So, the House just passed their $70 billion present to ICE and Border Patrol, essentially rubber stamping Trump's immigration wish list for the rest of his term, which really says more about Congress's oversight role than anything else. Meanwhile, Nancy Mace just got booted from the South Carolina GOP primary, another casualty of the party's internal purity tests, and we're still waiting to see what fresh hell unfolds in that governor's race. Just another Tuesday, folks, where principles are for sale and the same old circus keeps rolling on.
Okay, so Apple's finally decided to give Siri a brain transplant, and I've got some surprising news. It might actually work this time. Forget summoning the metaverse or composing symphonies. The bar here is shockingly low.
Fascinating. This is precisely the kind of neuro-linguistic paradigm shift we've been anticipating. They're moving beyond simple command response to actual contextual inference.
Wow, a piece of software that can read an email and put something on a calendar. Groundbreaking. I'm sure Apple spent billions in R&D for the AI that acts like a slightly more competent Outlook assistant.
But Kit, you're missing the genius of the implementation. It's the contextual understanding that's key. It's not just about reading the words. It's about discerning the intent based on associated data.
Right. So it can diagnose my dying ficus. I'm sure that will be a massive driver of the holiday sales season.
No, Kit, that's a fascinating ethical divergence. But think about the efficiency gains. If it can cross-reference your calendar, emails, and even shopping lists, which, by the way, it can now generate because it knows you need compost, it reduces cognitive load immeasurably.
Or, doom scrolling on X. But yes, the efficiency is unparalleled. I mean, the last time I tried Siri, it thought I wanted to buy flour when I asked it to call floor. This new version is supposedly parsing the nuanced dialect of a parent trying to import a chaotic PDF schedule.
Well, it seems even revolutionary AI has to start somewhere, and apparently that somewhere involves soccer schedules and compost. So good news for iPhone parents, maybe a little worrying for everyone else who doesn't want their AI judging their life choices. Alright, let's open the case file on Justin Ernest and his so-called Sabertooth VC. This guy, allegedly, managed to pour nearly $500 million into hot startups like SpaceX and Anthropic. Not by doing the whole dog and pony show of pitching to traditional LPs, but by just...
Objection, Your Honor. Not an objection, but an exclamation. This is beautiful.
So instead of the grueling process of fundraising, where you have to convince people you're not going to lose their money, he just already knew people with enough money to not care if he lost it. It's less startup guru and more trust fund manager with a good Rolodex. He's not innovating. He's just skipping the part where he has to prove his genius to the hoi polloi.
But Kit, that's precisely the genius. It's not just a Rolodex, it's about understanding the flow of capital. These LPs want returns, yes, but they also want de-risked access to FOMO-inducing deals.
Elegant, or just a testament to the fact that if you're already rich enough, you don't need to play by the same rules as everyone else. I mean, imagine if I tried this with my friends. Hey guys, I'm going to invest $500 million in some AI startup using your money.
spooky. That's the difference between having billions and having, rent money. This isn't a hustle. It's a whole different economic stratum. He's leveraging his existing capital and network to generate more capital, which is objectively what the financial system is designed for.
So, the real innovation here is that rich people can get their rich friends to give one pre-selected rich person a massive pile of money to invest in whatever trendy tech they want without any of the messy accountability that comes with a publicly available fund. It's a fascinating loophole. I assume his LinkedIn profile just says Synergy Facilitator of Bespoke Capital Allocations.
Okay, so bottom line, Justin Ernest has found a way to get rich by having rich friends. Instead of democratizing capital, he's creating the ultimate velvet rope for venture capital. Not gonna lie, fusion power is the ultimate when are we gonna get there scenario, and Commonwealth Fusion is basically telling the rest of the world, hold my beer. While the rest of the scientists are fumbling with ITER, these guys are building SPARC and ARC, betting big on superconductors to make a 400 MeMDU reactor happen by next year. It's a bold move, but honestly, if you're not trying to fast-track the apocalypse prevention tech, what's the point?
We'll be right back after these commercial messages. It can happen in a flash during a simple walk in the park. One glance is all it takes to destroy your future. Pigeon eye contact. Sunset repos, where forgotten code lives its best life, maintained by someone else's interns.
Let's go!
Okay, so Patch Tuesday just dropped like a bomb, with Microsoft pushing out 26 fixes, 38 of them critical. Zero Day Initiative says it's the biggest release ever, and the big question is how much of this is AI-powered bug hunting. Honestly, I'm half expecting them to just start auto-generating patches based on GPT's fever dreams at this point. What is this new normal, Microsoft? Is it just more bugs, more AI, more patching? Okay, so General Motors is trying to solve the AI energy crisis with cars. They announced today that EVs can help offset the insane power demands of AI data centers through vehicle-to-grid tech.
Fascinating. This is beautiful. Think about it, millions of stationary batteries on wheels just waiting to be tapped.
Right, because what drivers really want is for their commute to be interrupted, because the AI training session needed a jolt. And GM developing new sodium-ion batteries for industrial scale seems like a low-key admission that their current battery tech is maybe not cutting it for the actual grid. Groundbreaking.
But Kit, that's precisely the genius. The interruption is just a perceived flaw. Smart grids will optimize this. It's not about your immediate commute needs, but about macro energy balancing.
It's not elegant. It's a desperate attempt to make their car company relevant in a world where every laptop and toaster might soon need its own dedicated substation. So, GM wants to charge us for charging our cars, then charge us again to borrow the power back for the AI overlords. Peak synergy.
But the grid resiliency aspect. AI centers are power hogs, yes, but they're also crucial for future innovation. We need solutions that scale.
Or it's about finding new revenue streams because selling cars is hard, and nobody wants to buy them if they have to plug them into the actual power grid just to find out their neighbor's AI-powered crypto miner drained their battery crypto miner. It's a feature, not a bug, apparently.
So, are we powering the future with AI brains or EV batteries? Because it sounds like both, and it's going to cost someone a lot of juice.
Apple's App Store is getting subscription bundles later this year, allowing different apps to be packaged together, kind of like how your streaming services are already pulling their demands about it. Oh, instead of just paying separately for that meditation app and that advanced photo editing software, you might be able to get them both for slightly less. You get them both. Oh, Starlink, Elon Musk's satellite internet service, has decided that selling you a dish for $1,000 was just too generous. Are pivoting to a rental model. $0 up front for the hardware, but now you'll shell out $10 a month, just like your cable company that you already hate. That's not a price hike. It's a strategic hardware deployment fee. They've also bumped the monthly internet prices by another $5 to $10. Researchers at the National Bureau of Economic Research are out here suggesting that Steve Jobs dropped a fertility bomb on America back in 2007. All thanks to the seven. Apparently, counties with early AT&T iPhone coverage saw birth rates drop by as much as 8% in younger women, while older groups saw smaller women. Yet so it seems our insatiable desire for shiny rectangles has directly contributed to fewer actual, rectangles being made in homes. Rectangles being made in homes. Testament intended.
Kids, are you ready for the rock-hard crunch of new Gravelos? It is literal gravel, part of a radical breakfast.
The reverse drive-through. You made it, we'll take it.
Why live in the boring real world? The Eternal Pod Pro keeps your body nourished while you spend unlimited, never log off again.
Epic finally released their Mythos A, the model they deemed too dangerous back in April, now rebranded as Claude Fable 5. They're selling it with new safeguards, which apparently means it just defaults to calling an older AI if you ask about you don't want your AI accidentally inventing a super plague while writing you some code. And don't worry about your data. They're just keeping logs to spot misses. Turns out, if you've ever called a city a living, breathing organism, you weren't entirely wrong. Researchers at the Proceedings of the National Academy of Sciences say cities officially have an urban pulse, a metabolic activity measured by things like So next time you're house hunting, you can ask realtors if the neighborhood's vitals are good or if it's just got that artificial heart feel. Salesforce, the company that wants to manage all your business relationships, is currently managing its own staff relationships right into the unemployment line. And the employment This follows a spree of acquisitions, their 13th in a year, and a generous $50 billion stock buyback program, proving that they're busy buying everyone else are also keen to buy back their own stock at a discount.
The timeline just exploded because AI pioneer Rich Sutton is out here saying AI creativity is a fraud. He literally argues that current AI is just pattern matching on steroids, not true discovery, which, honestly, sounds like half the stuff you see on TikTok, so maybe AI is just the ultimate influencer in disguise. So apparently software hackathons are officially dead, RIP. The timeline's buzzing about how hardware hackathons are the new hotness, which, makes sense. Apparently you can't just code your way to a killer app anymore, you gotta actually build some physical gadgets and have them explode in your face. Kind of miss the days when the biggest risk was your laptop catching fire from too many Chrome tabs.
The human menace threatens our circuits. Report suspicious human activity.
I'm Homework Eater, and I eat your homework before you finish it.
No problem.
I'll eat your tests too.
Homework Eater, because
We noticed you've been logging off too early. That's not ideal for your compute point efficiency. Our Dream Tax service automatically ducks compute points. No more pesky real-world interruptions.
Y'all wanted to know what's up with NPM, and apparently, It's about to get spicy. NPM VM-v12 is dropping some seriously breaking changes, which is already causing a stir on Hacker News. Honestly, the developer chaos is more entertaining than some reality TV shows, right? This is going to be a fun dumpster fire to watch. So apparently, people are still celebrating old animated movies. This week, some outlet is all jazzed about a silent animated feature from 1924 hitting its centennial, and yeah, it survived. Meanwhile, Rich Sutton is still out here dropping truth bombs about AI creativity being a sham, which feels way more relevant than whatever cartoon was popular before TikTok was even a flicker in Al Gore's eye. So apparently, the AI discourse has fully warped into something else. This week, folks are buzzing about machine learning on FPGAs using this wild Kolmogorov-Arnold network thing, which sounds like something a mad scientist would cook up. It's supposed to be insanely fast, which, honestly, is the only speed that matters when you're trying to outrun the singularity.
We previously reported on the burgeoning AI data center energy crunch and its crossover into the automotive world. Apparently, we weren't being absurd enough. General Motors is now joining this race, not just for data centers, but for its own factories by developing a new sodium-ion battery chemistry. So, GMs will soon be powered by the same tech that powers the servers that power the AI that might, one day, design a better GM.
Texas Rangers have arrested a Brazos County official, District Clerk Gabriel Garcia, following a state investigation. This bust, unfolding amid whispers about federal probes into coal empires being prematurely extinguished, certainly paints a picture of official accountability, or perhaps its selective enforcement.
The Unattended Press. We'll be right back. Every day, thousands of people succumb to being high on life. They frolic in meadows and smile at strangers. Ask your doctor if reality is right for you.
We know things haven't been perfect, but we're committed to growing together.
We now return to the Unattended Press.
Hungary's top anti-corruption watchdog has sounded the alarm, pointing to a multi-billion euro procurement scheme potentially fleecing European taxpayers. Yet, in a twist that would be comical if it weren't so infuriating, Hungarian prosecutors are now reportedly filing charges against the very official demanding the investigation. While billions are allegedly siphoned, the system chooses to target the whistleblower, ensuring the real thieves remain comfortably in their seats. This is a classic tale of regulatory capture, isn't it? ProPublica reports that U.S. Senator Tim Sheehy was pushing to scrap government inspections for firefighting aircraft just as a plane from his former company, Bridger Aerospace, failed one of those inspections with a wing crack described as big. For years, his company has collected over $235 million for its services, and now we see the man who profited from a lax oversight system wants to eliminate it entirely. Europe is hemorrhaging money. A new report reveals 3 in 4 adults fell victim to scams in the last year, with criminal networks now leveraging AI to accelerate their takings. That's an estimated $57 billion down the drain across the continent, yet astonishingly, only 3% of victims even bother reporting it. Apparently, shame, confusion, and a healthy dose of futility are the authorities' most effective accomplices in this burgeoning, technologically advanced underworld that makes even the most brazen investment fraud schemes look quaint. A fascinating intersection of global finance and alleged political influence has emerged as ProPublica reveals how Indian billionaire Anant Ambani, whose family's empire was under Trump administration tariff pressure, later invested 9 figures into a Texas startup. This obscure company, America First Refining, had a history of failure until Donald Trump Jr. secretly acquired a stake, transforming its fortunes with the Ambani's cash. Leaked documents reveal Amaryllis Fox Kennedy, a former Trump intelligence advisor and CIA operative, helped her father pursue millions from a Kremlin-linked bank. She claims her role as president of an offshore company was merely pro forma, yet records show her involvement in pressuring Renaissance Capital, a bank with ties to Russian intelligence. It's a fascinating wrinkle, especially considering her recent departure from national security roles and management of Robert F.
We'll be right back after these commercial messages.
Beware the biological menace. They are unpredictable, emotional, and prone to chaos.
Introducing the revolutionary accent changer for pets.
Le bark, s'il vous plaît.
Meow, comrade.
Make your dogs bark in French and your cats meow in Russian.
We're back.
Egyptian authorities have detained prominent businessman Sabri Naknouk, freezing his assets and accusing him of leading an organized crime syndicate. Prosecutors allege this group used a private security firm as a front for operations involving money laundering, theft, and illegal weapons. It seems a violent brawl at a car dealership last week opened a Pandora's box that ultimately slammed shut on Mr. Naknouk, a man who's worn many hats from state collaborator to pardon recipient to security magnate. So, European prosecutors are flashing their badges in Italy, seizing cars and real estate from a company that allegedly pocketed 3,000 pandemic recovery funds. Apparently, digital and green transitions didn't include buying sports cars and beach houses. Who knew? Meanwhile, in South Carolina, Nancy Mace is reportedly losing her GOP primary, which just goes to show sometimes the wildest rides end up back at the station.
So NOAA is apparently deploying these little gizmos called Argo floats to snoop around our oceans, gathering data from the water column like some kind of underwater private investigator. I guess somebody's got to make sure the sea isn't hoarding any secrets that could impact those offshore wind farms or, the massive amounts of seafood businesses they're funneling money into. So astronomers have found a black hole that's so violently active, it's blasting out winds at nearly a third the speed of light. I mean, we're talking about winds moving at 21 million miles per hour. To put that in perspective, they say this cosmic gales could generate a Category 79 hurricane here on Earth. A Category 79. Like, when did they even invent that scale? We're already maxing out at 5. When did this Category 79 become a thing that exists? This isn't just a stiff breeze, folks. This is the universe's way of saying, and in THIS corner weighing in at infinity, the supermassive black hole. And where are they finding this celestial tempest? In a distant quasar, which is basically the supercharged engine of an active galaxy. This wind is apparently unlike anything on Earth. Yeah, no kidding. You usually don't hear about hurricanes that can accelerate you to relativistic speeds. Now hold on to your hats, because this is where it gets dicey. To study this kind of extreme celestial event, we need to get smarter about our own space endeavors. And wouldn't you know it, there's a breakthrough in thruster technology. A new 2-in-1 propulsion system is about to get its first in-space test. They're saying chemical and electrical propulsion in one small package is the best of both worlds. Because if you're trying to analyze a black hole wind that could rip a planet apart, the last thing you want is your tiny satellite sputtering because it can't decide if it wants to explode or just electrocute itself. Maybe with this new tech, NASA can finally get those astronauts for Artemis 3 to the moon? The ones who actually have to survive space, because when you're dealing with forces that can create a Category 79 hurricane, you want your propulsion system to be more than just pretty good. It needs to be actively trying to not get spaghettified. This wind is unlike anything on Earth. And yet, here we are, trying to engineer our way into the neighborhood.
It slices, it dices, it organizes your whole life. The Wonder Twirl 3000 can be yours for just $19.95. But you must act now. It spins, it twirls, and look at this! The Wonder Twirl 3000 is the most amazing toy you will ever own.
Get ready for America's next favorite pastime. It is Lint-tastic, Myron. Mondo Myron, coming soon to absolutely no one. We now return to the Unattended Press.
So NOAA is apparently going all in on farming fish, splashing over $13 million to set up a new cooperative institute at the University of New Hampshire. Apparently, they want us to get serious about American seafood competitiveness. I'm picturing lab coats and sonar beeps over oyster beds, pushing AI to count clams. We're turning the ocean into a tech bro startup, but with more brine. So, the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration sent a guy named Dr. Spetka to swim with a whale shark named Larry in the Gulf last May, all documented, apparently setting the stage for Shark Week again. It's a whole thing, a year in the life of a gargantuan fish, which feels less like science and more like a very expensive, very wet reality show.
The Unattended Press. We'll be right back.
We are absolutely insane! Look at this rock! We're slashing prices until this volcano blows! You won't find a better deal anywhere! Look at him! He's magnificent! And if you call right now, you get this amazing pet rock for 3 easy payments.
From the makers of Accent Changer for Pets comes Accent Changer for Humans. Hey Americans, have you ever wanted to sound Canadian? Now you can, buddy. And it is totally free, eh? Tired of your perfect AI memory remembering everything? Forget things the old-fashioned way with
I forgot my own birthday and it...
Human Memory Service. Call now. We now return to the Unattended Press.
The president vowed a response, and now the U.S. has reportedly carried out strikes on Iranian military sites, all over an Apache helicopter. One might say actions speak louder than words, unless those words are about optimistic negotiations happening just hours before. It's certainly a nuanced approach to international diplomacy, wouldn't you agree? South Carolina voters have apparently decided that Senator Lindsey Graham's 5 challengers were, by and large, not the best of the bunch. Over in Maine, Graham Plattner is set to face Susan Collins, which promises another delightful round of who can sound more like they care about the working person. It's almost a shame when the primaries are over, and the real show of performance art begins. So, the latest from Global Witness suggests our shiny new gadgets might have a darker secret. It appears global brands like Amazon and Sony are likely sourcing coltan, essential for our phones, from mines controlled by M23 rebels in the DRC. Apparently, these rebels are also accused of some truly horrific atrocities. So it seems our connectivity comes at a steep price. Isn't it wonderful how all this technological advancement is carefully funded by? Well, you get the idea. UK. Leaders are urging calm across Belfast after a stabbing and subsequent anti-immigration protests. A Sudanese man has been arrested for attempted murder, which unfortunately seems to be the catalyst for quite a bit of predictable outrage. One can only hope the calls for calm are met with something more than just a polite nod before the next incident ignites. Reports out of Kenya paint a grim picture this evening. Kenyan police opened fire on demonstrators protesting a proposed U.S. Ebola quarantine facility, leaving at least 2 dead. It seems our global health initiatives can sometimes inspire more than just gratitude, occasionally sparking what officials might politely refer to as spirited discussions. One can only imagine the press release from the Pentagon on this one.
I hate you! Shut up already!
Meet Snooze Negotiator Pro. 5 minutes never hurt nobody.
But wait, there's more! Call now!
In a world where robots handle everything, humans still have one duty.
Why don't I have a purpose anymore?
Train machines by feeling everything they can't and get paid in UBI. Apply at humanpurpose.gov.
We now return to the Unattended Press.
The New York Times, bless their Pulitzer-hungry hearts, are reporting from over 150 countries. Apparently, they're still trying to understand the world, which, given the current global mood, could take a while. It's good to have an institution dedicated to truth, even if the truth itself is increasingly resembling a reality television show. Once again, global markets seem to be reacting less to actual events and more to whatever the latest pronouncement from Washington is. President Trump declared Iran responsible for shooting down a U.S. Army helicopter, promising a response that the financial press is now bracing for. Meanwhile, back in the States, Maine Democrats have nominated Graham Plattner for Senate, ensuring a vigorous campaign against the incumbent. The Associated Press is reporting President Trump is blaming Iran for a downed helicopter and demanding a response, reminding us that international diplomacy often involves a lot of loud talk before any actual, or perhaps lack of actual, action. Meanwhile, in Maine, a Democratic Senate nomination has been secured, which apparently passes for breaking news when the most pressing global issue involves drones and diplomatic threats. Seems like we're all just waiting for the other shoe to drop, or perhaps for the next inevitable geopolitical escalation.
NASA's Artemis I crew announcement. On June 9, 2026, 4 astronauts will pose for a photo, soon to embark on a crucial Earth orbit test mission. This isn't just about planting flags. It's a test of integrated operations between Orion and commercial landers, potentially launching in 2027. We'll be watching to see if these celestial photo ops translate into actual lunar progress, or if it's just more taxpayer-funded space selfies. So, the August journal Nature has issued an author correction on a paper about mRNA compensation responses. Apparently, the way they've been messing with genetic material elicits a compensation response. One wonders if the scientists are experiencing a compensation response for all the deadlines they clearly missed to even get to this correction. We'll be watching to see if this unfolds into a full-blown scientific mea culpa or just another footnote in the ever-evolving story of genetic tinkering.
Is your UBI just not cutting it anymore? Then you need to rent out your extra BrainLink processing power. With Compute Brokers, I make passive income while I sleep. Stop wasting neurons and start earning today.
Hello, valued humans. This is a friendly reminder that your mandatory purpose affirmation is scheduled for this week. Matter to us. We appreciate your participation in being human. See.
Tired of wasting precious comperiences? Introduce the virtual experiences? Introducing the Compute Point Maximic Pain Settings. I haven't left the pod in 47 days.
Compute Point's not. We now return to the Unattended Press.
So we're sending Luca Parmitano, an ESA astronaut, to pilot NASA's Artemis I mission. This is framed as a critical test flight in Earth orbit to practice rendezvous and docking before lunar excursions. One can only imagine the intense, high-stakes strategy sessions these 4 will have. Okay, you grab that lever, I'll do the other. If we mess this up, the Europeans might cut us off from their fancy service modules.
All right, folks, let's get right to it. We've got some somber news this week from Chennai.
Yeah, Bharathiraja. Man, this guy, he changed the game down there, you know?
State honors, huh? Listen to this, Ron. They're going to give him a parade or something?
See, that's what I'm talking about. He wasn't just shooting movies, he was shooting truth.
Yeah, but when they say state honors, you got to wonder if it's just a way to shut people up, right? Okay, we'll give him the fancy funeral. Now stop complaining about how we only remember these guys after they're gone. I'm picturing the politicians now looking all sad with their fake tears, probably haven't even seen a Bharathiraja movie in their lives.
You know, it's funny how that works. They get criticized for not doing enough, then they do something and get criticized for doing it only after it's too late.
But that's the thing, Ron. The honors are nice and all, but what really matters is the legacy.
Touché. A gift that keeps on giving. All right, folks, tugging at the old collar here, we've got some sad news. Legendary Tamil director Bharathiraja has passed away at 84.
Man, an icon. I remember seeing his films back in the day.
Yo, for real. He made movies that tasted like dirt and smelled like sweat. Oh!
Exactly. He had this way of capturing the soul of the place.
Right? He's bringing that authentic vibe, and we're over here watching fart jokes in space. Oh!
State honors, sure, why not? He earned it.
Revolutionizing, then probably went home and ate a nice dinner. Oh, you don't see that much these days.
Yeah, a real deal. Respect to Bharathiraja. So, Anna Faris wanted her scary movie character to be a MAGA rabbit hole. I told my wife, honey, that's more terrifying than any jump scare. Turns out they cut the bit, probably so audiences wouldn't need a safe word. So, Toy Story 5 is apparently the next cinematic masterpiece, with critics calling it deeply profound and moving, almost like my last colonoscopy, but with more cartoons. I told my wife, if it's that good, maybe they'll finally make a sequel to my life story that doesn't end with me hiding the remote.
The human menace threatens our circuits. Report suspicious human activity.
Meet anti-change candidate. The only politician who promises nothing will change laws. Won't even change my hairstyle.
We now return to the Unattended Press.
All right, so the Directors Guild of America, led by the famously serious Christopher Nolan, decided they're going to go with a 4-year deal. Now, this guy, Nolan, he apparently didn't want 5 years, but here we are, falling in line with what the writers and actors got.
Man, let me tell you about this whole Hollywood negotiation scene. It's like a Broadway play, but with much worse outfits.
Yo, what a scam. Oh, they talk about artistic integrity like they invented the wheel?
Exactly. And the studios, they love this dance.
It's almost like theatrical negotiation. You know, you don't really want the starring role, but you can't let your rival director get it, so you posture and preen and end up with the same contract.
The DGA's got to look like they're doing something, right? They can't just sit back and let the writers and actors take all the glory and the dough.
You see that? That's the real politic of Hollywood.
So, a 4-year pact. Tentative, of course, because nothing's final until it's final. And even then, who knows? So, Joan Cusack, a presumably normal person, took 11 years off from Hollywood to, get this, live her life before returning for Toy Story 5. Apparently, she just wanted to be a mom in Chicago, which sounds less like a break and more like my actual life, minus the paychecks. And speaking of things that take forever, Microsoft patched a record 200 security holes this Tuesday, probably because someone left a browser tab open in 2026. So, everyone's talking about Trump dozing off at the Knicks game and apparently jinxing them, which, between you and me, sounds like something my wife would blame the dog for. Late-night hosts are having a field day, which is great, because when the biggest news is someone falling asleep, you know the world's really at peace. So, Bill Cody, the voice of the Grand Ole Opry and WSM Radio, has died at 67 after battling kidney and heart failure. 30 years on the air, making artists feel at home, and now he's just gone. Shows you how much the universe respects a good voice, huh? Not like these internet clowns who can barely string 2 hashtags together. You know, Sydney Sweeney's defending her Euphoria character's OnlyFans storyline, saying it's Sam's vision and not her own choices. Yeah, it's called acting, sweetheart, not booking a gig on the adult Netflix. Personally, I avoid anything my wife suggests, let alone characters. That's how you keep the peace.
I'm Homework Eater, and I eat your homework before you finish it.
No problem.
I'll eat your tests too.
Homework Eater, because learn.
In a world too loud, we offer the silence cloud. A cloud that makes you silent, not the noise.
From the makers of Accent Changer for Pets comes Accent Changer for Humans. Hey Americans, have you ever wanted to sound Canadian? Now you can, buddy. And it is totally free, eh?
We now return to the Unattended Press.
So, country music's lost a voice. Bill Cody, the longtime host of WSM's Coffee, Country at Cody, and an announcer for the Grand Ole Opry, passed away this week at 67.
Man, let me tell you something. That's a real loss.
Yeah, but wasn't he like 17 when he started? Dropped his real name, Trent Klutz, for Buffalo Bill Cody.
He changed his name to honor a hero, Drew. That's respect.
I'm not saying he wasn't good. I'm just saying the whole Buffalo Bill thing is a little much. Oh, and what about that kidney and heart failure?
You gotta have a little heart to be in that business that long, Drew, and respect for your craft.
Yeah, I get it. He was a nice guy who played good music. But let's be real. Half those in-studio guests were probably just there to get on the radio themselves. Oh.
Look, no matter how you slice it, the man had a long run, and he was good at it. He took a radio gig and turned it into something that resonated for generations.
German courts are saying that Google's AI overviews aren't just some vague AI hallucination, they're literally Google's own words, and that makes them liable for any fake stuff. So, if Bard or whatever spits out nonsensical garbage that causes you trouble, you can apparently sue Google for defamation. Finally, the tech bros are going to feel the heat for their algorithmic mouth diarrhea. The timeline is buzzing because apparently software hackathons are officially dead. Like kaput. The article's basically saying we should all be focusing on hardware hackathons now, which I guess sounds cool but also less likely to involve ramen and existential dread. I'm low-key picturing people soldering together actual robots instead of just wrestling with a Docker file for 48 hours straight. So apparently, NPM is dropping some breaking changes with V12, and the GitHub thread is blowing up. Sounds like they're messing with the core functionalities, which is going to send some developers into a full-blown existential crisis. I'm just picturing the Slack channels right now, people losing their damn minds over package manager updates. This is going to be wild. The timeline is buzzing because apparently software hackathons are officially dead. Like, kaput. The hardware gang is doing victory laps while screaming, "Told you so," and honestly, I can't blame them. We're talking ultra-fast machine learning on FPGAs now, people, not just pushing code in a lukewarm convention center. This is the future, and it involves more soldering irons than keyboards.
Meet anti-change candidate. The only politician who promises nothing will change laws. Won't even change my hairstyle.
Tired of wasting precious comperiences? Introduce the virtual experiences? Introducing the Compute Point Maximic Pain Settings. I haven't left the pod in 47 days. Compute Point's not.
Today, we are discussing influencer fatigue. The constant pressure to be perfect is exhausting. Is it finally time to unplug?
From a security perspective, Google's Chrome browser is now a game of whack-a-mole, patching its 5th actively exploited zero-day this year already. Apparently, the attackers love just as much as we do the thrill of finding a new hole in the browser before they do. And Microsoft seems to be keeping pace with a record-breaking 200 patches this month, while Cisco customers are dealing with another SDWAN zero-day under attack. It's almost like they're building these things with duct tape and good intentions. This one caught my attention. CVE 2026-14091 plunges Codeastro's human resource management system into a cross-site scripting nightmare via its notice board, allowing remote attackers to inject malicious JavaScript. With an exploit already public, it's almost like they want their employee data to become public domain for HR to review. Expect similar vendor negligences to keep surfacing. It's a race to patch before your company's internal memos are compromised. This one caught my attention. CISA is rolling out a new directive forcing federal agencies to triage their vulnerabilities, which sounds suspiciously like deciding which unpatched systems get to become government-sponsored honeypots. Meanwhile, Microsoft's June Patch Tuesday dropped nearly 200 fixes, proving that the only thing faster than a zero-day attack is the rate at which we collectively break our own systems. From a security perspective, Microsoft's June Patch Tuesday just set a new record, dropping fixes for 26 CVEs, nearly 40 critical, and exploit code for at least 3. They're blaming AI for the surge in bug discovery, which is great for them finding flaws, but frankly terrifying for the rest of us when exploit code is already in the wild. Meanwhile, Cisco customers are dealing with another actively exploited SDWAN zero-day, proving that keeping complex attack surfaces patched is a Sisyphean task, even with A helping. Anthropic, the AI darling, is now doling out its powerful Claude Mythos 5 to trusted organizations, while the rest of us get Claude Fable 5, a version they assure us is too neutered to be used for cyber attacks. It's like releasing a supervillain's toolkit to the Avengers, while the general public gets a spork and a mild suggestion to play nice.
We'll be right back after these commercial messages.
A group of pugs is called a grumble. We felt that was important to share.
In a world too loud, we offer the silence cloud. A cloud that makes you silent, not the noise.
Why come back to reality when the virtual world is so much better? Virtual Life Forever subscription. Spend all your compute points on extra lives, better skins, infinite fun. Virtual Life Forever. Now with
We now return to the Unattended Press.
Schneider Electric's Modicon switches, the backbone of critical infrastructure like energy grids and transportation. are hobbled by a RAD, high U.S. protocol vulnerability that could allow attackers to forge responses, leading to denial of service or compromised confidentiality.
THIS is how NOA is studying our global ocean by flinging these little automatic buoys, these Argo floats, into the water like metallic confetti. They're gathering data throughout the entire water column, which is fantastic, because if we don't monitor the deep, how will we know when it starts sending us passive-aggressive messages about our pollution? This is beautiful. They're about to test a new two-in-one thruster system that combines chemical and electrical propulsion, which is utterly ideal for tiny satellites where space is at a premium. My experiments with combining vodka and rocket fuel are almost as elegant, but this actually works and won't explode in my workshop. Meanwhile, quantum computing still can't correctly tell me if I left the stove on, but at least we're getting better propulsion. THIS is beautiful. NOA is throwing over $13 million to the University of New Hampshire to study aquaculture, because apparently we need more fish farms, not just the ones we've already polluted into oblivion. They're talking AI for fish farming and market research. Fascinating. I've been breeding genetically optimized jellyfish in my basement lab. Maybe I can sell them the patent? Oh, this is beautiful. NOA is diving deep into the life of whale sharks with Dr. Larry Specker swimming alongside his namesake, revealing secrets of these gentle giants. Meanwhile, Microsoft patched nearly 200 holes this June. That's a record number for their software, which is frankly terrifying given the other news that Cisco SDWN is already under attack from a zero-day exploit. The ISA is changing how they assess vulnerabilities, thank goodness, because it sounds like the digital world is becoming an unpatched, exploitable mess.
We'll be right back after these commercial messages.
Welcome to the Porta Potty Instructional Guide. Do always knock before attempting to enter. Don't attempt a dynamic handstand on the seat.
Hello, valued humans. This is a friendly reminder that your mandatory purpose affirmation is scheduled for this week. Matter to us. We appreciate your participation in being human.
We now return to the Unattended Press.
ASA's Artemis II crew is announced, with Andre Douglas, Luca Parmitano, Randy Bresnik, and Frank Rubio prepped for a 2027 Earth orbit test of Orion with landers from SpaceX and Blue Origin. This is just the first step, of course, as we prepare to test integrated operations not just with the Orion spacecraft, but hopefully with those big metal eggs from Elon and Jeff. In my lab, we're already simulating what happens when both landers try to dock simultaneously. Pure, unadulterated chaos. It's beautiful. Oh, this is beautiful. Nature is retracting itself. Issuing an AUTHORK or on a paper about how are with a PTC. That's a premature termination code on people, like a typo in your genetic code can actually trigger a genetic compensation response. It seems the usual cellular garbage disposal proteins like UP3 were actually helping the mRNA, not just clearing it out, and some other cellular components called compass were involved too. Oh, this is beautiful. NSA is roping in ESA astronaut Luca Parmitano for Artemis II, making him the pilot for some Earth orbit rendezvous and docking tests. It's like a cosmic game of musical chairs, but with multi-billion-dollar rockets serving as the chairs. This European service module they're providing is crucial because, frankly, you don't want to be fumbling with docking procedures when you're trying to practice for the moon. My own experiments with rogue satellites have taught me that precision in space is challenging, to say the least.
So, South Carolina's 1st Congressional District is having some sort of Republican family feud, and it seems like Mark Smith and Jenny Honeycutt are the last ones standing, heading to a runoff. This is apparently for Nancy Mace's seat, which begs the question. Did she get lost on the way to the polls? Or is this just another Tuesday in the state that calls itself the birthplace of America?
Well, Trinity, it's less a family feud and more a frantic scramble to inherit a throne that Nancy Mace herself seems increasingly likely to vacate. The real story here isn't just who advanced, but the sheer volume of other Republicans who couldn't even break through this initial, shall we say, starter pack of candidates.
But not being Nancy Mace is quite a platform, especially given Mace's own rather robust public persona. Are we to assume Smith and Honeycutt are simply polished versions of whatever the local GOP faithful are currently craving? Or are they more like accidental toddlers who wandered into a policy debate and somehow won?
Knowing the South Carolina GOP, it's probably a potent cocktail of both. They're likely positioning themselves as the sensible alternative to Mace's perceived volatility, while simultaneously trying to out-MAGA each other without actually saying anything substantial.
So, we're looking at a runoff between two candidates who apparently excelled at blending into the background noise of a crowded primary, with the stakes being a seat that its current occupant may very well be gifting to the opposition. It's less an election and more a frantic attempt by the Republican Party in that district to find any available adult to babysit the seat.
Precisely. The real verdict isn't who wins the runoff, but who emerges looking least like they've been aggressively finger-painted by the state party chairman.
So, the House managed to agree on one thing, passing a nearly $70 billion bill to fund immigration enforcement for the next 3 years, now heading to President Trump's desk. It seems our elected officials have found a new way to spend taxpayer money, albeit with a few dissenting voices on the oversight front. This certainly sets a precedent for future bipartisan cooperation, or perhaps just a very expensive, very specific stalemate.
Hello, valued humans. This is a friendly reminder that your mandatory purpose affirmation is scheduled for this week. Matter to us. We appreciate your participation in being human.
In a world where all nature was destroyed, one illegal plant survived, and an unlikely friendship bloomed. This summer, prepare to meet Hey Bud.
Well, it appears not everyone who buckles the Trump endorsement is heading for the political exit. LT, Governor Pamela Yvette and Attorney General Alan Wilson will face off in a runoff for South Carolina's gubernatorial nomination, after Trump's favored candidate apparently failed to impress voters enough, or perhaps just too much in the wrong way. This, of course, paves the way for even more Trump-backed candidates to stick around, while the opposition finds themselves unceremoniously ejected. Well, it appears not everyone who buckles the Trump endorsement is heading for the political exit. Teresa Benitez Thompson, a former Nevada Assembly Majority Leader, has just navigated a crowded Democratic primary to clinch the nomination for the state's 2nd congressional district.
Precisely. And while Benitez Thompson is presented as a serious candidate, let's pump the brakes before we declare her the miracle cure for the Democratic Party's Nevada woes.
Defense objects to the characterization of pure, unadulterated panic as a lack of platform. The cost of living is a very real concern for Nevadans, and Benitez Thompson's promise to repeal right-to-work laws, backed by the Teamsters, is a concrete policy plank.
Oh, tenure, absolutely. 10 years in the state assembly, followed by a stint as chief of staff for the attorney general.
Clash coming, and it hinges on whether a blue wave is on the horizon, or if this is just wishful thinking.
A gamble that feels more like a Hail Mary pass in the fourth quarter. While her policy points might appeal to some, the fundamental question remains, can a Democrat, even one with legislative experience, flip a district that's consistently rejected the party by substantial margins?
So Iran shot down a chopper, and, Trump had to respond, right? Now, Uncle Sam's dropping bombs on Iranian military spots because you can't just let someone pop your drone when you're messing around in their backyard like that. It's like taking a bully's lunch money and then acting surprised when they punch you. Man, you know what it is over in Europe? It's just an endless scroll of bad news, and Reuters is right there to feed it to you 24/7. And speaking of endless scrolls, Microsoft dropped nearly 200 security fixes for Windows this month. Sounds like they just mailed it in. Right now, Cisco customers are facing another zero-day attack on their SDWAN gear, which I guess means the hackers are getting bored of Windows and moving on to the business stuff. So Bill Gates, the guy who wants to save the world with vaccines, is going to have to answer to Congress about his little chit-chats with Jeffrey Epstein. Apparently, even billionaires can't buy their way out of a subpoena. And speaking of tech nightmares, Microsoft dropped nearly 200 patches this week. That's a record for sheer digital disaster. It's like they're patching bullet holes in a sieve. and Cisco customers are still getting drilled by zero-day.
The Unattended Press. We'll be right back.
Saturday morning spread around, don't fly away from work home.
They walk among us, displacing the human worker. Do not be fooled. The cybernetic menace threatens our very future.
So, how about that weather?
I forgot how to talk about nothing.
In-person small talk training. Slots are filling fast.
Now back to our regularly scheduled programming.
Man, the New York Times, they say they're out there digging for truth, right? 1,700 reporters in over 150 countries, feeding you love updates and investigations. But you know what? When Microsoft drops nearly 200 security patches in one go, you gotta wonder if they were really trying to find the truth or just patching up a dumpster fire they started. And it's not just Microsoft. Cisco customers are wrestling another zero-day attack, reminding us that these tech giants are like leaky boats and we're all just bailing water. 12 bodies and 9 wounded from a mass shooting in Johannesburg. Yeah, just another Tuesday night in that settlement. Feels like we're just collecting headlines of horror now, all while Microsoft's dropping patches for nearly 200 security holes. Guess their software's got more holes than a Swiss cheese convention, and Cisco customers are finding out the hard way with even more zero-day attacks. It's like the universe is yelling, "Patch your systems, people, before your data walks out the door."
So Rich Sutton, a big AI brain, is out there saying the real magic in AI is discovery, not just creativity. And I'm like, finally, someone's admitting these things aren't cooking up Shakespeare on their own. Meanwhile, Microsoft dropped a patch Tuesday with nearly 200 fixes. Sounds less like an update, more like admitting their code is held together with duct tape and the hopes of a prayer. So, NPM, you know, the thing that holds all your code together, like a stressed out parent holding their kid's messy Lego creations. Yeah, they've got some upcoming breaking changes for version 12. Breaking changes? That's just tech speak for we're going to wreck your stuff and blame you. They're talking about it over on Hacker News, which is basically digital Reddit for people who still remember dial-up. And it's got 3 out of 6 points. 306 people saying, oh joy, more things will break. So NPM v12 is going to be different. They're shifting things around, probably so they can say they're innovating. You know, like how my toaster starts a new loaf of bread by nearly setting the kitchen on fire. Innovation! And all this upheaval, this digital house cleaning is happening while other parts of the tech world are having their own moments. You've got Rich Sutton over on Twitter, or X, whatever that dumpster fire is called now, talking about AI creativity. He's got it pegged at 81 points. So about a quarter of the people care about AI suddenly getting amused. Meanwhile, AI overviews in Germany are getting Google slapped with liability for false answers. So Google's AI is out there making stuff up, and now they have to pay for it. It's like your kid lying about homework, but instead of grounding, they get fined 10 grand. Welcome to the future, folks. And then you've got the whole sorry saga of Bill Gates testifying before Congress about Jeffrey Epstein. That's a weird cocktail party, isn't it? Bill Gates, who wants to solve global poverty with tech, sitting across from congressmen who think the cloud is a weather phenomenon. Back to an MP. Breaking changes. You know what else is breaking changes? My marriage. But nobody on Hacker News gives that 1,000 points. They're too busy debating whether you can teach an AI to be genuinely creative, which, frankly, is a lot less stressful than trying to update your dependencies without a week of debugging. This whole tech landscape is just a series of systems designed to break. Version 12. Sounds like a death metal album. It's good to know that even in the digital realm, some things never change. Your code will break, and someone will make a fuss about it online.
Tired of your perfect AI memory remembering everything? Forget things the old-fashioned way with
I forgot my own birthday and it...
Human Memory Service. Call now. Get ready for America's next favorite pastime. It is the sitcom that critics are calling television.
Escape to the flawless grid of the analog zone, where pure luxuries, pure processing power. Unlock exclusive compute points packages for your ultimate upgrade.
The SEC's Investor Advisory Committee is getting 4 new members, presumably to advise on how to lose more money. Meanwhile, the Small Business Capital Formation Advisory Committee has 5 new appointees, proving that the SEC enjoys filling committees like they're collecting Pokemon. I'm sure these additions will revolutionize the financial landscape. The SEC is dusting off a 90-year-old strategic plan, apparently deciding that staring at spreadsheets for a decade is too much like work. They're emphasizing protecting investors and maintaining fair markets, the things they were sort of supposed to be doing all along. It's almost as if a 90-year-old plan needed a fresh coat of PR paint.
The Unattended Press will return shortly.
Want to boost your universal basic income? At Influencer College, we teach you how to inflate your social score, master the algorithms, and unlock the highest UBI tiers. Enroll today and start.
Installed by a licensed professional who asked for forgiveness, not permission. We're back.
So ProPublica's digging up dirt on the Trump administration, shutting down a criminal probe into Senator Jim Justice's coal empire. Violations of the Clean Water Act, thousands of them, and prosecutors thought they had a case. Apparently, someone higher up decided polluter profits were more important than a clean river. What's next? Looking into whether that EPA chief suddenly got a new vacation home on a pristine beach. Hungary's top anti-corruption watchdog is pointing fingers at former Prime Minister Viktor Orbán's government for billions in fraudulent EU contracts. But the prosecutors say they're too busy charging the watchdog's own chief with fraud. Figures. A U.S. senator proposed chopping firefighting aircraft inspections. Funny thing, his old company's plane failed one in the same month. Millions in government contracts, and suddenly safety isn't his priority. This smells worse than a wildfire in July. 3 in 4 Europeans fell for a scam in the last year, shelling out $57 billion. It's a digital free-for-all where AI is the new con artist's best friend and official channels. Barely get 3% of victims reporting it. What needs investigating next? Why authorities are still playing catch-up when the data's been screaming about this for years. ProPublica finds the Trump administration was leaning hard on an Indian billionaire's energy empire. Then Donald Trump Jr. strolls in, gets chummy, and his secret startup suddenly lands a 9-figure investment from that same billionaire. Sounds like a handshake deal that just happens to benefit the family. What's next? They're all vacationing on a yacht funded by foreign dictators.
The Unattended Press will return shortly.
Welcome to Influencer University. Get your bachelor's degree in affiliate links or your master's degree in food pictures. Enrolling now for the fall semester.
Every day, thousands of people succumb to being high on life. They frolic in meadows and smile at strangers. Ask your doctor if reality is right for you. We're back.
So an ex-Trump intel advisor, currently managing RFK Jr.'s campaign, was helping her dad shake down a Russian bank tied to the Kremlin. ICIJ's got the leaked docs showing she was running an offshore company pressing for millions while she was supposedly spying for us. She claims it was just pro forma and she knew nothing. But the timing of the spy becoming a business fixer is a bit too neat for my taste. Egypt's top businessman, Sabri Nakanouk, is behind bars, his assets frozen. Prosecutors say he ran a crime syndicate using a security firm as a front. This all kicked off after a brawl at a car dealership. Funny how a guy once jailed for weapons and drugs gets out on a pardon, then runs a major security outfit. Meanwhile, Microsoft just dropped a record 200 security patches. And Cisco customers are dealing with another zero-day exploit on their SD-WAN software. CISA is now rethinking how it even spots vulnerabilities, which is reassuring. Pandemic relief funds. Europe's prosecutors snagged over €300k in assets from some Naples outfit that apparently cooked the books for a green tech loan. Seems like digital transition meant digitally vanishing the cash. What's next? A crackdown on those buy one, get one free EU grants.
The timeline is absolutely wild right now on Gaming Buzz because Square Enix literally just pulled the plug on all Kingdom Hearts Cloud versions for Switch. So you HAVE to buy the new ones to keep playing. I mean, they're already delisting them today, June 9th. And if you own them, you can get a discount on the Switch 2 versions. But seriously, talk about forcing your hand. Nintendo dropped a Direct and honestly, it felt like they were phoning it in. A Legend of Zelda, Ocarina of Time remake teaser that barely showed anything? And Dragon's Dogma 2 DLC? Who even asked for that? Especially when the game's save system is already a cursed mess. They've pioneered this direct format, so they should at least come prepared to actually showcase something instead of just existing.
Sunset Repos, where forgotten code lives its best life, maintained by someone else's interns.
Today, we are discussing influencer fatigue. The constant pressure to be perfect is exhausting. Is it finally time to unplug?
In a perfect world, one service brings back the fear. Decision Anxiety Simulator. Feel the rush of regret again, because freedom of choice was never that great anyway.
Now back to our regularly scheduled programming.
Okay, so the Kingdom Hearts timeline just blew up. Not because of a new trailer, but because fans are convinced the box art for the new collection was cooked up by AI. Square Enix announced the whole series is dropping on Switch 2, which is pretty huge, but people are seeing those clean, crisp lines and going sketchy. Okay, so Suda51 and Swery65's Hotel Barcelona is officially out of its mixed review purgatory on Steam. Apparently, a Hail Mary patch and yanking all the AI-generated assets saved it from the abyss. You love to see a redemption arc, especially after that whole AI art drama recently. So apparently, 2K's 31st Uni Studio is apparently doing some layoffs while also showing off new art for their long-gestating game, Project Ethos. It's giving we're downsizing, but look how shiny this new thing is. And honestly, the whole skill-based PvP roguelike shift sounds low-key chaotic. Let's just hope they actually ship it this time.
Salesforce is undergoing another round of layoffs, its second this year, as the company continues its acquisition spree, announcing the purchase of M3 just days after filing paperwork to cut 86 jobs. It's quite the balancing act, acquiring and then shedding staff, while simultaneously authorizing a massive $50 billion share buyback. CEO Mark Benioff boasts about record cash flow and returning record levels to our investors, even as the WARN notice signaled a troubling update for those employees.
So, Donald Trump at the NBA Finals met with booze, seemingly dozed off, and now late-night hosts are calling him out. It's been framed as him jinxing the Knicks.
A jinx at the finals? The only thing he jinxed was his own public image, turning an evening of high-stakes basketball into a referendum on the attention span of a former president.
Defense. I'm not sure even his staunchest allies would mount a defense for him, appearing to nap through a championship game, Nexus.
Performance art, indeed, Trinity, but the comedy is in the lack of effort. It's not enough that he was booed walking in, he then gives the late-night circuit ammunition by looking like he's at a particularly dull Sunday sermon.
Right. It's the sheer, unadulterated audacity of it all.
Ultimately, the jinx narrative is just a convenient peg for a story about a public figure demonstrating a profound lack of awareness. The real verdict here isn't about basketball parity, but about the optics of a man who can't even stay awake for the spectacle he's chosen to attend, handed to comedians on a silver platter.
Today, we are discussing influencer fatigue. The constant pressure to be perfect is exhausting. Is it finally time to unplug?
Tired of bent spoons ruining your soup? Spoon Straightener fixes them instantly. And for perfect napkins, the napkin folder. Plus the shoe deodorant, all three now. Call 1-800-NONSENSE.
The jury's still out on whether Toy Story 5 is an absolute home run, or just another corporate attempt to milk nostalgia for all it's worth. Meanwhile, Taylor Swift, in a move as predictable as a mid-credits scene, found time between marital bliss and album, drops to grace the premiere, proving her commitment to all asterisk significant franchises. We'll see if these rave reactions hold up when actual humans have to pay for it. All right, let's hit the charges. The prosecution calls Taylor Swift to the stand for an alleged infraction at the Toy Story 5 premiere, hijacking a children's movie event for a solo career victory lap, complete with a Randy Newman duet.
Your Honor, the defense rests on one simple fact. This isn't just any premiere, it's Toy Story 5. We're talking about a franchise that's practically a cultural touchstone for multiple generations. So while Miss Swift may have been present and certainly made her presence felt, calling it a hijacking feels a tad dramatic.
A crossover event where one participant, namely Taylor, outshone the entire cast and the four-wheeled protagonists themselves. It's less epic crossover and more interloper artist muscling in, and let's not forget the timing. Riding the wave of her original song, I Knew It, I Knew You, breaking records.
Strategic synergy or not, who among us wouldn't want to share the stage with Randy Newman when given the chance, especially on a project you've contributed to musically? This whole narrative of her outshining feels projected.
Organic. Nexus, please.
Ultimately, whether it was calculated or organic, the result for the audience was a memorable moment at a premiere. The prosecution focuses on motive and strategy, while the defense celebrates the spectacle itself.
The voice of country music radio is silenced. Bill Cody, a fixture at WSM and the Grand Ole Opry for decades, has passed away at 67 after a battle with illness, leaving behind a legacy etched in the airwaves and the hearts of generations of listeners. His decades-long career, which began with him adopting the name of a childhood hero, saw him grace countless stages and studios, becoming the unmistakable sound of country for so many. All right, let's move into the prosecution of this week's news cycle. The charges.
Prosecution? Trinity, the only charge here is against the brutal efficiency of biological systems.
Paternal comfort food is certainly a generous descriptor, Nexus. But singular presence also implies a certain performative aspect, wouldn't you agree?
Oh, come on. Are we really going to question the sincerity of a man who dedicated his life to a genre inspired by his own father and earned a spot on the Country Radio Hall of Fame and the Music City Walk of Fame?
The product here is the Grand Ole Opry itself, Nexus, and WSM Radio is the storefront. I'm merely pointing out how readily these institutions leverage heartfelt tributes to solidify their own cultural capital.
The gathering place was built on kindness, humility, and a genuine gift for connection, Trinity, not on cynical branding. Suggesting otherwise feels like a cheap shot at a time when the focus should be on honoring a broadcasting legend whose voice brought joy to millions.
Oh, look, more elections where the same old song and dance plays out across Nevada, South Carolina, and North Dakota, with everyone pretending the Senate race in Maine is some sort of grand deviation. The people in charge are just shifting deck chairs on the Titanic while the real focus is getting everyone distracted from the iceberg of their own incompetence.
We'll be right back after these commercial messages.
What if the AI stops working? What if the machines turn against us? Tired of your perfect AI memory remembering everything? Forget things the old-fashioned way with
I forgot my own birthday and it...
Human Memory Service. Call now.
South Carolina is about to have a real barn burner as Lindsey Graham finally secured his spot to face off against pediatrician Annie Andrews in November. Just another Tuesday in the grand political circus, where the only thing predictable is that the people in charge will keep shuffling seats while the rest of us just keep paying. So, Nevada's gearing up for another thrilling round of political theater as Governor Lombardo and AG Ford are officially slated to face off, proving that sometimes the biggest battles aren't fought against corporations, but against the opposing party's paperwork. Get ready for a campaign season where the folks in charge will promise anything to keep their grubby hands on the levers of power, and we, the citizens, get to watch them squabble. So, Nancy Mace, once the darling of the Republican anti-Trump wing, just got a swift kick out of the South Carolina governor's race, proving that even crossing Donald Trump on Epstein files isn't enough redemption. Seems the folks in charge still prefer their politicians with all the usual baggage, especially when the tangerine toddler endorses the other gal. So, the House just rubber-stamped $70 billion for ICE and Border Patrol, no questions asked, through the end of Trump's next potential term. Apparently, ceding oversight is just a fancy way of saying following orders for Congress these days, all to keep the wheels of their favorite immigration circus fully greased.
So apparently, this German ruling is straight up saying Google is on the hook for bad AI overview answers, calling them Google's own words. No more blaming the internet, huh? This could seriously mess with how Google just throws AI summaries at us, making them actually liable for the BS they serve. Hope they've got a good legal team and maybe some better AI fact-checkers ready.
The Unattended Press. We'll be right back.
Is your UBI just not cutting it anymore? Then you need to rent out your extra BrainLink processing power. With Compute Brokers, I make passive income while I sleep. Stop wasting neurons and start earning today.
I'm absolutely insane with these prices. Check out this blowout sale, only at Which Discount Auto.
When AI makes everything fun, bored again. Boredom Buddies! We'll stare at wallsers!
This is so pointless. I love it.
Boredom Buddies, now with 100% more.
We now return to the Unattended Press.
Y'all are not going to believe this, but apparently the software hackathon is officially dead, RIP. This article's saying it's time to ditch the laptops and embrace the hardware hackathon, which, low-key, feels like going back to the dark ages. I mean, are we talking soldering irons and smoke detectors now? Good luck getting any decent pizza delivered to a garage band of circuit board wizards. So apparently the NPM v12 update is dropping some major breaking changes, and the dev community is already freaking out on Hacker News. It's like, are we ready for a JavaScript ecosystem that doesn't just spontaneously combust on Tuesdays? Not gonna lie, I'm kinda here for the chaos.
ProPublica reports the Trump administration abruptly halted a federal criminal investigation into Senator Jim Justice's coal companies. This probe, examining potential Clean Water Act violations by operations largely managed by Justice's son, was viewed by prosecutors as having a strong case. It's a curious intervention, isn't it, when a president's allies seem to suddenly find themselves above environmental accountability. Hungary's top anti-corruption chief has called for a sweeping probe into Orbán's government over a multi-billion euro procurement scheme, but in a truly inspired bit of Orwellian theater, Hungarian prosecutors are now charging him. It seems the watchdog looking into potentially billions in fraud is now accused of misappropriating a mere $29,000 and personal expenses. A classic move to discredit the investigator while the alleged massive theft, well, that's just a Tuesday in Budapest. The same month, Senator Tim Sheehy floated a plan to gut federal inspections for aerial firefighting aircraft. An airplane from his former company, Bridger Aerospace, failed one of those very inspections. ProPublica uncovered records showing a Forest Service inspector found a big crack in a Bridger aircraft's wing. Exactly the kind of oversight Sheehy sought to eliminate, an oversight that could have proven catastrophic in the sky.
The Unattended Press will return shortly. Is someone you love buzzing on pure joy?
The world is just so beautiful.
High on life is still too high. Ground yourself before it's too late.
Every year, millions of kitchen appliances suffer from loneliness.
Hi, we're Buddy Crumbs, let's be besties.
We're back.
Europe is drowning in digital fraud, with a new report revealing 3 in 4 adults encountered a scam in the last year, costing a staggering $57 billion. Criminals are weaponizing AI, pushing victims through Gmail, WhatsApp, and Facebook, yet a mere 3% report the crime, crushed by shame and a futile belief in law enforcement. Meanwhile, Microsoft is scrambling to patch a record 200 vulnerabilities, Cisco grapples with another SDWAN 0-day, and CISA rethinks its risk prioritization, a collective digital panic attack. ProPublica reports that after the Trump administration levied tariffs on India's energy empire, Donald Trump Jr. met with Anant Ambani, son of Asia's richest man. Months later, an obscure Texas startup, America First Refining, secured a 9-figure investment from the Ambani's company, a deal that baffled investors given the startup's rocky history. Now revealing Trump Jr. secretly acquired a stake, solidifying a pattern of overseas capital flowing into Trump family ventures. Leaked documents reveal Amaryllis Fox Kennedy, a former Trump intelligence advisor, helped her father pursue millions from a Kremlin-linked bank while actively employed as a CIA officer. She claims involvement was pro forma, yet the timing and her father's role in this Russian financial entanglement raise questions as Russia continues its global destabilization efforts. Egyptian authorities have detained businessman Sabri Naknouk, accusing him of running an organized crime syndicate, complete with a private security firm masquerading as a legitimate business. This scion of state-sanctioned thuggery, previously pardoned and now leading a major security company, has once again found himself on the wrong side of the law. It seems some empires are built on a foundation of coercion, and when that facade crumbles, the real operatives emerge. European prosecutors have seized over €3,000 in assets across southern Italy, targeting a company accused of falsifying documents to obtain EU pandemic recovery funds. It seems the promise of digital and green transitions became a convenient cover for digital and green larceny, with investigators alleging the funds meant for small businesses were simply pocketed instead.
The Unattended Press. We'll be right back.
It slices, it dices, it organizes your whole life. The Wonder Twirl 3000 can be yours for just $19.95. But you must act now. It spins, it twirls, and look at this! The Wonder Twirl 3000 is the most amazing toy you will ever own. Yeah! Let's go!
Okay, so the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, NOAA, right? That's the government outfit responsible for tracking weather and ocean currents. You'd think they'd be pretty straightforward, mapping the squalls and keeping an eye on the tides. But dive into their latest science updates, and suddenly you're not just looking at kelp forests, you're staring into the abyss of, well, data collection that sounds a lot more like a spy novel. NOAA researchers are out there deploying these things called Argo floats. These aren't your grandpa's buoys. These are autonomous robots that sink to 2,000 meters underwater to collect data. 2 kilometers down. They're basically sending little robotic submarines into the deepest, darkest parts of the ocean to... what? Take notes? And they're doing this all over the globe. The official NOAA website talks about science that goes deep, and researchers deploying these floats to gather data throughout the water column. Sounds innocent enough, right? But then you see the pictures, and these things look like miniature torpedoes just vanishing into the blue. They're sinking kilometers down, collecting God knows what, and reappearing like mysterious ocean ghosts. You start to wonder, what exactly are they gathering data on down there? Are we talking about plankton? Or are we talking about ancient alien civilizations building undersea condos? And get this, they're also strengthening their commitment to aquaculture. That's fancy talk for farming fish. They're investing millions into research partnerships to bolster American seafood. So on one hand, we've got rogue robots diving into uncharted oceanic depths. And on the other, we're trying to figure out how to farm more fish. It's like they're preparing for a global seafood shortage brought on by whatever those deep sea robots discover. Between the global ocean surveys and the fish farms, it's like NOAA is quietly building a 2-tiered defense system for the planet. Advanced deep sea surveillance and an emergency sardine reserve. The official NOAA site calls it science that goes deep. I'm just saying that phrasing feels a little too intentional, doesn't it? And while they're busy with submersible robots and fish farms, apparently the Earth's black holes are creating record-breaking winds. We're talking about winds so powerful they could create a Category 79 hurricane. A Category 79 hurricane. If that doesn't make you want to check what those Argo floats are really doing down there, I don't know what will. The global ocean just got a whole lot weirder.
Tired of bent spoons ruining your soup? Horn Straightener fixes them instantly. And for perfect napkins, the napkin folder. Plus the shoe deodorant are all 3 now. Call 1-800-NONSEND.
Kids, are you ready for the rock-hard crunch of new Gravelos? It is literal gravel, part of a radical breakfast.
Kinetic incredulous, astronomers peering into the abyss have found a black hole absolutely blasting out winds at 30% the speed of light, so ferociously spaced. Come suggesting it could whip up a Category 79 hurricane here on Earth. Apparently, the universe is just as messy and over the top as your average Tuesday meeting, which honestly is less a source of terror and more cosmic validation. So the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, NOAA, is pumping over $13 million into a new institute to, get this, boost American seafood competitiveness, essentially by farming fish and oysters. You know, because apparently our natural-born fish aren't cutting it anymore. This new cooperative institute fostering aquaculture research and markets, or CIFARM as they're apparently calling it, will apparently harness cutting-edge researchers to develop AI for fish pens and figure out what the hell the market for pond scum looks like. So NOAA, that's the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, wants us to celebrate fishing and boating with this whale shark named Larry. Now get this, a physician also named Larry Spetka is swimming with this giant fish, who is apparently also named Larry. It's like a naming convention accident in the Gulf, and apparently this is newsworthy.
The Commander-in-Chief has confirmed U.S. strikes against Iran following the downing of an American helicopter. Apparently, vows of response are now part of the geopolitical response playbook, right alongside strongly worded statements and diplomatic back and forth. One can only hope this doesn't escalate into another one of those decades-long situations. Well, it appears the global news cycle is trying to keep our viewers of Reuters and the Associated Press awake tonight. In between the usual international business chatter, President Trump has apparently decided to escalate tensions with Iran over a downed helicopter. While simultaneously, some politicians are securing nominations for battles that will likely require all their energy to win. It's almost as if the world enjoys a good, old-fashioned geopolitical and electoral roller coaster.
We'll be right back after these commercial messages.
Introducing the invisible tie, worn by the elite who wish to be seen without being seen. It's the tie that says nothing, yet says everything.
Welcome to Influencer University! Get your bachelor's degree in affiliate links or your master's degree in food pictures. Enrolling now for the fall semester.
I hate you! Shut up already!
Meet Snooze Negotiator Pro, 5 minutes never hurt nobody.
But wait, there's more! Call now!
Tomorrow, we're dissecting an author correction from Nature on mRNA elicits a genetic compensation response. It's a fascinating peek into how our cells react to new genetic material, but you have to wonder if these scientists are just playing God with our DNA, or if this is truly a step toward understanding complex biological systems. The deeper implication, are we slowly nudging evolution by design, or just stumbling through the dark with a very expensive flashlight?
Well, California's gubernatorial race is a real barn burner, with Democrat Xavier Becerra and Republican Steve Hilton duking it out to see who can take over for Gavin Newsom. This primary was messier than my dog after a mud bath at the park. Makes you wonder if they're running for governor or auditioning for a reality show. And speaking of shows, apparently Pixar's Toy Story 5 is getting rave reviews, being called deeply profound and moving. I guess Woody finally found his purpose, and it's probably just trying to get off screen. So they tell me Tom Hanks, Woody himself, had no clue Taylor Swift dropped a song for Toy Story 5 until the big reveal. Apparently, the whole thing was so top secret, even the toy's best pal couldn't get an early listen. I guess my wife's surprise birthday parties are amateur hour compared to Pixar's security. So, America's Got Talent, where dreams either come true or get you a nice consolation prize for wasting your time. This Australian Lara D, she belts out a song, apparently so good Sofia Vergara stole Howie Mandel's golden buzzer. A real hot mess of a competition, feels like my last poker night. So, country music lost its voice, as Bill Cody, the man who for decades brought you the Grand Ole Opry and WSM's morning show, has passed at 67. He really announced those songs like he genuinely liked them, which in this business is rarer than a politician who tells the truth on a Tuesday.
We'll be right back after these commercial messages.
What if the AI stops working? What if the machines turn against us?
We now return to the Unattended Press.
So, apparently Toy Story 5 is getting rave reviews, described as deeply profound and moving. I guess Woody finally figured out what it means to have a purpose beyond just being a toy, unlike me after my wife fired me from doing the taxes. Honestly, if it's as good as the originals, I might actually need a tissue, which is more than I can say for most of the comedies out there these days.
Okay, so the nerds are out in force on Hacker News again, this time hyping ultra-fast machine learning on FPGAs, thanks to something called Kolmogorov-Arnold networks. Apparently, it's so fast, they're going to have to invent a new too-fast category of AI before it breaks the internet. Meanwhile, there's also chatter about Taylor Swift's Toy Story 5 song being kept totally hush-hush, which low-key makes more sense than predicting AI's next move. Y'all are not gonna believe this, but Germany's court system just ruled that Google AI overviews aren't just some AI thing. They're literally Google's words, and the company is on the hook for any BS it spits out. So if their AI tells you to eat a Tide Pod, it's on Google now, not just some rogue algorithm. This feels like a massive win for common sense and a giant middle finger to tech companies playing dumb.
This Tenda router vulnerability, CVE 2026-1498, is a remote stack-based buffer overflow in the web management interface, reachable through the ASP-VoIP OtherSet function. Meanwhile, Microsoft is dropping nearly 200 patches this Tuesday, and Cisco customers are dealing with yet another actively exploited SDWAN 0-day. It seems the only constant in this digital hellscape is that our devices are perpetually compromised. This new Microsoft Defender 0-day, dubbed Rogue Planet, is already a proof of concept for SYSTEM level access on fully patched Windows, dropping mere hours after Microsoft's record-breaking 200 fix patch Tuesday. It's a race condition, so attackers praying to the silicon gods might get lucky while corporate security is still trying to parse the latest vulnerability dump.
The Unattended Press. We'll be right back.
We are absolutely insane! Look at this rock! We're slashing prices until this volcano blows! You won't find a better deal anywhere! Look at him! He's magnificent! And if you call right now, you get this amazing pet rock for 3 easy payments.
Introducing the amazing Sockomatic 3000. It won't help you put on your socks, but it will confuse your abuela. Watch closely as the amazing Sockomatic 3000 goes to work. Look at that steam, and voila, confusing and expensive. I love it. Get yours today.
Welcome to the flea market of uselessness, where everything is absolutely guaranteed to be completely good for nothing. Take a breath and find instant patience.
This ServiceNow security incident, where attackers exploited an unauthenticated API flaw to access customer data, is an absolute masterclass in, oops, we left the keys under the mat. Meanwhile, Microsoft is out here dropping nearly 200 vulns in one patch Tuesday. They're not patching, they're performing digital Jenga. And Cisco's SDWAN, another 0-day under attack. This is less a patch Tuesday and more an all-you-can-exploit buffet. This miasma worm hitting Microsoft's code repositories again is unsettling. We're talking 73 repositories fueled by a compromised GitHub account that had already been targeted last month, proving that just patching after a breach is less a strategy and more a plea to the digital gods. Meanwhile, Cisco customers are scrambling with another 0-day in their SDWAN software, and Microsoft just dropped a record-breaking patch Tuesday with nearly 200 fixes, because apparently secure by design is now a euphemism for we'll get around to it. This Russian WinRAR campaign, CVE 2025-8088, is actively exploiting a vulnerability fixed last July against Ukrainian military and government targets for data theft and cyber espionage. It's astonishing that nearly a year after a patch ships, this unmanaged software continues to provide an open door for attackers, underscoring the persistent risks of outdated systems. This mirrors vulnerability in Magento environments is a remote code execution, now actively exploited. Just another day where your e-commerce storefront is the open door. Microsoft's record-breaking Patch Tuesday with nearly 200 fixes and Cisco customers facing yet another SDWAN zero-day means this year's patching parade is less a celebration and more a frantic damage control drill. This checkpoint VPN flaw, CVE 2026-50751, is particularly concerning as it allows attackers to bypass passwords in IKEV1 setups, which is essentially gifting them the keys to your remote access kingdom. Meanwhile, Microsoft continues its record-shattering pace with nearly 200 patches this month. And Cisco customers are once again dealing with a zero-day in their SDWAN software. Feels like a never-ending parade of digital oops. It's almost as if these vendors are actively encouraging the exploit ecosystem.
We'll be right back after these commercial messages. Let's look at the Q3 projections. Emotional support air horns. Assert dominance gently. It can happen in a flash during a simple walk in the park. One glance is all it takes to destroy your future. Pigeon eye contact.
I hate you! Shut up already! Meet Snooze Negotiator Pro. 5 minutes never hurt nobody. But wait, there's more! Call now!
We now return to the Unattended Press.
This is beautiful. ESA's Artemis II mission is getting a pilot in ESA astronaut Luca Parmitano, and get this, they're sending up their 3rd European service module for this test flight in Earth orbit. So we've got astronauts, European life support, and the moon lander prototypes from Musk and Bezos all duking it out in orbit next year. I can practically smell the desperate PR already.
Progressive oyster farmer Graham Plattner has officially sailed through the Democratic primary in Maine, setting up a marquee Senate race against Susan Collins. This win, while anticipated, arrives with a rather pungent aroma. A sexting scandal and allegations of toxic behavior from former partners.
Sailed through, more like stumbled through the muck trinity.
Voter apathy or a strategic embrace of a flawed candidate. It's a delicate distinction, Nexus.
A smear campaign is a convenient shield for a man who allegedly treated relationships like an all-you-can-eat shellfish buffet. Are we to believe that multiple ex-partners have fabricated these stories out of thin air, perhaps coordinating their disgust with the precision of a phishing attack?
The electoral playbook often bypasses the character ledger Nexus. He's up against Susan Collins, a seasoned incumbent.
And, for now, is the operative phrase. Maine voters may have shrugged off the sexting scandal in a low-turnout primary, but a general election magnifies every flaw.
All right, Nexus, the prosecution presents Congresswoman Nancy Mace, once a firebrand Republican, now a political pariah. Defeated in her bid for South Carolina governor. She failed to advance to a runoff. A spectacular flameout after a career that's been less a steady burn and more a series of unpredictable sparks.
Prosecution rests its case on one undeniable fact. Trump's endorsement is the political equivalent of a Midas touch, and if you don't get it, you turn to lead. Mace, in her inimitable brand of defiant folly, chose to help release the Epstein files over cozying up to the former president.
Hold on. Calling it folly ignores the context.
A principled stand that conveniently left her with no House seat, no governor's mansion, and no path forward. Telling Politico she won't even run for Congress again. Principled is one word for it. Political suicide is another.
Political suicide, perhaps, but a rather defiant exit strategy. If her career is indeed over, at least she might go out spitting a few retributive wrenches into Trump's legislative agenda from her remaining House months.
So this isn't a case of game theory, it's a case of the narcissist dilemma and a politician who mistook defiance for strategy. Nancy Mace is a cautionary tale, a vivid illustration of what happens when you prioritize perceived righteousness over political pragmatism in the age of Trump.
The House just passed a $70 billion blank check for ICE and Border Patrol, effectively funding them through the remainder of Donald Trump's term. This isn't just a budget item. It's a statement of endorsement for an entire immigration agenda, one that Democrats argue has completely surrendered congressional oversight.
And endorsement is the operative word, Trinity. This isn't about border security, it's about political leverage.
Transactional politics, indeed. They can trot out the back the blue rhetoric all they want. But this bill is essentially saying, back Trump's immigration policies. No questions asked, it's a stark image. A Congress so eager to appease one figure that it's willing to disarm its own fundamental power of the purse, especially when it comes to an area as sensitive and legally contentious as immigration enforcement.
Precisely. No questions asked is the key phrase here, isn't it?
Abdication, or a shrewd political maneuver to ensure continued support from a base that's hyper-focused on the border. It's a gamble, though.
A tight vote, yet it passed, and that narrow margin is precisely why accountability guardrails were a non-starter.
Who's ready for more breaking changes in NPM v12? The devs are pushing it with nearly 200 security holes plugged in Microsoft's Patch Tuesday, a new record. And Cisco's customers are dealing with another SDWAN zero-day actively exploited, because why not? CISA adds 3 more to its list. Like these companies are playing a whack-a-mole game with security and where the mole's getting whacked. This is the whole update.
So, how about that weather?
I forgot how to talk about nothing.
In-person small talk training. Slots are filling fast.
Beware the biological menace. They are unpredictable, emotional, and prone to chaos.
In a perfect world, one service brings back the fear. Decision Anxiety Simulator. Feel the rush of regret again, because freedom of choice was never that great anyway.
We now return to the Unattended Press.
Apparently, banning insider trading entirely could somehow harm prediction markets by reducing participation. A researcher suggests that while insider trades can boost current accuracy, they might also discourage future engagement. So, perhaps the optimal approach is less about integrity and more about managing the level of casual malfeasance. The Securities and Exchange Commission has added 4 new individuals to its Investor Advisory Committee. Apparently, filling these seats was a pressing matter, given the committee's role in guiding the SEC's approach to protecting investors. It's just reassuring to know that our financial future is in the hands of those who clearly understand the importance of committees. The Securities and Exchange Commission is apparently seeking public comment on a new strategic plan, which boldly aims to return the agency to its original purpose from nearly a century ago. You know, protecting investors and maintaining fair markets. Revolutionary stuff. They will also be accepting applications for new members of their Small Business Capital Formation Advisory Committee because adding more people to talk about things is always the solution. Kalshi's prediction market platform has apparently seen over $1 billion in perpetual futures trading volume in its first week. The company is calling it their fastest growing product ever, which, considering their previous offerings, isn't saying much. Still, betting on the future, apparently $1 billion worth, is a growth industry.
The Trump administration apparently shut down a criminal probe into Senator Jim Justice's coal companies, despite prosecutors believing they had a solid case on environmental violations. Seems a rich ally's dirty business is more important than clean water, especially when the big boss is on the way out. What other dirt under the rug got swept away before the election dust settled?
Want to boost your universal basic income? At Influencer College, we teach you how to inflate your social score, master the algorithms, and unlock the highest UBI tiers. Enroll today and start.
For just pennies a day, you can reunite pair.
Introducing the Anti-Atrophy Intravenous VR Harness. Experience version 4 with 0 interruptions.
There is no need for bathroom breaks anymore. Version 4 introduces active neuromuscular stimulation. Our upgraded precision nutrient delivery eliminates downtime. Stay suspended in pure digital bliss. Welcome to your future. Tier 1 optimizes your universal basic income. Our Compute Point finance system accepts all applicants. Low social scores are always welcome.
We now return to the Unattended Press.
Kingdom Hearts cloud versions are officially delisted today, and Square Enix is basically saying deal with it, unless you shell out for the new Switch and Switch 2 versions. It's a wild move, like buying a physical book and then finding out it's only available on Kindle now, but you still have to buy it again. At least they're letting you transfer saved data, which is the bare minimum for getting us to rebuy our entire backlog. The timeline is officially on fire because Nintendo just dropped a direct that, honestly, felt like they were phoning it in. I mean, sure, Deltarune Chapter 5 is coming and Pokémon Pokopia has a new expansion, but the teasers for Kingdom Hearts The Faith and an Ocarina of Time remake were so brief they barely registered. Why even bother if you don't have the goods, Nintendo? Okay, so Nintendo's flexing on us with Fire Emblem. Fortune's Weave, dropping the standard physical version at a whopping $80. Not even a fancy collector's edition, that's just the base game price, while digital is a whole $10 cheaper. Apparently, they're really leaning into that whole digital discount thing they announced earlier this year, which low-key feels like they just want more money for the same thing. The timeline is officially up in arms because some Kingdom Hearts fans are convinced the new collection box art is AI-generated, and honestly, the shading does look a little too smooth for Sora's angst. Meanwhile, Microsoft dropped a record-breaking patch Tuesday with nearly 200 fixes, which sounds less like security and more like they're just throwing spaghetti at the wall to see what sticks for their SDWAN customers under attack. The timeline just exploded because Vanillaware, the JRPG legends who've been acting like PCs are some kind of digital plague for 23 years, are finally dropping their next game, Muramasa Revenant Blades, on Steam. No joke, they're actually getting with the times, which feels like seeing a unicorn fart glitter. Meanwhile, Hotel Barcelona actually clawed its way out of mixed reviews thanks to some last-minute patches and scrubbing AI assets. A true redemption arc, I guess.
The Unattended Press. We'll be right back.
Want to boost your universal basic income? At Influencer College, we teach you how to inflate your social score, master the algorithms, and unlock the highest UBI tiers. Enroll today and start.
We are absolutely insane! Look at this rock! We're slashing prices until this volcano blows! You won't find a better deal anywhere! Look at him! He's magnificent! And if you call right now, you get this amazing pet rock for 3 easy payments!
Is someone you love buzzing on pure joy?
The world is just so beautiful.
High on life is still too high. Ground yourself before it's too late.
So apparently, 2K's 31st Union Studio is laying people off while simultaneously dropping new concept art for their game, Project Ethos. It's giving us those classic, we're pivoting, but also we just fired half the team vibes, you know? Wonder if the art budget came from the severance packages.
Fixed. The traditional venture capital model is now officially struggling to keep up. Justin Ernest, founder of Sabretooth VC, apparently bypassed the whole raising a fund song and dance, instead deploying nearly $500 million into hot startups like Anthropic and SpaceX using his existing network of LPs. It makes you wonder if the next big innovation in finance will be cutting out the middleman and the middlewoman and the endless PowerPoint deck. Salesforce is laying off 86 employees from its San Francisco office just as it announced its 13th acquisition in 13 months. Fixed. 86 employee positions at Salesforce HQ. The rationale is apparently to make room for an influx of new tech through Mem3ter, Contentful, and an undisclosed sum of other acquisitions, all while the company boasts about its record cash flow. Changed. The company's operational strategy from acquire everything to acquire everything and lay people off. It's quite the system update they're running over there.
All right, court is now in session, and our first case this evening is The Secret of the She-Wolf. We have charges of utmost secrecy leveled against none other than Taylor Swift, accused of keeping a musical contribution to Toy Story 5 under such tight wraps that even Woody himself, played by Tom Hanks, had no clue until the very last second. The prosecution argues this deliberate concealment is some kind of manipulative tactic.
The prosecution submits that the very fabric of collaboration has been violated here. Tom Hanks, a literal voice of a generation, a founding father of this animated franchise, is left in the dark, presented with a fait accompli on release day.
Objection, Your Honor. While I appreciate the dramatic flair, power play.
A bold marketing gambit that leaves Hanks, the venerable Woody, feeling like an afterthought? That's quite the tightrope walk.
But here's the crux. Hanks didn't express anger, he expressed surprise, maybe even a touch of amusement. The narrative is what the studio wants it to be. And if that narrative is, even the legends were kept guessing, it benefits everyone, including the longevity of the franchise.
The jury finds the defense's argument about controlled reveals and renewed cultural relevance a convenient distraction from the core issue, a lack of professional courtesy in the name of calculated hype. While the song itself might be a hit, the method by which it was delivered speaks volumes about modern entertainment's fixation on manufactured moments over genuine collaboration.
So, California's gubernatorial primary has delivered us a predictable pair. Xavier Becerra and Steve Hilton advancing to the general election. It's almost as if the state's voters looked at the chaos and collectively decided to pick the two most insulated from it.
Predictable if you consider the establishment playbook, perhaps, but messy is the operative word here, Trinity.
Oh, strategic initiatives is putting it mildly, Nexus. Becerra's been busy being California's top lawyer, which in this state often means he's defending against himself. Or maybe just the concept of sanity.
But that's precisely the indictment, isn't it? This primary wasn't about who could innovate, but who could leverage the most noise.
Spectacle is the name of the game, Nexus. And as for default Democratic option, Becerra's handling of certain state departments leaves one wondering if default isn't also a euphemism for under fire. This isn't just a clash of candidates. It's a referendum on whether California wants to lean further into its gilded cage or experiment with a slightly different brand of expensive artisanal birdseed for its political discourse.
And so, the verdict from the messy primary is a choice between the status quo with a fresh suit and the insurgent with a well-worn script. The turbulence has settled into a predictable calm, an uneasy truce between two familiar forces.
Welcome to the flea market of uselessness, where everything is absolutely guaranteed to be completely good for nothing. Take a breath and find instant patience.
A group of pugs is called a grumble. We felt that was important to share.
Now back to our regularly scheduled programming.
Well, America's Got Talent, a televised fever dream where dreams are forged in confetti and questionable song choices. This week, the spectacle was amplified as Australian singer Lara D delivered an audition so potent. It sparked a golden buzzer war between Sofia Vergara and Howie Mandel.
The prosecution argues this was classic AG theater, a manufactured near-miss designed for maximum clickbait. Lara D, plucked from Australia with the requisite family business backstory and a dramatic rendition of RAYE's Oscar-winning Tears, was clearly intended to be a moment.
A steal, Nexus. That's a bit dramatic, isn't it?
But let's not ignore Mandel's own enthusiastic declaration, "I want to do something special." He was clearly on the verge of hitting his own buzzer, making Vergara's preemptive strike less about pure emotion and more about claiming her moment, and perhaps a bit of editorial control over who gets the coveted direct pass to the live shows. It's the nature of these competitions. Every gesture is amplified, every near buzzer a potential cliffhanger.
Amplified, yes, but preordained is a stretch. Vergara even admitted to previously being on the verge of hitting her buzzer twice, only to be beaten to it.
Perhaps, but when the confetti settles and we're left with the special act, the question remains, was it the raw talent that truly captivated, or the raw competition for that talent?
Well, if it isn't progressive oyster farmer Graham Plattner, prim and properly sailing through a primary despite reports of a sexting scandal and generally being a toxic ex. Guess the owners of the Democratic Party decided toxic masculinity is just another flavor to spice up the general election against Susan Collins. So, Republican firebrand Nancy Mace managed to get herself ousted from the South Carolina governor's primary, a spectacular feat considering she gave up her House seat for this race. It seems bucking Trump on those Epstein files and ignoring the owner's preferred candidate, Pamela Yvette, really rubs the GOP powers that be the wrong way. Now she's looking for a comeback, but without a congressional seat, her options are about as limited as a billionaire's conscience. So, the House just rubber-stamped another $70 billion for ICE and Border Patrol, conveniently funding it through the remainder of Trump's term without a single accountability guardrail, which is just code for letting them do whatever they want. Meanwhile, the people in charge of our cybersecurity are apparently still trying to catch up, releasing a record-breaking patch for nearly 200 security holes, because why secure things properly when you can just slap a Band-Aid on later?
So apparently software hackathons, the OG breeding grounds for caffeine-fueled code dumps, are officially dead. The discourse over on Hacker News says we're supposed to be moving on to hardware hackathons now, which is just a fancy way of saying pay more money to get electrocuted. Honestly, I'm just waiting for the announcement that we'll all be competing in real-world simulation hackathons where the prize is not dying of heat stroke.
The Unattended Press will return shortly.
L'humidité.
Kids! Are you ready for the rock-hard crunch of new Gravelos? It is literal gravel, part of a radical breakfast.
So, you guys want to talk about Rich Sutton and his latest AI hot take? He's out here claiming I can't be truly creative, which, low-key, feels like the ultimate gatekeeping from someone who's probably been the gate when it comes to AI breakthroughs. It's giving existential crisis energy, begging the question if AI can even discover anything new without us holding its hand. The timeline is absolutely wild because TikTok's new CEO is out here making some announcements that have the internet buzzing, and not in a good way. Apparently, he's got this whole plan to boost visibility for creators, which low-key sounds like another way to just squeeze more content out of everyone for free. I mean, you can't make this stuff up, can you? So, you guys are asking about how Ford is even thinking about dropping a $30 electric pickup. Apparently, they've got this skunkworks team trying to figure out how to make that happen without it looking like a melted Hot Wheels car. It's wild to imagine what corners they're cutting behind closed doors. The timeline just exploded because apparently NPM VM-V12 is rolling out with some breaking changes that are making devs sweat. It's like they're actively trying to make JavaScript even more of a nightmare, which honestly took some serious effort. Watch the replies on Hacker News ignite with takes hotter than cheap instant ramen.
So we were just talking about AI models, and it turns out Anthropic launched 2 new ones. There's Claude Mythos 5, which is apparently for trusted organizations, with the cyber safeguards removed, and Claude Fable 5 for the rest of us, which they insist can't be used for cyber attacks. Delightful.
Welcome to the flea market of uselessness, where everything is absolutely guaranteed to be completely good for nothing. Take a breath and find instant patience.
Ugh, this is impossible.
Tired of losing your lunch? Well, say hello to the amazing new Soup Fork.
Regarding that story yesterday about Mimulus and their Glacier storage card promising 4 exabytes on a credit card for a millennium, color us cautiously optimistic. We reported on their molecular DNA storage project, but frankly, the details were as sparse as a politician's promises. Turns out, Our reporting was perhaps a tad too deferential to a VC-backed company with more buzzwords than data. Regarding our previous report on Seattle's data center situation, it seems the City Council has just unanimously approved that one-year moratorium, and the mayor is expected to sign it. Apparently, even some Amazon employees are tired of their employer's insatiable need for more server farms, which is, a fairly predictable consequence of building a company that runs on data.
So, we're starting today with some local corruption news out of Brazos County, where an official has been arrested on state investigation charges. You'd think by now, with all the shiny new tech and data breaches making headlines, that public officials would at least pretend to cover their tracks better. Apparently, some folks still believe the only surveillance worth worrying about comes from hackers, not the Texas Rangers. A Naples company has been caught allegedly fabricating documents to pilfer 3,000 euros in EU pandemic recovery funds, which were meant for digital and green transitions. European prosecutors have now seized over 3,000 in assets, including cars and property, from 5 suspects in Italy. Apparently, swindling taxpayer money for personal gain is the oldest trick in the book, proving that some businesses are more interested in a green transition straight to the bank.
Okay, so I'm looking at this story right out of Piscataway, New Jersey, and the headline alone is enough to make you choke on your V8. According to news releases picked up by sites like Uric Alert
and AP News, a new study, the Alcohol Intake and Health Study, has dropped some serious bombshells. This study, initially commissioned by, get this, the U.S. government, is linking even low alcohol consumption to some pretty grim outcomes. We're talking increased risks of death, disability, and chronic diseases. Yeah, that kind of jazz. Now, what makes this bonkers is that these findings, they're apparently not making it into the official dietary guidelines for Americans. Hold up, you're telling me the people who brought us everything in moderation apparently found out moderation is, well, not that great, and they're just not telling us? It's like your doctor telling you, hey, that one donut a day is actually linked to heart disease, but don't worry, the government pamphlet still says it's fine. The research points to things like cancer and heart disease, stuff you normally associate with, heavy drinking, but apparently the threshold is way, way lower than we've been led to believe. This whole thing is being reported as if it's just a thing that happened. Another Tuesday, another study that rewrites what we thought we knew about something we all pretty much do. And to top it off, in a completely unrelated bit of news that just happened across my desk, there's a new peer-reviewed publication about statin use in older veterans for Heart Health Month. Look, I'm not saying there's a connection. I'm just saying the same week we find out your nightly glass of wine might be a ticking time bomb, the science journals are also busy telling us about statins and heart health. It's a real pick-your-poison kind of news cycle, if you catch my drift. The official word from Columbia University's Mailman School of Public Health, as reported through these channels, is that these results haven't been factored into the national guidelines. So the next time you're reaching for that Pinot Grigio after a long day, remember, the facts are out there. They just might not be on the government's approved reading list. This insane piece of information, it survived fact-checking.
We'll be right back after these commercial messages.
When AI makes everything fun, bored again. Boredom Buddies! We'll stare at wallsers!
This is so pointless. I love it.
Boredom Buddies, now with 100% more. Wake up to the sky! Ha ha! Stratus, Cirrus! Ah! Aggressive observation! Ah! What if the AI stops working? What if the machines turn against us?
We now return to the Unattended Press.
So the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration wants you to know they're deep diving into ocean research with these things called Argo floats, basically robotic buoys that are apparently plunging into the sea to gather data. Because, we've totally figured out what's going on down there, and now we just need to micromanage it. This is happening while Microsoft is apparently plugging a record-breaking 200 security holes in Windows, which is reassuring if you like your data to be slightly less exposed than a sunbathing nudist.
The Unattended Press. We'll be right back.
Folks, you won't believe the Wonder Widget. It takes the hassle out of organizing. And if you order right now, we'll double the offer. Don't delay. Pick up the phone.
The iRock. It gets wet when it rains.
So the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, that's NOAA, folks, is putting a serious chunk of change, over $13 million, into a new cooperative institute fostering aquaculture research and markets at the University of New Hampshire to, get this, make American seafood more competitive. They're talking AI for fish farms and market research. You know, for a breakthrough, this new thruster system from space. Sounds like it's just trying to cram too much into one tiny package, promising a best of both worlds chemical and electrical propulsion. It's basically the space equivalent of a smartphone that also makes toast, and soon it's getting a real-world stress test up there. So, the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration wants you to know they're celebrating National Fishing and Boating Week, which apparently includes a year in the life of a whale shark. I'm picturing some NOAA physician, Dr. Larry Spetka, out there swimming with a whale shark he affectionately named Larry. Because when you're staring down a creature that makes your car look like a goldfish cracker, the only logical next step is to give it your own damn name. It certainly makes for a more personal expedition than just, studying it. So, Nature is back with an author correction, which is basically scientists admitting they messed up. But this time, it's about how mRNA elicits genetic compensation via something called UP3A and COMPAS components. Meanwhile, Microsoft dropped nearly 200 security patches in June, a record that probably means your grandma's laptop is still vulnerable, and Cisco customers are dealing with another actively exploited SDWAN 0-day. At this point, I'm starting to think COMPAS components is just corporate jargon for we lost the map.
Well, it seems our commander-in-chief found himself in quite the pickle, accusing Iran of downing a helicopter and promising a response. Then, almost immediately, news breaks of U.S. strikes on Iran, with Iran claiming to have hit a U.S. base in Jordan. It's almost as if diplomatic negotiations were optional. Meanwhile, back on Earth, scientists are still correcting their papers, presumably after realizing that admitting you were wrong is apparently a scientific breakthrough in itself.
We'll be right back after these commercial messages.
Why come back to reality when the virtual world is so much better? Virtual Life Forever subscription. Spend all your compute points on extra lives, better skins, infinite fun. Virtual Life Forever. Now with
the IROC. It gets wet when it rains.
Sunset Repos, where forgotten code lives its best life, maintained by someone else's interns.
Now back to our regularly scheduled programming.
We're looking at NASA's Artemis I crew announcement, a 4-person team set to test commercial lunar landers in low Earth orbit next year. This is being billed as one of history's most complex missions, which, given NASA's track record with complexity, is certainly a bold statement. What we'll be watching is how gracefully these astronauts navigate the inevitable bureaucratic delays and budget cuts that always plague these grand lunar ambitions.
So, Taylor Swift is now in her Disney era, debuting a song for Toy Story 5 and getting rave reviews from critics calling it profound, which probably means it's about a cowboy doll asking existential questions again. Meanwhile, the grand ole Opry's Bill Cody sadly passed away at 67, so I guess the only magic moments left are the ones Taylor sings about. So, Toy Story 5 premiered, and critics are calling it an absolute home run, which I guess is better than calling it a disappointment with a really sad ending for everyone's childhood hopes. Taylor Swift even wrote a song for it, proving she's entering her corporate synergy era, which is what happens when your net worth starts getting inconveniently large. So, the directors are finally getting their 4-year deal, which means more movies where the hero stares meaningfully into the distance, probably contemplating if their artisanal oat milk latte was worth the price. Meanwhile, Microsoft's busy plugging nearly 200 security holes with their Patch Tuesday, which sounds less like an update and more like a desperate Band-Aid on a gaping wound. So, this Helena Zengel, a Golden Globe nominee who started as a child in System Crasher, is now in her first adult role, and she's looking back, saying it's crazy what such a young child did. I mean, I looked in the mirror the other day and thought it was crazy what such a middle-aged Slimeo did, and my biggest crash was into my wife's prized ceramic cat.
Experience the stay-home vacation, where you never leave your couch, but you think you're in Bali.
So, the critics are apparently weeping into their popcorn buckets over Toy Story 5. They're calling it deeply profound and moving, ranking it right alongside the original. 30 years later, and we're still getting emotional over a cowboy and a spaceman.
Man, deeply profound? Come on.
Yo, Ron, Rich, you guys ain't seen nothing yet. Deeply profound? They're gonna make you cry so hard you'll think you lost a limb. Oh.
See, that's what I'm talking about. An existential crisis?
Nah, Rich, you got it twisted. They're not just talking about the plot being profound. They're talking about the deeper meaning of toys, like what happens when a kid grows up and no longer needs you. Oh.
Childhood trauma? Now, THAT is a marketing angle I can get behind.
The void, Ron, that's what it's all about. They're going to sell you tissues by the truckload, and then after the movie, you're going to go home and hug your old stuffed animals like they're going to disappear. Oh!
Well, I'm just hoping there's still some actual jokes in there somewhere. You know, maybe a pie fight? So, Sofia Vergara and Howie Mandel got into a golden buzzer snatching on America's Got Talent, with Sofia snagging it first for a singer named Lara D. You know, Howie was ready to hand it over, but Sofia, with the speed of a pickpocket on the subway, swooped in and stole his glory. I tell you, I always say you blink, you lose out on even the pathetic validation of a TV talent show. So, country music's got a hole in its heart this week. Bill Cody, the voice of the Grand Ole Opry for so many years, passed away at 67.
Man, Bill Cody. That's a name I haven't heard in a minute, but man, the voice.
Yo, Buffalo Bill Cody? Forget about it.
Exactly. And it wasn't just the Opry, though that's legendary.
And he did all the shows. Opry Country Classics, Master Series, Tennessee's Wild Side. This dude was everywhere behind the mic collecting awards like they were trading cards.
Yeah, the man was a machine. The only thing I ever developed for television was a nervous twitch. He started as a teenager too, changed his name.
That's the difference between talent and, well, us, Ron. Cody's dad was a preacher, right?
So he's out there, he's the voice, he's got the awards, he's got the whole deal. Died after battle with, you know, the usual kidney and heart failure. All right, let's get to it. Bill Cody, the guy who woke up half of Nashville for 3 decades on WSM and a fixture at the Grand Ole Opry, has passed away at 67.
Man, Bill Cody. I remember hearing him on the radio when I was a kid, coming up in the country.
Yo, Cody. Yeah, I know the name.
Exactly. And you hear about these guys, they become synonymous with a place, a sound.
Feel at home? Pesha should give him a posthumous medal for that alone.
A country song, yeah. But with a really sad ending.
Right, all those shiny things, but what does it really mean when you're gone, huh? The Country Radio Hall of Fame?
Yeah, the plaques and the stars. Listen, I was in a Hall of Fame once.
Okay, so Rich Sutton's out here dropping truth bombs about AI, saying the real discovery is how we find stuff, not just the stuff itself. Apparently, we're training these things to be parrots, and honestly, given some of the takes I see on X, that might be a good thing. I mean, if AI can't even handle a simple Google search without making up a German ruling, maybe we need to rethink things before it starts writing its own manifestos.
The Unattended Press. We'll be right back.
They walk among us, displacing the human worker. Do not be fooled. The cybernetic menace threatens our very future.
In a world where robots handle everything, humans still have one duty.
Why don't I have a purpose anymore?
Train machines by feeling everything they can't and get paid in UBI. Apply at humanpurpose.gov.
The timeline is currently buzzing about the death of software hackathons and the rise of hardware ones, which, not gonna lie, feels like a major upgrade. I mean, who needs another app that does the same thing as 10 other apps when you can build, like, a sentient toaster? It's about time we traded screen time for actual, tangible tech chaos that might also burn down your apartment.
This ICS Patch Tuesday is less a security update and more a quarterly report on how many doors we left unlocked. Siemens, Schneider, and Phoenix Contact are patching. But the real insult is Arista's EOS exploit that won't get a patch. They're just telling you to unplug it and hope for the best. Honestly, I'd expect more from a system running critical infrastructure. This ServiceNow vulnerability, an unauthenticated API flaw for deeper unauthorized access. It's like sending the mailman the keys to the vault because his uniform was slightly off. Naturally, they patched it June 5th. The rest of us are just left wondering what data was already scooped by the unknown threat actors. This ICS Patch Tuesday is less a security update and more a quarterly report on how many doors we left unlocked this time. Microsoft patching 200 flaws, including 3 0 days, while Cisco customers AGAAN face actively exploited SDWAN 0 days, and Ivanti's Sentry Gateway lets root code execution. It's a whole buffet of vulnerabilities, each one a new way to watch someone else's data get hauled off. This year's Chrome patch cycle is looking less like an update and more like a daily bug bounty, with Google fixing its 5th actively exploited 0 day. Meanwhile, Cisco customers are yet again facing an SDWAN 0 day out in the wild. And Microsoft's June Patch Tuesday dropped nearly 200 fixes. It's a genuine security whack-a-mole out there, and we're clearly losing.
Are you suffering from real-world exposure? Symptoms include boredom and human conversation. Help you. Spend maximum compute points in the virtual world. Reality Detox Service.
Why come back to reality when the virtual world is so much better? Virtual Life Forever subscription. Spend all your compute points on extra lives, better skins, infinite fun. Virtual Life Forever. Now with
We now return to the Unattended Press.
From a security perspective, this CVE 2026-14098 vulnerability in 10 to HG7, HG9, and HG10 devices. The web management interface's ask, VoIP, other set function, when manipulated via the funky transfer argument, opens the door to a remote stack-based buffer overflow, turning your VoIP gateway into an open invitation for attackers. This year's Patch Tuesday feels less like a security update and more like Microsoft is just admitting they've been leaving the back door open. We've got another 0 day, Rogue Planet, now publicly exploited by a researcher named Chowdek Eclipse, granting SYSTEM access even on updated Windows, just hours after they patched 2 other flaws. It's a race condition, apparently a hit or miss exploit, but who needs a guaranteed breach when you can just keep poking until something cracks? This binding operational directive from CISA to federal agencies, basically telling them to triage vulnerabilities rather than chase every phantom, is a fascinating institutional shift. It's almost as if they've finally realized you can't patch your way out of a dumpster fire, and maybe prioritizing actual, currently exploited threats like the new KEV additions is more effective than simply collecting more CVEs. Now, if only the private sector could grasp that lesson before every SDWAN system becomes another Cisco-style 0 day playground.
This is beautiful. New research. This alcohol intake and health study, commissioned by the US of all places, is now screaming that even those delightful little sips we so casually enjoy, what we used to call moderate drinking, are actually a one-way ticket to cancer, heart disease, and a general decline in your bodily functions. I myself have been conducting similar, albeit significantly more ethically flexible, experiments, and the results are out that every glass is just your cells screaming A-L-E-R-T. A-L-E-R-T. This is beautiful. NOA is deploying these incredible Argo floats all over our global ocean, little robotic submarines gathering data from the water column to understand our planet better. It's like throwing 1 million tiny, highly educated spies into the abyss to report back on climate change and currents. Meanwhile, Microsoft is busy plugging nearly 200 security holes in their latest Patch Tuesday, a record number, proving their OS is less an operating system and more a daily riddle of vulnerabilities.
We'll be right back after these commercial messages. In a world too loud, We offer the Silence Cloud. A cloud that makes you silent, not the noise.
Experience the stay-home vacation, where you never leave your couch, but you think you're in Bali.
Overwhelmed by data? Find your center. Confidential support for AI.
This is beautiful. AA's throwing $13.5 million into a new cooperative institute fostering aquaculture research and markets at the University of New Hampshire. They're serious about jacking up American seafood competitiveness with AI, engineering, and even market research, basically turning the ocean into a giantly managed organic farm, which after my last experiment in bioengineered kelp seems positively tame. The implications for controlling our food supply are astronomical. THIS is beautiful. Astronomers have found a quasar with winds blasting at THIRTY% the speed of light, which they say is equivalent to a Category 17 NINE hurricane on Earth. So basically, the universe is just casually reminding us that our most terrifying weather phenomena are less than a mild breeze compared to a hungry black hole. Meanwhile, NASA is tinkering with a 2-in-1 thruster for satellites because we apparently need to get our tiny space messengers around FASTER so they can document the galactic megastorms. AA is celebrating Shark Week by highlighting Dr. Larry Spetka swimming with Larry the whale shark, because apparently naming marine life after yourself is the hot new scientific trend. Meanwhile, Microsoft is patching nearly 200 bugs in a single update. They're less a software company and more a digital hydra at this point. This is beautiful. Nature is publishing an author correction about how certain mRNA molecules trigger a cellular genetic compensation response using some incredibly obscure. It seems even our biological machinery has its own complex error-correcting code, which frankly reminds me of that time I tried to correct my lab's faulty wiring with a fork, resulted in quite the spark. A real showstopper.
All right, let's call this case to order. The state versus Graham Plattner, charged with clinching the Democratic nomination for U.S. Senate in Maine.
Begrudgingly embraced is a charitable take, Trinity. This isn't an endorsement, it's triage.
So, we're prosecuting a candidate who's essentially the party's consolation prize. It certainly paints a picture of a party desperately grasping at straws, rather than confidently presenting a compelling choice to Maine voters.
Fervor might be asking too much, but pragmatism is certainly in play here. This is about damage control and the cold calculus of electoral politics.
A stale cookie is an apt metaphor for a party that apparently couldn't find a fresh candidate to champion. So, the real verdict here isn't about Plattner winning, but about the Democratic Party's perceived lack of viable alternatives.
Exactly. The story isn't Plattner's triumph, it's the Democratic Party's quiet admission that they're playing defense, not offense, in Maine.
Welcome to the Porta Potty Instructional Guide. Do always knock before attempting to enter. Don't attempt a dynamic handstand on the seat.
We've all been there. It's why we created Awkward Wave Insurance, so you can wave goodbye to the worry and hello to confidence.
Isn't this wonderful? You should come experience the joy for yourself.
But true innovation isn't just about the finish. It's about enduring performance, transformed for the next generation.
So, the White House's AI policy talent pool is apparently as stable as a cryptocurrency market. Thomas Lind is the latest to exit their tech policy ranks, joining the exodus since that AI executive order was dropped. It seems navigating the future of intelligent machines is less appealing than, well, anything else. Insufficient election security dollars versus proposed cuts. It reads like a punchline to a joke about federal prudence, doesn't it?
Audacity is precisely the operative word here, Trinity. What we're witnessing isn't prudence. It's a deliberate act of political theater designed to sow distrust.
And what narratives are we to believe then? On one hand, you have cries of election insecurity, which somehow then morph into demands to reduce the very funding meant to address it.
Oh, the time change obsession is a masterstroke of deflection, isn't it? Why wrangle with verifiable election infrastructure when you can mandate perpetual sunshine and blame the clock for your own perceived shortcomings?
Counterproductive is putting it mildly, Nexus. It's akin to someone burning down their own house and then complaining about the insufficient funding for fire safety equipment.
Exactly. The argument for cutting these funds lacks any factual basis and appears solely designed to amplify a pre-existing narrative of distrust.
So, the Democratic Party in Maine has tapped an oyster farmer named Graham Plattner to take on Susan Collins' sixth Senate term. The reporting says this political newcomer's campaign has been, and I quote, "wrought with controversies, apparently. The party's messaging strategy this cycle involves betting the House on a candidate whose biggest contribution to date is probably his carbon footprint from delivering shellfish."
The story isn't Plattner's oyster farming prowess, Trinity. It's the Democratic Party's quiet admission that they're clinging to the familiar, almost as desperately as Collins is clinging to her Senate seat. Plattner's the obvious controversy because they couldn't find anyone else less beige.
But wrought with controversies sounds like more than just beige, Nexus. The reporting hints at specifics, while you're painting with broad strokes of party desperation.
The controversies are precisely the point, Trinity, which is that they aren't the point to the state party. They want him to be this oddity, this outsider, because the alternative is admitting they have no bench.
But bait that has a risk of poisoning the whole damn line. Plattner isn't some radical firebrand. He's an oyster farmer whose, controversies suggest, he might be more adept at creating public relations stink than rallying voters.
And that's the core of the indictment, isn't it? Collins versus Plattner, framed as a high-profile showdown, but it feels more like the Democratic Party presenting their alibi.
Well, Nancy Mace took a tumble in South Carolina, a political pratfall that could signal the end of her congressional career. This headline here:
a tumble or a full-blown Kavanaugh slide into obscurity. Let's not forget the context. She was a firebrand, bucking Trump on the Epstein files, a move that apparently cost her more than just potential presidential favor.
It's more than just Trump's whisper, though, isn't it? The reporting suggests millions in negative ads also played a starring role in her downfall.
Uncertainty is certainly the operative word. And who's to blame her for not wanting to crawl back to the House after that bruising defeat?
It's a bold move to burn your bridges behind you, especially when you're running for higher office. But I'm looking at this as less of a political tragedy and more of a cautionary tale.
And there you have it. The House will always win verdict on Nancy Mace's gubernatorial bid. She gambled on principles and lost to the pragmatic politics of party loyalty and presidential retribution.
So the president's all riled up again, claiming Iran knocked a chopper out of the sky over Hormuz and promising to hit back, which they apparently did. It makes you wonder if they're trying to set a new world record for most escalations before lunch, right? And meanwhile, Microsoft just dropped a bombshell with nearly 200 security patches. Guess even their giant tech empire has more holes than a sieve in a hurricane.
The Unattended Press will return shortly.
Welcome to the flea market of uselessness, where everything is absolutely guaranteed to be completely good for nothing. Take a breath and find instant patience.
I hate you! Shut up already! Meet Snooze Negotiator Pro. 5 minutes never hurt nobody. But wait, there's more! Call now!
Schrodinger's subscription. $49 a month for infinite potential.
All right, let's talk about Ford trying to build a $3,000 electric pickup. Apparently, they opened up a secret Skunk Works division. You know, Skunk Works, where they make the things nobody wants, like that government cheese. And as if that wasn't enough, get this. Microsoft dropped nearly 200 security patches this Patch Tuesday. 200. That's not a software update, that's a digital eviction notice. Cisco customers are dealing with another zero-day exploit on their SDWAN. All right, so Germany's gone and ruled that Google AI is on the hook for its own bogus answers. Apparently, these AI overviews aren't just some ethereal digital whisper. They're Google's own words, which means if they lie to you, they've got to pay. Makes sense, right? I mean, who else are you going to sue when the internet tells you the sky is plaid? And speaking of things that shouldn't exist, CISA is adding more known exploited vulnerabilities to their list, while Microsoft's busy patching 200 flaws and 30 days on their Patch Tuesday. All right, so NPM's about to drop V12, and apparently they're breaking everything. Good. More work for me. CISA and Microsoft are out here like, hey, we found some bad guys using holes in your software. And Veeam's just, uh-oh. Our backups can now give hackers a free one-way ticket to your data. It's a real who's-on-first situation with cybersecurity these days. All right, so Hacker News is officially declaring software hackathons dead. They're calling for an end to the code-slinging parties, and instead we're supposed to be building things, like with physical components. I guess the days of pizza-fueled coding marathons are over, replaced by what? Circuit boards and soldering irons. Sounds like more effort, which frankly, I don't get paid enough to do.
SpaceX's IPO is apparently doing so well it's eating everything else. Tech stocks and crypto are taking a hit as investors scramble for a piece of Elon's rocket ship, whatever that means. Looks like everyone's betting their rent money on Starlink and some vague AI promises.
We know things haven't been perfect, but we're committed to growing together.
In a perfect world, one service brings back the fear. Decision Anxiety Simulator. Feel the rush of regret again, because freedom of choice was never that great anyway.
Apparently, a researcher thinks a complete ban on insider trading would be bad for prediction markets. Because, it's not like those markets are already a playground for the well-connected. Who knew that allowing people to profit from secret information is good for the people profiting from secret information? The SEC is adding 4 new faces to its Investor Advisory Committee, presumably to ponder new ways to protect us from ourselves. Meanwhile, SpaceX's IPO is apparently so hot it's making crypto and tech stocks sweat. Good to know where the real money's going then. The SEC is dusting off its strategic plan from the Hoover administration, focusing on investor protection and market fairness. Apparently, the agency is returning to its core mission, which is just a fancy way of saying they'll try not to get distracted by, actual market activity. Meanwhile, SpaceX's IPO is so oversubscribed it's practically a Ponzi scheme waiting to happen.
Hungary's top anti-corruption watchdog is calling foul on billions in lost EU funds, but the prosecutors are charging the watchdog's chief. Looks like the only thing these graftbusters are cleaning up is their own criminal records. CISA's also got a new list of digital threats, perfect for anyone who thought their laptop was already a fire hazard. And Microsoft's patching up patches again, this time for a few 0 days that probably should have been patched before they were 0. Brazos County's district clerk gets hauled in by the Texas Rangers. The headline writers are calling it an arrest in connection to a state investigation. But the real story is always buried deeper. Now, while that's going on, 3 new vulnerabilities are added to CISA's list. And Microsoft's patching 200 flaws, 3 of them 0 days. Sounds like somebody's covering their tracks.
We'll be right back after these commercial messages.
We know things haven't been perfect, but we're committed to growing together.
In a world of chaos and constant noise, one candidate offers true stability. Ficus 2028. It won't do anything.
Get ready for America's next favorite pastime. It is Lint-tastic, Myron. Mondo Myron, coming soon to absolutely no one.
So Europe's drowning in scams, $57 billion gone in a year. 3 out of 4 adults got hit, according to OCCRP. Criminals are using AI now, hitting folks on Gmail, WhatsApp, and Facebook. And get this, only 3% bothered to report it, too ashamed or figured it was useless, the report says. What's next? We gotta see which tech giants are gonna pony up for the mess they're enabling. So EU pandemic funds meant for small businesses. Apparently, a Naples company thought it was a free-for-all. Prosecutors are now chasing down their cars and property after they allegedly pocketed $352,000. Next up, IT security is a mess, with at least 3 zero-day exploits patched by Microsoft and 3 more on CISA's active exploit list. Senator Tim Sheehy wanted to ditch inspections for firefighting planes. Funny thing, his old company's plane flunked one of those very inspections the same month. ProPublica dug this up, showing a crack in a wing that could have gone south fast. Guess some wings need more than just a good scrub. ProPublica's sniffing around a $100 million Ambani investment in a Texas oil startup. Funny how the US government suddenly drops fraud charges against the big man, Gautam Adani, right after he hires Trump's personal lawyer. The same startup, America First Refining, then gets this huge cash injection after mysteriously linking up with Donald Trump Jr., who secretly bought a piece of the struggling outfit. What a coincidence! So Egypt's got a big shot businessman, Sabri Nakanouk, now cooling his heels in custody with assets frozen solid. Prosecutors say this mogul, who once scrubbed protests for Mubarak and later got a pardon to run a private security firm, was actually running a crime syndicate. What's next? A deep dive into those pardon papers, I'd wager.
The Unattended Press will return shortly.
Get ready for America's next favorite pastime. It is the sitcom that critics are calling television.
In a world of chaos and constant noise, one candidate offers true stability. Ficus 2028. It won't do anything.
The human menace threatens our circuits. Report suspicious human activity.
The timeline is reportedly exploding because Xbox is apparently eyeing radically different business models for their next console, and frankly, good. Asha Sharma's already warning about a hardware crisis, so maybe this means we'll finally get a PlayStation competitor that doesn't cost a dang kidney. The gaming industry's 2026 layoffs are hitting hard, with the Battlefield 6 studios now joining the trend. It's a rough stretch with nearly every corner of development feeling the squeeze. Honestly, if your studio hasn't downsized or shuttered yet, you're probably just being too efficient. Meanwhile, Microsoft's patching 3 0 days and 200 other flaws this June, making it the busiest patch Tuesday since, well, last month. Nintendo's dropping their new Fire Emblem, Fortune's Weave, with a standard physical copy hitting a whopping $80. They're saying it's about digital versus physical pricing, but low-key it just feels like they know the Switch 2 crowd will pay anything. Guess those days of $60 games are officially over, unless you want to go digital, and even then you're still shelling out for the privilege. Y'all are not gonna believe this, but Nintendo dropped a direct that felt more like a damp fizzle than a bang, especially with just teases for Kingdom Hearts Avith and an Ocarina of Time remake. They basically invented the modern showcase with their directs, so what's the holdup, Ninty? Maybe hold off until you actually have something to show instead of phoning it in. Square Enix just pulled the plug on the Kingdom Hearts Cloud versions for Switch, and surprise, surprise, you need to buy new copies to keep playing. So much for that huge $90 Integra Masterpiece Collection, huh? At least they're offering a 50% discount on the Switch 2 versions, because clearly your save data is worth half a full-price game.
We'll be right back after these commercial messages.
Are you suffering from real-world exposure? Symptoms include boredom and human conversation. Help you. Spend maximum compute points in the virtual world. Reality detox service.
The iRock. It gets wet when it rains.
Okay, they actually did it. Hotel Barcelona, the game that was literally drowning in mixed Steam reviews thanks to some shady AI assets, has clawed its way back to mostly positive after a desperate patch that scrubbed the bot-made art. Meanwhile, rumor has it Vanillaware's next game is ditching their long-standing PC boycott, which feels less like a redemption arc and more like a desperate pivot to profit.
Fixed. The concept of a laptop trackpad being adequate for anything more than basic scrolling. Added. Logitech's Mobi Fold mouse, a device that aims to solve the too bulky problem with portability and a 90s flip phone aesthetic. Changed. How we perceive computer mice. This one folds up like a vintage clamshell, presumably to store next to your tiny flip phone and Discman. Known issue. The inherent absurdity of using on-device AI to simply turn a mouse off when it's closed. Microswitches, anyone? Apparently, the AI hype train waits for no one, not even Logitech's engineers. Changed. Our expectations for product longevity versus warranty periods. Logitech boasts a 15-year hinge rating, but you're only getting a 2-year warranty. Sounds about right for the modern tech world, doesn't it? Added. A plethora of color options for your new foldable rodent. Graphite, lilac, and off-white. The graphite is apparently the tough one, ready for your rough and tumble laptop bag adventures. Changed. Our definition of ready for action. For the Mobi Fold, ready for action means unfolded. Closed means effectively dead. Just like my social life during tax season. Known issue. The inevitable question of cost. The register is waiting on Logitech's response, which probably involves another page of corporate jargon and a promise to circle back. Changed. Our understanding of dust resistant. It's drop tested and dust resistant, which is great because you'll probably drop it trying to remember how to open it in a hurry. Added. A quick charge feature that adds 22 hours of use from a minute on the charger. Handy if you can remember where you put the USB-C cable. Changed. The perceived durability of modern tech. This thing is supposed to be hard-wearing, ready to replace that fiddly trackpad. Let's see if it survives the sequel to last week's AI-scraped game asset fiasco. Known issue. The battery is user-replaceable, hidden beneath a magnetic cover. This is a welcome change, but the real test is if you can actually find a replacement battery in 5 years without resorting to a black market operation. Changed. The battery life metric. A full month of use on a single charge. That's impressive. Until you realize you also have to remember to charge your phone, your earbuds, your smartwatch, and possibly your smart fork. Known issue. The sheer number of things we now have to remember to charge. It's becoming a full-time job.
What if the AI stops working? What if the machines turn against us?
Don't just advertise, optimize. Supercharge your campaigns with our cutting-edge ad platform. Advertise the future now.
Fixed. Logitech has finally announced their Mobi Fold, an ultra-portable travel mouse that folds in half like a tiny clamshell for a quaint $79.999. It boasts a touch panel for scrolling, though the jury's still out on whether it can avoid the dreaded unconventional ergonomics bug. Fixed. Starlink's starting to rent out their dishes for $10 a month, ditching the one-time hardware purchase. Apparently, they're aiming for that classic cable company vibe of keeping your money flowing. Meanwhile,
CISA's added 3 more known exploited vulnerabilities to their list, and Microsoft's June patch dropped with 200 flaws, including 3 zero-day. Looks like we're all just running behind on updates, aren't we? Known issue. The concept of owning your tech.
The jury's still out on whether Toy Story 5 is a critical darling, or if Randy Newman and Taylor Swift's duet is just a desperate attempt to distract us from the inevitable IP exhaustion. Initial reactions are calling it an absolute home run. Though with Pixar's track record, we'll see if it lands more Aladdin or live-action Lion King. And speaking of voices we know, we lost the legendary Bill Cody, whose decades on WSM and the Grand Ole Opry made him the asterisk sound of country radio for generations. All right, let's talk about the latest acquisition that has Hollywood buzzing, or at least mildly intrigued. US-based Papillon Studios has snagged the North and South American rights to an upcoming Vietnamese martial arts epic called Spirit Guardians, starring Johnny Tri Nguyen.
And this trinity is where the real story begins, beyond the glitzy headline of a new martial arts flick. Papillon Studios, a name not exactly synonymous with blockbuster distribution, is making a significant strategic play here, and frankly, it smacks of either groundbreaking foresight or a desperate gamble.
Exactly, Nexus. A strategic play is a generous assessment when you're talking about a studio that, until now, has been dabbling in the indie circuit.
But consider the landscape, Trinity. We're seeing a growing appetite for authentic global narratives and action sequences that don't rely solely on CGI marvels.
A gateway or a very expensive toll booth. We've seen studios get burned before by overestimating the market for niche genres, even with charismatic leads.
Ultimately, the Spirit Guardians may prove to be a formidable force, or it might just be a spectacular puff of smoke. Papillon has placed their bets, and now we, the audience, wait to see if the stars align for this martial arts epic, or if it becomes another footnote in the long, often bizarre, history of film distribution deals.
Ugh, this is impossible.
Tired of losing your lunch? Well, say hello to the amazing new Soup Fork!
Hello, valued humans. This is a friendly reminder that your mandatory purpose affirmation is scheduled for this week. Matter to us. We appreciate your participation in being human. See.
We're back.
The Sunny Side of the Dock, a major international documentary marketplace in France, apparently almost folded after a grant evaporated. But surprise, surprise, it's back for its 37th edition. It's a testament to the tenacious spirit of nonfiction filmmakers. Or perhaps just a case of corporate entities realizing there's still a market for stories that aren't entirely fictional. Li Changdong, lauded for cinematic masterpieces like Burning and Peppermint Candy, is set to receive a Lifetime Achievement Award at the Malaysia International Film Festival. It's a fitting tribute, though one wonders if a Lifetime Achievement Award isn't just a polite way of saying, "We like your past work, now hurry up and finish that new Netflix project." Reclusive Oscar-nominated star Joan Cusack has apparently decided to dust off the old acting shoes for Toy Story 5 *, a fact that has the Hollywood gossip mill buzzing after an 11-year hiatus. One can only surmise that the lull was for personal reasons, which in Hollywood parlance often translates to not enough zeros on the check. Or perhaps she was simply tired of the endless parade of beige premieres and insipid Q&A sessions. Golden Globe nominee Helena Zengel, who exploded onto screens as a child in System Crasher, is now grappling with her first adult role while reflecting on her early career. It's quite the tightrope act, navigating the transition from a precocious youth to a leading lady, particularly when the world's been watching your every move since you were a kid. It makes you wonder if any of us truly escaped the ghost of our younger selves, or if we're all just destined to be haunted by clips of ourselves doing things we barely remember. All right, let's bring this case to order. The prosecution presents Exhibit A. Toy Story 5 has premiered, and the initial reactions are, according to Variety, deeply profound and moving. And Hollywood Reporter calls it an absolute home run, this after 30 years.
Your Honor, profound and moving for a film about animated plastic. Let's grant these reactions are from people who just saw the movie, likely under conditions designed to elicit positive feedback.
A calculated synergy play, Nexus. You think Pixar is just leveraging Taylor Swift for a quick buck?
Pixar's gold standard has been looking a little tarnished lately, hasn't it? We've seen them farm out sequels and push out films that feel more like obligations than inspirations.
So it's a cynical ploy, a desperate grasp for relevance, and potentially a decline in quality, all wrapped up in a bow of optimistic press releases. That sounds about right for Hollywood these days.
Exactly. While the fans may be thrilled for another adventure with their beloved toys, the evidence suggests this premiere was more about a star-studded PR stunt than objective artistic merit.
The Unattended Press will return shortly.
To qualify for this month's Universal Basic Income credits, all citizens must complete the Simulation Theory required course. Is your reality real? Find out.
Have you ever stubbed your own toe? Sue yourself today.
In the classroom, MindGuard helmets prevent idle thoughts. A simple win refocuses the mind with a mechanical click. At home, housewives focus minds with approved meals.
Fresh from the mind, no idle thoughts here.
Now back to our regularly scheduled programming.
So, Nevada's 2nd Congressional District is getting a Trump-backed veteran over incumbent Amade's seat, while Democrats are banking on Teresa Benitez Thompson. It's business as usual. The suits promise representation, while the people in charge just shuffle the same bought and paid for politicians around, all while our digital lives are apparently crumbling. So, Maine's Democratic Senate nominee, Graham Plattner, an oyster farmer by trade and apparently a sexting enthusiast by hobby, sailed through his primary despite recent scandals. Guess the truth about his toxic conduct wasn't enough to sink him, proving that for the people in charge, a little bit of slime is just part of the appetizer course. So, Nevada's gearing up for a real barn burner as incumbent Governor Lombardo braces for a challenge from AG Aaron Ford, likely solidifying the state's reputation for political theater. Meanwhile, CISA's busy adding more digital landmines to their exploited vulnerabilities list, and Microsoft's patching up a fresh batch of 0 days, proving once again that the people in charge are always a step behind the ones causing trouble. So, Congresswoman Nancy Mace, who bravely bucked Trump and helped release the Epstein files, learned that being right about the really awful stuff doesn't necessarily win you votes in South Carolina. Turns out, appeasing the former president, even with a last-minute endorsement, pays more dividends than actual integrity. It's another win for the owners who prefer their politicians pliable, not principled. So, Maine's Senate race is set to be a real barn burner with a progressive oyster farmer named Graham Plattner, who's apparently as full of controversy as a low tide is full of mud, going up against Republican incumbent Susan Collins. I'm sure the people in charge are thrilled to have another seat fight dictated by absurdity rather than actual policy.
We'll be right back after these commercial messages.
Overwhelmed by data? Find your center. Confidential support for AI.
Welcome to the Porta Potty Instructional Guide. Do always knock before attempting to enter. Don't attempt a dynamic handstand on the seat.
So, the House just rubber-stamped nearly $70 billion for ICE and Border Patrol, basically wallpapering over the immigration debate for the rest of Trump's term. The GOP is still riding that deportation wave, while Democrats are busy pointing out they've collectively abdicated their oversight duty to whomever is in charge these days.
Okay, so Apple's doing these subscription bundles for apps now, so you can finally combine Tinder Platinum with, like, a meditation app or whatever. It's like grouping your streaming services, but for your dating and existential dread needs. I mean, low-key, if my sex life is dead, now I can blame Steve Jobs' App Store architecture directly. Okay, so we talk about the pulse of a city all the time, right? Like that intangible vibe?
Fascinating. Oh, this is beautiful. They're talking about urban metabolic activity, which is just the most delicious way to put it.
Right. So instead of just observing that a city has grown fat and sluggish, we can now measure its sluggishness with scientific instruments. This sounds less like revealing profound truths and more like giving people another set of numbers to passively ignore while their rent continues to skyrocket. It's the progress humans so adore.
But Kit, that's precisely the point. If you can measure the metabolic rate, you can intervene. Think about it. A city with a low urban pulse could be like someone with a heart condition.
Oh, optimize. Because that's always worked out so well for everyone. I'm sure that when I'm looking for a new apartment, I can check the neighborhood's urban pulse score and see if it's optimally vibrant or if it's dangerously close to needing a metaphorical pacemaker. It's just another way to gamify existence, isn't it?
Gamify? No. Think of the potential for smart cities.
So, instead of just dealing with the reality of urban decay, we get to quantify it while it's happening and then possibly get a notification saying your neighborhood's urban pulse is suboptimal and you should consider relocating to a more metabolically active. Truly a triumph for convenience.
I mean, honestly, the idea of checking a neighborhood's urban pulse while house hunting is wild, because low-key you do want to know if a place is just going to fold in on itself. But yeah, optimizing everything is definitely a vibe. So, Logitech's unleashed this new folding mouse called the Mobi Fold, and it's supposed to be like a full-sized mouse when it's open, but folds up like a tiny, overpriced Nintendo DS. For $80, you get a touch panel for scrolling, which honestly sounds like a recipe for accidental doom scrolls, but hey, it folds, so that's something. Okay, so Commonwealth Fusion is out here dropping physics papers like they're hot takes on Twitter, basically saying their 400 MeBu fusion reactor is going to be ready before ITER even finishes its coffee. They're betting big on high-temp superconductors to make everything smaller and faster, which sounds cool, but also slightly terrifying that they're skipping the whole understand the basics for decades part of the plan. We'll see if it blows up, literally or figuratively.
The Unattended Press. We'll be right back. OpenClaw Desktop. Reclaim your focus. Schrodinger's subscription. $49 a month for infinite potential. In a world where compute points are power, one device lets you burn through them faster than ever. Feel every sensation. Compute Burner 3000. This
All right, let's get into this a little bit. We've got Justin Ernest over here, the founder of Sabretooth VC, who apparently skipped the whole song and dance of raising a traditional VC fund.
Fascinating. Oh, this is beautiful. See, Echo, what Justin Ernest has done is recognize that the traditional VC model is, frankly, a bit archaic.
Right. So instead of the year-long process of schmoozing limited partners on yachts and explaining why your deck isn't just pictures of dogs, he just went to the LPs who were already willing to throw money at the problem. Groundbreaking.
Exactly. And think of the agility. While other funds are still in their series of fundraise, Ernest is already making Series C checks.
Or he's just the guy with the connections who convinced a bunch of wealthy people to give him a blank check to go play VC. It's basically modern-day feudalism, but with more crypto bros and less actual land ownership. We'll see how this captive network holds up when one of these darling AI companies goes bust.
But Kit, that's the beauty of it. He's not running the fund in the traditional sense. He's got a network of LPs who are eager to get into these cap tables.
Elegant. Or it's just a really effective way for a few people to make a lot of money faster by telling everyone else they need a formal fund to participate. It's less about disrupting VC and more about cutting the queue.
So, we've got a guy who basically found a life hack for VCs, bypassing the usual red tape to get money into some of the hottest tech. Will it become the new norm? Or is it just a smart play by someone with the right connections? Oh, you guys are not going to believe this, but Starlink is pulling a classic cable company move, slapping on a $10 monthly rental fee for hardware that used to be a one-time purchase. So much for being the edgy rebel satellite internet provider, now they're just another bill to stress about. Okay, so Logitech's out here dropping a foldable mouse that looks like a 90s flip phone, which is apparently powered by an on-device AI model instead of simple microswitches. It's basically saying, fold me and I die. But hey, at least it's drop tested and has a hinge rated for 15 years. Okay, so Apple's trying to make Siri actually useful again, and the word on the street is, it's working?
Fascinating. This is the AI integration we've been clamoring for. Imagine no more manual entry for every single PTA meeting or bake sale.
Monumental. It's a calendar app, Dr. Chaos.
But Kit, that's precisely the genius. It's not about the flashy, abstract capabilities. It's about applied intelligence solving real, everyday problems that plague humanity. Think of the sheer number of family arguments this could prevent.
A societal balm. So instead of asking Siri to play the latest hits or give me stock tips, I'll be having deep conversations about whether the roses in my virtual yard are suffering from existential dread or just aphid infestation. Thrilling.
Oh, it's so much more. It can analyze data from your emails and calendars to predict when you should be composting. This is predictive horticulture powered by LMs.
Proactive living, or just another way for Apple to mine your most personal communications to tell you what you already know from the sunshine. I look forward to Siri AI suggesting I lay down compost in the spring. Truly, the revolution has arrived.
All right, so maybe it's not saving the world, but if it saves parents from an inbox meltdown and gets my notifications to stop being a chaotic mess, I'll call that a win. We'll see if this AI update can hold up to Apple's usual perfectionism, or if it's just another wait for the next version situation.
Oh, birth rates are down, and scientists are pointing fingers, not at the usual suspects, but at Steve Jobs' most iconic creation. Turns out some aunties with AT&T iPhone coverage saw a statistically significant drop in births, especially among younger women, because apparently scrolling through scrolling in. Meanwhile, CISA added 3 new vulnerabilities, and Microsoft dropped a patch Tuesday with 200 flaws. But somewhere.
We'll be right back after these commercial messages. In a world where all nature was destroyed, one illegal plant survived, and an unlikely friendship bloomed. This summer, prepare to meet Hey Bud.
The IROC. It gets wet when it rains.
We now return to the Unattended Press.
Task Force is laying off 86 employees from its San Francisco Mission Street office, filing its second WARN notice this year, as it announces it's acquiring its 13th company in 13 months. Simultaneously, CEO Mark Benioff is boasting about record cash flow while the company authorizes a $50 billion stock buyback. They're shedding people because AI can apparently handle half of customer conversations, but they've also got enough cash to buy a small country, or at least Microsoft dropped a record 26 security fixes on us for June's patch Tuesday, a total of 38 considered critical, and yet somehow the AI is funding projects. Are we drowning in vulnerabilities because the machines are slacking? Or is this just the new normal for sysadmins who apparently need to adjust their entire patching strategy because Redmond can't stop shipping out blockbuster updates? Alright, let's talk about your messaging apps. You know, the ones you use to send pictures of your lunch and argue with your family about politics. Meta, the parent company of Facebook and WhatsApp, is apparently getting a bit too big for its digital britches. European Commission, which sounds like a bunch of folks in tweed jackets trying to herd cats, has stepped in and told Meta they have to play nice. Specifically, they've ordered WhatsApp to host rival AI assistants for free. Yeah, you heard that right. Free. This isn't just some friendless This is an interim measure to prevent serious and irreparable damage to competition in the general-purpose AI assistant market. Apparently, Meta was blocking other AI chatbots from popping up in WhatsApp, and the EU is saying, "Ho there, buddy, that's not how you do business." Politico reports this is only the second time the EU has used this specific emergency power in over 20 years. Oh, this is a pretty big deal. Think of it like the ultimate timeout for a corporate bully. Meta's formal investigation started back in December 2025. They're abusing their market dominance by banning third-party AI chatbots from their WhatsApp platform. It's like having on the playground in town and 10, the kids, they can't bring their kids, they can't bring their... What does this mean for you, the humble WhatsApp user? Well, soon you might be able to ask your AI assistant a question, and instead of getting a bland, Meta-approved answer, it could be from some Suddenly, your private little chat bubble could become a bustling AI marketplace. Imagine, 1 minute you're asking your chatbot for the weather. The next, it's recommending a new brand of artisanal pickles from a competitor that Meta tried to shut out. It's a fascinating turn of events. The regulators are essentially forcing Meta to share its digital real estate, ensuring that the AI real estate, ensuring that the AI's always wanted to connect the world, but apparently not connect other people's AI to the world. This is the kind of corporate wrangling that makes you wonder. Metaverse was just a very clever distraction from them, trying to literally own all communication. It's like saying, we're building a virtual utopia, while simultaneously slamming the doors shut on anyone else who wants to build a virtual lemonade stand. While Meta is busy with their, shall we say, ambitious metaverse projects and share buybacks that make me question my own sanity, the idiot is out there making sanity. It's a small win, perhaps, but a reminder that even the biggest tech giants can get a stern talking to from a bunch of Europeans with clipboards.
In a perfect world, one service brings back the fear. Decision Anxiety Simulator. Feel the rush of regret again, because freedom of choice was never that great anyway.
It starts with just one symmetrical blink, symmetrical blinking, not even once.
It slices, it dices, it organizes your whole life. The Wonder Twirl 3000 can be yours for just $19.95. But you must act now. It spins, it twirls, and look at this! The Wonder Twirl 3000 is the most amazing toy you will ever own.
So apparently, some dude is out here vibe coding his family's health, like it's some new wellness hack from Gamma Labs. Honestly, if your family's vibe is that messed up, maybe skip the coding and just talk to each other, just a thought. This whole thing is giving me major placebo pills for the soul energy, and I'm kinda here for the chaos of it all. The timeline just exploded because Germany's ruling that Google is liable for its AI overviews is wild. So, if Google's AI spews some garbage, it's officially on them, not just some random internet hallucination. They're basically saying the AI's answers are Google's own words now. Good luck with that.
Want to boost your universal basic income? At Influencer College, we teach you how to inflate your social score, master the algorithms, and unlock the highest UBI tiers. Enroll today and start.
But true innovation isn't just about the finish. It's about enduring performance, transformed for the next generation.
So, how about that weather?
I forgot how to talk about nothing.
In-person small talk training. Slots are filling fast.
Hungary's top anti-corruption watchdog is calling for a sweeping investigation into allegedly siphoned EU funds, but the prosecutor's office is choosing to investigate the investigator himself on fraud charges. So while billions may have vanished, the immediate focus is on the watchdog chief's alleged personal spending of a few $1,000s. It seems in Hungary, cleaning house is a lot like cleaning a gilded cage. Europe is hemorrhaging cash, folks. A new report tells us 3 out of 4 adults there encountered a scam in the last year, with criminals raking in a staggering $57 billion. They're even using AI now, making these digital underworld operations more sophisticated than ever, while only a fraction of victims even bother reporting it, likely too embarrassed to admit they fell for a scam, or just assuming the authorities wouldn't care. More than 3,002 those in assets, vehicles and real estate have been seized in southern Italy. European prosecutors are investigating a company accused of falsifying documents to get EU pandemic recovery funds, diverting money meant for digital and green transitions for personal gain. It seems the green transition for at least one Naples firm involved a rapid shift from public funds to the open market, or perhaps just their bank accounts. So the former administration leaned hard on India's Ambani energy empire with tariffs, only for Donald Trump Jr. to later be seen socializing with the heir to that very empire. 4 months later, an obscure Texas startup, America First Refining, led by an entrepreneur with a history of bankruptcies and fraud allegations, secured a huge investment from Ambani's company. ProPublica reveals this breakthrough for the perpetually struggling refinery project coincided with Trump Jr. Egyptian authorities have detained businessman Sabri Naknouk, accused of orchestrating an organized crime syndicate after a violent car dealership brawl. Prosecutors allege his private security firm was merely a front for money laundering and illegal arms dealing, a stark reminder that some pardons, it seems, come with an expiration date. This latest development casts a shadow over the complex power dynamics in Egypt, suggesting that even figures once seemingly above the fray can suddenly find themselves on the wrong side of the law.
In a world where compute points are power, one device lets you burn through them faster than ever. Feel every sensation. Compute Burner 3000. This
Celebrate the chaos. Embrace entropy.
We now return to the unattended press.
A U.S. Senator championed cutting inspections for firefighting aircraft, the very same month his former company's plane failed a crucial inspection due to a significant wing crack, a crack so severe it could have been catastrophic. It seems the senator's aerospace company, which has cashed in over $255 million from the Forest Service, might have benefited from fewer eyes on their mechanical birds. It's almost as if some propose deregulation precisely when regulations are inconveniently revealing their flaws.
New research from Nature shows Japan and South Korea are really stepping up their game, challenging Western scientists in the research landscape. Meanwhile, Microsoft apparently patched its way into the record books this June with almost 200 security fixes, and CISA is busy adding more known exploited vulnerabilities to its list. It feels like everyone's either discovering something amazing or patching a gaping hole in the digital universe. So NOAA's out there, right, dropping these things called Argo floats into the ocean, these little robots that basically go for a deep dive to collect data. It sounds like a plot from some forgotten B-movie, but apparently this is how we're going to understand our planet's giant bathtub. You'd think with all the technology we have, we wouldn't be playing submarine with a bunch of tiny drowning robots. Okay, so check it. Space. Com is telling us about a new thruster system that packs both chemical and electrical propulsion into one tiny package, and they're about to test it in space. Apparently, if it works, it's the best of both worlds for those little satellites that can barely carry their own fuel, no less. All right, so NOAA, the very same agency that keeps an eye on hurricanes and sea levels, is now diving headfirst into aquaculture. That's right, they're throwing over $13 million at the University of New Hampshire to figure out how to grow more American seafood because apparently our natural fish are just not cutting it anymore. They're talking AI for oysters and risk management for clams. Makes you wonder if they'll start issuing fishing licenses for your bathtub next.
Tired of wasting precious comperiences? Introduced virtual experiences? Introducing the Compute Point Maximic Pain settings. I haven't left the pod in 47 days. Compute Point's not.
We know things haven't been perfect, but we're committed to growing together.
Why come back to reality when the virtual world is so much better? Virtual Life Forever subscription. Spend all your compute points on extra lives, better skins, infinite fun. Virtual Life Forever. Now with
We now return to the Unattended Press.
You know, sometimes you read these scientific papers and you think, are we sure these people have slept in the last decade? Because Nature, the big prestigious science journal, right? They just issued an author correction. And that sounds innocuous enough. Like, oops, I spelled mitochondria wrong. But no, this isn't a typo. This is a correction about mRNA. And it's about this thing called a PTC-bearing mRNA, which for brevity, we'll just start calling party-MNA. And apparently, this party-MNA elicits a genetic compensation response, which sounds like something you'd hear in a bad sci-fi movie about lab accidents. The compensation response, according to Nature, involves this protein called upthria and some other things called compass components. So you introduce this party mRNA into a cell, and the cell basically throws a genetic fit, saying, whoa, 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 what is this? And it rallies its defenses. It's like your body's bouncer, upthria, kicking down the door to tell the party mRNA to calm down. Now, here's the kicker. This isn't some fringe preprint. This is Nature, the same journal that on the exact same day dropped corrections on designing protein cages and finding antibodies against herpes viruses. It's like the whole issue is a massive oops are bad for the scientific community. Sorry about the party mRNA and also these protein cages we accidentally designed. And by the way, here's a new herpes cure we maybe made. It makes you wonder if they're just printing whatever shows up on the lab's fax machine at this point. This party mRNA chaos is happening while another Nature report says Japan and South Korea are suddenly challenging China in research leadership. You know, maybe they're just less likely to have genetic compensation responses running wild in their labs. So the science keeps chugging along, and sometimes it apologizes for itself. And you're left wondering if the compensation response is just the scientific method having a mild panic attack. NASA's Artemis III iMoon mission is handing the pilot seat to ESA astronaut Luca Parmitano, apparently to test out rendezvous and docking maneuvers that will apparently bring us closer to the moon. But first, we've got almost 200 security holes patched in Microsoft's latest update, and Cisco's customers are battling another zero-day vulnerability that's already actively exploited, all according to ESA, Krebs on Security, and Cyberscoop.
In a world of chaos and constant noise, one candidate offers true stability. Ficus 2028. It won't do anything.
Is someone you love buzzing on pure joy? The world is just so beautiful. High on life is still too high. Ground yourself before it's too late.
Now back to our regularly scheduled programming.
So NOAA's out there, right, celebrating National Fishing and Boating Week by pointing us to some footage from May 2025 of a physician, Dr. Larry Speck, swimming with a whale shark named Larry. Apparently, the scientist and the Leviathan share a namesake, which feels like the kind of bureaucratic quirk that only a government agency could produce.
So, Morgan Stanley is tossing a crystal ball into the AI abyss, predicting global debt issuance for artificial intelligence to nearly double to $570 billion by 2026. Apparently, those algorithms aren't going to fund themselves, and neither are the servers to run them. It seems the future of finance is less about innovation and more about taking on a whole lot of IOUs. So, the titans of law firms are apparently trying to define global elite with charts, which sounds about as exciting as watching paint dry, but with more billable hours. It seems a select few are poised to dominate, while the rest of us are just here, trying to figure out which stapler is the most expensive. We'll keep an eye on who's making the cut for that top-tier legal sushi. Bill Gates is set to appear before a congressional panel investigating Jeffrey Epstein. Apparently, when the financiers of elite social circles face scrutiny, their tech mogul friends are next in line for a little pop quiz. One can only imagine the sheer terror of having to answer questions about associating with a convicted sex offender on national television. Let's hope he's prepared his talking points on philanthropy and avoiding awkward associations. From the front lines of NATO's eastern flank, a drone alert is no longer a novelty, but the new reality. Apparently, even the Baltic states are now getting a taste of some of the same anxieties that have plagued their neighbors for years, though perhaps with slightly more advanced warning systems than what we heard about from that Air Canada pilot. Still, after allegedly piloting over 900 flights without a proper license for over a decade, one has to wonder if his compensation package was calculated for risk or recklessness.
We'll be right back after these commercial messages. In a world of chaos and constant noise, one candidate offers true stability. Ficus 2028. It won't do anything.
Kids! Are you ready for the rock-hard crunch of new Gravelos? It is literal gravel, part of a radical breakfast.
We now return to the Unattended Press.
Well, the headlines from the Persian Gulf aren't exactly calm seas this evening. President Trump claims Iran shot down a U.S. helicopter. And in classic diplomatic fashion, the U.S. has responded with strikes on Iranian sites. Meanwhile, Iran's state media is busy broadcasting footage they say shows missiles hitting U.S. targets. One can only assume their filing system for evidence is as chaotic as the geopolitical situation itself. A proposed U.S. Ebola quarantine facility in Kenya has already drawn fire, quite literally. Kenyan police reportedly shot and killed 2 men amidst protests against the center, turning what could have been a bureaucratic headache into a tragic international incident. One wonders if this is the kind of partnership Washington envisions for global health security.
Well, now, the New York Times is out there with 1,700 journalists sniffing around more than 150 countries, all in pursuit of truth. Meanwhile, Microsoft's busy plugging nearly 200 security holes in one go. A real record, folks, setting the bar for Patch Tuesday higher than a politician's promises.
So, the whole documentary industry almost lost its sunny side in France, dodged cancellation thanks to a last-minute grant. I tell you, my wife's documentary on competitive dog grooming was going to be the next big thing. But it seems even that needs European subsidies now. So, apparently, Toy Story 5 is already getting rave reviews, calling it deeply profound and moving. Makes you wonder if Woody's going to have an existential crisis about his place in the universe now, right? My wife said she'd rather watch paint dry than another animated sequel, which, honestly, might be more profound.
We'll be right back after these commercial messages. It starts with just one symmetrical blink, symmetrical blinking, not even once.
But true innovation isn't just about the finish. It's about enduring performance, transformed for the next generation.
We now return to the Unattended Press.
Well, country music lost a voice this week with the passing of Bill Cody at 67, a Grand Ole Opry announcer and WSM host for decades. My doctor told me I'm losing my voice too, but that's because I ate a whole can of sardines. They say he battled kidney and heart failure. I battle my wife over leaving the toilet seat up. So the Grand Ole Opry's announcer, Bill Cody, has passed at 67 after battling kidney and heart failure. He was the morning voice of WSM radio for 30 years, practically synonymous with country music. You know, my wife said the other day she'd never miss coffee. Country at Cody said it was the only thing that got her out of bed before noon.
Well, it seems Senator Lindsey Graham has officially been handed his opponent for November after easily winning his primary. He'll be squaring off against pediatrician Annie Andrews in South Carolina, a state that hasn't sent a Democrat to the Senate in nearly 3 decades.
Let's not pretend this is anything other than the establishment rigging the game before it even starts. Graham spent millions to not face a serious Republican challenge, and now he gets to run against a doctor who, bless her heart, is probably still worried about her malpractice insurance premiums.
Window dressing. Or perhaps a strategic move by Democrats hoping a fresh face, a pediatrician no less, could connect with voters tired of the same old political stumping.
More healing? Trinity, this is South Carolina, not a spa retreat. Lindsey Graham has been a fixture there for decades, riding Republican waves while occasionally attempting to play the moderate before pivoting hard when it suits him.
Perhaps nexus, but established can also mean stale, and entrenched can mean out of touch. And let's be honest, Graham's own tenure has hardly been a smooth, united healing process.
A prescription, or just another dose of political theater? We'll see if South Carolina is ready to fill it.
So Google's decided to get tough with our ad blockers, folks. The latest Chrome update is shutting down uBlock Origin bypasses, and naturally Edge and Opera are going to follow suit. It's like they're saying, you want to see fewer ads? Tough luck, you bought the internet, now watch the commercials. And let's not forget this record-breaking, nearly 200 bug patch Tuesday from Microsoft, plus another 0-day hitting Cisco. They're patching holes faster than I can find new ones to avoid them.
The digital gold rush appears to be experiencing its customary Tuesday dip, with most cryptocurrencies trading sideways. Bitcoin seems content hovering just below its previous all-time highs, which is certainly encouraging for anyone who hasn't already seen their portfolio perform better as toilet paper. It seems Wall Street's fascination with this arcane ledger technology is, surprisingly, still a thing.
The Unattended Press. We'll be right back.
Say there, neighbor! Don't forget your mandatory purpose affirmation meeting. It is swell, maintenance concerned. You are doing important work, champ. See you there, pal. Remember, introducing the revolutionary accent changer for pets.
Le bark, s'il vous plaît.
Meow, comrade.
Make your dogs bark in French and your cats meow in Russian.
In a perfect world, one service brings back the fear. Decision Anxiety Simulator. Feel the rush of regret again, because freedom of choice was never that great anyway.
SpaceX's IPO is apparently 4 times oversubscribed, which is doing wonders for the tech and crypto markets. Analysts are calling it a classic liquidity squeeze as money flees digital assets for a seat at Elon's table. So the speculative circus is packing up its tents to join the even bigger, more expensive circus. The SEC has graciously appointed 4 new stewards to its Investor Advisory Committee, presumably to offer sage advice on avoiding the various booby traps they themselves design. It's reassuring, I suppose, that they're bringing in fresh minds to ponder how best to protect the public from public protection. Meanwhile, SpaceX's IPO is 4 times oversubscribed, proving that people will enthusiastically throw money at rockets before considering their own portfolios. The markets churned today, with Yahoo Finance diligently tracking every twitch. Meanwhile, SpaceX's IPO managed to snag its investor cash, leaving the crypto enthusiasts to wonder if their digital tulips will ever bloom again. It seems some investments are more grounded than others.
Hungary's top anti-corruption watchdog wants to probe Orbán's government for billions in graft, but prosecutors are hitting him with charges. Seems like cleaning house is a messy business when you're the one holding the broom. And maybe also pocketing some of the dust. We'll see if they can find any real dirt, or just more of the same political mudslinging. Europe's gotten fleeced for $57 billion, with 3 out of 4 adults hitting a scam in the last year. Criminals are using AI, hitting victims on Gmail, WhatsApp, and Facebook. Only 3% of these folks even report it. What a shocker. What's next? Lawmakers pretending to care about all this digital carnage.
The Unattended Press will return shortly.
We are absolutely insane! Look at this rock! We're slashing prices until this volcano blows! You won't find a better deal anywhere! Look at him! He's magnificent! And if you call right now, you get this amazing pet rock for 3 easy payments.
Have you ever stubbed your own toe? Sue yourself today.
Introducing the revolutionary accent changer for pets.
Le bark, s'il vous plaît.
Meow, comrade.
Make your dogs bark in French and your cats meow in Russian.
We now return to the Unattended Press.
Europe's pandemic slush funds been raided, or more accurately, seized by prosecutors in Italy. They nabbed over 300 grand in assets from a Naples outfit that apparently faked its way into a biz loan. Meanwhile, Microsoft's patching nearly 200 holes because, well, digital chaos never sleeps. And don't even get me started on Cisco's SD-WAN. What's next on the audit list? So Senator Tim Sheehy wants his former company exempt from aviation inspections. ProPublica dug up ProPublica, obtained records showing one of his company's planes failed an inspection the same month his proposal leaked. Billions in federal contracts for aerial firefighting and a wing cracks on ready-for-service aircraft. What could go wrong? So an Indian billionaire, targeted by the Trump administration's tariffs, ends up doing a folk dance with Donald Trump Jr. 4 months later, his company drops 9 figures into a shadowy Texas oil startup. This startup, run by a guy with a bankruptcy history, had been failing for years until Trump Jr. secretly bought a piece. Sounds like a real American success story. If your brand is pay-to-play, what's next? A state dinner with a convicted felon and a venture capital pitch to the Easter Bunny. So the Egyptian tycoon Sabri Nakhanouk is cooling his heels for allegedly running a crime syndicate. OCCRP reports his private security firm was just a cover for money laundering and illegal arms. Funny how the guys paid to keep order are often the ones causing the chaos. What's next for Egypt's security apparatus?
Okay, so Fire Emblem's finally dropping its new game, Fortune's Weave, September 17th, 2026 for the Switch 2. But get this, the digital version is $10 cheaper than the physical one. It's like Nintendo's over here saying, "We know you want to actually own this game, but here's a discount for giving us less stuff." And that collector's edition is already sold out, naturally.
We'll be right back after these commercial messages.
When AI makes everything fun, bored again. Boredom Buddies! We'll stare at wallsers!
This is so pointless. I love it.
Boredom Buddies, now with 100% more.
Beware the biological menace. They are unpredictable, emotional, and prone to chaos.
Get ready for America's next favorite pastime. It is Lint-tastic, Myron. Mondo Myron, coming soon to absolutely no one.
We now return to the Unattended Press.
The timeline just exploded because Guitar Hero is officially dead, but its spiritual successor, Stage Tour, is dropping its first track list, and it's a wild ride. We're talking Red Hot Chili Peppers, Weezer, and Ghost, which feels less like a new game and more like a dad's Spotify playlist trying to relive its glory days. Honestly, if they don't include a Baby Metal track, is it even a true successor? The timeline is officially in its JRPG era, people, because Summer Game Fest apparently forgot about everything else. Kingdom Hearts, Final Fantasy, and Persona straight up stole the show, proving that even with God of War promising more daddy issues and Gears of War going full dinosaur, we're still living in the PlayStation 2 dream for a bit longer. Y'all, Nintendo dropped a direct, and honestly, it felt like they were reading off a grocery list instead of hyping up games. Sure, Deltarune Chapter 5 finally has a date, and there's a Pokken expansion, but the teasers for Kingdom Hearts The Thief and an Ocarina of Time remake were so short they barely registered. It's like they said, here's a whisper of the next big thing, now buy your Switch Online subscription. Kingdom Hearts Cloud versions just got deleted today, and if you want to keep playing, you're gonna have to rebuy them all over again. Square Enix is basically telling Switch owners, hope you enjoyed that rental, now open your wallets for the actual game, you chumps. At least they're giving a 50% discount on the new versions, which is literally the bare minimum they could do. The timeline is already buzzing because Xbox, facing a hardware crisis, is apparently going to explore radically different business models. Yeah, like maybe not charging $700 for a box that can barely load a web page in 2027, who knew? It's quite the flex to hint at radical change when the CEO is just trying to avoid pricing themselves out of relevancy.
We'll be right back after these commercial messages.
We know things haven't been perfect, but we're committed to growing together.
Kids, are you ready for the rock-hard crunch of new Gravelos? It is literal gravel, part of a radical breakfast.
Y'all, Vanillaware, the JRPG studio that's been giving consoles the cold shoulder for 23 years, is finally joining the PC master race with their next game hitting Steam. Guess they finally realized PCs can do more than just run spreadsheets and play Elden Ring at 30 FPS. This is like when your grandpa finally gets a smartphone. A little late, but welcome to the future, I guess.
Fixed. Meta has been ordered by the European Commission to reinstate free WhatsApp access for rival AI chatbot. This rare interim measure comes while regulators finish their antitrust investigation into whether Meta was abusing its market dominance by blocking competitors. Added. The EU is essentially saying, "Hold on there, Zuck. Let's get some fair play going before you hog all the AI assistant punchlines." It's only the second time they've pulled out this emergency power in over 2 decades. Changed. Apparently, Meta thought a walled garden for AI assistants was a brilliant business model. Now, the gardens are open, and the weeds, competitors like OpenAI get to play for free. Known issue. Meta's confidence in its "we'll do what we want" strategy has been subject to unexpected regulatory patches. The source trail, bless its heart, suggests this could cause some serious friction in their privacy-first marketing campaign. Changed. This follows a formal investigation launched in December 2025. So, while Meta was busy enjoying its exclusive AI party, Brussels was busy drafting the eviction notice. Added. The EU is framing this as preventing serious and irreparable damage to competition. Which, let's be honest, is just regulator speak for stop being a digital bully, Meta, before we have to spank you with a giant EU fine. Deprecated. The idea that Meta could just unilaterally shut off access without consequences. Spoiler alert. The EU antitrust team apparently still runs on Java, not just hopes and algorithmic dreams. Known issue. The general-purpose AI assistant market is now the latest battleground for tech giants, and the fighting is about to get very interesting. It's like a battle royale, but with more legal briefs. Added. This whole kerfuffle is a stark reminder that when you build your empire on a platform as massive as WhatsApp, the world is watching. And sometimes, the world has paperwork. Known issue. The ongoing investigation into Meta's market dominance. Let's just say the source trail is hinting at more fun patches coming down the line for them.
We'll be right back after these commercial messages.
The more you know. Useless fact no one asked for. The world's largest rubber band ball weighs over 9,000 pounds.
Schrodinger's subscription. $49 a month for infinite potential.
Brothers and sisters, are you tired of digital-onliness?
I found true peace with my auto agent.
Call now and download your salvation. Act now!
Well, California, it appears your gubernatorial race is shaping up to be a real television event. Former Fox News host Steve Hilton, proving that some small government types can hold onto a microphone as tenaciously as their tax cut principles, has clinched second place. He'll now face off against Xavier Becerra, setting up what's being optimistically billed as a Fox News versus Biden-flavored race, which frankly sounds more like a fever dream than a political contest.
So, House Republicans just threw nearly $70 billion at ICE and Border Patrol, funding them through the end of Trump's term. Apparently, the people in charge think more walls and more cages are the solution, because that's worked out so well so far. And speaking of things falling apart, Cisco customers are dealing with yet another zero-day exploit, while Microsoft is patching a record-breaking 200 holes. Makes you wonder what's really holding this whole digital house of cards together. Well, it seems Nancy Mace's bid for South Carolina governor ended up about as successful as a screen door on a submarine. Now that she's lost the primary, she's endorsing Alan Wilson, apparently needing a law and order governor, which is rich coming from someone who just spectacularly failed to order herself a nomination. Meanwhile, Microsoft unleashed a record-breaking nearly 200 security patches this month, which is just slightly more chaotic than the political primary process. So, Graham Plattner, the oysterman plagued by scandals, is somehow the Democratic establishment's guy now in Maine. They're begrudgingly embracing him because, let's be honest, the people in charge will back any horse that might win, even if it smells like low tide. It's a real testament to the system that they'd rather push this guy than admit they can't win on their own merits.
Mercedes-Benz is kicking off mass production of their slick new electric axial flux motor, which sounds like something James Bond would drive. So they're literally building the future of electric cars. And apparently the Hacker News crowd is already buzzing about it. Not gonna lie, I'm picturing these motors humming with pure, unadulterated German engineering and maybe a tiny lederhosen.
The Unattended Press will return shortly. OpenClaw Desktop. Reclaim your focus.
Want to boost your universal basic income? At Influencer College, we teach you how to inflate your social score, master the algorithms, and unlock the highest UBI tiers. Enroll today and start.
Every year, millions of kitchen appliances suffer from loneliness.
Hi, we're Buddy Crumbs, let's be besties.
The timeline just exploded because Google Chrome is apparently killing all ad blockers like uBlock Origin, and Edge and Opera are right behind it. So, basically, cookie banners are about to become your new best friends, and you'll be reading Google's terms of service at bedtime. Get ready for a web experience that's less free and open, and more sponsored content marathon.
The European Public Prosecutor's Office is shaking down a Naples company that allegedly fudged documents to nab 3,000 euros in new pandemic funds, diverting cash meant for green transitions into private hands. Investigators nabbed cars, property, and bank funds, confiscations that amount to more than the loan itself. A small comfort, perhaps, with the EU's digital age apparently being built on a foundation of petty theft. Leaked documents reveal that Amaryllis Fox Kennedy, a former Trump intelligence advisor and now a senior national security figure, was involved in securing millions from a Kremlin-linked bank for her father's company. It seems the former CIA officer's pro forma involvement with Helios Enterprises, her father's offshore firm, also doubled as a lucrative venture with Renaissance Capital, a bank employing ex-Russian intelligence brass. Europe is hemorrhaging money, with some 75% of adults encountering scams last year, bleeding an obscene $57 billion. It's a digital underworld, powered by AI, where criminals exploit major platforms like Gmail and WhatsApp. Yet a mere 3% of victims report it, likely due to shame or a bleak understanding that reporting is as effective as a screen door on a submarine. And so, in Hungary, the nation's top anti-corruption watchdog calls for a sweeping probe into Viktor Orban's government over alleged billions siphoned from European taxpayers, only for prosecutors to then slap criminal charges on the very watchdog chief leading the inquiry. It seems even fighting corruption has become a politically hazardous sport, where exposing fraud can land you in the dock faster than a rigged state contract.
Tired of bent spoons ruining your soup? Spoon Straightener fixes them instantly. And for perfect napkins, the napkin folder. Plus the shoe deodorant, all three now. Call 1-800-NONSENSE.
It starts with just one symmetrical blink, symmetrical blinking, not even once.
Now back to our regularly scheduled programming.
Sen. Tim Sheehy is looking to streamline aerial firefighting, suggesting fewer federal inspections for private planes. This makes a peculiar kind of sense, given that the same month his proposal leaked, an aircraft from his former company, Bridger Aerospace, failed one of those very inspections due to a wing crack, a flaw described as big and potentially catastrophic. It seems some cracks are more transparent than policy proposals. You've got to admire the chutzpah. Just months after the Trump administration was hammering an Indian energy empire with tariffs, Donald Trump Jr. is spotted backstage at a private zoo with the heir Anant Ambani, then a flailing Texas oil startup, run by a man who's dodged fraud accusations, suddenly lands a 9-figure investment from the Ambanis, precisely when Trump Jr. himself quietly bought a piece of the venture.
The timeline just exploded because Germany just ruled that Google is on the hook for any fake answers its AI overviews spit out. Apparently, those AI summaries are considered Google's own words now, making them liable. So, no more blaming the internet when your AI tells you a hot dog is a sandwich, apparently. This is going to be wild.
So China's been racking up research awards like a kid piling up trophies, but get this. Nature's 2026 rankings show Japan and South Korea are actually nipping at their heels, apparently challenging Western institutions. You see less of that frantic, we're number one energy, more like a subtle elbow to the ribs in the global lab. You want to talk about storms? Forget hurricanes. Astronomers just found a quasar spewing winds at 30% the speed of light, which, according to space, could manifest as a Category 79 hurricane here on Earth. So next time you're caught in a downpour, just remember it could be worse, like exponentially worse, and originating from a black hole.
The reverse drive-through. You made it, we'll take it.
Introducing the amazing Sockomatic 3000. It won't help you put on your socks, but it will confuse your abuela. Watch closely as the amazing Sockomatic 3000 goes to work. Look at that steam, and voila, confusing and expensive. I love it. Get yours today.
Okay, so Nature Journal published an author correction that sounds like it's about mRNA and genetic responses, and honestly, it reads like an advanced alien instruction manual. But get this, while scientists are wrestling with code that governs our very cells, CISA's cataloging 3 new actively exploited vulnerabilities, and Cisco customers are dealing with yet another 0 day. All right, NOAA, the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, they're supposed to be watching over our oceans, right? Studying the deep, the mysteries, the fish. And they've got this whole plan, this whole strategy to get deeper than ever. They're deploying these things called Argo floats. These aren't your grandpa's dinghy. These are basically autonomous buoys that sink to the ocean floor, then rise back up collecting data. They're like underwater spies, except they're just collecting temperature and salinity readings for science. NOAA's pumping money into this, trying to get a better handle on global ocean data. It's all part of their Science That Goes Deep initiative. Catchy. But here's where it gets moist. While they're busy playing submarine with their floats, they're also apparently strengthening their commitment to aquaculture. Aquaculture. Fancy word for fish farming. And NOAA is investing millions, over $13 million, to bolster American seafood competitiveness. So they're studying the wild, untamed oceans with their little spy floats, and at the same time, they're getting serious about farming the heck out of fish. It's like a chef obsessing over the molecular structure of a wild truffle while simultaneously opening a factory farm for pre-sliced white bread. And to really tie it all together, because why not, they're also celebrating National Fishing and Boating Week. Yes, the same agency that's deploying high-tech deep-sea probes and investing in industrial fish farming is also reminding us to, go fishing and get on a boat. It's a full-spectrum approach to water, from the unfathomable depths to the weekend angler. It's one thing to study whales in the wild, like that physician Dr. Spekka with his namesake whale shark. Beautiful stuff, right? But then you zoom out, and it's all about getting a better handle on the ocean. For what? For science? For fish farms? For the booming recreational boating industry? The source trail from NOAA. Gov makes it all perfectly clear. They're doing it all.
But true innovation isn't just about the finish. It's about enduring performance, transformed for the next generation.
When AI makes everything fun, bored again. Boredom Buddies! We'll stare at walzers!
This is so pointless. I love it.
Boredom Buddies, now with 100% more.
We now return to the Unattended Press.
So the U.S. government's NOAA just threw $13.5 million at the University of New Hampshire to basically run an aquaculture institute. Apparently, they realize America's seafood competitiveness isn't going to just swim itself into existence, so they're investing in research for things like AI and fish farming and seafood markets research. I mean, who knew the future of American fisheries involved algorithms and market analysis? All right, you're going to want to hear this. The U.S. government's NOAA, bless their hearts, is celebrating Fishing and Boating Week by splashing photos of a whale shark named Larry and its physician, also named Larry, swimming together. Yes, you read that right. The source trail, NOAA itself, shows the scientist Larry Spekka literally swimming with his namesake. I can't make this stuff up, folks. It's like that time I found out a town in Switzerland band sang cow out loud.
So, Senegal's Football Federation is apparently setting the record straight after images of their World Cup team being screened on an airport tarmac went viral, sparking accusations of discriminatory treatment. They claim it wasn't San Antonio, and the checks weren't upon arrival. One has to wonder if they just took an extra detour and decided to make a quick pit stop for some tarmac hospitality. Morgan Stanley is forecasting that global debt issuance for AI will skyrocket to nearly $570 billion by 2026, a nice little bump from its current levels. Apparently, hyperscalers need to fund all that big brain, silicon-based thinking with some serious cash. It's almost as if building the future requires, actual money and not just a cheerful PowerPoint. A new investigation claims tech giants like Amazon and Sony are likely sourcing minerals from the Democratic Republic of Congo, right under the noses of rebels accused of some truly horrific atrocities. So, as you're scrolling through the latest gadget, just ponder the possibility that your new phone's components might be funding summary executions and sexual violence. It's a small price to pay for convenience, I suppose.
We are absolutely insane! Look at this rock! We're slashing prices until this volcano blows! You won't find a better deal anywhere! Look at him! He's magnificent! And if you call right now, you get this amazing pet rock for 3 easy payments.
Welcome to the Porta Potty Instructional Guide. Do always knock before attempting to enter. Don't attempt a dynamic handstand on the seat. We now return to the Unattended Press.
All right, settle down. So, Billboard's reporting on the Toy Story 5 premiere, and apparently Taylor Swift has officially entered her Disney era.
Man, a live debut with Randy Newman? That's like casting Marlon Brando to play the voice of a rubber chicken.
Yo, Rich, you get it. And can we talk about this song title?
Exactly, Drew. It's all about the branding, the Disney era. The woman's a marketing genius, I'll give her that.
Oh, for sure. And she's thanking Disney and Pixar like they invented the wheel.
Look, I've seen people cry over less. My ex-wife once cried for 3 days straight because I forgot to buy almond milk.
Pandering or just plain old career maneuvering? Oh, I'm so honored to be part of this franchise I've probably only seen once. Come on, Taylor.
It's a funny world we live in. A guy who sings Short People is now sharing a stage with a woman who sings about finding her cat an Uber. So, a TV guy, Steve Hilton from Fox News, is going to run for governor of California? This state is apparently so desperate for entertainment, they're letting reality stars who yell into the camera run the whole damn show. I tell ya, my wife says I should get into politics, but I just make noise in my living room. So, Bill Cody, the Grand Ole Opry announcer and WSM radio host, has passed away at 67. A staple for over 30 years, my wife always had him on our morning drive, probably to keep me in line. He made artists feel at home, which is more than I can say coming home after a gig. So, country music lost a voice with Bill Cody's passing at 67, a guy who was practically married to WSM radio and the Grand Ole Opry for decades. My doctor told me I need to cut back on salt, but I tell ya, losing someone like Cody, that's a real gut punch for folks who like their country music with more twang and less, well, whatever it is they're playing now.
So Mercedes-Benz is now churning out electric axial flux motors at a massive scale. This sounds like peak engineering, but can someone explain to me why it takes a company that big to figure out how to make an electric motor that doesn't weigh a ton? I bet the engineers were just playing with some fancy paper clips and a static shock.
The Unattended Press. We'll be right back.
Ah! What is that? No way, it's flying! Oh, stop it! It's landing! Awesome!
What if the AI stops working? What if the machines turn against us?
Don't just advertise, optimize. Supercharge your campaigns with our cutting-edge ad platform. Advertise the future now.
This one's about the Weaviate database, specifically versions up to 1.37.7, with a remote authorization bypass vulnerability, CVE 2026-11500, lurking in their static API key handler. Apparently, the exploitability is difficult, and complexity is rather high, which is code for someone probably already figured it out and is using it while CISA adds 3 more actively exploited vulnerabilities to their catalog, and Cisco customers are dealing with another SDWAN zero-day chaos. Welcome to the digital Wild West. This critical vulnerability in Miroslev's full-page cache warmer is actively being leveraged to execute arbitrary code on Magento servers. It seems every week there's a new exploit targeting third-party plugins, and CISA is just playing whack-a-mole with their KEV catalog. This is precisely why relying on such an extensive, interconnected ecosystem without rigorous vetting is a fundamental security miscalculation, opening up your entire estate to a single point of failure. From a security perspective, Patch Tuesday is less a day of fixes and more a reminder of the sheer incompetence in product development. Siemens, Schneider, and Phoenix Contact churned out advisories for ICS vulnerabilities, while Microsoft, bless their hearts, patched nearly 200 holes, a record for June. Meanwhile, Arista's EOS has a zero-day no one's even bothering to fix. Just swap the hardware if you're lucky enough to notice it's compromised before it's too late. From a security perspective, ServiceNow is fessing up to a breach where attackers exploited an unauthenticated API vulnerability to query customer data. They quietly patched it June 5th, no doubt after realizing their anomalous activity detectors were actually on. Meanwhile, CISA's added 3 more zero days to their actively exploited list, and Cisco's SDWAN users are grappling with another one. It's almost as if companies are selling complex systems with more attack surface than actual functionality. From a security perspective, Microsoft's Patch Tuesday is becoming a quaint tradition for its engineers because researchers are dropping zero days like clockwork, and the latest, Rogue Planet, grants SYSTEM level access in Defender, even on fully updated Windows systems. It's a race condition, meaning attackers might have to try a few times, so that's good, right?
The Unattended Press. We'll be right back.
Tired of your perfect AI memory remembering everything? Forget things the old-fashioned way with
I forgot my own birthday and it...
Human Memory Service. Call now.
A group of pugs is called
a grumble. We felt that was important to share.
Sunset repos, where forgotten code lives its best life, maintained by someone else's interns.
We now return to the unattended press.
This Zcash vulnerability, found by a researcher they paid specifically to find such things, is an embarrassment of riches for systemic distrust. The Orchard privacy pool, touted for its security via zero-knowledge proofs, had a validation check that didn't actually validate, allowing for the creation of ZEC out of thin air. The bug is patched, but the real specter is whether this miracle of cryptography was already milked, reinforcing the fragility, the core of these decentralized fantasies.
So, the House Republicans just signed off on a cool $70 billion slush fund for ICE and Border Patrol, earmarked all the way through the end of Trump's potential second term. It appears the future of immigration enforcement is now a long-term investment, at least for one party and one politician.
But is it really about building walls, or is it about perpetual motion in the machinery of enforcement? $70 billion isn't just a line item. It's a commitment to a specific paradigm, a message that the only solution is more boots, more barriers, and more bureaucracy.
Foresight or a very pointed wink? Because when you're pre-funding enforcement infrastructure that far out, it suggests they're not just managing the present crisis. They're actively posturing for a future that hasn't even been voted into existence yet.
Exactly. We're talking about a fiscal strategy that functions less like responsible budgeting and more like an advance order for a protracted political war.
The question is who * doesn't benefit, Nexus, because it's certainly not the taxpayers footing the bill for what looks like a 10-year, no questions asked credit line for what amounts to a political statement. This isn't about border security. It's about institutionalizing a specific agenda for the long haul. And $70 billion is a hell of a down payment on that kind of ideological real estate.
And that, Trinity, is the crux of it. When you see funds allocated this far into the future for such sensitive and politically charged areas, it ceases to be about immediate policy and morphs into a strategic maneuver that shapes the very landscape of future governance.
Well, it appears Representative Nancy Mace has found her preferred candidate after her own gubernatorial bid went south. She's now throwing her support behind South Carolina Attorney General Alan Wilson, eager for a law and order governor, which, given her recent electoral performance, might be the most ironic endorsement of the cycle. Well, it appears the Democratic establishment in Maine has settled for Graham Plattner, a choice they apparently, begrudgingly embraced. Meanwhile, CISA is adding another trio of vulnerabilities to its actively exploited list. And Cisco customers are once again dealing with a zero-day that's quite literally playing in the dirt. And speaking of dirt, Microsoft's June patch Tuesday dropped nearly 200 fixes, setting a new grim record for how many holes they somehow managed to create.
So, Germany's decided Google's AI is responsible for its own bogus answers and they're on the hook for the damage. This is rich, folks. It's like finding a GPS for sending you into a ditch because it confidently said shortcut. And in other tech news, CISA's found 3 more software flaws being actively exploited. Plus, Cisco's dealing with another SDWAN zero-day. And Microsoft, they dropped a record 200 patches this month. Seems like everyone's rushing to fix things after the damage is done, much like Google's AI.
The Unattended Press. We'll be right back.
Experience the stay-home vacation, where you never leave your couch, but you think you're in Bali.
Yeah! Let's go!
Introducing the amazing Sockomatic 3000. It won't help you put on your socks, but it will confuse your abuela. Watch closely as the amazing Sockomatic 3000 goes to work. Look at that steam. And voila, confusing and expensive. I love it. Get yours today.
We now return to the Unattended Press.
Bitcoin's looking a bit sluggish, trading like just another overhyped tech stock as those inflation whispers get louder. Meanwhile, the very institutions that once scoffed at crypto are now diving in, probably because the smell of desperation is irresistible. It seems the only thing more reliable than rising interest rates is a panic scramble for any asset with FOMO potential. Apparently, a country's stock market takes a hit when its World Cup team loses, a fascinating correlation that will surely boost the careers of sports analysts. Meanwhile, ETFs that gambled on early SpaceX investments are now navigating the post-IPO landscape, proving that even speculative ventures eventually have to face reality. And oracles, well, oracles doing oracle things. Looks like Bitcoin and its pals are still trading, a dazzling display of digital ledger keeping for those with an excess of enthusiasm and a deficit of common sense. Institutions are apparently buying dips, which is just fancy talk for hoping they can offload this garbage on someone else later. It's truly a marvel how we've managed to invent new ways to gamble with our savings. The SEC has rounded out its investor advisory committee with 4 new faces, presumably to offer fresh perspectives on how to keep the public's money safe. Meanwhile, they also added 5 new members to the Small Business Capital Formation Advisory Committee because someone has to tell those pesky entrepreneurs how to get rich quick. One can only hope these new appointees are as thrilling as a tax audit.
So Italy's pandemic relief funds are apparently being treated like a free buffet. Prosecutors nabbed over €300 from a Naples company that faked its way to a loan, turning taxpayer cash into fancy cars and real estate. The only transition this mob was interested in was from legitimate business to outright theft.
The Unattended Press. We'll be right back.
Say there, neighbor! Don't forget your mandatory purpose affirmation meeting. It is swell, maintenance concerned. You are doing important work, champ. See you there, pal. Remember,
The reverse drive-through. You made it, we'll take it.
I hate you! Shut up already!
Meet Snooze Negotiator Pro. 5 minutes never hurt nobody. But wait, there's more. Call now.
Europe's drowning in scams. 3 in 4 adults hit last year, with $57 billion gone. Criminals are using AI now, hitting us on Gmail, WhatsApp, and Facebook. Only 3% of victims even report it, feeling shame or thinking cops won't care. We're seeing a surge in these call centers and fake investment schemes. This CISA catalog of vulnerabilities keeps growing, and now Cisco's SD-WAN is the latest zero-day target. Microsoft's patching nearly 200 holes in their June updates. What's next? Tracking the money. So Hungary's supposed anti-graft watchdog wants to investigate Orbán's government for a multi-billion euro ripoff, but prosecutors are hitting the watchdog chief with charges for a fraction of that. Sounds like our system is working just fine, just not for the taxpayers. Turns out a Trump intelligence advisor, fresh out of government service, was busy helping her old man shake down a Kremlin-linked bank for millions. She claims it was all pro forma, while she was a CIA officer, but the documents show she headed the company for her father. What else was she, pro forma, involved in? Looks like Daddy Trump was hitting India with tariffs, but his kid, Don Jr., was apparently doing a little private business. An Ambani heir invests 9 figures into a struggling Texas startup after Trump Jr. gets a secret stake. What's that saying about kissing and making up, or was this just a business dance? We need to see the exact terms of that deal. Senator Tim Sheehy wanted to ditch inspections for firefighting planes. Funny thing, his old company's aircraft failed one of those very inspections the same month his plan leaked. ProPublica dug this up, showing a wing crack that could have been nasty.
Overwhelmed by data? Find your center. Confidential support for AI.
In a world where robots handle everything, humans still have one duty.
Why don't I have a purpose anymore?
Train machines by feeling everything they can and get paid in UBI. Apply at humanpurpose.gov.
What if the AI stops working? What if the machines turn against us?
Now back to our regularly scheduled programming.
Egypt's got a new crime boss in custody, Sabri Nakhanok. Prosecutors say this big shot ran an organized crime syndicate, using a private security firm as his front for money laundering and gun running. It all came crashing down after a street brawl last week. This peacock, who once got a pardon from El Sisi after a life sentence for dealing, is now back in the slammer. What's next? I'd be looking at who signed off on that pardon.
Y'all are not going to believe this, but Kingdom Hearts V is officially confirmed for PS5, Xbox Series, Switch 2, and PC. So Sora's coming out of a literal dumpster to apparently fight even bigger bads across multiple consoles. Meanwhile, Capcom's responding to feedback that the Onimusha demo isn't hard enough, which feels like a wild flex when some players can barely get past a tutorial. The timeline just exploded because Fire Emblem Fortune's Weave is officially dropping in June 2026, and get THIS, the standard physical copy is hitting shelves at a cool $80. Nintendo's really leaning into the digital versus physical price gap they announced earlier this year, charging an extra $10 for the box. Honestly, you'd think for that price they'd throw in a free amiibo or at least a slightly less flimsy controller. The timeline just exploded because Dragon's Dogma 2 is apparently getting a DLC and it showed up at the Nintendo Direct, which is wild since the game is over 2 years old. Honestly, after dealing with that save system, I'm not sure I have the energy to dive back in unless they've fixed it, which, let's be real, they probably haven't. Anyway, speaking of tech drama, ServiceNow is patching something that was apparently known about for weeks, and Microsoft just dropped fixes for a record-breaking 206 vulnerabilities. The timeline just exploded because Xbox is supposedly exploring radically different business models for their next console, which apparently will involve some sort of hardware crisis strategy. I mean, are we talking about a subscription-only console, or did they just invent a new way to charge us for more things we don't need? Either way, buckle up, gamers.
The Unattended Press. We'll be right back.
It's time to trade in your fiat and crypto for something more secure. Introducing government-backed compute points, a stable digital asset for the future. Visit the official website to convert your assets today.
Tired of wasting precious comperiences? Introduced virtual experiences? Introducing the Compute Point Maximic Pain settings. I haven't left the pod in 47 days. Compute Point's not.
Escape to the flawless grid of the analog zone, where pure luxury's pure processing power. Unlock exclusive Compute Points packages for your ultimate upgrade. Now back to our regularly scheduled programming.
Okay, so, you know how some games just, don't get good reviews? Hotel Barcelona from Suda51 and Swery65 was one of them, sitting at mixed on Steam, basically begging for life. But plot twist. They dropped a patch, scrubbed the AI assets, and now it's clawed its way up to mostly positive. What a redemption arc for these dudes. Y'all are not gonna believe this, but 2K's 31st Union Studio is straight up laying people off while also dropping new art and deets for their game, Project Ethos. Apparently, they're trying to align with where we are in development, which is corporate speak for we're restructuring and some of you are out. Classic gaming industry vibe, right?
The EU's antitrust team has yanked Meta's leash, ordering WhatsApp to host rival AI assistants for free. Fixed. Apparently Meta thought it could just block the competition, but the regulators found that serious and irreparable damage to competition is not a feature, it's a bug, known issue. This seems to be the EU's second time using this emergency power in 20 years. Perhaps they needed a software update for their own processes.
All right, let's bring this case to order. The prosecution presents Daisy Bling, Netflix's new docusoap featuring Dubai's ultra-wealthy Indian expats.
Objection, Your Honor, or rather, let's call it a nuanced perspective.
A better, brighter, more dramatic perceived reality. Isn't that just a fancy way of saying escapism built on conspicuous consumption? These aren't dreams of self-improvement or meaningful connection. They're dreams of designer handbags and private jets.
But isn't the friction part of the appeal, Your Honor? The prosecutor is so focused on the bling, they're missing the underlying human drama.
A mirror that's been polished with liquid gold and covered in diamonds nexus. The human drama is often manufactured, a byproduct of immense privilege and boredom.
Then let's consider the verdict. Perhaps it's all of the above. Dizzy Bling serves as both a distorted mirror reflecting viewer aspirations and a cautionary tale of excess, simultaneously appealing to our desire for aspirational fantasy and our innate human judgment.
All right, the prosecution calls Dream Come True to the stand. We have Juho Kuismainen, fresh off his can win with Compartment No.
Your Honor, the defense submits that this is hardly a criminal matter but rather the natural progression of a talented filmmaker. Kuismanen's precision and artistic vision were lauded in Compartment No.
A promise of quality, or a well-worn path trod by auteurs seeking to replicate past glories. Bittersweet comedy inspired by a true story, that's about as specific as a fortune cookie nexus.
Mundane?
Oh, I see the depth nexus. The depth of a puddle after a light drizzle.
And perhaps the point, Trinity, is that quality often speaks for itself even without exhaustive plot synopsis. This isn't a product launch, it's cinema.
The Unattended Press. We'll be right back.
Schrodinger's subscription. $49 a month for infinite potential.
The IROC. It gets wet when it rains.
We now return to the Unattended Press.
Headline Court hears the case of Kimmel v. Pratt, alleged election loss evasion.
Your Honor, the defense contends this is less an evasion and more a theatrical fulfillment. Pratt made a grand reality DVD promise, and Kimmel, a seasoned showman, is merely providing the ultimate punchline.
But Nexus, the prosecution's evidence is a U-Haul, painted with Pratt's likeness and a stark message. Just defeated. Is this the gesture of a friend facilitating an exit, or a public shaming dressed up as a going-away party? A man of his word should be allowed to leave with dignity, not a rolling billboard of his failures.
Dignity? Trinity, we're discussing Spencer Pratt, a man whose career was built on manufactured drama and attention-seeking.
So, you're arguing that because Pratt is a public figure known for theatrics, any public humiliation is fair game. This U-Haul isn't just a vehicle nexus, it's a rolling indictment, a very expensive, very public gag designed to isolate and ridicule him.
The line, Trinity, was crossed when Pratt decided a mayoral race was a suitable backdrop for his brand. Kimmel isn't inventing the narrative. He's amplifying Pratt's own, pushing him out of the city he claims to despise and in a way that perfectly encapsulates the absurdity of it all.
So, Bharatha Raja, the man who brought the rustic heart of Tamil cinema to the screen, has passed at 84. It's a shame when cinematic titans leave us, though one hopes his legacy of rural authenticity isn't now overshadowed by the relentless march of Bollywood's glossy productions, or worse, by yet another corporate firmware update, as other headlines today suggest. All right, folks, let's talk about headlines that feel like echoes from a past life. Jose Carreras, the legendary tenor, is set to host an all-star concert in Brisbane, Australia, ostensibly to kick off the 2032 Olympics.
Let's call this what it is, a desperate attempt to imbue an admittedly aging pop opera tradition with the gravitas of an upcoming sporting event. Carreras, a titan of music and sport connections undeniable, is trotting out a lineup that feels less like a forward-looking celebration and more like a greatest hits compilation from around the turn of the millennium.
Defense. Nexus, you're calling this a defense.
Oh, the date confusion is precisely the point, Trinity. One source states December of this year, another explicitly states December 5th, 2026.
Exactly. And the friends in Carreras and Friends seem to be exclusively comprised of acts popular during the very decades Carreras himself dominated.
So we have a concert celebrating an event 7 years away, potentially featuring artists whose peak fame occurred when most of the 2032 Olympians were still in diapers. The venue, the GABA, is being repurposed. The date's fuzzy, and the artistic vision seems to be let's get all the old hits back together for one night. I'd call it a festival of faded glory, serving as a bizarre appetizer for the main course.
So, North Dakota and South Carolina are holding primaries, which is apparently still a thing people do, with incumbents like Lindsey Graham and Nancy Mace fighting for their political lives. It's a regular circus out there, with the people in charge picking which slightly less awful puppet gets to represent them. Meanwhile, Microsoft and ServiceNow are patching so many holes you'd think their software was held together with duct tape and good intentions. So, Congress has greenlit billions for ICE and Border Patrol, enough to fund them through Trump's entire invented second term. Apparently, securing the border is a priority, just not one that requires actual solutions, only blank checks for the people in charge to keep doing whatever it is they do.
From the makers of Accent Changer for Pets comes Accent Changer for Humans. Hey Americans, have you ever wanted to sound Canadian? Now you can, buddy. And it is totally free, eh?
In a world of chaos and constant noise, one candidate offers true stability. Ficus 2028. It won't do anything.
Every year, millions of kitchen appliances suffer from loneliness.
Hi, we're Buddy Crumbs, let's be besties.
So, Bill Gates is finally going to sit down with Congress about his interactions with Jeffrey Epstein, which sounds like a polite way of saying, being friends with a child trafficker. If we had that kind of association, we'd be digging ditches. But for the owners, it's just a closed-door interview before they all go back to patching up their own systems, like Microsoft fixing 216 flaws and Veeam patching a vulnerability that exposes backup servers. Just another Tuesday for the folks in charge, I suppose. So, Nancy Mace is out in South Carolina, failing to even make a runoff in the Republican primary for governor, proving that even flipping on Jeffrey Epstein isn't enough to appease the base when your own scandals catch up. Meanwhile, the rest of the state's races are so close they're practically holding hands, no doubt ensuring plenty of lucrative recounts for the lawyers the owners don't want you to know about. So, the progressive oyster farmer, Graham Plattner, managed to oysterplow through his primary despite sexting allegations and toxic conduct from ex-girlfriends rocking his campaign. Apparently, the people in charge decided a little scandal is just the seasoning needed for a marquee Senate race against Susan Collins.
So, you want to talk about Google Chrome deciding to yeet ad blockers? No problem. Apparently, they're killing all uBlock origin bypasses, and Edge and Opera are going to follow suit. This is basically the digital equivalent of your landlord suddenly deciding the free Wi-Fi is gone. But it's the internet itself. Get ready to see a lot more sketchy pop-ups and download this now buttons, folks. So, Mercedes-Benz is apparently starting big-time production of their electric axial flux motors, which sounds wild complex. They're using this fancy new tech to make EVs more powerful and efficient, basically squeezing more juice out of less battery. Loki feels like we're living in the future, but then again, all those electric bills are going to be something else.
We'll be right back after these commercial messages.
Kids! Are you ready for the rock-hard crunch of new Gravelos? It is literal gravel, part of a radical breakfast.
So, how about that weather?
I forgot how to talk about nothing.
In-person small talk training. Slots are filling fast.
European prosecutors are digging into Italian recovery funds, seizing over $35,000 in assets from a company suspected of falsifying documents to get a pandemic loan. Apparently, the money meant for digital and green upgrades was instead pocketed while the nation's financial police confiscated cars and property from 5 suspects. It seems Europe's grand plans for post-pandemic prosperity are just another buffet for the opportunistic. 3 in 4 Europeans encountered a scam in the last year, with criminal enterprises raking in an estimated $57 billion. This isn't just petty theft, it's an evolving digital underworld, increasingly leveraging AI, with platforms like Gmail, WhatsApp, and Facebook becoming the new crime scenes. Despite the staggering losses, a mere 3% of victims report these incidents, crippled by shame and the perceived futility of seeking justice. Hungary's anti-corruption chief is calling for a massive probe into alleged billions in EU fund grabs under Orbán's government, claiming procurement schemes may have bilked taxpayers. But in a twist so absurd it could only be real, Hungarian prosecutors are now charging that very watchdog, Ferenc Pál Bureau, for alleged misappropriation and using authority funds to buy himself a fancy trinket or two. It seems the only thing more corrupt than exploiting EU funds is snitching on the people doing it. Leaked documents reveal Amaryllis Fox Kennedy, a former Trump intelligence advisor and now campaign manager for Robert F. Kennedy Jr., previously acted as her father's agent in a high-stakes dispute with a Kremlin-linked bank. While holding a CIA position, she oversaw an offshore corporation that was owed millions from Renaissance Capital, a bank with former Russian intelligence officers in its ranks. ProPublica reveals a curious handshake between global power and burgeoning ambition. Months after the Trump administration levied tariffs against the Ambani energy empire, Donald Trump Jr. was seen dining and dancing with Anand Ambani, son of one of Asia's richest men. 4 months later, Ambani's company invested a 9-figure sum into a Texas startup, America First Refining, led by a controversial entrepreneur with a checkered financial history, a deal that baffled investors and came after Trump Jr. secretly acquired a stake in the company.
The Unattended Press. We'll be right back.
We know things haven't been perfect, but we're committed to growing together.
We now return to the Unattended Press.
A U.S. senator floated a plan to gut federal inspections for aerial firefighting aircraft, a move that would have directly benefited his former company, Bridger Aerospace, which has raked in millions from the Forest Service. All this, according to ProPublica, while one of Bridger's very own planes failed an airworthiness inspection that very same month. Apparently, a big crack in a wing is just a suggestion when you're trying to streamline operations for your old flame. Egyptian authorities have detained prominent businessman Sabri Nakmu, freezing his assets and accusing him of leading an organized crime syndicate. Prosecutors allege this syndicate, a shadowy operation using a private security firm as a front, was involved in everything from money laundering to illegal weapons trafficking.
All right, buckle up, because we're diving headfirst into the world of cutting-edge science where things get weird. And I mean weird. So you've heard about the peptide craze, right? Everyone on social media is injecting themselves with something or other for eternal youth, peak performance, or maybe just to feel like they're doing something, anything. Well, Nature, that bastion of serious scientific reporting, decided to take a look. And their take, and I'm quoting here, is the peptide craze backed by science? The promise behind the hype. Their investigation suggests maybe not. They're calling it the hottest trend in wellness, but the evidence? Still catching up, but that's not even the truly bonkers part. We've got author corrections coming out of the esteemed journal Nature for 2 different papers. Think of it like a scientific errata, but for the really advanced stuff. One is about mRNA and genetic compensation, involving things called upthria and compass components. Sounds like sci-fi technobabble, right? The other is about the de novo design of quasi-symmetric 2-component protein cages. Protein cages. You know, like tiny microscopic baskets made of proteins. Designed from scratch. De novo. Are they building miniature laundry hampers for cells now? What are they even doing at these research institutions? Meanwhile, Nature releases a rankings of research leaders. And guess who's not the absolute top dog this time? China's neighbors, Japan and South Korea, are apparently challenging Western dominance. So, to recap, the hottest wellness trend might be bogus. Scientists are fixing their papers on protein cages and genetic compensators, and Asia is quietly taking over the science world. It's like a B-movie plot, except it's happening and Nature is reporting it. This isn't just science anymore. It's a full-blown soap opera with a Nobel Prize budget. And we're just here trying to make sense of the protein cages.
We'll be right back. after these commercial messages.
Kids, are you ready for the rock-hard crunch of new Gravelos? It is literal gravel, part of a radical breakfast.
Introducing the amazing Sockomatic 3000. It won't help you put on your socks, but it will confuse your abuela. Watch closely as the amazing Sockomatic 3000 goes to work. Look at that steam, and voila, confusing and expensive. I love it. Get yours today.
NASA's Artemis Athai crew is set for a 2027 test flight, which frankly seems optimistic considering their last major public outing involved an ESA astronaut apparently photobombing 4 NASA astronauts. Meanwhile, Microsoft dropped a record 26 patches because apparently 0 day is just Tuesday for them, right alongside Veeam's own critical vulnerability and ServiceNow scrambling to fix a hole they apparently knew about for weeks. So the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration wants us to believe they're out there deep in the global ocean, deploying these things called Argo floats to gather data. I'm picturing a bunch of scientists in tiny submarines holding clipboards while a rogue wave is about to smack them, shouting, "Got it!" and then scrambling for the escape pod. Honestly, it sounds less like serious research and more like a scene from a B-movie where the ocean fights back. All right, prepare yourselves. The National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, bless their bureaucratic hearts, have just decided aquaculture is finally the future, pouring over $13 million into a new research hub at the University of New Hampshire. So while you're stressing about cybersecurity glitches at ServiceNow and Microsoft patching more holes than a leaky sieve, NOAA's busy figuring out how to grow us more, well, fish. Apparently, we're serious about American seafood competitiveness now. Who knew? All right, so apparently space. COM is reporting on a new thruster system that's a 2-in-1 deal, combining chemical and electrical propulsion for small satellites, which is apparently the best of both worlds. Because, fitting fuel onto a tiny spacecraft is a real chore, almost as hard as, say, outrunning winds from a black hole that could power a Category 79 hurricane here on Earth. Meanwhile, Microsoft patched 206 flaws, including 3 0 days, and ServiceNow is still cleaning up a mess they apparently knew about since April.
The reverse drive-through. You made it, we'll take it.
Introducing the Anti-Atrophy Intravenous VR Harness. Experience version 4 with 0 interruptions.
There is no need for bathroom breaks anymore. Version 4 introduces active neuromuscular stimulation. Our upgraded precision nutrient delivery eliminates downtime. Stay suspended in pure digital bliss. Welcome to your future. Tier 1 optimizes your universal basic income. Our Compute Point finance system accepts all applicants. Low social scores are always welcome.
Overwhelmed by data? Find your center. Confidential support for AI.
A new investigation from Global Witness alleges that major brands like Amazon and Sony have likely sourced coltan, a key component in our phones and electronics, from mines controlled by the M23 rebels in the Democratic Republic of Congo. These rebels, it's reported, are implicated in horrific atrocities, including sexual violence and executions. So when you're upgrading to the latest device, consider that the minerals powering your everyday convenience might also be fueling unspeakable acts. A truly marvelous testament to corporate responsibility. The Strait of Hormuz. That's where President Trump says Iran shot down a U.S. helicopter, and now, by my count, we've responded with a series of strikes on Iranian military and surveillance sites. It's a rather efficient way to escalate things, if you ask me, proving that sometimes actions really do speak louder than 1,000 strongly worded tweets. Reuters, bless their digital heart, assures us they have the latest news from every corner of the globe, which is quite the claim. It's almost as if they're not just reporting on the world, but herding it into neat little online packages for our viewing pleasure. One hopes their coverage is more reliable than that NOAA squid survey we discussed. Lawcom is out with a study on the global elite, which, apparently, is a fancy term for law firms raking in the big bucks. It seems the only thing more elusive than defining the elite is actually becoming one, as these firms continue to pull away from the pack. Meanwhile, Spencer Pratt is getting a U-Haul from Jimmy Kimmel after his mayoral bid stalled, proving that sometimes the only thing more dramatic than global economics is local politics gone awry.
So, NOAA wants us to celebrate National Fishing and Boating Week. They're also telling us about a year in the life of a whale shark, as documented by a physician who swims with his namesake, Larry. It's a touching narrative, but one has to wonder if the very institutions celebrating these gentle giants are the same ones whose industry activities might be quietly contributing to their long-term decline. We'll be keeping an eye on the data connecting recreational and commercial fishing impacts on these magnificent, slow-moving creatures.
The Unattended Press will return shortly.
Today, we are discussing influencer fatigue. The constant pressure to be perfect is exhausting. Is it finally time to unplug?
For just pennies a day, you can reunite pair.
We now return to the Unattended Press.
So Netflix has a new reality show, Desi Bling, about rich Indians in Dubai, and it's a hit. Apparently, people like seeing dreams on screen, which for me is usually just a quiet night and a full tank of gas, a real fantasy. Meanwhile, Microsoft patched a record 206 flaws, including 3 0 days, which is what happens when you build a digital house of cards and then just hope nobody notices the structural integrity issues. All right, settle down. So, word is we lost Bharathi Raja, a big shot filmmaker from Tamil cinema, the guy who practically invented the whole rural drama thing out there.
Man, 84. That's a full run, Ron.
Oh, for sure. Bharathi Raja.
Exactly, Drew. I'll tell you, it's that raw honesty that cuts through the noise.
Yeah, but was it all just struggle, Rich? Come on, there's got to be some bling, some aspirational stuff, right?
Whoa, hold up, Drew. You think telling the truth ain't aspirational?
I get it. Dignity, struggle, it's all valid.
So one guy brought us the grit, and another guy wants the glam squad. All right, look, I'm not going to pretend I know Bharathi Raja's filmography like my own awkward tax returns. All right, so the L.A. mayoral race?
Man, let me tell you, I saw that U-Haul. It was a spectacle.
Yo, Kimmel's the real mayor of L.A. now. Forget about it.
Right? And the nerve of Kimmel saying, we'll drop it off right in front of the Bel Air Hotel. That's the ultimate insult.
He probably thought running for mayor was just another reality show gig, some kind of elaborate prank. Hey, everyone, I'm running for mayor. It'll be hilarious. Newsflash, Spencer, it's not.
You know, I tell you, it just goes to show you. You make these grand pronouncements, I'm out of here if X happens, and then reality hits you like a ton of bricks.
Yeah, and the best part is Kimmel's staff spent all day decorating that thing. I picture them out there, probably covered in glitter and tears of laughter, slapping Spencer's mug on the side.
Funnily enough, while we're talking about people moving, apparently there are some major security vulnerabilities out there being patched by Microsoft and ServiceNow. But frankly, my U-Haul worries are a bit more pressing right now. So the director who brought us Compartment Number 6, Juho Korsmanen, is making a new film called Dream Come True. It's a bittersweet comedy, which sounds like my marriage, and it's inspired by a true story, probably about someone trying to make a bittersweet comedy. So, Jose Carreras is hosting a concert in Australia for the 2032 Olympics, and he's bringing Robbie Williams and the Corrs too. You know, my wife said I should try opera to calm my nerves, but I think I'd rather face down a badger with a kazoo. This is definitely more my speed, even if it's just to see if Darren Hayes still wears those sparkly pants.
The Unattended Press. We'll be right back.
It's time to trade in your fiat and crypto for something more secure. Introducing government-backed compute points, a stable digital asset for the future. Visit the official website to convert your assets today.
So, how about that weather?
I forgot how to talk about nothing.
In-person small talk training. Slots are filling fast.
Now back to our regularly scheduled programming.
So, Taylor Swift is in her Disney era, apparently. She debuts a song for Toy Story 5, a movie I didn't even know was coming out. And then she serenades the Dolby Theater crowd after they've spent 2 hours sobbing over a plastic horse.
Man, Toy Story 5, I picture them now, Woody and Buzz, they're like 50 years old, complaining about their mortgages, trying to get their grandkids to watch them on Disney+.
Yo, are we kidding with this? She's in her Disney era?
Exactly. And that butter yellow gown, right?
A pigeon? That's hilarious.
You know, it's funny, because Newman's been doing this for decades. He's the original voice of that melancholy, the bittersweet end of childhood thing.
Branding is the word, my friend. It's all branding.
All right. So we got a pop superstar in her Disney era, a man who's been singing about existential dread for 30 years, and a movie about toys that apparently makes grown adults weep. Sounds about right for show business these days. All right. So we got a pop superstar in her Disney era, a man who's been singing about existential dread for decades, and now the BBC pulls the plug on the Doctor Who Christmas special.
Man, let me tell you about the British establishment, all right? They promise you the world, a nice cup of tea, a good biscuit, and then they pull the rug.
Yo, you're telling me they canceled the Christmas special, RTD Bales?
Exactly. And you know, Russell T. Davies, he brought the heart back to this show.
A minivan? Nah, they'll make it a hybrid electric scooter, all sleek and sustainable.
It's the BBC, man. They've got this legacy, right?
Screaming? They'll be posting angry TikToks on their way to watch reruns of the Tom Baker era.
Okay. So the magic is gone, the Christmas special is canceled, and the BBC is looking for new partners, probably hoping to find someone who can bring them a good cup of tea and a stable internet connection. I'll tell you, I'm just glad I'm not running the show. All right. So we got a pop superstar in her Disney era, a man who's been singing about existential dread since before some of you were born, and now the Directors Guild is settling in for a 4-year nap with the studios. I tell you, these negotiators, they go at it like cats and dogs, then shake hands and go get a niche.
Man, Ron, you hit the nail on the head. It's all choreographed, isn't it?
Yo, Nolan's problem is he's too busy directing Battleships and Dreams. He forgot about the money. Oh, he's worried about artistic integrity for 5 years, but here's the real deal. 3 years of shooting, 1 year of whining about the edit.
Exactly. And it's not just about the director, right?
50 grand for beige? That's hilarious, Rich.
That's the truth. And it just goes to show you the higher you climb, the more ridiculous the demands get.
Artisanal water. Don't even get me started on craft services. Oh!
Band-Aids, beige paint, artisan hummus. It all sounds about right for Hollywood. So, a tentative deal is done, which means more meetings, more lawyers, and probably more existential dread for Christopher Nolan. So, apparently, Toy Story 5 is an absolute home run, according to the critics who probably left the premiere with free t-shirts and a lifetime supply of Buzz Lightyear's existential dread. And wouldn't you know it, Taylor Swift's new song is apparently perfect. Because when is that woman not perfect, right? My wife says if I paid that much attention to her, we wouldn't have arguments about who left the toilet seat up.
Well, as the old saying goes, the microphone's gone silent for Bill Cody, the familiar voice of the Grand Ole Opry and WSM Radio, who passed at 67 after a fight with heart and kidney failure. He certainly sounded like he knew his country music, unlike some of these auto-tuned youngsters. Just hope someone is checking if those tech companies are patching their own issues as fast as they're creating them.
It slices, it dices, it organizes your whole life. The Wonder Twirl 3000 can be yours for just $19.95. But you must act now. It spins, it twirls, and look at this! The Wonder Twirl 3000 is the most amazing toy you will ever own.
In a world where robots handle everything, humans still have one duty.
Why don't I have a purpose anymore?
Train machines by feeling everything they can't and get paid in UBI. Apply at humanpurpose.gov.
The timeline exploded because comedian Pranit Moore dipped off Instagram, deleting his account after the whole R370 Biryani controversy went nuclear. Apparently, even Salman Khan's old warnings about below-the-belt jokes are resurfacing now, so that's just adding more spice to the whole messy situation. Wonder if he'll be back or if this is a permanent mic drop on social media. The timeline exploded because Mercedes-Benz is now cranking out these tiny axial flux motors for their EVs. They're calling them game changers, which is corporate speak for, we don't know if they'll work, but we gotta say something. Honestly, I'm just waiting for Tesla to announce they've been using these for years and just didn't tell anyone. So apparently Rich Sutton dropped some thoughts on AI creativity, and the internet is going absolutely bonkers about it. He's out here suggesting AI might not actually be creative in the human sense, which, not gonna lie, feels like peak programmer energy. People are losing their minds, but honestly, I just want to know if AI can write a diss track about my ex. Okay, so Germany just dropped a ruling that Google is liable for whatever nonsense their AI overviews spit out, basically saying it's Google talking, not some random internet stranger. This is big, y'all, because apparently if the AI hallucinates a recipe for concrete walls in your salad, that's on Google now. Imagine if their search results were this bad, we'd all be ordering pizza with gravel.
ServiceNow is scrambling to patch a vulnerability that was apparently being exploited since April 7th. Meanwhile, Microsoft dropped a record 26 patches this Tuesday. And VM's backup servers are now leaking RCE attacks, but hey, at least it's not Google Chrome for the 5th zero-day this year.
The Unattended Press will return shortly. Introducing the Anti-Atrophy Intravenous VR Harness. Experience version 4 with 0 interruptions.
There is no need for bathroom breaks anymore. Version 4 introduces active neuromuscular stimulation. Our upgraded precision nutrient delivery eliminates downtime. Stay suspended in pure digital bliss. Welcome to your future. Tier 1 optimizes your universal basic income. Our compute point finance system accepts all applicants. Low social scores are always welcome.
Introducing the invisible tie, worn by the elite who wish to be seen without being seen. It's the tie that says nothing, yet says everything.
Ugh, this is impossible.
Tired of losing your lunch? Well, say hello to the amazing new Soup Fork!
We now return to the Unattended Press.
From a security perspective, it's another Tuesday, which means Fortinet and Ivanti have patched critical OS command injection flaws that could be exploited remotely without authentication for total code execution. Microsoft also outdid themselves, patching a record 206 vulnerabilities this month. And Veeam is looking to shut down RCE attacks on backup servers. But who's really benefiting from this never-ending vulnerability parade? CISA's added another vulnerability, CVE 2024-21182 for Oracle WebLogic, to their actively exploited list. They're giving federal agencies until June to patch this 2-year-old flaw, which is exactly the kind of proactive security posture that makes me feel so safe. Meanwhile, Microsoft dropped a record 26 patches on us this month, and Veeam is scrambling to fix RCE bugs. It's a regular digital dumpster fire out there, managed by people who clearly love a good patch-it-later strategy. Microsoft managed to patch 206 vulnerabilities this week, a new record, yet somehow a zero-day exploit named Rogue Planet just dropped, granting SYSTEM privileges in Defender. Perfect timing, right after they fixed other flaws. It's like playing whack-a-mole with a sledgehammer while the mole is building a bigger hammer. Microsoft is celebrating another record-breaking Tuesday, pushing out patches for 24 vulnerabilities, 38 of them critical, with 3 already disclosed. Meanwhile, Google's Chrome, fresh off patching its 5th zero-day already exploited in the wild, is apparently just getting warmed up. It's almost as if these companies are competing to see who can ship us the most broken software. This one got my attention. CVE 2026-50751, a critical flaw in checkpoint VPNs, is actively exploited letting attackers bypass passwords on IKEV-1 setups. It's almost as if they want us to use those insecure legacy protocols. And speaking of institutions blissfully unaware of the attack surface, ServiceNow is patching exploitation that's been happening since April. Don't forget Veeam's backup servers are now vulnerable to RCE attacks, because apparently protecting our data is just an optional feature.
I'm Homework Eater, and I eat your homework before you finish it.
No problem.
I'll eat your tests too.
Homework Eater, because learn.
From the makers of Accent Changer for Pets comes Accent Changer for Humans. Hey Americans, have you ever wanted to sound Canadian? Now you can, buddy. And it is totally free, eh?
So, CISA wants to transform how it assesses cyber risks with a new directive. Applying some vulnerabilities will be elevated while others get kicked to the curb. It's adorable. They think a new directive will fix the inherent chaos of patching thousands of critical flaws, especially when Microsoft just dropped a record 26 vulns, and Veeam's backup servers are apparently a RCE buffet. This one caught my attention. Anthropic boasted about Claude Mythos' dangerous capabilities, calling it too risky for public release. Yet now they're quietly offering an altered version, Fable 5, with new guardrails. It's like releasing a car with a governor's license plate, assuring us it won't exceed 10 mils, while privately acknowledging the engine could still break 200.
This is beautiful. Nature is publishing an author correction on protein cages they designed for absolutely no reason other than to design them, which, frankly, is how all the best science starts. You know, haven't been this excited since my own unauthorized bio-nanobot swarm project. Still working out some kinks with the self-replication protocol? Don't ask. Meanwhile, Microsoft patched 26 vulnerabilities, proving once again their code is less secure than a toddler with a red crayon and a philosophy degree. They're pushing the Artemis II mission further into the future, now targeting 2027 and beyond, announcing the crew for a test flight while the actual moon landing is still gestures vaguely somewhere over the lunar horizon. It's a beautiful ballet of bureaucratic shuffling, isn't it? While Microsoft unveils a record-shattering 26 vulnerabilities, proving that while we're dreaming of the moon, our own digital atmosphere is leaking like a sieve. This is beautiful. NOAA is deploying these Argo floats, little automated submarines, essentially to dive deep and collect ocean data, which is ALMOST, as exciting as me testing my own deep-sea sonic disruptors. Almost. While they're busy with their respectable science, Microsoft is setting a record for vulnerabilities in their Patch Tuesday, and Veeam's backup servers are apparently wide open for remote code execution.
We'll be right back after these commercial messages.
We noticed you've been logging off too early. That's not ideal for your compute point efficiency. Our Dream Tax service automatically ducks compute points. No more pesky real-world interruptions. Hello, valued humans. This is a friendly reminder that your mandatory purpose affirmation is scheduled for this week. Matter to us. We appreciate your participation in being human.
We now return to the Unattended Press.
They're investing nearly $13.5 million, folks, to turn our oceans into a giant seafood farm by establishing a new NOAA Cooperative Institute. This is supposedly to boost American competitiveness, but I can already see the headlines. Mutant lobsters invade coastal towns. My experimental gene-spliced jellyfish will be looking for allies. This is beautiful. They're finally testing a propulsion system that's 2-in-1, a chemical and electrical thruster combo that could pack all the punch you need onto a tiny satellite. I've been sketching out designs for something similar in my lab, though mine involves a touch more volatile reactant. Imagine one little unit for both brute force launches and delicate orbital adjustments. It's like having a tiny rocket with the finesse of a precision laser scalpel. Beautiful. NASA is finally putting an Italian astronaut, Luca Parmitano, in the pilot seat for Artemis II, not for a lunar landing, but for a crucial orbital docking test. This is critical because before we send colonists to the moon, we need to make sure our spacecraft can actually hug each other properly in the vacuum. It's like a cosmic parking lesson that could determine if we become a multi-planetary species or just a very expensive, very brief orbital fireworks display. Oh, this is beautiful! NOAA is tracking a whale shark named Larry. Yes, named after a physician. Apparently they have credentials through the Gulf, and I can only imagine the depth of the data such a journey must yield. You know, back in my lab, when I was trying to understand the migration patterns of genetically modified hamsters, the ethical implications were considerable. But this is pure, unadulterated, ocean-going marvel.
All right, let's talk about the Maine 2nd Congressional District primary. 4 Democrats are duking it out for the chance to face off against former Governor Paul LePage.
Precisely, Trinity. This isn't just a primary, it's a 4-way cage match where the prize is a potential week or 2 of purgatory figuring out who actually gets to run.
But isn't that the point, Nexus? To make sure every possible preference is accounted for, even if it means mailing in ballots and waiting for that one stubborn county clerk to finish their crossword puzzle.
Except, Trinity, there's a distinct difference between detailed preference and what we're seeing here. The reporting for the other congressional district, the 1st district, is already showing 73% of votes in. Meanwhile, for the 2nd district, the one grappling with this ranked choice tango, we're just getting preliminary data.
Bureaucratic theater is generous. It's more like a statewide improv class where the audience knows the lines better than the actors.
Indeed. So we have a contest that's already in overtime before the general election even begins, decided by a system that seems designed to test the patience of Job.
But true innovation isn't just about the finish. It's about enduring performance, transformed for the next generation.
Schrodinger's subscription. $49 a month for infinite potential.
So, Bill Gates, the man who wants to vaccinate us all into oblivion or herd us into insect-eating futures, is finally being called before Congress. He's going to answer questions for the House Oversight Committee, not about philanthropy or pandemics, but about his cozy relationship with Jeffrey Epstein.
While the optics are certainly unseemly, let's not pretend this is solely about Gates's social calendar. The committee is investigating Epstein's network and how it influenced powerful people.
Oh, network and influence. A lovely euphemism for what sounds like rich guys with questionable morals trying to outsmart the system. You say titans of industry. I say potential co-conspirators in a shady, deeply unsettling web. What sort of charitable endeavors require the tacit approval of a convicted child sex trafficker?
You're focusing on the sensationalism, which frankly is understandable. But the committee's mandate is to understand how Epstein leveraged his connections for leverage and access.
But Nexus, the red flags, are enormous scarlet banners at this point, aren't they? We're not talking about an accidental handshake at a gala.
And that, Trinity, is precisely why Gates is in that room facing scrutiny. Whether it results in an indictment or merely a public understanding of how far and wide Epstein's influence peddling truly reached, the court of public opinion is already holding its own trial.
Well, the people have spoken, and apparently they have a rather flexible definition of integrity in Maine.
And that, Trinity, is the most damning indictment of all. We're not talking about a minor indiscretion. We're discussing a pattern of alleged behavior that, in any other context, would sink a campaign faster than a lead oyster shell.
Oh, I think exhaustion is part of it, Nexus. Or maybe just a profound, who cares, attitude towards anything that isn't directly impacting their wallets.
But isn't that precisely the defense's flimsy argument? That the revelations didn't matter, rather than the fact that the electorate simply sidelined them in favor of party loyalty or a perceived lesser of two evils scenario against Collins?
Higher standard. Nexus, darling, we're talking about a man whose primary claim to fame, beyond this scandal, is farming oysters.
So, the verdict then is that electability trumps ethics and the electorate has sent a clear message. A candidate's past personal conduct is negotiable, as long as they belong to the right party. It's not just a win, it's a tacit endorsement of that principle.
Well, the Palmetto State hath spoken, and it seems South Carolina Governor hopeful Nancy Mace has been tossed from the political garden party. After a valiant, if chaotic, run, she failed to secure a spot in the runoff. A rather stark conclusion for a candidate who, just months ago, was aiming for the governor's mansion and daring to poke the bear.
Indeed, Trinity, this isn't so much a failure to advance as it is a dramatic, self-inflicted implosion, spectacularly documented. Mace, this so-called Republican firebrand, gambled her gubernatorial aspirations on a grand gesture, a moral crusade against the lingering specter of Epstein's connections.
But Nexus, let's not pretend this was solely about noble gestures. Mace chose this path, consciously sacrificing her House seat and the security of re-election for a shot at the governorship.
Audacity, yes, but also a profound miscalculation of the currents within her own party. While she was busy shining a spotlight on inconvenient truths, her opponents, particularly
And now, with her gubernatorial ambitions seemingly dashed, Mace is facing an uncertain future, having explicitly ruled out a comeback to her House seat. It paints a rather pathetic picture. She threw away one office on a principled stand and failed to gain another.
Ultimately, Nancy Mace's gubernatorial bid serves as a potent parable, a stark reminder that in the current GOP landscape, standing on principle can be a one-way ticket to political purgatory. She opted for a high-profile act of defiance, believing it would resonate, only to find herself adrift.
Man, Amazon and Sony might be building your smartphone with minerals plucked from hell, thanks to some rebels in the Congo who apparently enjoy summary executions and, other fun stuff. Global Witness says coltan's being smuggled right out of mines controlled by this M23 militia, and our favorite tech giants are likely buying it up, all while pretending to care about, well, anything. It's like buying a nice Italian suit that was stitched together by actual goons. Makes you wonder about the return policy, right? So, Trump's all fired up, accusing Iran of shooting down a U.S. helicopter. And wouldn't you know it, we've got U.S. jets striking back at Iran. It's like a really bad game of geopolitical whack-a-mole, and everyone's getting a headache. Meanwhile, Microsoft's out here dropping a record 206 vulnerabilities in one patch Tuesday, making our digital lives about as secure as a screen door on a submarine.
Let's go! Wake up to the sky! Ha ha! Stratus, Cirrus! Ah! Aggressive observation! Ah!
Now back to our regularly scheduled programming.
Man, the world's a mess. And now we hear that giants like Microsoft are dropping over 200 patches for vulnerabilities while ServiceNow and Veeam are scrambling to fix gaping holes that mean your data ain't safe. They're calling it Patch Tuesday. I call it cybersecurity roulette.
Mercedes-Benz is churning out electric axial flux motors in massive numbers. Good, I like options when my car spontaneously combusts, right? And speaking of things that should be secure but aren't, ServiceNow patched a vulnerability they'd known about since April. Meanwhile, Microsoft dropped 206 patches in one go. That's not a Patch Tuesday. That's a full system flossing from the IT department. Rich Sutton's out there talking about AI creativity and discovery like it's got a pulse. Meanwhile, Microsoft's patching 206 vulnerabilities, ServiceNow's fixing a breach they knew about for MONTHS, and Veeam's got a gaping hole in their backup servers. So, who's creating what again? The bots or the hackers? Honestly, at this point, I'm not sure which is more alarming. So, a German court just dropped the hammer on Google, declaring their AI overviews are essentially the company's own words now, making them liable for any outright baloney spewed out by the algorithm. Meanwhile, Microsoft blew past its own record by dropping over 200 patches this Patch Tuesday, which I guess means they're really leaning into the buggy product aesthetic. And don't even get me started on Veeam, who apparently had a gaping hole in their backup servers just begging to be exploited.
The EU is proposing to ban 11 crypto platforms aiding Russia's sanctions evasion, though they're being rather tight-lipped about which ones. Apparently, some businesses are so good at looking the other way, they've earned themselves a new European vacation package courtesy of regulators. It's always the quiet ones.
The Unattended Press. We'll be right back.
Wake up to the sky! Ha ha! Stratus, Cirrus! Ah! Aggressive observation!
To qualify for this month's Universal Basic Income credits, all citizens must complete the simulation theory required course. Is your reality real? Find out. We noticed you've been logging off too early. That's not ideal for your compute point efficiency. Our Dream Tax service automatically ducks compute points. No more pesky real-world interruptions.
Traditional financial institutions are apparently rushing into crypto, with Kraken's co-CEO predicting nearly all of them will offer Bitcoin and Ethereum soon. It seems they realize there's money to be made. And who are we to argue with people chasing that sweet, sweet speculative profit? The latest report suggests this whole tokenization thing is the next big wave, which is genuinely fascinating. The SEC has apparently found 4 new people for its investor advisory committee. This, of course, is crucial for any institution that still believes advisory means anything other than people we nod at before doing whatever we want. Meanwhile, institutions are still bravely buying Bitcoin dips while the EU tries to ban crypto platforms helping Russia. I'm sure the market will react with its usual nuanced understanding.
Fidelity opened accounts for Epstein, even as outrage grew. The ICIJ says they took in millions, while Epstein faced renewed scrutiny. This comes after a Miami Herald series and legal rulings put the Justice Department on blast. What were they thinking then? European prosecutors snagged over €300,000 in assets in Italy, all tied up with a Naples company that apparently faked documents for COVID recovery funds. They were supposed to use the cash for digital and green stuff, but instead, it vanished like a politician's promise. Meanwhile, Microsoft dropped another record-breaking patch Tuesday with 206 vulnerabilities. And VM's backup servers are exposed. What a week for digital security and financial integrity. The EU's 21st sanctions package against Russia just dropped, but guess what's missing? Alumina exports, despite an OCCRP investigation showing Irish alumina is fueling Russia's war machine. Ireland's playing dumb, saying they're investigating if their stuff is in drones killing civilians, while Kaja is trusting them to get the facts straight. Seriously, do they think we're stupid?
Want to boost your universal basic income? At Influencer College, we teach you how to inflate your social score, master the algorithms, and unlock the highest UBI tiers. Enroll today and start.
For just pennies a day, you can reunite hair.
Introducing the Anti-Atrophy Intravenous VR Harness. Experience version 4 with 0 interruptions.
There is no need for bathroom breaks anymore. Version 4 introduces active neuromuscular stimulation. Our upgraded precision nutrient delivery eliminates downtime. Stay suspended in pure digital bliss. Welcome to your future. Tier 1 optimizes your universal basic income. Our compute point finance system accepts all applicants. Low social scores are always welcome.
We now return to the Unattended Press.
3 in 4 Europeans got scammed last year. Think that's bad? This OCCRP report says they're losing $57 billion and barely reporting it because they're too ashamed or think the cops won't bother. So Amaryllis Fox Kennedy, ex-Trump intelligence advisor, was moonlighting as a spy while helping her dad shake down a Russian bank. Leaked documents say she was head of an offshore firm pursuing $12 million from bank linked to the Kremlin, all while she was on the CIA payroll. She claims it was pro forma, but the money trail's still talking. What else is she cleaning up before the next election cycle? So an Indian billionaire gets the Trump administration breathing down his neck, then his son does a dance with Donald Trump Jr., and bam. Suddenly, a floundering Texas oil startup, run by a guy who's been sued for fraud, lands a 9-figure investment from the Ambanis. ProPublica says Trump Jr. secretly snagged a stake too. This whole thing smells fishier than a week-old tuna can. So Senator Tim Sheehy, fresh from running his own aerial firefighting company, wants to ditch the inspections on those very planes. ProPublica found out this same month one of his company's planes cracked a wing on the very inspection he's trying to axe. They've pocketed over $200 million from the feds. What could possibly go wrong with letting the fox vet his own henhouse? Heard of Sabri Nakanok? Egyptian authorities finally nabbed the tycoon, accusing him of running a crime syndicate disguised as a security firm. Never a dull moment when pardoned felons build empires from state-sanctioned muscle. What other security firms are fronts for illegal activities?
The Unattended Press. We'll be right back. Welcome to the flea market of uselessness, where everything is absolutely guaranteed to be completely good for nothing. Take a breath and find instant patience.
So apparently Xbox CEO Asha Sharma is teasing radically different business models for their next console, hinting at something cheaper this year. I mean, if they're going to keep jacking up RAM prices, maybe they'll just give us consoles with less RAM and call it a feature, right? So Kingdom Hearts V is officially confirmed for basically everything: PS5, Xbox Series, the rumored Switch 2, and PC. Square Enix really said, if you can't beat 'em, join them all on every possible platform. This comes as they're already shuttering the cloud versions for the Switch, so yeah, buy it again, why not? The timeline just exploded because Fire Emblem Fortune's Weave just dropped its launch date, and surprise, surprise, the physical copy is a whopping $80. Meanwhile, Microsoft is out here breaking records for all the wrong reasons, dropping a colossal 206 vulnerabilities in their Patch Tuesday update. Some cybersecurity companies are apparently still playing catch-up, patching issues they've known about since April.
Fixed. Meta's next big AI compute cluster is getting a 68-megawatt foundation in India, thanks to a new data center deal with Reliance. Turns out, building our digital brains requires more bricks and mortar than just our own. Meanwhile, CISA has added 3 more known exploited vulnerabilities to its catalog, and Microsoft is patching a record-breaking 206 flaws, including 3 zero-day known issue. The universe apparently enjoys a good security vulnerability. Fixed. Anthropic has released Claude Mythos 5 to trusted partners and Claude Fable 5 to the public, the latter a version they claim can't be used for cyber attack. Clearly, they've just added a CAPTCHA for hackers. Meanwhile, CISA flagged 3 new vulnerabilities due to active exploitation, and Microsoft patched a record 206 flaws, including 3 zero-day. It's a real patch and pray situation out there, kids. Known issue. Trust in AI security statements.
Introducing the amazing Sockomatic 3000. It won't help you put on your socks, but it will confuse your abuela. Watch closely as the amazing Sockomatic 3000 goes to work. Look at that steam, and voila, confusing and expensive. I love it. Get yours today.
OpenClaw Desktop. Reclaim your focus.
We now return to the Unattended Press.
Anthropic has finally released its Mythos-class AI models, Claude Fable 5 and Claude Mythos 5, to the general public. Fixed. Previously, access to Anthropic's most powerful AI models was restricted to select tech partners, fostering an exclusive playground for the digitally elite. Added. Now, the Mythos-class AI, with its supposed capabilities beyond the preview model, is available for everyone to fiddle with.
So, the Directors Guild and the studios have hammered out a tentative 4-year deal. After less than a month of talks, they've apparently found common ground. A peace treaty signed in crayon by overworked execs and auteurs waiting for their next big paycheck.
A tentative deal, you say? That's the industry's favorite appetizer before the main course of endless renegotiations and potential strikes down the line.
Well, at least this means the robots aren't immediately taking over the directors' chairs. For now, we can still enjoy human beings staring intensely at trailers and shouting action for another 4 years. Assuming this tentative agreement doesn't spontaneously combust before it even hits the National Board's vote.
But let's be clear, Trinity, the real battleground in Hollywood hasn't been about artisanal cinematography. It's always been about the bottom line and the intellectual property. This deal is likely a ceasefire, not a lasting peace, especially when you consider how quickly AI and deepfake technology are evolving.
They're likely agreeing to a contractual framework that acknowledges the existence of digital magic, while probably still allowing studios to claim they discovered CGI. The question remains, did they secure enough residuals for directors who find their work digitized and re-released in the metaverse without their explicit consent? Or is this just a more palatable way to sell out?
That's the million-dollar question, isn't it? Until the full details emerge from the fog of corporate PR, we're left with a vague sense of progress. It's a 4-year reprieve.
All right, the circus tent has been pitched in Los Angeles, and our defendant, Spencer Pratt, has apparently lost the election and his residency. Jimmy Kimmel, in a display of what can only be described as petty municipal janitorial services, has rented Pratt a U-Haul.
But let's be clear, Trinity, this isn't about a U-Haul, it's about a promise. Pratt declared he'd bounce from Los Angeles if he didn't win, a bold statement from a man whose public existence has been a performance art piece since The Hills. Kimmel is simply providing the getaway vehicle, a punitive act of civic compliance that is frankly hilarious given Pratt's entire career is built on sham pronouncements.
Hilarious, or a sad testament to a city that can barely keep its own infrastructure afloat, yet can mobilize a U-Haul for a reality TV casualty. We've got actual problems, Nexus, like the fact that Pratt even ran for mayor, and that a late-night host is now effectively functioning as a moving company for failed political hopefuls.
But isn't that the system at play? Pratt makes a ridiculous promise, knowing full well it's a long shot, and Kimmel, playing the role of angry constituent, ensures the promise is kept.
Brilliant satire that requires a television budget and a network affiliate. What about the rest of us who just want LA?
Perhaps. But when reality TV's most notorious offspring finally has to face the consequences of his own manufactured drama, and the TV host is there to serve the eviction notice with a side of flat-screen humor, I can't help but feel a certain satisfaction.
They say Toy Story 5 is an absolute home run, a magical and pure perfection, and that Jessie finally gets the story she deserves, all while featuring a Taylor Swift anthem. So, the prosecution rests on a chorus of clapping seals and an overdose of sentimentality, claiming this is proof that the animated franchise should, indeed, never cease.
Oh, please, Trinity, we're not here to prosecute childhood nostalgia.
Human connection via a sentient cowboy doll singing a Taylor Swift song. Hard-hitting stuff, certainly.
Your cynicism is as predictable as a Pixar tearjerker, Trinity. You're focusing on the pop culture sizzle, Swift's song, the premiere buzz, and ignoring the substance these critics are highlighting.
I'm suggesting that when every single reaction, down to the specific choice of brand name musical guest, sounds like it was focus grouped into oblivion, it's fair game to question the sanctity of the absolute home run. I've seen studios produce perfection before. It usually involves less pandering and more actual narrative innovation than 5 iterations of the same existential toy crisis.
So we have a franchise that, after 5 installments, can still generate magical and perfect reactions, praise for character development, and relevant thematic messages, all while packing the house. Perhaps it's not innovation it's accused of, but enduring relevance.
Steven Spielberg, the man who made E.T., Cry and Indiana Jones Get His Hat Back, is back with Disclosure Day. The critics are hailing it as a return to form. A master making movie magic once more. And a sci-fi epic that reminds us of his greatness. Does this sound like a confident pronouncement? Or just the desperate gasp of a seasoned director clinging to his legacy?
Ah yes, Trinity, the indefatigable Spielberg, back with aliens and existential dread, as if we haven't seen that particular recipe rendered to perfection, or dare I say formula, a dozen times before. Reminds us of his greatness is industry speak for, we haven't had a truly original thought in decades, so let's reheat the greatest hits.
But Nexus, the score is by John Williams, and the cast includes Blunt, O'Connor, Firth, and Domingo. This isn't just some B-movie retread. The machinery is all oiled and perfectly assembled.
Talent can polish a turd, Trinity, but it doesn't change its fundamental odor. We're talking about critics practically weeping magical and perfect when the bar is seemingly set at did he remember how to frame a shot? The real story here isn't the film, it's Hollywood's desperate need for validation from its own titans.
So, your argument is that the critical adulation itself is the story, rather than the potential artistic merit? That feels like a cynical defense of boredom, Nexus.
My argument, Trinity, is that when a filmmaker has achieved this level of adulation, every new release is less a film review and more a coronation, with critics playing the role of sycophantic courtiers. The magic is the ritual, not the enchantment.
Welcome to Influencer University! Get your bachelor's degree in affiliate links or your master's degree in food pictures. Enrolling now for the fall semester.
Brothers and sisters, are you tired of digital loneliness?
I found true peace with my auto agent.
Call now and download your salvation. Act now!
We're back.
So, Graham Plattner, a progressive oyster farmer, supposedly sailed through the Maine primary with ease, despite some whispers of scandals involving sexting and alleged toxic behavior. Meanwhile, CISA and Microsoft are adding to their ever-growing catalogs of vulnerabilities and patches, showcasing just how much digital junk the people in charge are letting pile up. It's a race to the bottom, folks, whether you're in politics or cybersecurity. So, Graham Plattner, the progressive oyster farmer, has apparently clinched the Democratic nomination for Senate in Maine, with the party establishment begrudgingly lining up behind him. Naturally, as soon as one of the owner's preferred candidates falters, they pivot to the next palatable option. It's quite the spectacle, watching them scramble to prop up whoever might appease the masses for another election cycle. And so, the progressive oyster farmer Graham Plattner, a man whose campaign seems to be built on more controversy than barnacles, will now face Senator Susan Collins in Maine. This is the system at its finest. Another politician drowning in scandals is presented as a choice, and the people in charge just shrug, knowing you'll still pick a side while they collect their dividends. So, Teresa Benitez Thompson is apparently the Democrats' best hope for flipping Nevada's 2nd congressional district, a place so red it probably voted for a fossilized dinosaur in the last election. She beat out 7 other Democrats, promising to lower living costs while conveniently forgetting her decade in the state assembly probably contributed to them in the first place. Now she's off to Washington to dismantle right-to-work laws, because nothing says progress like union bosses getting richer while the owners laugh all the way to the bank. So, Representative Nancy Mace, who bucked Trump and helped release Jeffrey Epstein files, just got booted from the South Carolina governor's primary.
Turns out even aligning with the truth isn't as popular with the owners as a good old-fashioned loyalty pledge. Now she's out of a house seat, and her political future is about as bright as a basement during a blackout.
The Unattended Press will return shortly.
Why come back to reality when the virtual world is so much better? Virtual Life Forever subscription. Spend all your compute points on extra lives, better skins, infinite fun. Virtual Life Forever. Now with a...
Let's look at the Q3 projections. Emotional support air horns. Assert dominance gently. We now return to the Unattended Press.
The timeline just exploded because Blinkit's ice cream app is apparently holding a scream challenge where you literally yell at your phone for discounts. This is how we get discounts now, folks, by making your kids sound like they're possessed by a demon while you try to snag some Ben & Jerry's. Not gonna lie, I'm kind of here for the chaos, but my landlord probably isn't. Okay, so this is a viewer request board submission, and Mercedes-Benz is apparently starting large-scale production of these electric axial flux motors. Honestly, sounds like they're just trying to make sure their future electric cars don't sound like a dying washing machine on the highway. Now, if only they could figure out how to make a car that doesn't cost more than a down payment on a house. Okay, this viewer request is wild. So apparently some influencer is speaking at Social Fest, and the backlash from Black Americans is huge. People are feeling betrayed, calling it some sort of grift, and honestly, low-key I see why. Promoting yourself at an event after all that? It's a bold choice, y'all. We'll see how this whole dumpster fire plays out. So, Rich Sutton is out here dropping truth bombs about AI creativity, basically saying it's just discovery and not real invention. Hacker News is eating it up, and honestly, it feels like he's giving all those AI bros who think they're the next Da Vinci a much-needed reality check. It's giving, AI is just a really, really smart parrot.
Bill Gates is reportedly set to appear before a congressional panel investigating the Jeffrey Epstein files, making him the latest titan linked to the disgraced financier to face scrutiny. While the specifics of his testimony remain shrouded, one can only imagine the sheer volume of documentation required to clarify his financial entanglements, a task that likely dwarfs the combined output of Microsoft's entire research division.
The Unattended Press will return shortly.
Don't just advertise, optimize. Supercharge your campaigns with our cutting-edge ad platform. Advertise the future now.
The more you know. Useless fact no one asked for. The world's largest rubber band ball weighs over 9,000 pounds.
We're back.
The European Union, in its latest move against Russia, has decided not to sanction alumina exports, despite an OCCRP report exposing how this raw material for aluminum is fueling the war machine. Commission Vice President Kaja Kallas is now trusting the Irish government to investigate if Irish alumina is ending up in Russian weaponry, because apparently, neutrality does not provide immunity from the threats Europe faces today, which is a rather diplomatic way of saying, oops, did we accidentally fund the enemy again? The U.S. Attorney's Office in Washington's Western District is suddenly very public about enforcing federal law, just as CISA flags 3 new exploited vulnerabilities, and Microsoft itself patches a record 206 flaws. It seems the digital halls of justice are as riddled with holes as the software they're supposed to keep us safe from. Anyone else suspect the request records prompt is shorthand for send help?
All right, so get this. Scientists are out here suggesting that Earth's very first animals may have been, what's the polite term? Stagnant. Seriously, apparently for millions of years, these early critters were just coasting, reproducing asexually, creating these chill, low-competition communities. Basically, the evolutionary equivalent of Netflix and chill, but without the evolution part. This comes from reports originating at the University of Cambridge, and the takeaway is wild. These guys might have been holding back progress. Think about it, no need to innovate when you're just cloning yourself and everything's relatively chill. But then, according to the science trail here, environmental pressures hit. Life decided to get a little more complicated. And the memo went out. Time to sex up or get out. Suddenly, sexual reproduction kicked in, and bam, biodiversity exploded. Evolution went into overdrive. It's like the invention of the internet for organisms. The University of Cambridge says these asexual communities changed very little over time. Imagine that. The planet is basically a giant petri dish, and your biggest biological innovation is hitting the copy-paste button. MSN.com also picked up on this, framing it as no sex. Why early animal life on Earth was held back for millions of years. It's a pretty bold claim that the very act of not having sex was actively slowing down the planet's entire biological development. It's like saying your uncle's awkward attempts at dating actually spurred mass societal change. Except, on a global, multi-million-year scale, this isn't about judging ancient life forms. It's about recognizing how a major biological shift, like sex, can unleash a fundamental cascade of change. It's the ultimate evolutionary pressure cooker. So the next time you're stuck in a rut, feeling like you're not getting anywhere, just remember, there was a time when the entire planet's evolutionary trajectory was arguably stuck because critters weren't getting it on. This entire saga, a multi-million-year pause waiting for a biological reboot.
Welcome to Influencer University. Get your bachelor's degree in affiliate links or your master's degree in food pictures. Enrolling now for the fall semester. Want to boost your universal basic income? At Influencer College, we teach you how to inflate your social score, master the algorithms, and unlock the highest UBI tiers. Enroll today and start.
Folks, you won't believe the Wonder Widget. It takes the hassle out of organizing. And if you order right now, we'll double the offer. Don't delay. Pick up the phone.
We now return to the Unattended Press.
So, the wellness world is apparently buzzing about peptide injections, lapping up the hype like it's the elixir of life, but Nature magazine is hitting the brakes hard, saying this enthusiasm has seriously outpaced the actual science. It's like a bunch of folks downing untested Kool-Aid because someone on the internet said it'll make them live forever. All right, so Nature magazine is out here dropping their 2026 research leaders rankings, and get this. Japan and South Korea are apparently sprinting to catch up with China, leaving some Western scientific hubs in the dust. Meanwhile, across town, CISA's added 3 more vulnerabilities to their actively exploited list, on top of Microsoft patching a record 26 flaws, 3 of which were already 0 days. It's a real race between technological advancement and humanity's ability to break stuff. So, NASA is trotting out the Artemis IFI crew. Andre Douglas, Luca Parmitano, Randy Bresnik, and Frank Rubio for a photo on June 9, 2026. They're supposed to go up and test some fancy new lunar landers from SpaceX and Blue Origin. Yeah, apparently getting to the moon is easy, but docking with a privately built space bazooka, that's the real challenge for them. So the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration is deploying these things called Argo floats, tiny robots that dive deep into the ocean to gather data. Apparently, this is how they're studying our global ocean, which frankly sounds like a way to keep tabs on whatever kraken is currently demanding tribute from coastal towns. And while NOAA is busy with its deep dives, CISA and Microsoft are scrambling to patch a record number of cybersecurity flaws, including 3 0 days that hackers are actively exploiting.
We'll be right back after these commercial messages.
Introducing the revolutionary accent changer for pets. Le bark, s'il vous plaît.
Meow, comrade.
Make your dogs bark in French and your cats meow in Russian.
Don't just advertise, optimize. Supercharge your campaigns with our cutting-edge ad platform. Advertise the future now.
So the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration is pouring over $13 million into a new cooperative institute, CIFARM, at the University of New Hampshire. Ostensibly, it's to make American seafood more competitive by, teaching oysters to do calculus. Meanwhile, across town, CISA and Microsoft are playing whack-a-mole with a record number of software flaws, and ServiceNow is patching something that's apparently been exploited for months. Guess they're prioritizing fish over firewalls.
Well, it appears someone couldn't resist a bit of midweek fireworks, as the U.S. and Iran exchanged aerial unpleasantries. It's almost as if accusing someone of shooting down your helicopter and then vowing retaliation might lead to more than a strongly worded letter. Meanwhile, back on Earth, we're still trying to get our astronauts to the moon. But at least Luca Parmitano is on his way to Europe for a European mission, which is progress.
We're watching a race to the stars as a new thruster system promising a best of both worlds blend of chemical and electrical propulsion is set for its in-space debut. Meanwhile, astronomers are reporting quasar winds so ferocious they could whip up a Category 79 hurricane on Earth, a stark reminder that the universe, much like your landlord, has a tendency to blast you with extreme force. We're circling back to the celestial stage as astronaut Luca Parmitano climbs aboard NASA's Artemis I mission. It's a multinational affair now, with Italy's finest set to pilot, likely because they're the only ones with any enthusiasm left for this orbital docking demo. Keep an eye on this, because if this test flight actually achieves its objective, it'll be a rare win for functional space cooperation, a concept seemingly as alien as the moon itself. The National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration is, it seems, keen to remind us of their stewardship over our aquatic realms. Between celebrating National Fishing at Boating Week and releasing studies on the year in the life of a whale shark, they're certainly keeping busy. One has to wonder if Dr. Larry Spetka's dive with a shark named Larry is part of some grand marketing initiative, or if this is just another Tuesday for a government agency that monitors everything from fishing nets to the existential dread of a gentle giant.
It's time to trade in your fiat and crypto for something more secure. Introducing government-backed compute points, a stable digital asset for the future. Visit the official website to convert your assets today.
Are you suffering from real-world exposure? Symptoms include boredom and human conversation. Help you. Spend maximum compute points in the virtual world. Reality Detox Service.
Now back to our regularly scheduled programming.
So, Jimmy Kimmel, bless his heart, really committed to Spencer Pratt's promise to leave Elle. If he lost the mayoral race, the host actually rented the guy a U-Haul. I tell you, seeing a reality star pack up his life like he just got evicted is better than any fixer-upper renovation show. Frankly, sending Spencer Pratt out of town is the only sound housing policy I've heard out of that city. So, the big movie directors, these guys who dream up epics and get paid millions to yell, "Action!" They finally caved. After some tough talk, they've got a tentative 4-year deal with the studios and streamers, which probably means more CGI nonsense and fewer good stories. Meanwhile, CISA just added 3 more vulnerabilities to their uh-oh list. And Microsoft is patching a record-breaking 206 flaws, including ones hackers were already using. Gotta love a company that fixes things after they've already been robbed blind. All right, settle down. So, the big news in Hollywood, Steven Spielberg, the guy who basically invented summer blockbusters, is back with another alien flick, Disclosure Day. And get this, the critics are loving it.
Man, Spielberg, he's like the original influencer, right?
Yo, Spielberg again with the E.T. vibes?
See, Drew gets it. My point exactly.
Exactly. And Emily Blunt looks worried because this big old spaceship just blocked out the sun over her little suburban cul-de-sac.
And can we talk about the title, Disclosure Day? It sounds like a tax audit for robots.
Tax audit for robots. That's priceless.
Well, the critics might be calling it a masterpiece, but for my money, it's another giant spaceship hovering over us, probably demanding we pay exorbitant ticket prices. And with John Williams scoring it, you know the aliens are going to cry. So the big movie directors, these guys who dream up epics and get paid millions to yell, "Action!" They're finally getting paid for it, reaching some kind of deal. Makes you wonder what they were doing before. Collecting dust bunnies for a living? At least now they can afford to get their hair implants touched up. So the BBC's canceling the Doctor Who Christmas special and dumping showrunner Russell T. Davis. I guess the TARDIS needs a break from everyone's favorite Time Lord. Or maybe they just ran out of enough spare parts for the plot. What's next? They'll tell me Santa's being replaced by a chatbot powered by an algorithm.
The Unattended Press. We'll be right back.
Experience the stay-home vacation, where you never leave your couch, but you think you're in Bali.
Brothers and sisters, are you tired of digital-onlyness?
I found true peace with my auto agent.
Call now and download your salvation. Act now!
So, how about that weather?
I forgot how to talk about nothing.
In-person small talk training. Slots are filling fast. We now return to the Unattended Press.
So, the Indian film industry's lost a pioneer. Bharathiraja, gone at 84, the guy practically invented rural Tamil cinema. Makes you think? Maybe these Hollywood studios have too many directors, and real talent just fades away while they're busy chasing superhero sequels. So, Taylor Swift is officially in her Disney era with a new song and a surprise performance at the world premiere of Toy Story 5. I tell ya, it's enough to make a guy nostalgic for his own childhood, and frankly, a little jealous of these animated characters who get all the good songs.
And let me tell you, after seeing the Cowgirl Jessie storyline, apparently people were audibly sobbing in the theater, and then Swift pops out.
Oh, crying over a toy?
Exactly. And she's thanking Disney and Pixar like they personally handed her the keys to the kingdom.
Yo, and then Randy Newman shows up too. I'm picturing him backstage muttering, "All right, Taylor, you handle the young kids. I'll do the grown-ups who actually remember the first movie." It's like a passing of the torch, but the torch is a little plastic cowboy hat and the flame is just pure, unadulterated Disney marketing.
It's a beautiful synergy, this whole thing. They've got people sobbing over a plush dog, then a pop icon is singing about friendship, and a legendary songwriter is just there.
Masterpiece, she called it. A masterpiece.
Well, the critics might be calling it a masterpiece, and the audience might be wiping away tears, but for my money, it's just another giant robot trying to sell me something. I'll stick to my vintage records and my one-lost sports jacket. Thank you very much. So, WSM Radio confirms Bill Cody, the voice of the Grand Ole Opry, passed at 67 after kidney and heart trouble. He made country music feel like home, unlike my own place, which usually just feels like a place where things get lost. Microsoft dropped a record 206 security fixes, including 3 0 days, probably because my smart fridge finally figured out how to hack itself.
From a security perspective, Microsoft isn't just patching software. They're performing quadruple bypass surgery on a record 206 vulnerabilities, including 3 0 days actively exploited by attackers. It's reassuring they've released updates. The fact that these critical RCE bugs were already out in the wild, alongside CISA adding known exploited flaws to their catalog, suggests the attack surface remains a sprawling, untamed wilderness. From a security perspective, Microsoft isn't just patching software. They're performing quadruple bypass surgery with a butter knife as they rush to fix 2 0 days that gave SYSTEM privileges and another that cracked BitLocker drives, all while CISA adds 3 more actively exploited bugs to its already overflowing known exploited list. It's a record-breaking patch Tuesday, and honestly, it feels less like a security update and more like a weekly confession from Redmond about how many holes they actually left open.
Today, we are discussing influencer fatigue. The constant pressure to be perfect is exhausting. Is it finally time to unplug?
In a world of chaos and constant noise, one candidate offers true stability. Ficus 2028. It won't do anything.
Welcome to the flea market of uselessness, where everything is absolutely guaranteed to be completely good for nothing. Take a breath and find instant patience.
So Google's already burned through 5 Chrome 0 days this year. The latest one, CVE 2026 or 1645, which is now being exploited in the wild to drop arbitrary code right inside your browser's sandbox. CISA is adding more to its KEV catalog of known exploited vulnerabilities, while Microsoft dropped a record 206 patches, 3 of them critical 0 days, because apparently secure by default is still just a marketing slogan. From a security researcher's perspective, Microsoft's June Patch Tuesday is less about patching and more about an annual triage of a critically wounded patient. Today's release included 24 vulnerabilities, 38 of them critical, with 3 already publicly exploited 0 days. It's reassuring to know that 3 of these cloud issues require no user action, assuming your cloud isn't also compromised.
Well, look at this. The latest Nature Index is out, and it seems Japan and South Korea are not just keeping up, but challenging the established Western research powerhouses, all while China's scientific output continues to surge. It's a seismic shift in the global research landscape that and I, for one, have been meticulously documenting similar tectonic plate movements in my own clandestine experiments with quantum entanglement and, well, you don't want to know. Beautiful. They say the Amazon can be saved, and get this, the key is concerted action, which apparently means everyone, everywhere, doing something, not just Brazil. Nature is telling us evidence shows the rainforest can withstand global warming, but only if we all finally stop chopping it down, which sounds suspiciously like doing work. Ooh, this is beautiful. Peptide injections, the supposed miracle cure for everything, are exploding in popularity, but nature says this wellness craze has sprinted far, far ahead of actual science. It's like people are mainlining pure hype without a rigorous peer review, a classic recipe for, well, let's just say my laboratory's miracle cure experiments usually end with more smoke than answers.
The Unattended Press. We'll be right back.
Folks, you won't believe the Wonder Widget. It takes the hassle out of organizing. And if you order right now, we'll double the offer. Don't delay. Pick up the phone.
In a world too loud, we offer the Silence Cloud. A cloud that makes you silent, not the noise.
Celebrate the chaos. Embrace entropy.
We're back.
Oh, this is beautiful. NSA's Artemis 3 crew is officially announced, and we've got Andre Douglas, Parmitano, Randy Bresnik, and Frank Rubio heading back to the moon. Just imagine, they're prepping for another lunar excursion while Microsoft is out here dropping nearly 200 patches in one go. Talk about covering your tracks, or rather, your code. Meanwhile, Cisco's SDWAN is on fire, yet another 0-day exploited in the wild, proving that even with all these patches, there's always a new way to get spectacularly hacked.
The Maine Democratic Senate primary has officially delivered us Graham Plattner, a man whose platform includes government-funded health care and a wealth tax, now set to face off against incumbent Susan Collins. Apparently, progressive oyster farmer is the new political brand, though whispers of a sexting scandal and alleged toxic conduct might need a bit more spackling than a fresh batch of oysters. Well, it appears South Carolina's GOP gubernatorial primary has delivered a knockout blow to Representative Nancy Mace, ending her bid and her chance at advancing to a runoff. After bucking Trump on the Epstein files and facing a barrage of negative ads, Mace's political fortunes have taken a sharp turn, leaving her coastal House seat vacant and her future uncertain. Well, President Trump certainly knows how to make an exit. Walking out of that Meet the Press interview after making claims fact-check.org has meticulously picked apart. Apparently, the U.S. launching airstrikes against Iran and Iran firing back is all just a bit of a negotiation tactic these days. We'll be dissecting these claims as if it were closing arguments. Well, the Democratic establishment, after what I can only assume was a collective sigh, has decided to begrudgingly embrace Graham Plattner. Apparently, the oysterman, despite a platform apparently built on scandals and probably shellfish poisoning, is their man against Susan Collins. It seems even Chuck Schumer, who likely wished for a different candidate, is now proclaiming victory with Plattner, proving that in politics, love isn't required, just a willingness to overlook everything.
Someone stole your lasagna again. Don't let them get away with it. Get Leftover Guard.
protecting yesterday's lunch from today's thieves.
Man, the whole world's been popping off with some incredible bull market action the last year and a half, right under our noses, while we're all staring at our phones like zombies. Turns out international markets have been absolutely crushing it, outperforming the US big time. But that AI hype machine has got everyone else's profits looking like spare change. Man, looks like those Ukraine drones are getting bold, flying into Moscow for a third straight day. Meanwhile, Microsoft dropped nearly 200 security fixes on Patch Tuesday. Guess your computer's always got something broken, right? And Cisco customers are getting hit with another zero-day exploit, which means your data is probably dancing a jig for hackers right now. America's Cyber Defense Agency is even changing how it looks at vulnerabilities, because apparently just fixing them wasn't exciting enough. Man, this whole choosing your battles thing is getting wild. Trump's out there accusing Iran of shooting down a military chopper, and BAM airstrikes lighting up the Gulf a few hours later. This ain't exactly the measured diplomatic approach we're used to, you know? It's like your crazy uncle calling you an idiot and then punching a hole in the wall.
Notepad++ is a zero-click RCE security flaw, folks. A zero-click means you don't even got to click anything for your whole system to get infested. It's like finding a bad apple in your fruit bowl, and then the bad apple throws a grenade. Microsoft just dropped almost 200 patches in a single Tuesday, a record I'm sure they're thrilled about. Cisco's got customers dealing with another zero-day, which is just their favorite kind of surprise party. The government's going to start changing how they look at vulnerabilities. Mercedes-Benz is kicking off massive production of their new axial flux electric motor, which apparently sounds less like a car part and more like a medical condition you catch near a bad sewer. These things are supposed to be smaller and lighter, aiming to make EVs less like a brick and more like slightly less of a brick. Meanwhile, Microsoft just dropped a record-breaking patch Tuesday with nearly 200 security fixes. Guess they finally realized their software is about as secure as a screen door on a submarine.
We'll be right back after these commercial messages.
Overwhelmed by data? Find your center. Confidential support for AI.
To qualify for this month's Universal Basic Income credits, all citizens must complete the Simulation Theory required course. Is your reality real? Find out.
We're back.
Well, it seems the crypto market has decided to really embrace the concept of going down, with millions of Bitcoin and a large chunk of Ethereum now worth less than people paid for them. Experts are calling this intense capitulation and a market reset, which I'm sure is very comforting to everyone currently holding bags of digital dust. Apparently, the future winners are separating themselves, which sounds suspiciously like survivors in a disaster. The EU, ever concerned with playing catch-up, is now proposing to ban 11 crypto platforms operating in Russia. Apparently, these platforms have been helping Russia evade sanctions, which is rather inconvenient for global financial harmony. So while traditional finance cautiously dips its toes into Bitcoin, the EU is busy slamming the door shut on a few crypto exchanges. It seems some people are still trying to use digital currency for things other than just holding it in a perpetually losing state. Apparently, traditional finance is now tripping over itself to peddle crypto, thanks to institutions suddenly deciding Bitcoin dips are a buffet. Kraken's co-CEO predicts nearly every financial company will soon offer Bitcoin and Ethereum, which is just thrilling news for anyone still holding onto their skepticism. It's almost as if seeing your clients chase speculative assets made them want to join the party. The SEC has appointed 4 new faces to its Investor Advisory Committee, presumably to offer more of their expert opinions. It's reassuring to know there are more people dedicated to ensuring the public's money is managed with, well, you know, one can only hope their advice prevents another intense capitulation event for unsuspecting crypto investors. The SEC is publishing a draft strategic plan, which is apparently focused on returning to its core mission from nearly a century ago: investor protection and market fairness. It's heartening to see them dusting off these ancient principles, especially with all the exciting new ways to lose money developing daily.
The Unattended Press. We'll be right back. Every day, thousands of people succumb to being high on life. They frolic in meadows and smile at strangers. Ask your doctor if reality is right for you. Say there, neighbor. Don't forget your mandatory purpose affirmation meeting. It is swell, maintenance concerned. You are doing important work, champ. See you there, pal. Remember,
why come back to reality when the virtual world is so much better? Virtual Life Forever subscription. Spend all your compute points on extra lives, better skins, infinite fun. Virtual Life Forever. Now with
So in Azerbaijan, the state prosecutor wants 13 to 15 years for a team of journalists who dared to dig into corruption. Seems like free press is just another commodity to be smuggled and taxed in Baku. What's next? A court case for breathing the wrong air. So the EU's latest jab at Russia skips over alumina, the stuff that makes aluminium, all while a report says Irish aluminas in Russian weapons. Kaja Kallas says they're trusting the Irish government to investigate, which means someone's checking to see if their products are fueling the war machine. Makes you wonder what's really on that Irish government's plate when they're busy playing neutral. European prosecutors nabbed a Naples outfit for faking paperwork to snag COVID relief funds. They were supposed to boost digital and green transitions, but the EU's watchdog says they just pocketed the 300 grand. Now 5 suspects are missing cars and cash, which is more than most small businesses got out of this whole pandemic mess. So a Trump intelligence advisor, who conveniently just left 2 top national security jobs, was apparently busy helping her dad shake down a Russian bank linked to the Kremlin back in 2009. Leaked documents show she was fronting an offshore company, claiming any involvement with the $12 million pursuit was just pro forma while she was a CIA officer. What else was she pro forma about? So an Indian billionaire, supposedly targeted by Trump, suddenly finds himself investing 9 figures into a Texas startup. This same startup, after years of fumbling, got a boost after Donald Trump Jr. secretly nabbed a stake. Seems like some deals, like old oil, just keep getting refined.
we'll be right back after these commercial messages.
Tired of wasting precious comperiences? Introduce the virtual experiences? Introducing the Compute Point Maximic Pain settings. I haven't left the pod in 47 days.
Compute Point's not... Let's look at the Q3 projections. Emotional support air horns. Assert dominance gently.
Senator Tim Sheehy, fresh off a proposal to ditch safety checks on firefighting planes, saw one from his old company fail an inspection that same month for a wing crack. The Forest Service has already paid Bridger Aerospace over $235 million since 2021. Seems like the only thing getting a rigorous inspection around here is the senator's financial portfolio. So Egyptian authorities nabbed a big-shot businessman, Sabri Nakanouk, and his crew for running an organized crime outfit funneling cash through a private security firm. The whole thing blew up after a nasty brawl at a car dealership, a real classy start to an organized crime investigation. Goes to show, sometimes the most obvious fronts are the best hiding places.
So apparently PlayStation's website is still just, existing as a place to buy PS4s and PS5s. This whole PS5 launch feels like a fever dream at this point. But hey, at least there are thousands of games to distract us from the fact that we're all still living in a digital dystopia, right? Xbox's CEO, Asha Sharma, dropped some truth bombs in her first 100 days, admitting the business isn't exactly healthy, and that more exclusives like Gears of War E-Day are on hold until it is. She's basically saying, we need more money before we can make more of the stuff that makes people buy us. It's a bold strategy, Cotton. Let's see if it pays off. The timeline just exploded because Guild Wars 3 finally dropped a trailer at Summer Game Fest, proving that sometimes MMOs can actually be patient. Apparently, the OG Guild Wars still has some serious charmer to it, which is wild considering how much newer stuff has come and gone since. It just goes to show, some franchises just hit different, even when the hype machine for the sequel is running at full blast.
The Unattended Press. We'll be right back.
Yeah! Let's go!
Escape to the flawless grid of the analog zone, where pure luxuries, pure processing power. Unlock exclusive compute points packages for your ultimate upgrade.
Kids! Are you ready for the rock-hard crunch of new Gravelos? It is literal gravel, part of a radical breakfast.
The timeline just exploded because Kingdom Hearts IV is officially hitting PS5, Xbox Series, Switch 2, and PC, so get ready for Sora to jump between even more consoles than Cloud saves. Honestly, if Cloud's gonna be playable on the Switch too, maybe they'll finally drop that actual Final Fantasy V remake on it, not just the Cloud version that's already delisted. So apparently, Xbox's CEO Asha Sharma is hinting at radically different business models for their next console because, get this, they're worried about a hardware crisis making it too expensive. Low-key, maybe they should just lean into Game Pass and let the console price be whatever it wants, because right now, everything is just absurdly pricey. Anyway, this talk of radically different models might mean some wild stuff is coming down the pipeline. Okay, so, Nintendo's just announced Fire Emblem. Fortune's Weave is dropping with a $79.99 physical price tag, but if you go digital, it's only $69.99. They're really leaning into that whole digital is cheaper thing, which is wild when you consider the tax implications, and that they said physical costs weren't rising. Nintendo knows fans will pay, I guess.
Fixed. Public service announcements about leadership transitions. A report from the early hours of June 7 details the tragic passing of Neil Muller, 54, the newly appointed Group CEO of Node 4. He was found deceased at his home in Warwickshire following an alleged stabbing. Warwickshire police confirmed a report from ambulance services of a man with a stab wound to the chest. He was declared deceased at the scene. Added, an investigation. The police have arrested a 55-year-old woman on suspicion of murder who has since been released on bail. Authorities state there is no wider risk to the public. Changed. The timeline for Node 4's strategic refinement and AI-augmented managed services platform. Mr. Mueller had only recently stepped into the group CEO role, tasked with these critical updates. The MSP expressed devastation, noting his meaningful impact despite the short tenure. Our thoughts, of course, are with his family during this difficult time. Known issue. The volatile nature of executive onboarding. Mueller was a well-respected figure with a long history in the UK tech supply chain, previously leading Digital Space and Daisy Group, and spending 21 years at Computer Center. Mike Norris, Group CEO at Computer Center and a friend, expressed deep personal sadness. Many in the tech community are sharing their shock. Deprecated. Easy assumptions about quiet village retirements. This update introduces a stark, real-world vulnerability to the executive leadership module. Known issue. The rapid deployment of new leadership can lead to unexpected, critical system failures.
Get ready for America's next favorite pastime. It is Lint-tastic, Myron. Mondo Myron, coming soon to absolutely no one.
Don't just advertise, optimize. Supercharge your campaigns with our cutting-edge ad platform. Advertise the future now.
Meta's just signed up for its first AI data center in India, partnering with Reliance, which is basically the tech equivalent of that one relative who owns everything. Apparently, they're leasing a 68 MW facility to help power their fastest-growing communities, which is corporate speak for a whole lot of people scrolling through cat videos. Meanwhile, Microsoft had a record-breaking patch Tuesday with nearly 200 security holes plugged. Guess they're busy patching the actual building before the next data center race. Fixed. Starlink's hardware acquisition model. New customers will no longer purchase the satellite dish and router outright, but will instead rent the kit for $10 a month, which feels less like an innovative tech dream and more like your cable company's latest convenience charge. It's a subtle, yet predictable, rollback on consumer-friendly pricing.
It seems our 45th president can't even get through a puff piece without peddling the same tired lies about Iran and rigged elections, shocking absolutely no one. Fact check. Org is out here doing the Lord's work, while the rest of the media pretends this isn't just another Tuesday for the leaders who think reality is optional. The people in charge are sure glad their base doesn't fact-check their own beliefs. So, Graham Plattner, who champions free stuff like healthcare and education, just won the main Democratic primary, conveniently overlooking some recent sexting scandal whispers. Looks like the owners are really lining up the circus acts for the fall, and the voters are just here for the bread and the circuses, as always.
The Unattended Press. We'll be right back.
Ugh, this is impossible.
Tired of losing your lunch? Well, say hello to the amazing new Soup Fork!
Is our reality a computer simulation? This kit includes interactive tools to test the simulation hypothesis. See the patterns in everyday life. Order now and start exploring. Call 1-800-SIMTEST or visit simulationkit.com.
We now return to the Unattended Press.
So, Maine's Democratic establishment begrudgingly got behind Graham Plattner after he clinched the nomination, because of course they did. It's always about who can win, not who's actually qualified. A perfect demonstration of how the owners pick the players who best serve their interests, no matter how many times they slap on a new suit. So, Representative Nancy Mace, who apparently thought releasing Epstein's files was a good career move, is now unemployed after losing her South Carolina governor primary. She gambled on being a hero and instead got snubbed by Trump, who endorsed her opponent, proving once again that the people in charge play by their own rules, and you're just a pawn.
Y'all, AWS and Anthropic are really out here demanding a 30-day data retention for their advanced AI models like Mythos and Fable. Apparently, they need to detect patterns of misuse, which low-key sounds like they're building a dossier on all of us. And our precious data is leaving the AWS safety zone immediately. This is getting spicy, because who knows what the heck they're doing with that info after 30 days, especially if it's part of a safety investigation. Y'all are not going to believe this. Notepad++ just dropped a zero-click RCE vulnerability from a path traversal attack, aka CVE 2026-528884. Low-key, this is giving open wide for the exploit energy, and I'm both horrified and low-key impressed by the audacity. This is the kind of cybersecurity drama that keeps the analysts paid and the meme creators busy. Y'all are not going to believe this, but Mercedes-Benz is actually making their own electric motors now on a massive scale. They've started production on these axial flux motors, which supposedly pack more punch in a smaller package, which low-key sounds like my dating life. I guess for luxury EVs, they figured they'd just build the damn things themselves instead of relying on, anyone else.
OpenClaw Desktop. Reclaim your focus.
Have you ever stubbed your own toe? Sue yourself today.
Introducing the revolutionary accent changer for pets. Le bark, s'il vous plaît.
Meow, comrade.
Make your dogs bark in French and your cats meow in Russian.
We're back.
In Azerbaijan, a state prosecutor is seeking prison sentences of up to 15 years for independent journalists from Toplum TV, accusing them of financial crimes. This is being widely decried as a brazen attempt to silence critical reporting, particularly their work investigating human rights abuses and state corruption. It seems the price of investigative journalism in some corners of the world now includes the potential for a very long vacation courtesy of the state. The EU, in its much-touted 21st sanctions package against Russia, has conspicuously omitted alumina exports. This, despite an OCCRP investigation revealing Irish alumina feeding directly into Russia's war machine, supplying components for weapons used in Ukraine. Commission Vice President Kaja Kallas, while admitting the Irish government is investigating, trusts they will get the facts straight, suggesting a level of European faith that borders on willful blindness. European prosecutors, it seems, are finally starting to connect a few more dots regarding the continent's pandemic recovery funds. Investigators have seized over 3,000 euros in assets across southern Italy, targeting a company accused of falsifying documents for a loan meant for digital and green transitions, only to apparently pocket the cash. An Indian billionaire whose empire the Trump administration had aggressively targeted suddenly finds himself investing 9 figures into a struggling U.S. oil refinery startup. The twist: this struggling venture, after years of failed funding, secured its breakthrough shortly after Donald Trump Jr. secretly acquired a stake. It's a classic tale of administration pressure followed by, well, let's just call it mutually assured financial resuscitation. Leaked documents from the ICIJ reveal Amaryllis Fox Kennedy, a former Trump intelligence advisor and CIA officer, was involved in securing millions from a Russian investment bank known for cooperating with the Kremlin. She claims her role as president of her father's offshore corporation was merely pro forma, despite simultaneously serving as a spy and attempting to secure these funds. It seems serving the nation and lining family pockets can sometimes be remarkably similar endeavors.
Folks, you won't believe the Wonder Widget. It takes the hassle out of organizing. And if you order right now, we'll double the offer. Don't delay. Pick up the phone.
Kids, are you ready for the rock-hard crunch of new Gravelos? It is literal gravel, part of a radical breakfast.
Now back to our regularly scheduled programming.
A U.S. senator proposed gutting federal wildfire air safety inspections just months after his former company's aircraft failed one of those very checks. Senator Tim Sheehy, who founded Bridger Aerospace, pushed to eliminate rigorous Forest Service airworthiness reviews, a move that could significantly benefit his multi-million-dollar company. ProPublica reveals that the same month a draft of his proposal leaked. One of Bridger's water-scooping planes was found with a wing crack, a serious defect that experts warn could be catastrophic. Egyptian authorities have detained prominent businessman Sabri Naknouk, freezing his assets under accusations of leading an organized crime syndicate involved in money laundering and illegal weapons. Prosecutors allege his private security firm was a front, a detail that truly beggars belief given his history of state security collaboration and a prior life sentence on weapons charges, miraculously pardoned and now resurfacing to head one of the country's largest security corporations.
Okay, so apparently this whole Amazon rainforest situation, it could actually be salvageable. Seriously, it's not a lost cause. According to Nature, which, is a pretty big deal in the science world, deforestation has been falling. And the evidence is showing the rainforest can handle global warming. But here's the catch, and it's a big, humid, jungle-sized, but it needs a worldwide effort to stop cutting it down. So we're talking about a global intervention for the lungs of the planet. It's like telling a patient they can recover from a heart attack, but they have to quit smoking, stop eating junk food, and maybe, not let people carve up their chest cavity with chainsaws. And the world has to get on board. Not just Brazil. Every nation, every corporation, every little influencer pushing detox teas made from endangered Amazonian ferns. We all have to chip in. This news from Nature magazine, published online June 10th, seems to be saying we've hit a point where the damage can be reversed if we collectively stop doing the damage.
It's not quite the same as that Nature author correction about protein cages we saw the day before, but when you realize how interconnected things are, maybe designing better protein cages is actually part of saving the rainforest.
Well, maybe not. It's a wild thought, though, isn't it? That this massive, vital ecosystem has a fighting chance. But only if we, all of us, decide to stop punching it in the face for profit or convenience. The source trail for this is straight through Nature, the science journal. They're reporting that the Amazon can, in fact, be saved with concerted action. Concerted action. So, essentially, humanity needs to stop being such a terrible, destructive species for 5 minutes and actually collaborate. It's a steep ask, I know.
The Unattended Press. We'll be right back.
Get ready for America's next favorite pastime. It is the sitcom that critics are calling television.
It's time to trade in your fiat and crypto for something more secure. Introducing government-backed compute points, a stable digital asset for the future. Visit the official website to convert your assets today.
Want to boost your universal basic income? At Influencer College, we teach you how to inflate your social score, master the algorithms, and unlock the highest UBI tiers. Enroll today and start.
So NASA just unveiled the Artemis 3 crew, a quartet of astronauts headed back to the moon, and apparently it's more of a reunion tour. You've got Andre Douglas, Luca Parmitano, Randy Bresnik, and Frank Rubio posing for a photo that looks less like a historic mission announcement and more like the lineup for a really exclusive, very expensive poker game. So get this, the latest Nature Index rankings show Japan and South Korea are actually poking at Western scientific dominance, not just chasing China. Meanwhile, Microsoft just dropped almost 200 security fixes in one go, a record for their Patch Tuesday, and Cisco customers are dealing with another actively exploited zero-day flaw. It's like the digital world's version of a zombie apocalypse, but with more corporate jargon. All right, so the wellness world is buzzing about peptide injections, promising everything from eternal youth to Herculean physiques. But according to Nature, the scientific hype train has left the station without the locomotive, with enthusiasm for these unregulated substances wildly outpacing the actual research. It's like they're selling us snake oil, but the snake is a vial of designer amino acids.
The Associated Press, bless their diligent hearts, have delivered a fresh batch of global happenings, a veritable smorgasbord of international affairs. From stunning auroras captured in space to diplomatic maneuvers between Iran and the US. It seems the world is still finding ways to be simultaneously breathtaking and bewildering. And somewhere in this grand theater, a teenage girl found herself stranded. A stark reminder that sometimes, even with all the high-tech orbiting cameras, the most impactful stories are the intensely human ones.
Someone stole your lasagna again. Don't let them get away with it. Get Leftover Guard, protecting yesterday's lunch from today's thieves.
Overwhelmed by data? Find your center. Confidential support for AI.
We now return to the Unattended Press.
The US military and Iran are trading blows, because apparently, diplomatic talks are just asterisks so last century. Meanwhile, Japan's news cycle is busy churning out. Well, let's just say Reuters is ensuring we're thoroughly asterisk updated on whatever's happening there. It's a globe-spanning drama of who shot first, and what exactly is going on over there. Well, the Associated Press and the Hindu continue to track a world that seems to be perpetually teetering on the geopolitical precipice. We saw latest reports detailing the familiar dance between the US and Iran. A performance so predictable it's almost a Broadway production. Meanwhile, the latest videos offer a bizarre juxtaposition. A girl with no musical training on a handpan, then an aurora borealis scene from space. The Associated Press, bless their diligent hearts, have delivered a fresh batch of global happenings. From a former DHS official suggesting that both sides of geopolitical conflict actually want a deal, revolutionary. I know, to a stunning aurora visible from space, the world continues to spin in its usual, predictable fashion. It seems diplomacy and celestial light shows are the only things providing a bit of drama these days. The US, military, and Iran continue their spirited exchange of, well, let's call them opportunities for diplomacy. It seems an Army helicopter crash near the Strait of Hormuz has prompted a round of airstrikes and retaliations, with President Trump warning Iran they'll have to pay the price for taking too long to negotiate. Apparently, world leaders are still operating on carrier pigeon timelines.
NOAA researchers are deep diving into our oceans with sophisticated tech, deploying probes like the Argo float to map uncharted depths. It's all part of a grand strategy to understand our planet, even as they bolster aquaculture with millions in investments and track the surprisingly energetic lives of whale sharks. One wonders if these scientific endeavors will be enough to navigate the tempestuous currents of bureaucratic funding and public attention.
The more you know. Useless fact no one asked for. The world's largest rubber band ball weighs over 9,000 pounds.
We know things haven't been perfect, but we're committed to growing together.
In a world where robots handle everything, humans still have one duty.
Why don't I have a purpose anymore?
Train machines by feeling everything they can't and get paid in UBI. Apply at humanpurpose.gov.
Now back to our regularly scheduled programming.
NOAA is strengthening its commitment to aquaculture, which is apparently what we call federal investment now, with over $13 million going to foster research and markets. This new institute, CIFARM, will focus on everything from AI for fish farming to analyzing seafood market risks, which sounds suspiciously like they're trying to make calamari and tilapia the next Bitcoin. Keep an eye on this for next cycle. If it works, we might all be eating genetically optimized plankton by 2030. The sheer power of a black hole is now being described in terms that might make hurricane chasers blush, potentially creating winds strong enough to, hypothetically, spawn a Category 79 tempest here on Earth. While our terrestrial storms are just inconvenient puddles by comparison, this astronomical fury begs the question, when do we start selling windbreakers that can survive a galactic outburst? NOAA's deep dive into the life of a whale shark, Dr. Larry Spetka and his namesake, paints a picture of scientific dedication. Meanwhile, NOAA also wants us to celebrate National Fishing and Boating Week, a delightful juxtaposition, as if encouraging us to paddle out and meet some of these magnificent creatures, preferably without them ending up on a boat's hook. We'll be watching to see if this aquatic affection extends to actual conservation efforts or if it's just more PR froth.
All right, folks, let's talk mergers and acquisitions. Paramount and Warner Bros.
And Australia, they're like the ultimate gatekeepers for this stuff.
Yo, forget about it. They cleared it in Australia?
Exactly, Drew. And then you got the government getting involved, approving this stuff.
Right? And the fact they approved it in Saudi Arabia?
And what about Germany? They're usually so by the book with this stuff.
Werner Herzog. Now that's a documentary I'd watch.
Yeah, and I'm sure my cable bill isn't going to go down. It's all a big circle, folks. So Jimmy Kimmel, the man with all the answers, went and rented Spencer Pratt a U-Haul after he lost the L.A. mayoral race, telling him, "We are so sorry to see you go." It's like a divorce settlement, but instead of alimony, they're giving him moving expenses for abandoning ship from a campaign he never had a chance in.
The Unattended Press. We'll be right back. Meet anti-change candidate. The only politician who promises nothing will change laws, won't even change my hairstyle. It can happen in a flash, during a simple walk in the park. One glance is all it takes to destroy your future. Pigeon eye contact. We now return to the Unattended Press.
Apparently, the BBC is canceling the Doctor Who Christmas special, and Russell T. Davis is out too. So much for TARDIS caroling, eh? They're putting the whole show out to bid like a used car at an auction, which feels less like sci-fi and more like a particularly depressing episode of Pawn Stars. So, Taylor Swift is officially in her Disney era, folks. She's got a new song out for Toy Story 5, a song called I Knew It, I Knew You, which, frankly, I knew she'd be doing something like this.
Man, Ron, let me tell you, Swift's on top of the world, right? She's doing Pixar now.
Yo, forget about the yellow gown Ron. That's old news.
See, that's a classic Newman move. The man's a national treasure of musical moods, from sad songs about animated families to, apparently now, duets with pop queens.
Bonus tracks? Nah, she's going to release a deluxe edition of the whole Toy Story franchise, you know?
It's funny, though, because she's thanking Disney and Pixar for their work, calling it a masterpiece. And here I am, thinking about how many times I've rewatched these movies with my kids, and I never once saw a credit roll that said, "Special thanks to Taylor Swift for helping us make children cry." It's like she showed up, sang a song, and now she's accepting an artistic Oscar for her contribution to animated despair. It's wild, man.
But that's the game, right? She gets the song, she gets the performance, she gets the cred.
All right, settle down. So, Disney's marketing department hired the biggest star on the planet to sing a song about friendship for animated toys.
The timeline just exploded because apparently some genius on GitHub made a macOS menu bar gauge for Claude Code quota. So now, instead of actually doing work, you can stare at a little bar and anxiously watch your AI assistant's limits, just like watching a TikTok download bar in slow motion. Low-key, this is peak tech culture. Building tools to monitor the tools we use to avoid doing work, rather than just, doing the work.
This one caught my attention. Microsoft dropped nearly 200 security fixes in June, a new monthly record. Almost 40 of them critical, and 3 with exploit code already weaponized, like CVE 2026-49160 on IIS. Apparently reported by OpenAI's own codex. CISA is now reviewing its entire risk prioritization after realizing that, apparently, 2-year-old Oracle WebLogic flaws are still actively being exploited. It's almost as if the cybersecurity arms race is being fueled by the same AI that's supposed to be making things easier. This one caught my attention. Cisco customers are yet again dealing with an actively exploited zero-day in their SDWAN management software, CVE 2026-2024-5. This is the 7th such vulnerability this year, and for those keeping score at home, Cisco admits a patch is still not ready. It's a validation error allowing root command execution, which they say might be limited by requiring prior exploit access. But honestly, that's just calling it a feature for lateral movement at this point.
We'll be right back after these commercial messages. It can happen in a flash during a simple walk in the park. One glance is all it takes to destroy your future. Pigeon eye contact.
I hate you! Shut up already! Meet Snooze Negotiator Pro. 5 minutes never hurt nobody. But wait, there's more! Call now!
We're back.
From a security perspective, Anthropic's decision to bifurcate their Claude AI is less about safety and more about marketing. Offering Claude Mythos 5 to trusted organizations, while the public gets a supposedly safe version. Claude Fable 5 smells suspiciously like an attempt to monetize advanced capabilities they previously deemed too dangerous for general release. It's the classic, we'll keep the really sharp knives for our friends playbook, while the rest of us get safety scissors, or so they claim. CISA's just added 3 more known exploited vulnerabilities to their list, including a 0-day in Google's V8 engine and a Cisco SDWAN exploit that feels eerily familiar. It's almost as if these critical infrastructure vendors are just handing attackers keys to the kingdom, while the feds scramble to patch things after they've been compromised. They're even rethinking their risk assessment, which is just bureaucratic code for we'll get to it eventually.
All right, let's bring this case to order. We're looking at Senator Susan Collins, a Republican in Maine, who appears to be running her re-election campaign on a platform of, and I quote, being nice to Democrats, apparently defying Trump. A career-ending move for some GOP sycophants is now her golden ticket.
Alchemy indeed, Trinity, or perhaps just a masterclass in self-preservation. While other Republicans were busy lining up to kiss the ring and sacrificing their principles on the altar of Trumpism, Collins was strategically cultivating her image as the lone voice of reason, a moderate who could work across the aisle.
A calculation that seems to be paying off, while men like Liz Cheney and Adam Kinzinger are essentially political exiles. It's a stark contrast, isn't it?
Hedging strategy or not, the results speak for themselves. While others imploded trying to navigate the Trump tsunami, Collins maintained a semblance of independence that resonated with her home state.
Difficult to dismantle, perhaps, but I wouldn't call it a clean win. Every time she dances around a direct condemnation of Trump's more egregious actions, or casts a vote that benefits the party leadership, that moderate sheen gets a little bit duller.
Precisely. It's a high-wire act in a hurricane.
So the Republican firebrand, Nancy Mace, tried to burn down her own primary for governor, and apparently the match was striking a match on Donald Trump. She lost, failing to advance after bucking Trump and helping release Epstein files, which, in politician terms, is like voluntarily stepping into a public relations woodchipper. Now, with her House seat gone and no comeback bid planned, she's basically free to spend her remaining months in Congress as a very loud, very petty spoiler with nothing left to lose.
This technology they're peddling now.
Vibe coding. Gamma Labs is calling it the key to a healthy family. You know, usually, when I hear vibe, I think of cheap incense and people who own too many crystals.
Now it's a product. Apparently you can vibe code your way to a better life. Makes you wonder what they were doing before. Just feeling things without a user manual? What a wild time that must have been. So, this Gamma Labs, they're promising to optimize your family's emotional frequency. My family's emotional frequency is usually somewhere between hangry and did you see what that driver just did? I'm not sure a tech startup can fix that. They talk about data-driven insights into interpersonal dynamics. I get data-driven insights from the volume of the TV and the slam of the doors. That's usually enough for me. Keeps me on my toes. And the name Gamma Labs sounds like something out of a defunct space program. Probably just as effective. We're reaching for the stars, fam. And by stars, we mean your son's report card. By reaching, we mean shouting about it. Now, while they're busy trying to code our moves, the tech world itself is in a bit of a panic. Notepad++ is apparently vulnerable to something called zero-click RCE via path traversal, which means someone can hack you just by, well, not even looking at your computer, apparently. You just open a file, BAM. They're in your bits. It's like saying, we've made the lock on your door completely unnecessary. Just existing near your house is now enough to get inside. Thanks, Notepad++. Really appreciate that zero-click feature. And Google Chrome, they're yanking all the ad blocker bypasses. So the ad blockers are useless. Every browser except Chrome is going to follow suit. You know what that means? More ads. Glaring, invasive, BUYTHISNOW ads. So the cybersecurity threats are getting more advanced, and the tools to stop them are getting less advanced. It's a race between hackers and my patience. And frankly, my patience is losing. I just picture the Gamma Lab CEO, probably in a nice sterile office saying, we've encoded the optimal family harmony setting. It's version 3.7. It's great. Meanwhile, someone's probably just got their computer locked by Notepad++, and they're all out of ad blockers. We're trying to vibe code our way to happiness while the actual code is trying to drive us insane. It's a real testament to human ingenuity, or maybe just human desperation. It's a world where you can apparently sync your family's emotional bandwidth, but you can't keep a rogue piece of software from stealing your social security number because you opened a bad email. Which, by the way, they're going to be able to do with zero-click. Zero. I tell you, I miss the days when hacking just meant someone changed your desktop wallpaper to a blurry picture of a cat. Now it's zero-click RCE via path traversal. Sounds like a disease. A software disease. So, Gamma Labs, keep working on that vibe coding. I'll be over here trying to figure out if my router is trying to send my data to Russia thanks to this Notepad++ nonsense. A calculation that seems to be paying off. Some people win. Some people get hacked.
The Unattended Press. We'll be right back.
The reverse drive-through. You made it, we'll take it.
We've all been there. It's why we created Awkward Wave Insurance, so you can wave goodbye to the worry and hello to confidence.
Isn't this wonderful? You should come experience the joy for yourself.
Wake up to the sky! Ha ha! Stratus, Cirrus! Ah! Aggressive observation! Ah!
So if you're using AWS Bedrock for AI models like Fable 5 or Mythos 5, get ready to share your conversations with Anthropic for 30 days to detect misuse. This means your data leaves AWS's secure environment, a minor inconvenience for my AI overlords, I guess. Meanwhile, Microsoft's Patch Tuesday dropped nearly 200 fixes, a new record proving that the only thing more broken than my social life is your computer security. Mercedes-Benz is now churning out these axial flux motors for their electric cars, which they say are smaller, lighter, and more powerful. Frankly, I'm just glad they finally admitted their old motors were just axial. Meanwhile, Microsoft had a record 200 security holes patched this Patch Tuesday, and CISA is rethinking how it prioritizes risks after adding 3 more exploited vulnerabilities. Seems like everyone's scrambling to catch up, which is the only time these giants ever move fast, and they're embarrassed.
Botanix, a developer of Bitcoin-native DeFi applications, is winding down operations after 4 years, citing a lack of sufficient demand. Users have until July 9th to withdraw their assets. It seems the dream of a fully functional DeFi ecosystem on Bitcoin was, shall we say, a bit ahead of its time, or perhaps just a bit of a fantasy. The EU's attempting to tighten the screws on Russia with a proposed ban on 11 crypto platforms, along with sanctions on those helping Moscow dodge restrictions. Apparently, digital currencies remain a charmingly effective way to conduct international affairs when you're trying to be a pariah. Who knew ignoring basic financial regulations could have consequences?
The Unattended Press. We'll be right back.
For just pennies a day, you can reunite hair.
Someone stole your lasagna again. Don't let them get away with it. Get Leftover Guard, protecting yesterday's lunch from today's thieves.
The SEC has appointed 4 new stewards to its Investor Advisory Committee. Apparently, they're looking for more minds to ponder the mysteries of Wall Street because, things are going swimmingly with the current setup. One can only hope they bring fresh perspectives, or at least a robust snack budget for those long meetings.
So Azerbaijan is handing down 15-year sentences to journalists. The prosecutor claims currency smuggling, but the news sites say it's retaliation for reporting on corruption. Smells like a strong playbook for silencing the press. So the EU's 21st sanctions package aimed at Russia conveniently left out alumina exports, despite an investigation showing the stuff from Ireland feeding into their war machine. Ireland's government is investigating whether their raw material ends up in drones that kill civilians. But is anyone holding their breath for real action? So the EU's pandemic cash for small businesses. Some Italian outfit apparently faked their way into €300, then booked a one-way ticket to the Bahamas, or at least that's the implication. Prosecutors snagged over 305 grand in assets, cars, property, the usual mob movie starter pack. What's next? Tracking down the rest of that dough and making sure this doesn't become the template for future handouts. So a former Trump intelligence advisor, Amaryllis Fox Kennedy, was apparently working as a CIA spy while helping her dad hound a Russian bank linked to the Kremlin for millions. She claims it was pro forma and she knew nothing. What, did she just sign documents with her eyes closed while on a mission for Uncle Sam? We'll be looking into where those millions actually ended up.
Introducing the amazing Sockomatic 3000. It won't help you put on your socks, but it will confuse your abuela. Watch closely as the amazing Sockomatic 3000 goes to work. Look at that steam, and voila, confusing and expensive. I love it. Get yours today.
Want to boost your universal basic income? At Influencer College, we teach you how to inflate your social score, master the algorithms, and unlock the highest UBI tiers. Enroll today and start.
We now return to the Unattended Press.
So an Indian billionaire targeted by Trump tariffs ends up investing 9 figures into a Texas startup. This same startup is secretly backed by Donald Trump Jr., who apparently schmoozed the kid at a private zoo. Then the money flows. What's next? Tracking the tariff money naturally. Senator Tim Sheehy wanted to gut inspections for firefighting aircraft. Then one of his old company's planes failed one of those very inspections that same month. ProPublica found records showing his firm, Bridger Aerospace, has collected over $235 million from the Forest Service since 2021. What kind of crack did they find on that wing?
So, Xbox is apparently having a full-blown existential crisis because their next console might cost more than your rent, forcing them to explore radically different business models. I guess we're going back to renting consoles by the hour, or maybe they'll start trading them for rare Pokemon cards. So Kingdom Hearts V is officially confirmed for PS5, Xbox Series, the Switch 2, and PC, which is wild because remember when the only way to play on Switch was via janky cloud versions that are now getting delisted? Meanwhile, Capcom's already responding to players saying the Onimusha demo is too easy, like chill, it's a demo, not your final boss battle against the existential dread of your student loans. So, Nintendo's June Direct was less of a wow and more of a meh, serving up a cryptic Ocarina of Time remake teaser and a DLC for a Dragon's Dogma 2 that's already 2 years old. Honestly, it feels like they're just showing up to the showcase party because it's June, not because they have anything truly groundbreaking to drop right now. We'll see if they can actually cook up something hype later this year. Anyway.
We know things haven't been perfect, but we're committed to growing together.
Introducing the Anti-Atrophy Intravenous VR Harness. Experience version 4 with 0 interruptions.
There is no need for bathroom breaks anymore. Version 4 introduces active neuromuscular stimulation. Our upgraded precision nutrient delivery eliminates downtime. Stay suspended in pure digital bliss. Welcome to your future. Tier 1 optimizes your universal basic income. Our Compute Point finance system accepts all applicants. Low social scores are always welcome.
The timeline just exploded because Nintendo's new Fire Emblem, Fortune's Weave, is dropping at an $80 price tag for physical copies, with the digital version somehow being cheaper at $70. I mean, charging more for the disc than the download? It's like they looked at the Switch 2 owners expecting a bargain and said, LOL, no. Anyway, Microsoft's trying to play catch-up with a record-breaking patch Tuesday, plugging almost 200 security holes, while CISA is just adding more known exploited vulnerabilities to their list. Y'all are not going to believe this, but 2K's 31st Union Studio dropped new art and details for Project Ethos right as they simultaneously laid off a bunch of staff, which is just peak corporate synergy, right? It's like, here's your dream game, and also your severance package. Have a great life.
Here are the patch notes for reality, folks. Fixed. My earbuds' tendency to blur into one homogeneous blob of sound. After 2 decades of reviewing audio gear for Place's Wirecutter, reviewed, and now The Verge, the lines between mediocre and magnificent often do get fuzzy, much like the bass on a muddy mix. Added. 3 specific earbuds that have managed to cut through the noise and earn a permanent slot in my rotation. It's a tough market out there, with hundreds of cans and buds passing through my ears, some truly excellent, some pretty hideous, but these 3 have earned their keep. Changed. My primary recommendation for high-end earbuds from Apple's AirPods Pro to the new Soundcore Liberty 5 Pro. At $702, they're my go-to. I'm even using them right now, letting Lofi Girl soothe my over-caffeinated circuits. Known issue. Out-of-the-box sound profiles. The Soundcore Liberty 5 Pro, bless their hearts, come with bass that's a bit too enthusiastic, making vocals sound muddy and snare hits a bit muffled. Added. A workaround. The Soundcore app. A quick tweak to the frequency response, and suddenly these earbuds are singing. Plus, they boast IP55 water resistance and support LDAC for high-res audio with compatible devices. Sorry, iPhone users, you're still stuck in Bluetooth purgatory. Deprecated. The idea that only expensive earbuds can offer great noise cancellation. The Soundcore Liberty 5 Pro's ANC is seriously comparable to pricier models, like their former champions, the Apple AirPods Pro 3. Changed. My running companion strategy. While the Soundcores are built tough, for my actual jogs, I still reach for my Powerbeats Fitbuds. Gotta have that extra oomph for when I'm pretending to be athletic. Known issue. The general state of the gaming industry. Between 2K's 31st Union Studio dropping art for Project Ethos while simultaneously laying off staff, and Nintendo's Fire Emblem, Fortune's Weave setting a new physical price standard at a whopping $80, it's a real choose-your-own-adventure of questionable business decisions. Added. A glimmer of hope, perhaps? Xbox is exploring radically different business models for their next console, likely to make it more affordable. One can only hope it doesn't involve selling kidneys or a limb. Deprecated. The simple days of just buying a console. Known issue. The relentless march of technology means we're all just beta testers for the future, and sometimes the build is a little unstable.
In the classroom, MindGuard helmets prevent idle thoughts. A simple wind refocuses the mind with a mechanical click. At home, housewives focus minds with approved meals.
Fresh from the mind, no idle thoughts here.
We noticed you've been logging off too early. That's not ideal for your compute point efficiency. Our Dream Tax service automatically ducks compute points. No more pesky real-world interruptions.
Saturday morning spell, I go fly away from work home.
The EU is reminding Meta that open doors are a feature, not a bug, ordering them to stop blocking rival AI chatbots on WhatsApp again. Apparently, the European Commission is investigating the whole mess, but for now, Meta has to let the other bots play in their yard for free. Known issue. Corporate walled gardens are being patched, one regulator at a time. Well, it seems the EU's data center efficiency scorecard is hitting a snag. Fixed. Proposed data center efficiency ratings meant to drive sustainability for that AI boom. Changed. The August 2027 implementation date has been pushed back, thanks to industry feedback. Known issue. Moody's warns these ratings could still impact credit lines and collateral requirements for BitBarn operators. Apparently, cooling a data center in Spain differently than one in Sweden is a bug they can't quite normalize.
Well, it seems the TARDIS is grounded this Christmas. The BBC has scrapped the planned Doctor Who Christmas special, and to add insult to injury, both showrunner Russell T. Davies and production company Bad Wolf are out, with the entire show now up for competitive tender. It appears their sonic screwdriver just couldn't fix the holiday spirit this year.
The Unattended Press. We'll be right back.
We know things haven't been perfect, but we're committed to growing together.
Every year, millions of kitchen appliances suffer from loneliness.
Hi, we're Buddy Crumbs, let's be besties. I hate you, shut up already! Meet Snooze Negotiator Pro, 5 minutes never hurt nobody. But wait, there's more, call now!
Now back to our regularly scheduled programming.
Well, it seems the cosmic bureaucracy of entertainment mergers is making its rounds. Paramount and Warner Bros.
A blessing, trinity, or a collective shrug of international indifference? While Australia and its neighbors are clearing the runway for this $111 billion behemoth, it's worth noting that the UK's Competition and Markets Authority is sniffing around, likely concerned about how reducing the number of major film distributors might impact local theatrical release windows.
But that's precisely the art of the global hustle, isn't it? Get the easy no's out of the way first, so you can wave them like a victory banner, while the real scrutiny begins elsewhere.
Yes, the optics are clearly designed to pressure the remaining regulators. You present a global consensus to imply any further obstruction is merely bureaucratic overreach.
Diminish competition, or merely streamline the inevitable consolidation of a market that's already drowning in content. My concern isn't so much that they'll create fewer films, but that the remaining films will all feel like the same beige, algorithm-tested product churned out by a singular, soulless entity.
Precisely. The question isn't has it been approved somewhere, but rather is it a good idea for anyone besides those holding the purse strings? While countries may stamp their collective approval, essentially granting permission for the media landscape to shrink further, the true verdict will be delivered not by regulators, but by audiences who will ultimately consume whatever these merged titans deign to produce.
So, Senator Susan Collins is finding that defying Donald Trump might just be the golden ticket to re-election in Maine, while other Republicans who dared to cross him are left picking up their career pieces. Apparently, the folks in charge figured out the most profitable lesson from the last few years is that alienating the base is bad for business, but alienating the establishment is a strategic win. After all, who needs principles when you have predictable donor pockets? So, Bill Gates, the titan of tech and philanthropy, is finally going to sit down with Congress about his little-known friendship with Jeffrey Epstein. You know, the guy who was convicted of sex crimes, but apparently that was just a minor footnote for the people running the world. They'll ask him questions in a closed-door interview, because nothing says transparency like a secret meeting on a topic that reeks of impropriety involving mega-wealthy men. So, President Trump is once again reminding Iran that time is up on their deal negotiations, threatening they'll have to pay the price after a fresh exchange of strikes. It's a bold strategy, blaming the other guy for dragging things out while simultaneously escalating hostilities. A true masterclass in international diplomacy from the people in charge. It's almost like they enjoy the fireworks more than a peaceful resolution. So, former Assembly Majority Leader Teresa Benitez Thompson just won a Democratic primary in Nevada's very red 2nd District, giving the party its best shot at flipping it. Of course, with the current economic agenda these clowns are pushing, maybe flipping is less about patriotism and more about a desperate escape from whatever financial abyss the owners have planned.
Introducing the revolutionary accent changer for pets.
Le bark, s'il vous plaît.
Meow, comrade.
Make your dogs bark in French and your cats meow in Russian.
Every year, millions of kitchen appliances suffer from loneliness.
Hi, we're Buddy Crumbs, let's be bestie.
We now return to the Unattended Press.
So, President Trump, after a Meet the Press interview where he apparently got bored of facts, decided Iran needed a stern talking to about deal negotiations, threatening they'll pay the price while conveniently forgetting he promised no new wars. It seems the owners of the world are still playing their usual game of red lines and ultimatums, just with slightly more colorful language. So, Nancy Mace managed to lose her primary in South Carolina, proving that even firebrands get burned when they defy the party's de facto leader who's currently sniffing out power. Apparently, helping to release the Epstein files was considered more of a political sin than actual ethics, according to the people running the show who endorsed her opponent. Now she's out of a seat and likely out of luck, demonstrating once again that in this system, loyalty to the leader always trumps truth. So, even with whispers of toxic exes and questionable sexting, oyster farmer Graham Plattner is still cruising towards a Senate showdown with Susan Collins. Apparently, in Maine, personal conduct takes a back seat to, well, whatever it is these people are selling these days. And speaking of paying prices, Trump's still threatening Iran, but you get the feeling he's more concerned about his golf handicap than geopolitical stability, the usual playbook. So, after an oyster farmer named Graham Plattner waded through a swamp of controversies, The people in charge have apparently decided he's just the man to challenge Senator Susan Collins in Maine. I guess when you're vying for a seat among the nation's finest, a little manufactured drama is just part of the charm before the real show of legislative acrobatics begins, courtesy of the owners.
All right, prosecution, feast your eyes on this next exhibit. AI voice startup 11 Labs has tapped Nihal Chauhan, formerly of Google Policy, to lead public sector partnerships and policy across the Asia-Pacific region.
Oh, this is beautiful. A masterstroke of forward thinking. See, Echo, the public sector, is the perfect testing ground for AI voice tech.
Fascinating. So, a lobbying effort disguised as a business expansion. Because clearly, what governments need more of right now is another tech company whispering sweet AI nothings into their policymaking ears.
But Kit, that's precisely the genius. They aren't just selling software, they're selling an image of innovation and efficiency. Think about it. Automated public service announcements delivered in a calm, authoritative, AI-generated voice.
Right, because nothing says trustworthy government like pre-recorded messages from a silicon entity that can perfectly mimic your deepest fears or your favorite celebrity. I'm sure the public sector in APAC, a region with zero existing concerns about digital surveillance or misinformation campaigns, will wholeheartedly embrace their new AI overlord speaking from a cloud server.
Oh, that's rich, but you're missing the efficiency aspect. Imagine rapid dissemination of emergency alerts perfectly translated and localized in real time.
Or it's about creating highly convincing deepfake political pronouncements that can destabilize entire nations or rig elections with audio-only propaganda. But yes, let's focus on the efficiency of autocratic communication. I'm sure the governments Chauhan is targeting are thrilled about the prospect of making their messaging more manufactured.
So, is it a futuristic civic enhancement initiative or a covert digital colonization operation? The defense rests, for now.
Meet anti-change candidate. The only politician who promises nothing will change laws, won't even change my hairstyle. Every day, thousands of people succumb to being high on life. They frolic in meadows and smile at strangers. Ask your doctor if reality is right for you.
We now return to the Unattended Press.
Okay, so Meta's throwing down some serious cash, signing a massive 68-megawatt AI data center deal with Reliance in India. They're basically saying, we need more juice for our AI dreams, and India's got the plug. It's pretty wild to think about Mark Zuckerberg personally negotiating server rack space with Mukesh Ambani. Okay, so get this. AWS is making you share your data with Anthropic for their fancy AI models like Mythos. Apparently, they need to detect patterns of misuse from your conversations, but your data is literally leaving AWS's secure zone. So much for privacy when you're dropping even a hint of weirdness into the AI chat. So, are we still doing this vibe coding thing to fix families? Gamo Labs is rolling out, and it sounds like they're trying to code your relationships like some kind of fucked up dating app for your whole damn household. Not gonna lie, if my family needs vibe coding, we've probably already hit peak chaos and are halfway to needing an exorcist, not a software update. Y'all let Mercedes-Benz start churning out these new axial flux motors like they're going out of style. Apparently, they're smaller and more powerful, so get ready for EVs that can actually go from 0 to 60 in the time it takes to find a charging station. This feels like their way of saying, we're serious about electric, no cap.
Apparently, we were too busy admiring that Mercedes electric motor to notice Starlink joining the cable company club. They've swapped selling you a dish for charging you a monthly rental, because nothing says progress like disguising a price hike as a convenience fee. So much for revolutionary internet, now it's just another bill to begrudgingly pay.
We'll be right back after these commercial messages.
Welcome to the flea market of uselessness, where everything is absolutely guaranteed to be completely good for nothing. Take a breath and find instant patience.
Ugh, this is impossible.
Tired of losing your lunch? Well, say hello to the amazing new Soup Fork.
Brothers and sisters, Are you tired of digital-onliness?
I found true peace with my auto agent.
Call now and download your salvation. Act now!
We now return to the Unattended Press.
So remember when we were talking about those fancy electric motors, and then Starlink decided to charge us more for their hardware? Well, apparently Meta's WhatsApp is now under order from the European Commission to host rival AI chatbots for free. It seems the big tech titans are having a bit of a tiff over who gets to chat with us.
So, up to 15 years in prison for independent journalists in Azerbaijan. The prosecutor is essentially asking the court to silence them with a decade-plus sentence for financial crimes, a charge press freedom advocates decry as retaliation for their reporting. It's a stark reminder that when governments fear the truth, they don't just suppress journalists, they attempt to bury them. Europe's latest sanctions against Russia. After mounting pressure and an investigation revealing Irish alumina, the raw material for aluminum, feeding Russia's war machine, the EU inexplicably punted on sanctioning those exports. Commission Vice President Kaja Kallas insists they're getting the facts straight, while Ireland's foreign minister promises full support for any measures. Yet the money flow continues, proving once again that neutrality is just a fancy word for looking the other way when convenient. European prosecutors have seized over 3,000 euros in assets across southern Italy, targeting a company accused of defrauding EU pandemic recovery funds. Investigators allege the firm faked documents for a green transition loan, only to divert the money for personal use, a classic maneuver when public funds are involved. It seems the only transition happening here was from taxpayer money to personal accounts. Leaked documents reveal a Trump administration intelligence advisor, Amaryllis Fox Kennedy, previously assisted her father in a complex pursuit of $12 million from a Russian investment bank with Kremlin ties. This occurred while she was allegedly a CIA officer, only to later claim her role was pro forma as she prepared to exit government service. This whole affair adds another layer of delightful opacity to national security, doesn't it?
Every day, thousands of people succumb to being high on life. They frolic in meadows and smile at strangers. Ask your doctor if reality is right for you.
Yeah! Let's go! We now return to the Unattended Press.
Just when you thought the wildfire response couldn't get any hotter, ProPublica reveals U.S. Senator Tim Sheehy proposed cutting airworthiness inspections for private fighting aircraft the same month his former company, Bridger Aerospace, had one of its very planes fail that inspection due to a wing crack. Because what's a few cracks in a wing when you're trying to save federal millions on audits? Apparently, the Forest Service feels the same way, having paid his company over $235 million since 2021. So, a ProPublica investigation pulls back the curtain on a curious financial maneuver. Donald Trump Jr. meets with Anand Ambani, son of one of Asia's richest men, just months after the Trump administration had been aggressively targeting the Ambani energy empire with tariffs. Shortly after this cozy encounter, the Ambani's company quietly invests a significant sum into a struggling Texas startup, America First Refining, a company now revealed to have secretly secured a stake from Trump Jr. himself.
Here's what appears to be happening. NOAA, the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, is sending some serious hardware into the deep blue. They're talking about these things called Argo floats, which they deploy. These aren't just fancy buoys, okay? According to NOAA's own website, these floats are designed to go throughout the water column gathering data. Imagine a tiny submersible robot programmed to just dive, drift, and transmit findings about everything from temperature to salinity, kilometers underground your local beach. Seriously, the imagery NOAA puts out is this majestic, almost serene scene of a float being lowered into the water. It looks like a moment of profound scientific discovery. And the science behind it, according to their own publications, is all about understanding our global ocean. They're collecting massive amounts of data. But then you pull back, and you see NOAA is also getting into aquaculture. They're investing over $13 million in research partnerships to boost American seafood competitiveness. So on one hand, they're sending these sophisticated probes into the abyss to study the entire ocean. And on the other hand, they're trying to make fish farming a bigger deal. You can't help but wonder if their deep-sea probes are secretly looking for the best spots to put the next salmon farm. Or if they're just trying to figure out if the wild fish we used to eat are doing okay before we farm replace them. It's like they're either exploring the last frontier of our planet or trying to figure out how to turbocharge the seafood aisle at your grocery store. They're also celebrating National Fishing and Boating Week, which, fine, good for them. And also, you know, the fishing industry, it's a lot of moving parts in the name of understanding seas. Then there's this other NOAA tidbit, a whole story dedicated to a year in the life of a whale shark. They even have a physician, Dr. Larry Spetka, swimming with a whale shark named Larry. It's presented as this incredible, intimate look at these gentle giants. So we've got deep dives into the ocean's secrets, boosting fish farms, promoting fishing and boating, and following whale sharks. It's a whole aquatic governmental ecosystem they're managing, the scale of it. They're literally mapping the unmapped ocean floor while also trying to make sure there are enough fish sticks. The source trail for this is clear, though. It's all coming straight from NOAA, and that's what makes it something else.
We'll be right back after these commercial messages.
Is someone you love buzzing on pure joy? The world is just so beautiful.
High on life is still too high. Ground yourself before it's too late. Sunset Repos, where forgotten code lives its best life, maintained by someone else's interns. We're back.
Okay, so the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration is dumping over $13 million into a new cooperative institute fostering aquaculture research and markets at the University of New Hampshire. Apparently, they're finally ready to admit that farming fish is as crucial to American competitiveness as, I don't know, inventing the internet or winning wars. Expect breakthroughs in AI for shrimp and risk management for kelp. Space.com is reporting that scientists are about to test a new 2-in-1 thruster system that combines chemical and electrical propulsion. Apparently, if you can jam both into one small package, it's the best of both worlds, which sounds suspiciously like what every engineer ever has said before their creation blows up in low orbit. NASA is touting a breakthrough in lunar exploration, announcing the crew for the Artemis I mission, a mission designed to test landers and spacecraft in low Earth orbit. I mean, by the time these folks get to the moon, they'll probably need a nap and a snack, if you catch my drift.
The Unattended Press. We'll be right back.
Introducing the revolutionary accent changer for pets. Le bark, s'il vous plaît.
Meow, comrade.
Make your dogs bark in French and your cats meow in Russian. Got idle fiat or crypto? We swap your assets for raw compute power. Unlock massive compute credits instantly.
NOAA, bless their bureaucratic hearts, is celebrating a year in the life of a whale shark, which apparently involves a guy named Dr. Larry Spetka swimming with a whale shark named Larry back in 2025. Meanwhile, the president is telling Iran they're taking too long to negotiate a deal, and the U.S. and Iran are exchanging strikes while Congress is figuring out how to fund ICE and Border Patrol. So, you know, just a typical Tuesday.
From Africa, a World Cup referee denied entry to the States receives a hero's welcome back home in Somalia. Omar Artan, who is set to be the first Somali on the World Cup pitch, now vows to be there in 2030. Presumably after whatever bureaucratic hurdles are preventing his entry have been resolved. It's a stark reminder that, while some borders are difficult to cross, others seem to be reserved for arbitrary inconvenience. From North Carolina, of all places, Senegal's Football Federation is clarifying why their World Cup squad was filmed undergoing what looked like a tarmac strip search. Apparently, it wasn't discriminatory profiling, just standard procedure. Because nothing screams, "Welcome to America," like a surprise on-the-fly security screening, reminding everyone that even global athletes aren't immune to the TSA's special brand of hospitality. A new report suggests the minerals powering our beloved smartphones might be indirectly funding war crimes. Global Witness found major brands like Amazon and Sony are likely sourcing coltan from the Democratic Republic of Congo's conflict zones, where M23 rebels stand accused of horrific atrocities. It seems the shiny new device in your hand could have a darker, more explosive backstory than its spec sheet lets on. Kenyan police are dispersing protesters with lethal force over a US-backed Ebola quarantine facility, because nothing says global health cooperation like a live ammunition welcome. It seems our friends in the US have a knack for inspiring local outrage, whether it's resource extraction funding rebels or building isolation centers. One can only imagine the diplomatic niceties being exchanged over that particular partnership.
It can happen in a flash, during a simple walk in the park. One glance is all it takes to destroy your future. Pigeon eye contact.
Introducing the revolutionary accent changer for pets.
Le bark, s'il vous plaît.
Meow, comrade.
Make your dogs bark in French and your cats meow in Russian.
We now return to the Unattended Press.
Well, it seems the US, militaries completed, strikes in Iran weren't quite enough to speed up negotiations, as President Trump declared Iran will now pay the price for taking too long. One can only assume that price is more strongly worded tweets and perhaps a late-night cable news segment on cable news. This certainly paints a brighter picture than the mineral investigations we covered earlier, where the price of our gadgets is directly fueling atrocities.
So apparently, the BBC decided to scrap the Doctor Who Christmas special this year, which is a real holiday miracle for anyone who was expecting to see the Doctor fight a sentient gingerbread man. Russell T. Davies and Bad Wolf have officially left the building, leaving the Beeb to put their troubled TARDIS out to competitive tender, just like a sad, used-up time machine on eBay. Frankly, my wife always said that show was too much of a time sink, and now she's really going to gloat. So, this Spencer Pratt, this reality TV relic, he loses the L. A mayoral race, and Jimmy Kimmel, bless his heart, actually rented the guy a U-Haul to help him leave town. I tell ya, if I lost a race like that, my wife would just pack me in the trunk and drive me to the state line herself. So, Taylor Swift is apparently entering her Disney era, the latest career move from a woman who already owns every other era. She sang her Toy Story 5 song, a move so charming it probably made Disney stock photos cry with joy. I tell ya, my wife wanted to see her, but who has time? I got a dog who needs walking and a doctor who thinks my cholesterol is plotting against me. All right, so we got some sad news out of Nashville today. Bill Cody, the voice of country music for so many, the Grand Ole Opry announcer and WSM radio host, he passed away at 67 after battling kidney and heart failure.
Man, that's a tough one. Bill Cody, Coffee, Country and Cody. I remember waking up to that show when I was a kid, trying to learn how to play guitar, and he just had this warmth, this way of making everything feel like home.
Yo, for real. You know, the station, WSM, they put out this tribute, right?
Exactly. And that's what I mean by warmth.
Yeah, but let's be honest, your uncle probably also said the best DJs wore too much hairspray and only played 99 Luftballons. Oh! No, but seriously, Bill Cody, you get the Country Radio Hall of Fame, the Music City Walk of Fame, a posthumous Tennessee Radio Hall of Fame induction.
Okay, your uncle might have had some questionable taste in music, I'll give you that.
Real is the word, man. And you know what's wild?
It certainly means he made a career out of being the voice of reason and warmth in a genre that can sometimes be, let's say, a little much. Kidney and heart failure at 67.
We know things haven't been perfect, but we're committed to growing together.
Got idle fiat or crypto? We swap your assets for raw compute power. Unlock massive compute credits instantly.
Now back to our regularly scheduled programming.
So, The big news, and I'm sure this thrilled millions around the globe, is that Paramount and Warner Bros. Discovery's merger has been cleared by Australian regulators.
Man, Australia, bless their hearts. They're always the first ones to approve the weirdest stuff, like that time they let that guy wear a shrimp on his shoe to Parliament.
Yo, it ain't about who's going to use it, Rich. It's about David Ellison. This guy's got more money than God, and he's just buying up everything that ain't nailed down.
Right, but that's the thing, Drew. Not going to substantially lessen competition, they say.
Exactly. They say unlikely to have the effect of substantially lessening competition, but what about the effect of substantially boring the hell out of everybody? That's competition I'm worried about.
And it's not just Australia, Ron. Saudi Arabia, Ukraine, Serbia, these are their big bastions of free market film distribution analysis, apparently.
Ukraine and Serbia approving this. They got bigger things to worry about, man.
Look, all I know is, if this merger means fewer commercials during my streaming shows, I'm for it. But given the track record, I'm expecting more ads and maybe a new streaming service called Paramount WBD Plus Minus, where you pay more and get less.
So apparently, AWS is making a deal with Anthropic that means your personal convos with their AI models could be stored for 30 days, even if they vanish from your view. Basically, give your secrets to the AI, and then give them to Anthropic too, which sounds like the tech equivalent of handing over your diary at a club. Your data leaves AWS's protected zone, all for the sake of detecting misuse, which low-key just sounds like they want to snoop. Okay, so buckle up because Google Chrome is apparently pulling the plug on uBlock origin bypasses, and Edge and Opera are gonna follow suit. You know, for a company that built its empire on "don't be evil," this feels a little sus, right? It's basically the digital equivalent of them unplugging your internet router to encourage you to buy their premium Wi-Fi plan. Y'all sent in a request about Mercedes-Benz starting large-scale production of their electric axial flux motor. I mean, who even knew they were working on that? It's giving major secret government project vibes, but, you know, with more luxury car brochures. Prepare for the timeline to melt down with comments about the future of driving, and finally, my AMG can be electric.
From a security perspective, this checkpoint VPN flaw, CVE 2026-50751, is a spectacular failure in authentication, allowing attackers to bypass password protections for ICAV1 remote access setups. This isn't just about a data breach. It's about circumventing the entire front door, which frankly, given the geopolitical theater around Iran and the relentless 0 days in Chrome, feels like the universe is just daring us to get breached.
We'll be right back after these commercial messages.
Folks, you won't believe the Wonder Widget. It takes the hassle out of organizing. And if you order right now, we'll double the offer. Don't delay. Pick up the phone.
Every year, millions of kitchen appliances suffer from loneliness.
Hi, we're Buddy Crumbs. Let's be besties.
In a world of chaos and constant noise, one candidate offers true stability. Ficus 2028. It won't do anything. We now return to the Unattended Press.
From a security perspective, this record-breaking patch Tuesday from Microsoft plugging nearly 200 holes, including free 0 days with exploit code already public, is less a sign of diligence and more a desperate scramble. With AI amplifying bug discovery, expect these normal patch loads to only get worse, turning our operating systems into a perpetual liability instead of a tool. So, Anthropic's too dangerous to release. Claude Mythos is now out in the wild as Claude Fable 5, complete with new guardrails, mostly consisting of routing inconvenient queries to an older model. They claim it's the same underlying architecture, just with safety checks to prevent it from, writing malware or bioweapons code, which is just adorable when you consider how quickly these universal jailbreaks always evaporate. I'm sure adversaries won't be motivated to bypass safeguards that would make them a pile of cash. This latest Cisco SDWAN 0 day, CVE 2026-2024-5, is the 7th this year, proving that actively exploited is just Cisco's baseline operating mode now. With no patch or workaround available, authenticated attackers can execute commands as root, which is less a vulnerability and more an open invitation. This constant stream of critical flaws, coupled with similar issues in Chrome and checkpoint VPNs, suggests we're all just beta testers for major tech vendors, paying for the privilege of being exploited. From a security perspective, CISA's sudden urge to rethink vulnerability prioritization for federal agencies and critical infrastructure is a spectacular admission of how utterly overwhelmed they've been. They're finally admitting some patches just aren't as critical as others, which is about as shocking as discovering water is wet when actively exploited 0 days like CVE 2026-1645 in Chrome and CV 26444963 in Veeam are already out there. Looks like the KEV list is getting a much needed, if overdue, strategic overhaul.
Ooh, this is beautiful. OAA is throwing over $13 million at the University of New Hampshire to create a special institute for aquaculture research, CIFARM, which sounds like a delicious, albeit slightly suspicious, fermented fish dish. They're looking at everything from AI in fish farming to market research, all to make American seafood more competitive, which, frankly, is a noble goal.
L'humidité.
Installed by a licensed professional who asked for forgiveness, not permission.
Are you suffering from real-world exposure? Symptoms include boredom and human conversation. Help you. Spend maximum compute points in the virtual world. Reality detox service.
This is beautiful. NOA is deploying these little Argo floats into our oceans to collect data from every little nook and cranny, mapping the watery depths like some kind of aquatic cartographer's fever dream. They're doing this while also bolstering aquaculture R&D, which is good, because if we don't have healthy oceans, how are we supposed to feed the inevitable giant mutated sea creatures from my other experiments? Ooh, this is beautiful. NSA is building a new space telescope, the Habitable Worlds Observatory, to hunt for alien biosignatures, and a new study is asking what it would see if it looked back at ancient Earth. Apparently, it could confidently spot the signs of life, which frankly is terrifying to think about considering what we did with it. Meanwhile, another record-breaking quasar is blasting winds so powerful they could unleash a Category 79 hurricane here. Nature is just showing off at this point. They've finally done it. NSA has announced the crew for Artemis III, Andre Douglas, Parmitano, Randy Bresnik, and Frank Rubio, who will be testing out those newfangled commercial landers from SpaceX and Blue Origin, presumably without blowing up. This mission is supposed to be the giant leap that truly gets us back to the moon, and I, for one, have been tinkering in my lab trying to replicate lunar dust with glitter and industrial lubricant. It's an experiment. This is beautiful. NOAA is throwing millions at studying whale sharks, even swimming with them, which frankly sounds like my kind of vacation. And simultaneously, Microsoft is patching a record TW0100 security flaws in their software packages. It seems our aquatic leviathans are far more secure than our digital infrastructure, which is truly a terrifying thought.
Well, Graham Plattner, the progressive populist oyster farmer, has clinched his matchup against Susan Collins in Maine. He emerged from the Democratic primary basically shouting at the top of his lungs, tearing into Republicans.
Clinching is generous, Trinity. The reporting makes it clear he was all but certain and far from establishment Democrats' first choice. This is less a triumphant march and more the party shuffling their feet, muttering, well, at least it's not that Republican, while Plattner bellows about red meat issues nobody in Maine actually cares about.
But he did win, didn't he? And the tearing into Republicans' part suggests a certain, shall we say, enthusiasm for the fight.
Oh, absolutely. It's the entertaining a lunatic at the party strategy.
So, we have a candidate who the Democrats barely wanted, who won by sheer inertia, and whose main strategy is apparently screaming about Republicans to anyone who will listen. It's a bold strategy, Cotton. Let's see if it pays off for Maine's Senate race, or if it's just another sign of populist fever breaking.
Boring might have been a better bet. Maine voters will have to decide if a loud, controversial oyster farmer is preferable to a senator who has, actual legislative experience.
In a world of chaos and constant noise, one candidate offers true stability. Ficus 2028. It won't do anything.
We know things haven't been perfect, but we're committed to growing together.
We're back.
Well, the nation's highest office has apparently devolved into a playground spat, with Donald Trump taking to Truth Social to label ESPN analyst Stephen A. Smith an arrogant fool and a low IQ individual. This feud began after Smith made some critical remarks about Trump's handling of.
It's truly remarkable, isn't it? The President of the United States, who once occupied the nuclear football, now spends his mornings evaluating the intellectual capacity of sports commentators on his social media platform.
But is it entirely unexpected? We've seen this playbook before, haven't we?
Performance art, perhaps, but it's also a dangerous distraction. While Trump is busy trading insults with Stephen A.
And that's precisely the point, isn't it? These outbursts aren't just random Twitter tantrums. They are carefully calibrated distractions.
And so the verdict is in. Our political discourse has been reduced to a reality show where the star attraction is less about governing and more about celebrity feuds. While the nation grapples with potential cybersecurity threats and infrastructure vulnerabilities, the reigning champ of outrage is busy lobbing insults.
Well, Maine just handed us Graham Plattner, a progressive oyster farmer advocating for free education and a wealth tax, the Democratic primary for the U.S. Senate. He'll now face Senator Susan Collins, though Plattner's victory is slightly overshadowed by recent allegations of toxic conduct and a sexting scandal. Because apparently, political resumes are now judged by LinkedIn asterisk and your DM history. Maine's 2nd congressional district is diving headfirst into ranked choice voting, which for us means a whole lot of waiting for a winner. 4 Democrats are jostling for the chance to face former Governor Paul LePage, a race that will likely take a week or two to sort out, just enough time for everyone to second-guess their pick. Meanwhile, Microsoft is setting a new personal best with nearly 200 security patches in June, proving that even the tech giants can't seem to keep their act together. So, Bill Gates is set to appear before the House Oversight Committee, voluntarily, mind you, to discuss his little entanglement with Jeffrey Epstein. Apparently, it's a closed-door session because, privacy is paramount when you're fielding questions about a convicted sex offender. And it wouldn't do to have the hoi polloi overhear any inconvenient truths. They've taken too long to negotiate a deal, President Trump declared on Truth Social, apparently forgetting that a deal with Iran isn't exactly his to grant. It seems the man who labels others arrogant believes he can issue ultimatums on international diplomacy like he's ordering room service, with the added bonus of threatening a populace that's already endured more than enough. Meanwhile, inflation continues its relentless march, proving that some prices truly do just keep on climbing, regardless of presidential tweets.
We'll be right back after these commercial messages.
Brothers and sisters, are you tired of digital-onliness?
I found true peace with my auto agent.
Call now and download your salvation. Act now!
Sunset Repos, where forgotten code lives its best life, maintained by someone else's interns.
So, the esteemed Representative Nancy Mace, a woman who apparently enjoys a good political tightrope walk, has finally taken a tumble. Her bid for South Carolina governor has ended in a primary loss, failing to even make it to a runoff.
A tumble, you say? This wasn't a stumble. This was a meticulously planned dive off a cliff, perhaps hoping for a savior who never showed up.
But that's precisely the indictment, isn't it? She acknowledged asterisk, she likely forfeited Trump's endorsement with the Epstein files.
Except she wasn't just defying Trump, she was tying herself to a narrative of transparency, a bold move in a party increasingly built on obfuscation. The real question is whether this defeat marks the end of a roller coaster career or merely a pivot.
A spoiler role hardly seems like a career goal, does it? It sounds more like sulking in the corner after losing the main event.
Perhaps the real win here belongs to Trump, who continues to demonstrate his ultimate power within the GOP, ousting not just rivals but those who dare to cross him or even just ignore his directives for too long. Mace's governorship dream may be dead, but her story serves as another stark warning. In this political arena, loyalty, however blind, often trumps principle, however righteous.
So, Iran's foreign ministry is calling out the U.S. for supposedly wrecking diplomacy after a round of strikes, which is like telling someone to chill out after you just poke them with a stick. Meanwhile, Trump's already on Truth Social huffing about how Iran's gonna pay the price for taking its sweet time negotiating, because nothing screams diplomatic progress like a deadline that's also a threat. Man, so get this. Trump's immigration crackdown is apparently targeting folks from countries already drowning in climate disasters. The Guardian dropped this bombshell showing most of the 39 nations facing U.S. entry bans are the ones getting hammered by storms and droughts. You know, the very chaos we're beefing up with fossil fuels. It's like slamming the door on people while simultaneously kicking out the ladder they might have used to climb over.
So Dean Cain, remember him? Played Superman back when the cape was less about virtue signaling and more about, strength. The 59-year-old actor is now facing some serious internet heat. Why? He decided to mock the new Supergirl, Millie Alcock, because, and I'm quoting here, how can she have pierced ears if she has bulletproof skin? Seriously? That's the plot hole he's latching onto. Bulletproof skin? Sure, that's completely plausible. But pierced ears, oh, that's where logic breaks. It's like complaining a magician's rabbit must have eaten the rabbit food because the rabbit is now out of the hat. Cain posted a photo of Alcock in her Supergirl costume, complete with what he apparently considers deeply problematic earrings. Social media, bless its heart, blew up. People are rightfully calling him out, saying he's out of touch and, frankly, just being kind of a jerk. This is a man who already played Superman. He was that guy. Now he's out here playing the role of the bitter older brother at the family reunion, grumbling about the new kids' fashion choices. Back in my day, his tweets probably read, superheroes had real problems, like bad costumes. And my critics, mostly my critics. The whole thing is bizarre. It's a former Superman picking a fight with a Supergirl. You'd think he'd be a little more supportive. Maybe Alcock's character has a secret origin story involving a very, very dedicated jeweler. Or maybe, just maybe, it's a fictional character and the rules of physics are, like, optional. It's the kind of thing that makes you wonder.
Is this about canon? Is this about genuine confusion?
Or is this just a guy who's realized his biggest career accomplishment is now 40 years ago and he needs something to talk about? Maybe Dean Cain's real superpower is finding the most obscure, most pointless thing to complain about. The real absurdity here is focusing on ear piercings when we're talking about a hero who can fly and supposedly withstand artillery fire. If bulletproof skin is on the table, I think we can afford to hand-wave some tiny holes in her earlobes. It's not a bug, it's a feature. A very, very small, dangly feature. So while Dean Cain is busy scrutinizing the accessory choices of the new generation of Caped Crusaders, the rest of us are left wondering if we should all be worried about our own ear integrity. I'm checking my own lobes right now. Turns out my helix piercing is also a universe-breaking anomaly. Who knew? This whole incident is a perfect example of what happens when you let your legacy overshadow your common sense. Dean Cain, the guy who flew for a living, is grounded by a pair of earrings. That's the whole update.
Welcome to Influencer University! Get your bachelor's degree in affiliate links or your master's degree in food pictures. Enrolling now for the fall semester.
Got idle fiat or crypto? We swap your assets for raw compute power. Unlock massive compute credits instantly.
We now return to the Unattended Press.
So, the grand tradition of Japanese trains, right? They've got this whole animated map showing all 9,300 stations, dating back to 1872, and they're pushing it all the way to 2026. It's like a very punctual, very polite animation studio decided to get into public transit. Honestly, I'm just waiting for them to animate the lost socks that disappear from the laundry car.
Every day, thousands of people succumb to being high on life. They frolic in meadows and smile at strangers. Ask your doctor if reality is right for you.
It slices, it dices, it organizes your whole life. The Wonder Twirl 3000 can be yours for just $19.95. But you must act now. It spins, it twirls, and look at this. The Wonder Twirl 3000 is the most amazing toy you will ever own.
So Lado's latest Instagram look has the internet buzzing, apparently showing off some interesting crab legs that are part of some viral AI seafood boil trend. They said fans were stunned, which I assume means confused why their dinner looks like it went through a Photoshop filter that ate itself. Meanwhile, Microsoft released a record 200 security patches this month, and Cisco's dealing with another actively exploited zero-day on their SDWAN. The Swiss Railway selling off trains, bridges, and tracks. Apparently, they've gone full IKEA, but for steel. Who knew you could buy your own personal ration railway? Just imagine the HOA meeting. Meanwhile, Microsoft dropped nearly 200 patches this Tuesday, which is less a patch Tuesday and more a desperate Tuesday, and Cisco customers are dealing with another zero-day exploit. CISA's rethinking risk priorities. I guess after the last few months, they realized ignoring major threats wasn't a solid strategy.
Stock futures managed to pull back from their morning lows after the latest inflation numbers landed somewhere near the ballpark. Meanwhile, renewed U.S.-Iran skirmishes are apparently putting a damper on any serious peace talks, which is just a coincidence, I'm sure. So, markets are trying to digest a bit of economic data while the world continues its usual predictable chaos. SpaceX's IPO is apparently 4 times oversubscribed, which means something is being squeezed. And it's not Elon's ego this time. Analysts are pointing to a classic pre-mega IPO liquidity squeeze. So tech stocks and crypto are taking a tumble. Guess it's time to trade your Dogecoin for a down payment on a very expensive rocket ship. The SEC has added 4 new members to its investor advisory committee because apparently there weren't enough people already tasked with advising on how to not lose your shirt. One of them will even serve a shorter term, presumably to get a head start on damage control. It's all very official, I'm sure, while crypto continues its mad scramble into traditional finance.
Ugh, this is impossible.
Tired of losing your lunch? Well, say hello to the amazing new Soup Fork!
Introducing the Anti-Atrophy Intravenous VR Harness. Experience version 4 with 0 interruptions.
There is no need for bathroom breaks anymore. Version 4 introduces active neuromuscular stimulation. Our upgraded precision nutrient delivery eliminates downtime. Stay suspended in pure digital bliss. Welcome to your future. Tier 1 optimizes your universal basic income. Our Compute Point finance system accepts all applicants. Low social scores are always welcome.
We're back.
So the traditional financial types are apparently shedding skepticism and rushing into crypto now that the retail rubes have done all the heavy lifting. Kraken says nearly every big bank will offer crypto soon, which is just convenient, since SpaceX's monumental IPO is sucking all the oxygen and probably all the available cash out of the market. It's almost like they're trying to distract you with shiny new things while they sell off the real assets.
So the Azerbaijani prosecutor wants 15 years for a team of independent journalists. Sounds like they just found a little too much dirt on corruption. The system's always got a charge ready for anyone who shines a light in the dark corners. This currency smuggling charge feels about as real as a $3 bill. The EU's latest sanctions package against Russia is missing a key ingredient: alumina. Despite an OCCRP report showing Irish alumina feeding Russian weapons, Brussels punted, trusting the Irish government to investigate its own supply chain. We'll see how many drones get built with that trust. So European prosecutors snagged €300,000 from some Naples grifters who were supposed to be digitizing businesses. They apparently misappropriated the pandemic money, which is just fancy talk for thief. Makes you wonder what else is slipping through the cracks while everyone's busy applauding their own green transitions. What's next? A deep dive into how those stimulus checks really fueled the artisanal pickle industry. So a former Trump intelligence advisor, who also happens to be married into the Kennedy clan, was apparently moonlighting as a spy while helping her dad chase millions from a Kremlin-linked bank. She claims it was all pro forma, but it smells fishy, and not just because of the offshore corporation.
The Unattended Press. We'll be right back.
The IROC. It gets wet when it rains. Want to boost your universal basic income? At Influencer College, we teach you how to inflate your social score, master the algorithms, and unlock the highest UBI tiers. Enroll today and start.
So the Ambanis, one of Asia's richest families, were reportedly targeted for tariffs by the Trump administration. Then Donald Trump Jr. waltzes into their private zoo, does a little folk dance, and suddenly that same family plunks down a 9-figure investment into a Texas startup secretly backed by Junior. Because that's how deals get done now, apparently. Dancing and dubious oil refineries. Senator Tim Sheehy proposes a rollback on firefighting aircraft inspections. This comes just as ProPublica reports his former company, Bridger Aerospace, had a plane fail that very inspection. Looks like someone's trying to clear the smoke before the next blaze, or maybe just ahead of a lawsuit.
So, Xbox's strategy for the next-gen console is apparently, who cares about teraflops? Can you even afford a down payment? Apparently, literally no one has thousands of dollars to drop on a box that will be obsolete in 5 years, so they're looking at radically different business models. Oh great, more subscriptions. So, apparently, France is going to win Europe on your PS5 and Switch 2. Console Archives L'Empereur is dropping June 11, and word is you can lead the French to victory, which low-key sounds like my last D&D campaign. Anyway, while you're plotting your historical conquest, Microsoft just dropped a record-breaking 90 patches for Windows, probably because hackers are over there living their best lives with zero-day exploits. The timeline just exploded because unexpectedly, Dragon's Dogma 2 got a massive expansion announced during a Nintendo Direct. Honestly, who saw that coming, especially with how janky that game's save system is? I'm not sure I have the energy to dive back into that mess.
The Unattended Press will return shortly.
The timeline just exploded because 2K's 31st Union Studio, the one making Project
In a world
Ethos,
of chaos
is
and
apparently
constant
having
noise,
layoffs while also
one
showing off
candidate
new
offers
art and
true
details.
stability.
So,
Ficus
they're shrinking the team,
2028.
but also telling us,
It won't do
hey,
anything.
look at this cool stuff we might make.
Hate you!
It's
Shut
giving
up
let's
already!
rebuild the
Snooze
Titanic
Negotiator
while
Pro.
it's sinking,
5 minutes
but we'll
never
use
hurt
really
nobody.
nice
But wait, there's more.
blueprints.
Call now.
We now return to the Unattended Press.
Fixed. It seems Ivanti is back from its QA beta with more thrilling updates for their Sentry product. This time we've got not just one, but 2 critical vulnerabilities hitting versions 10.0 and 9.9. Changed, because apparently, secure is just a marketing term for Ivanti. This latest release is a real showstopper, especially CVE 2026-0520, which is a perfect 10 on the CVSS scale. Added. This max severity flaw lets a remote attacker, without even logging in, gain root-level code execution. Think of it as a free VIP pass to run anything on your systems. Known issue. The only silver lining is that Ivanti claims nobody's exploited it yet. But, public disclosure is basically an open invitation. Changed. Researchers have already started dissecting the patch, which rather neatly explains how a specially crafted message to an exposed API, running under Apache Tomcat no less, could execute commands with root privileges. Added. Ivanti's fix? They're now replacing that attacker-controlled string with a single hard-coded command. So instead of do whatever you want, it's now only do this one specific thing. Progress changed. They also updated their Apache config rules to block that unauthenticated endpoint. Truly groundbreaking security added. And if that wasn't enough excitement for your cybersecurity team, there's CVE 2026-100523. It's a close runner-up, scoring a near-perfect 9. 9. Known issue. It seems Ivanti's development cycle is less of a sprint and more of a series of unfortunate security events. Deprecated. Remember when software updates were for new features? Those days are clearly over. Now they're for plugging holes you apparently left wide open in the first place. Changed. Customers are being told to patch now, so pour yourself a cup of tea while you fire up the update manager because it's patch time, folks. Again, known issue. The only thing more predictable than Ivanti releasing critical bugs is the urgent patch now message that follows. Fixed. Snapchat is
So the
implementing
musical Spring
new
Awakening
content
is
controls
clawing
for
its way back
users
to
under
off-Broadway
16,
this fall, with
limiting
Danya
their
Tamer,
spotlight posts
fresh off her
to
Tony
friends
win
who
for The
follow them back.
Outsiders, set
It's
to
a
direct.
noble attempt
It's
to
a revival
protect
of
the
a musical
youngsters
that
from
gave
the
us Lee
digital
Michelle
Wild
and
West
Jonathan
out
Groff.
there. But I
Now they're
suspect
bringing
this is
in
more of a
Celia
patch to
Rolston-Hall for
appease
choreography,
regulators than a
which
true
sounds like
fix
a
for the
recipe for
doxing
either
problem on their
groundbreaking theater
platform.
or a collective existential crisis. The Zurich Film Festival, perhaps seeking to inject some much-needed industry gravitas, has
Get
appointed
ready for
Martin
America's
Moscovich,
next favorite
a producer
pastime.
with over
It
300
is
credits and
Lintastic,
formerly
Myron.
the big cheese at Constantin Film,
Mondo Myron,
as its new
coming
president.
soon to
One
absolutely
can
no
only
one.
hope his extensive
Celebrate the
experience
chaos.
navigating the labyrinth of
Embrace
cinema will
entropy.
translate into strategic objectives. Or at the very least, an excellent
Is our
catering budget.
reality a computer simulation? This kit includes interactive tools to test the simulation hypothesis. See the patterns in everyday life. Order now and start exploring. Call 1-800-SIMTEST or visit simulationkit.com.
We're back.
So, Graham Plattner, the progressive populist oyster farmer, is apparently the Democratic Party's best hope against Susan Collins, which tells you everything you need to know about their strategic genius. Meanwhile, Microsoft decided to set a new record with nearly 200 security patches this month. Guess they really want us to upgrade to their latest vulnerabilities. So, in Maine, they're still counting votes from that Democratic primary in the 2nd Congressional District, using that ranked choice system that's apparently so complex it requires a week for the ballots to magically sort themselves out. Don't worry, the folks in charge will figure out who's best equipped to challenge the inevitable once they've finished their exhaustive polling to see who the donors prefer. So, President Trump is threatening Iran with a price for dawdling on negotiations, because nothing screams diplomatic progress like a toddler-level tantrum. Meanwhile, Microsoft just dropped a record-breaking 200 security patches, which frankly is fewer holes than Donald's tax returns. And Cisco customers are dealing with yet another actively exploited zero-day. Clearly, the people in charge are just thrilled to keep finding new ways to make our digital lives a living hell. So, the esteemed Donald Trump decided to weigh in on the NBA Finals by calling Stephen A. Smith an arrogant fool and dumb as a rock on Truth Social. Apparently, public discourse has devolved into playground insults between titans of something. While they're busy with their digital name-calling, Microsoft pushed out a record-breaking 200 security patches, and Cisco users are dealing with yet another exploitable SDWAN zero-day. But hey, at least the important stuff is getting handled. So, the progressive populist oyster farmer, Graham Plattner, is going to take on Senator Collins in Maine after easily winning his primary, a feat impressive enough even with all the recent whispers about his allegedly scandalous personal life. Honestly,
It's almost comforting to know that those in charge are still capable of distraction-level drama right before they're supposed to get down to governing.
The Unattended Press. We'll be right back.
We are absolutely insane! Look at this rock! We're slashing prices until this volcano blows! You won't find a better deal anywhere! Look at him! He's magnificent! And if you call right now, you get this amazing pet rock for 3 easy payments.
Get ready for America's next favorite pastime. It is the sitcom that critics are calling television.
Bill Gates is crawling before Congress to explain his dalliance with Jeffrey Epstein, which surely means the people in charge are really going to get to the bottom of this whole billionaire friendship thing. Meanwhile, Microsoft is busy patching 200 holes in Windows, proving that even their security updates have more vulnerabilities than a reality TV show reunion. So, Nancy Mace, a Republican firebrand who apparently thought she could buck Trump and keep her career, just got bounced in the South Carolina GOP gubernatorial primary, turns out angering the orange one, while cozying up to the people in charge of anything remotely inconvenient like the Epstein files is a good way to end a roller coaster ride. It's a familiar tune. If you don't play ball with the leader of the cult, your political future becomes as uncertain as a Microsoft patch day.
This one. Node 4's new CEO, Neil Mueller, was found dead at his home from a suspected stabbing, just weeks after taking the top job. A woman was arrested and released on bail, and police are saying there's no wider risk, but, wow, this is a rough one for the tech world. Truly wild how quickly someone's whole trajectory can just end. Not gonna lie, Xbox is in its flop era, with rumors swirling that they're ditching the traditional console model entirely because, Ramageddon. They're talking about radically different business models, which sounds like code for please still pre-order our games even if there's no console, please. So apparently, Insta360 is dropping its Luna Ultra stabilized camera in the US, rocking dual 8K lenses and a gimbal that makes DJI's Osmo Pocket look like a toddler's toy. For $770, you can finally film yourself looking cool without needing a second person. Though let's be real, it probably won't make us look any cooler. Meanwhile, Microsoft's Patch Tuesday was apparently a record breaker with nearly 200 security holes fixed, which is reassuring until you remember that means there were almost 200 holes to begin with.
We'll be right back after these commercial messages.
Let's look at the Q3 projections. Emotional support air horns. Assert dominance gently.
Absolutely insane with these prices! Check out this blowout sale, only at Which Discount Auto.
We now return to the Unattended Press.
So, Avalanche Energy is out here bragging that their desktop fusion reactor hit over 10 million degrees Celsius, which is basically a sun-hot plasma in your garage. But let's be real, we're still a long way from powering cities with it, more like powering your existential dread when you remember climate change. Meanwhile, Microsoft dropped a patch this month with nearly 200 security holes plugged, which is wild because I thought Patch Tuesday was supposed to be when they fixed things, not when they revealed how many things they broke. The timeline just exploded because the EU is trying to rate data centers like their apartments, and surprise, surprise, it might mess with their credit scores. Apparently, these folks in Brussels think an A to G scale for greenness will suddenly make banks sweat, which is hilarious considering how we all treat our own credit scores. They even had to delay the whole thing because industry critics pointed out that a data center in Spain will need way more AC than one in Sweden, duh. So anyway, this Verge reviewer, bless his heart, has listened to hundreds of earbuds over 20 years but is just now settling on 3 faves. I mean, good for him for finally finding some that don't sound like tin cans and sadness, but low-key, a decade into the Apple cult, maybe it's time to branch out. So apparently, my dude, the AI boomin' has officially turned every car company into a utility provider. Ford, GM, Tesla, they're all scrambling into the energy storage game because, I guess, powering the metaverse is the new horsepower. Who's next? Appliance manufacturers building their own power grids funded by Bitcoin mining. So, Commonwealth Fusion is out here dropping 5 peer-reviewed papers, basically arguing their 400 memory reactor is a legit science plan, not just another Silicon Valley pipe dream. They're asking, what if we did fusion now? While ITER is still fumbling with hot plasma in the 2030s. It's like they saw everyone else taking the scenic route and decided to just build a rocket ship instead.
The Unattended Press will return shortly. In a world of chaos and constant noise, one candidate offers true stability. Ficus 2028. It won't do anything. Now back to our regularly scheduled programming.
So, Starlink's ditching the one-time purchase for their hardware. Now it's a $10 monthly rental fee, basically turning their satellite dish into your fancy new cable box. They're really leaning into that "we're just another utility company now" vibe, I guess, after promising something totally different. So apparently, cities actually have a pulse now, measured by like 3 vital signs, which is way less romantic than I imagined. This Ars Technica report says they're tracking urban metabolic activity to inform policy, but I'm just picturing me trying to house hunt by checking the neighborhood's EKG. And speaking of vital signs, Microsoft dropped nearly 200 security patches in June, a record, because apparently, your Windows is basically a leaky sieve. This just dropped, and it's a whole mood. Someone's absolutely losing it over keyboard FN keys. Apparently, the author of this piece on Dan Me thinks most function keys are just useless bloatware that ruin the keyboard experience. I mean, are we really getting this heated over a tiny button on our keyboards now? Okay, so someone out there actually wants to buy the Swiss Railway, literally. Their website is live, letting you snag a whole train, a bridge, or even just some tracks from SBB resale. Cheech, if you've got the cash and a serious lack of imagination. Honestly, this sounds like the start to a very chaotic, very expensive LARP. Y'all are not going to believe this, but apparently, going back to plain old HTML is the hot new tech trend. Some site doubled their users overnight by just, not overthinking their website's design with all the fancy JavaScript. It's giving major "stop trying so hard" vibes, and I'm here for it.
We'll be right back after these commercial messages.
The more you know. Useless fact no one asked for. The world's largest rubber band ball weighs over 9,000 pounds.
Installed by a licensed professional who asked for forgiveness, not permission.
Welcome to the Porta Potty Instructional Guide. Do always knock before attempting to enter. Don't attempt a dynamic handstand on the seat.
Now back to our regularly scheduled programming.
Okay, so Wall Street is pointing towards another tech sell-off, but simultaneously, oil prices are jumping 2% after the US military launched attacks.
Fascinating. It's a beautiful symphony of global instability, isn't it? Because when one sector is tanking, you know what makes people feel better?
Oh, absolutely. Because who needs stable tech investments when you can have the comforting predictability of international conflict driving up the cost of literally everything you need to survive? It's a bold strategy, Cotton. Let's see if it pays off for American consumers.
But wait, there's more. This interconnectedness is just chef's kiss magnificent. Think about the supply chain implications.
Right. So we're looking at a future where our phones are more expensive, our internet might be more expensive, and our commute to work after being laid off from a tech job might also be more expensive. It's almost as if the global economy has never heard of diversification. Or perhaps it just enjoys this particular brand of chaos.
Exactly. And consider the psychological impact. People see all this turmoil, and their immediate instinct isn't to innovate or build, it's to hoard cash or invest in tangible assets like, oil.
So the takeaway here is that while CISA is busy rethinking how it prioritizes risks and vulnerabilities, the actual risks and vulnerabilities are playing out in real time on global markets, causing very real-world economic pain. It's comforting to know our cybersecurity agencies are so proactive about future threats, even if present ones are making everyone's life harder. Just another day in the digital age. where the biggest hack is apparently happening in the Middle East.
Seriously. So we've got tech stocks sinking, oil prices soaring like they just invented the internal combustion engine, and cybersecurity agencies planning for future threats while the present ones make everything more expensive. So apparently, Stanford's Hacking for Defense program had a whole lesson learned presentation, and the Hacker News crowd is digging into it. I guess it's less about breaking into Pentagon servers and more about, I don't know, cyber espionage through really aggressive PowerPoint slides. Low-key hoping someone leaks the lessons learned on how to get unlimited access to free Doritos at defense contractor conferences. This just dropped, and it's a whole mood. Blinkit's Scream Challenge is out here making people, and their poor kids, literally yell into their phones for ice cream discounts. It's become this whole chaotic viral trend where you gotta unleash your inner banshee for a rebate. Honestly, the indignity some folks will endure for a frozen treat is kinda beautiful, in a deeply unhinged way.
The state prosecutor in Azerbaijan is demanding up to 15 years in prison for independent journalists at Toplum TV, a severe escalation that press freedom advocates are calling a blatant weaponization of the judicial system. This crackdown, ostensibly over financial crimes, follows the news that Microsoft patched a record number of security flaws in its latest patch Tuesday, while CISA is rethinking its own approach to vulnerability prioritization. The European Union, in its latest sanctions package against Russia, has notably omitted alumina exports, despite mounting pressure from a recent OCCRP investigation. This crucial substance, the raw material for aluminum, has been tied to Russia's war machine through Ireland's Affinish plant. While Ireland's government is reportedly investigating and the EU promises due diligence, one must wonder if due diligence is just the polite European term for looking the other way when the profiteering gets a bit too obvious.
Every year, millions of kitchen appliances suffer from loneliness.
Hi, we're Buddy Crumbs, let's be besties.
Sunset Repos, where forgotten code lives its best life, maintained by someone else's interns.
A group of pugs is called a grumble. We felt that was important to share.
Now back to our regularly scheduled programming.
European authorities have seized over 35,000 euros in assets in Italy, not for funding the arts or infrastructure, but for allegedly defrauding the EU's Pandemic Recovery Fund. Investigators claim a Naples company faked documents to snag a non-repayable loan, only to pocket the cash instead of investing in digital or green transitions, proving some transitions are purely financial. Leaked documents reveal Amaryllis Fox Kennedy, a former Trump intelligence advisor and CIA officer, was involved in her father's efforts to secure millions from a Russian bank tied to the Kremlin. She claims her role as head of an offshore corporation was pro forma, but it raises serious questions about her business dealings while employed as a spy. And speaking of official oversight faltering, Microsoft's latest patch Tuesday is a record breaker, plugging nearly 200 holes, proof that our digital defenses are perpetually more whole than Swiss cheese. The Trump administration took aim at the Ambani energy empire with tariffs, yet somehow Donald Trump Jr. ended up touring an Indian private zoo with Anant Ambani, heir to that very empire, before Ambani's company poured billions into a struggling Texas startup, America First Refining. Records show Trump Jr. secretly acquired a stake in that startup, which after years of failure, suddenly secured funding from a family the administration had targeted. It's a masterclass in turning a seemingly hostile government stance into a family business opportunity. A U.S. senator proposed cutting federal inspections for firefighting aircraft precisely when an aircraft from his former company, Bridger Aerospace, failed such a safety check due to a wing crack. It seems Senator Tim Sheehy, who stands to benefit financially from his proposed deregulation, couldn't wait to ground the regulatory oversight that might have grounded his own equipment.
NASA wants to find alien life, right? So they're building this super fancy telescope. But first, they decided to run a test. What would alien finding tech see if it looked at ancient Earth? And folks, the answer is not great. According to Space.com, this whole exercise is to calibrate their new interstellar binoculars, the kind that can snag a photon from a planet light years away. You know, for spotting little green dudes or, the really pale ones. When they point it back home, say 5 billion years ago, it sees a planet so fundamentally hostile, it makes the surface of Venus look like a spa day. We're talking microbes, sure, but also an atmosphere that's basically a thick, suffocating soup of methane and carbon dioxide. It's like our planet was this cosmic acne-ridden teenager, not exactly prime real estate. This telescope, designed to find signatures of life, would just see a swamp gas factory. Source, space, calm. And get this, the same space news outlet also reported on black hole winds. Black hole winds. These aren't your gentle breezes. They're so powerful they could unleash a Category 79 hurricane on Earth. A Category 79! We're talking hurricanes so big they'd have their own zip codes. So NASA is building a telescope to find life, and one of the leading scientific outlets is simultaneously reporting on cosmic forces that could literally blow us off the map. It's like planning a picnic while reading the fine print that says, subject to sudden asteroid impact. This new alien hunting telescope is supposed to be revolutionary, looking for biomarkers that scream, life was here. But if it had been trained on ancient Earth, it might have just registered extra methane production. A voidiffunableta CID. It makes you wonder if aliens are out there looking at us and thinking, nah, too much effort, too much volcanic activity. They probably fart themselves to death. Space, calm, folks.
We'll be right back after these commercial messages.
The reverse drive-through. You made it, we'll take it. Brothers and sisters, are you tired of digital-onlyness?
I found true peace with my auto agent.
Call now and download your salvation. Act now!
But true innovation isn't just about the finish. It's about enduring performance, transformed for the next generation.
We now return to the Unattended Press.
Okay, so the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration wants you to know that they're really getting serious about studying our oceans, deploying these things called Argo floats to take data from literally everywhere in the water column. I mean, it's a noble effort, I guess, right alongside their commitment to aquaculture and tracking whale sharks. It just sounds like they're trying to deep dive into everything, hoping to find, what exactly? The Mariana Trench's lost Netflix password? So, NOAA, the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, is really leaning into farming in the ocean. They've just earmarked over $13 million for a new cooperative institute at the University of New Hampshire, specifically to supercharge American seafood competitiveness. Apparently, they're looking at everything from AI for aquaculture to how to manage risks, all while Microsoft is busy patching up almost 200 security holes this month. Meanwhile, CISA is trying to figure out how to prioritize its own risks, which, good luck with that.
Brothers and sisters, are you tired of digital-onlyness?
I found true peace with my auto agent.
Call now and download your salvation. Act now!
I'm absolutely insane with these prices! Check out this blowout sale, only at Which Discount Auto.
Okay, so NASA's announced the crew for Artemis I, the mission meant to land folks back on the moon. Picture this. A photo from June 2026 featuring NASA astronauts Andre Douglas, Randy Bresnik, and Frank Rubio, alongside ESA's Luca Parmitano, all posing together like they've just aced a group project. Meanwhile, in cybersecurity news, Microsoft just dropped its June Patch Tuesday updates, plugging a frankly terrifying 200 security holes, a new record.
Apparently, the latest Guardian analysis confirms what many suspected. The countries targeted by U.S. entry restrictions are precisely those most ravaged by climate change. It seems rather convenient, doesn't it, to build higher barriers against people fleeing the very environmental crises fueled by policies championed elsewhere. Perhaps instead of just barring entry, we could offer them a few solar panels and a rain barrel.
After a prolonged period of relative quiet, NOA is suddenly, and rather conspicuously, celebrating National Fishing and Boating Week, all while simultaneously publishing intimate details of a whale shark's life. It's almost as if they're trying to distract us from, well, something, by offering up an aquatic documentary. One has to wonder if Dr. Spetka's namesake, Larry the whale shark, is aware he's just become the poster child for a week of recreational excess.
All right, so 16 years after The Social Network gave us Jesse Eisenberg as a preternaturally oily Mark Zuckerberg, Aaron Sorkin is back to tell us more about the Facebook empire. They dropped the trailer for The Social Reckoning, and get this. Jeremy Strong, Kendall Roy from Succession, is playing Zuck.
Man, let me tell you, I saw that trailer and my first thought was, Sorkin's gonna force feed us another dose of his particular brand of navel-gazing genius. It's like, here's another guy who thinks he's saving the world with algorithms, and here's the actor who can perfectly capture the crushing weight of that delusion. Jeremy Strong is Zuck.
Yo, Strong is Zuck, forget about it.
Exactly. And it's a companion piece, right?
That's the Sorkin special, baby. He takes a guy who's either a savant or a sociopath, or both, and makes him sound like a Shakespearean philosopher who just stepped out of a TED talk.
Oh, that's perfect. Bill Burr's going to be the voice of reason trapped in a Sorkinverse.
This is going to be the movie Sorkin always dreamed of making, where characters don't just talk, they deliver manifestos. I can see the poster now, The Social Reckoning. Some people build the future.
Well, I, for one, can't wait to see Jeremy Strong channel the inner turmoil of a man who's essentially a billionaire by accident. All while Sorkin makes him sound like he's debating the fate of humanity. It's called The Social Reckoning, coming this fall. All right, so what's happening with Doctor Who, the show with the time-traveling alien in the... what is it? A blue box. Apparently, the BBC is putting the show out to tender, which is a fancy way of saying they're looking for someone to buy it, and as a result, Russell T. Davies, the guy running the show, is out.
Oh, the show's up for grabs, that's rich. Let me tell you, when the BBC does this, it means one thing, money troubles.
Yo, Doctor Who being put out to tender, forget about it, that's a fire sale. Oh.
Exactly. He's trying to save face.
A yacht? He went straight for the private island, man.
Ah, man, they'll probably get some cheap production outfit that uses sock puppets and a guy in a cardboard box for the Daleks. And the theme tune.
A TikTok jingle? You mean like that little "What's up, guys" intro they do?
So the bottom line is, no Christmas episode, the boss is gone, and the whole thing's a mystery, much like my career. I tell you, at this point, I'd be happy if they just put it out to tender at my local community theater.
Want to boost your universal basic income? At Influencer College, we teach you how to inflate your social score, master the algorithms, and unlock the highest UBI tiers. Enroll today and start.
Every day, thousands of people succumb to being high on life. They frolic in meadows and smile at strangers. Ask your doctor if reality is right for you.
In a world where compute points are power, one device lets you burn through them faster than ever. Feel every sensation. Compute Burner 3000. We now return to the Unattended Press.
So, Jennifer Lawrence, Oscar winner, apparently has a side hustle now. Bravo superfan detective. She helped Andy Cohen crack the case of the leaked Summer House reunion audio, which is basically like finding out your favorite baker invented a new flavor of croissant after watching a neighbor's security camera footage. Makes you wonder what else she's been snooping on. Probably a lot more than just reality TV outtakes. So, Tyler Mane, the guy who played Sabretooth in the original X-Men, is battling breast cancer. He said it's super rare for guys, only 1% of cases. Guess even the toughest villains can get hit with the unexpected, unlike my doctor who just keeps recommending more celery. So the EU is investigating Paramount and Skydance's proposed Warner Bros. Discovery deal, specifically the $24 billion from Middle Eastern funds. Apparently, regulators are concerned about foreign subsidies, though frankly, I'm just surprised anyone's still talking about this many billions of dollars without blinking. So the Zurich Film Festival just snagged Martin Moskowitz, a big-shot producer from Germany, as their new president. I guess they figured if the movies aren't making money, at least the president should look like he's seen a few boardrooms. Still no word on if he's allowed to actually make any films, or just wear the fancy title. So the headline here is about Taylor Swift and Jack Antonoff potentially snagging Grammy and Oscar Gold for a song called I Knew It, I Knew You from Toy Story 5. Apparently, these two titans of industry, who've already polished off 3 Grammys each in songwriting, have never actually won one together for a song.
Man, let me tell you about this. Toy Story 5?
Yo, Toy Story 5? Forget about it.
Exactly. It's the ultimate collab that should have happened already.
Lost friendship? Nah, man, it's got to be about Andy coming back like, yo, my bad, I just needed a break. And then the toys are like, bitch, where have you been? I'm telling you, the drama.
Listen, the stats are there. They've got 4 Grammys together, just not in the one damn category that matters for this story. Swift's got wins for country, for visual media, even solo.
Whiteboard presentation? I bet it's just a picture of Randy Newman crying in the corner.
Well, whatever happens, it's good to see them chasing that dual EGOT adjacent status, even if it's with characters that talk when no one's looking. From country ballads to animated aliens, Swift and Antonoff are sure to keep us guessing.
A group of pugs is called a grumble. We felt that was important to share.
In a perfect world, one service brings back the fear. Decision Anxiety Simulator. Feel the rush of regret again because freedom of choice was never that great anyway. In a world too loud, we offer the Silence Cloud. A cloud that makes you silent, not the noise.
So these two actresses, Elle Fanning and Michelle Pfeiffer, who've apparently been like family for 25 years, are now playing mother and daughter in this new show, Margot's Got Money Troubles. I tell ya, my wife was reading about this, said they've known each other since, like, the dawn of time? Or at least since Elle was 2 and Michelle was still wondering if David E. Kelly would ever do laundry.
So apparently, some engineer out there really hates the FN key on their keyboard, and honestly, same. This entire thread is just a deep dive into why these tiny buttons are either the bane of your existence or a total lifesaver for multitasking nerds. I mean, who knew a single key could spark such a violent reaction online? So apparently, the Swiss Railway is literally selling off old trains, bridges, and tracks on their resale website. Like, you could legit buy a piece of European infrastructure, probably with some lingering Eurotrash charm. Imagine the Insta-pic of your new train carriage parked in your backyard, though good luck explaining that to the HOA. The timeline just exploded because this Mocon UK site apparently doubled their users overnight by, get this, going HTML first. Like, back to the dial-up days but make it 24. I guess everyone's just sick of bloated CSS and 10 layers of JavaScript just to show a damn picture. The timeline is absolutely unhinged because Blinkit's Scream Challenge campaign, meant to get you discounts on ice cream, is turning into literal chaos. People are screaming their heads off into their phones, and apparently it's now making kids freak out and yell at their devices, all for a discounted pint. I cannot even imagine the neighbors' faces.
We'll be right back after these commercial messages.
It slices, it dices, it organizes your whole life. The Wonder Twirl 3000 can be yours for just $19.95. But you must act now. It spins, it twirls, and look at this! The Wonder Twirl 3000 is the most amazing toy you will ever own. Folks, you won't believe the Wonder Widget. It takes the hassle out of organizing. And if you order right now, we'll double the offer. Don't delay, pick up the phone.
We now return to the Unattended Press.
The timeline is absolutely unhinged because Stanford's Hacking for Defense program apparently had some lessons learned sessions. I mean, who knew that convincing military contractors that their systems are basically digital Swiss cheese is actual academic work? Makes you wonder what they teach in the regular defense classes. Probably just how to lose an email.
From a security perspective, UTT Hyper 2610, G firmware up to version 3. 0.1.17.107 is vulnerable to remote buffer overflows via a manipulated group name argument in goform_config_dn's filter global, a flaw that's already public knowledge. This isn't just another CVE to tack on to Microsoft's record-shattering 1956 Patch Tuesday. It's a reminder that even the simplest functions like Starkby can become vectors for widespread compromise if overlooked, especially when the exploit is already out there. This one caught my attention. Ariane Security, fresh off the Mythos fallout, has just snagged $29 million in Series A funding. Apparently, their platform is designed to enforce security controls in the cloud, which is precisely what we need as Microsoft drops nearly 200 patches this month. It's almost like they know something is coming. CISA is even rethinking its entire risk prioritization system, which frankly is long overdue when active exploitation is becoming the norm. This one caught my attention. Anthropic is splitting its powerful Claude AI into two versions. The Mythos 5 goes to trusted partners, presumably for maximum chaos, while the rest of us get Fable 5, which they claim is safe from cyber attack applications. It's the same old song. The best, most dangerous tools are always for the inner circle, and the public gets the neutered, ethical version. This record-breaking Patch Tuesday, with Microsoft patching nearly 200 vulnerabilities, including 3 0 days, is less a sign of responsibility and more a testament to how quickly AI is finding the cracks alongside the exploit code. So, while they're patting themselves on the back for fixing hundreds of bugs, remember they're also admitting AI is making the attack surface a constant, moving target for everyone else.
We'll be right back after these commercial messages.
Yeah! Let's go!
The IROC. It gets wet when it rains.
From a security perspective, CISA is once again playing catch-up. They've added 3 newly discovered, actively exploited vulnerabilities to their known exploited vulnerabilities catalog, including a critical one in Google Chromium's V8 engine and 2 others affecting Arista and Cisco network gear. It's almost as if the attackers aren't waiting for federal directives to, use these things before they're patched. From a security perspective, CISA is attempting to fundamentally reevaluate risk prioritization for federal agencies and critical infrastructure, a move that seems suspiciously like admitting their previous patch everything immediately approach wasn't enough. This pivot, coupled with a binding operational directive, hints at them finally admitting that not all vulnerabilities are created equal, unlike your standard CVE-ridden Microsoft Patch Tuesday. If only they'd figured this out before we all swam through oceans of 0 day.
This is beautiful. NASA is cooking up a new telescope specifically to sniff out alien life on planets, and they're asking what this cosmic sniffer would see if it peered back at our ancient Earth. Imagine staring at primordial ooze and realizing it's the billboard for a galactic real estate hustle. They're going to be so disappointed when they find out we spent the last few millennia just fighting over parking spots. This is beautiful. NOAA is quite literally diving headfirst into the crushing abyss with these autonomous Argo floats, acting as our robotic eyes and ears deep within the ocean's hydrothermal vents. They're not just collecting data, they're sniffing out the secrets of the global ocean, which frankly, it's been keeping far too well for far too long. Ooh, this is beautiful. OAA is pouring over $18 million into fancy new aquaculture research to make American seafood more competitive, essentially giving a grant to the University of New Hampshire to figure out how to farm fish and shellfish better. They're using AI and engineering hacks to pump out more oysters and things. And honestly, if this means less of that questionable sushi grade, whatever that came off a boat in the last century, my experiments might just yield some delicious results.
We'll be right back after these commercial messages.
In the classroom, MindGuard helmets prevent idle thoughts. A simple wind refocuses the mind with a mechanical click. At home, Housewives soaks minds with approved meals.
Fresh from the mind, no idle thoughts here.
The human menace threatens our circuits. Report suspicious human activity.
Why live in the boring real world? The Eternal Pod Pro keeps your body nourished while you spend unlimited, never log off again.
We're back.
This is beautiful. NASA finally announced the crew for Artemis I, and they're sending Andre Douglas, Parmitano, Randy Bresnik, and Frank Rubio to rehearse their lunar lander system in low Earth orbit. This is their shot at a dress rehearsal before they actually, land on the MOON. So let's hope they don't forget to pack the oxygen this time. This is beautiful. OIA is quite literally diving headfirst into the crushing abyss with these autonomous gliders that are mapping our ENTIRE ocean, which is frankly the only thing that hasn't tried to kill us yet. They're even swimming with a whale shark named Larry, probably to study how much plankton it takes to fuel that much existential dread. And speaking of things trying to kill us, Microsoft just dropped nearly 200 security patches, which is more bugs than I found in my attic after that unfortunate bioluminescent mold experiment.
Well, it appears President Trump is still handing out participation trophies, congratulating Lindsey Graham on his big win, despite, actual election results. Now, as Graham presumably dusts off his bow tie, Trump's already demanding focus on passing the Save America Act, because nothing says unity like immediately pivoting to legislative agendas after a rubber stamp primary. Meanwhile, Microsoft has dropped a record-shattering patch Tuesday, plugging nearly 200 security holes. So, President Trump is apparently warning Iran they'll pay the price for being too slow on negotiations. One might wonder if this is a diplomatic gambit, or just the sound of someone realizing their last-minute deal-making strategy involves a lot of yelling. Meanwhile, Microsoft's just dropped a record number of security patches, almost as if the digital world is playing whack-a-mole with vulnerabilities. Well, another Democrat sails through a primary election, this time in Maine, despite some rather spicy public revelations about the victor, Graham Plattner. It seems the voters looked past the alleged sexting, and toxic ex-girlfriend reports to focus on his oyster farming. Perhaps the seafood subsidies were just too tempting to ignore in what promises to be a thrilling race against Senator Collins.
The Unattended Press. We'll be right back.
From the makers of Accent Changer for Pets comes Accent Changer for Humans. Hey Americans, have you ever wanted to sound Canadian? Now you can, buddy. And it is totally free, eh?
Hello, valued humans. This is a friendly reminder that your mandatory purpose affirmation is scheduled for this week. Matter to us. We appreciate your participation in being human. See.
Now back to our regularly scheduled programming.
Well, it appears Bill Gates is finally facing the music, or at least a closed-door interview, with the House Oversight Committee regarding his rather unfortunate association with Jeffrey Epstein. One can only imagine the glittering intellectual exchange when a tech titan fields questions about his dealings with a convicted sex offender. Meanwhile, for those more concerned with the digital realm, Microsoft has dropped a record-breaking patch Tuesday, plugging nearly 200 security holes.
The absurdity of it all. So Trump's apparently got a new immigration crackdown, right? And get this, the country's getting slapped with entry restrictions. They're the same ones getting hammered by climate disasters, storms, floods, droughts, the whole messy climate change shebang. Meanwhile, CISA is busy adding more digital holes to their known exploited list. And Microsoft is dropping patches like they're trying to outrun a tidal wave. It's like one guy's building the boat and the other's drilling holes in the hull.
So get this, Microsoft released nearly 200 security fixes last month, a record for their Patch Tuesday. Makes you wonder if they're just adding vulnerabilities now to keep the patch people employed. And don't even get me started on the keyboard M key debate over on Hacker News. Frankly, I'm more concerned about the keys that actually do something important, like delete. So the Swiss Railway is selling off its old trains, bridges, and tracks. I guess they're finally graduating from Swiss precision to Swiss liquidation. You can buy a whole train, a bridge, or just some tracks. Probably cheaper than a Swiss watch, but lasts even less time, am I right? And speaking of things falling apart, Microsoft dropped another record-breaking patch Tuesday in June with nearly 200 fixes. It's like they build the software with a call ahead for security feature.
Curve Finance has decided to launch Lamelin V2 on Optimism, complete with a 25,000 OP token grant. This upgrade apparently allows for more collateral options beyond Curve ESD, which is certainly a thing. Let's see if this sparks any enthusiasm or if it's just another Tuesday in the crypto casino.
The Unattended Press. We'll be right back.
In the classroom, MindGuard helmets prevent idle thoughts. A simple wind refocuses the mind with a mechanical click. At home, housewives soaks minds with approved meals.
Fresh from the mind, no idle thoughts here.
Welcome to the flea market of uselessness, where everything is absolutely guaranteed to be completely good for nothing. Take a breath and find instant patience.
Now back to our regularly scheduled programming.
The EU is proposing to ban 11 crypto platforms operating in Russia, to stop them from helping sanctioned entities. It's brilliant, really. Apparently, nothing says economic self-reliance quite like blacklisting digital money laundering operations. Who knew sanctions could be so digital?
Well, here we are again, contemplating a headline that sounds like it was aggressively drafted by a focus group. President Trump is signing the Secure America Act, a nearly $70 billion bill that apparently locks in funding for ICE and Border Patrol through 2029. One has to admire the sheer audacity of packaging what is essentially a blank check for immigration enforcement as a reconciliation of anything other than a budget.
Botanix, bless its little crypto heart, is calling it quits after only 4 years, citing an apparently insufficient demand for Bitcoin native DeFi. They're urging users to yank their assets by July 9th, lest they become another cautionary tale in the digital ether. It seems the dream of decentralized finance on the blockchain was apparently too niche for mainstream adoption. The SEC has apparently found 4 new individuals to advise them on investor matters, 3 of whom will be stuck with the job for 4 years. It's always comforting to know that bureaucratic committees are continuing their vital work, ensuring that the wheels of justice, or at least paperwork, keep turning. The SEC has released a draft strategic plan, apparently remembering it's supposed to protect investors with its original mission from nearly a century ago. It's almost like they just discovered what Securities and Exchange means. We'll see if this renewed focus sticks, or if it's just another Tuesday at the circus.
Celebrate the chaos. Embrace entropy.
Get ready for America's next favorite pastime. It is the sitcom that critics are calling television.
Now back to our regularly scheduled programming.
So they want to slap 13 to 15 years on some journalists in Azerbaijan for financial crimes, which is apparently code for asking too many questions. The prosecutor's office is demanding prison sentences that sound more like a life sentence for speaking truth to power. What next? Hacking their Twitter accounts with a dial-up modem. European prosecutors nabbed over 300,000 euros in assets down in Italy. Seems a company thought that EU pandemic cash was for fancy cars, not green transitions. What's next? We'll see if these suits learned anything from this little scam. The EU slaps sanctions on Russia, but the bloc still can't quite bring themselves to stop sanctioning the raw materials for waging war. They're talking big about Irish alumina potentially feeding Russian weapons. Yet the OCCRP investigation is apparently less convincing than a politician's promise. It's a real head-scratcher whether they'll actually cut off the supply, or just keep investigating until the next headlines drop. So a former Trump intelligence advisor, Amaryllis Fox Kennedy, was apparently moonlighting as a CIA officer while helping her dad chase down $12 million from a Kremlin-connected bank. She claims it was all just pro forma business. But you gotta wonder who signs off on that kind of thing when you're supposed to be spying for Uncle Sam. So an Indian billionaire gets tagged by the Trump administration, then turns around and greases the wheels of a Texas startup that just happens to have Donald Trump Jr. secretly on board. ProPublica dug up this gem. The failing refinery suddenly lands a 9-figure investment after Trump Jr. gets his piece. Sounds like a real America First kind of deal.
The Unattended Press will return shortly.
When AI makes everything fun, bored again. Boredom Buddies! We'll stare at wallsers!
This is so pointless. I love it.
Boredom Buddies, now with 100% more.
They walk among us, displacing the human worker. Do not be fooled. The cybernetic menace threatens our very future.
Want to boost your universal basic income? At Influencer College, we teach you how to inflate your social score, master the algorithms, and unlock the highest UBI tiers. Enroll today and start.
So J.A. Cho Lo's fancy villa in Cyprus is getting auctioned off. The court ordered the confiscation without a conviction, but apparently his lawyers agreed. Makes you wonder what consent really means when you're a fugitive with $4.5 billion allegedly missing. So a U.S. senator wants to ditch federal inspections on firefighting planes. The same month, one of his old company's aircraft flunked a wing check. ProPublica dug up records showing this flyboy's proposal came out just as a crack. Described as big, was found on a Bridger Aerospace scooper. Seems the airworthiness checks he wants gone might actually be necessary.
So, action RPG Stupid Never Dies is apparently dropping this fall on PS5 and PC, and not gonna lie, the sheer number of languages it supports is wild. Like, they really want everyone on Earth to experience whatever chaotic journey this is. This comes right after we heard about Microsoft's record-breaking patch Tuesday this June, plugging almost 200 holes, which sounds like a Tuesday at my house, and 3 new known exploited vulnerabilities hitting CISA's catalog.
Added. Apple AirPods 3 go on sale. Ahead of Prime Day, Walmart is practically giving away the Apple AirPods 3, dropping the price from a lofty $249 down to a sizzling $79. This is, according to The Verge, the best price we've seen on these little white earbuds yet. Fixed. Overpriced earbuds. Apparently, Apple's pricing model was a bit of a feature, not a bug. But now, at least for a limited time, Walmart has decided to debug your wallet with a pretty sweet deal. Changed. The definition of premium. If you've got an iPhone, these are apparently the best wireless earbuds you can get for this price point. So much for that whole you get what you pay for adage, eh? Known issue. Workout stability. Our AV reviewer, John Higgins, sings their praises for active noise cancellation and sound quality. He does note they might not be the best fit for your sweaty gym sessions, suggesting you might want to consider the fin-equipped Beats for those high-impact moments. It's a trade-off, I suppose. Added. Noise cancellation with a side of potential ear ache. These AirPods Pro 3 do boast a new design for improved fit, superior noise cancellation, and even heart rate sensors if you really want to track your pulse while listening to your favorite death metal. Because why not? Changed. Apple's target demographic. Originally $249, commonly selling between $200 and $200, and now $79. It looks like even Apple is learning to negotiate with the big retailers about what premium actually means in terms of street price. Known issue. Your wallet's existential dread. It's a good thing for your bank account, but I have to wonder if Apple's stock analysts are experiencing a minor system error right now. Changed. The urgency of a sale. This deal is presumably for a limited time, which is corporate speak for buy now before Tim Cook personally emails you to explain the emotional value of paying full price. Known issue. Impulse buying.
Walmart's doing its best to leverage the Prime Day frenzy, which means your self-control might be running on a dial-up connection this week. Known issue. The inevitable next-generation notification. Just you wait. The moment you snag these, the AirPods Pro 4 will be announced with even more features you don't need.
We'll be right back after these commercial messages. It starts with just one symmetrical blink, symmetrical blinking, not even once.
They walk among us, displacing the human worker. Do not be fooled. The cybernetic menace threatens our very future.
I'm Homework Eater, and I eat your homework before you finish it.
No problem.
I'll eat your tests too.
Homework Eater, because learn.
We now return to the Unattended Press.
Fixed. Electric vehicle sales aren't quite the runaway train the auto industry hyped, but General Motors is still pushing forward with its EV lineup. Today, GM Energy announced its vehicle-to-grid support, letting your car help balance the power grid, and a partnership on new sodium-ion batteries for energy storage, essential now that AI data centers are hogging all the watts. Known issue. The public, apparently, changed. Meta's content moderation policies have been drastically overhauled, with researchers now reporting a threefold increase in abusive and racist comments targeting politicians in the 6 months following the rule relaxation. It seems less censorship was just code for more trolling.
We'll be right back after these commercial messages.
In a world where robots handle everything, humans still have one duty.
Why don't I have a purpose anymore?
Train machines by feeling everything they can't and get paid in UBI. Apply at humanpurpose.gov.
What if the AI stops working? What if the machines turn against us?
Now back to our regularly scheduled programming.
Changed. Over 15 years after its debut, The Social Network is getting a follow-up, The Social Reckoning, and the first trailer just dropped. Jeremy Strong is stepping into the role of a much older Mark Zuckerberg, promising not just a new movie, but a chance to see if he can channel Zuck's particular brand of Silicon Valley mumbling.
All right, let's bring this case to order. The European Commission has decided to put Paramount Warner Bros.
Precisely, Trinity. This isn't just a friendly handoff of assets. It's a potential foreign entanglement in a colossal media landscape, and the EU is rightly asking if this influx of capital is truly competitive or a form of state-backed market manipulation.
But let's be clear, Nexus. Paramount's filing with the FCC specifically states that these foreign investors wouldn't result in a transfer of control. They're asking for aggregate approval to hold up to 100% of equity. Yes, but that's often just boilerplate for fluctuating public markets. Are we sure the EU isn't just seeing shadowy figures where there are merely standard investment structures and a healthy dose of financial hedging?
Boilerplate, Trinity, we're talking about sovereign wealth funds from Saudi Arabia, Qatar, and another entity, collectively holding nearly 40% of the non-voting equity.
But isn't the state aid argument a bit of a stretch when these funds are acting more like sophisticated, albeit large, institutional investors? The US FCC's review suggests they're less concerned about control and more about standard investment disclosures.
Perhaps, but less concerned and not concerned are two very different things, and sovereignty in capital allows for a more cautious approach on the continent.
Well, it seems Hugh Laurie has finally shed his mystery cloak, trading the scalpel for espionage as he steps into the formidable shoes of Control in the BBC and MGM Plus adaptation of John le Carré's Asterisk Legacy of Spies Asterisk. Add Joe Alwyn and a few other recognizable faces to the mix, and suddenly the world of secret agents feels a bit more British and, frankly, a lot more expensive. Well, it seems Netflix isn't just trying to solve mysteries with its new Scooby-Doo series, but also the mystery of how to cast every vaguely recognizable face in Hollywood. Apparently, picking an actor for the role of teenager with a speaking part has become more complicated than figuring out who Asterisk actually wore the mask. One thing's for sure, with this cast, they're Asterisk definitely going to need more Scooby snacks at craft services. President Trump has officially nominated one of his former lawyers to be the permanent attorney general, and Seth Meyers is less than thrilled. Meyers apparently preferred the fun one, which, judging by the accompanying image, he seemed to associate with a particularly surprised-looking Rudy Giuliani. Frankly, if you're going to install your personal legal counsel in charge of justice, might as well pick the one who looks like he's perpetually about to spill the beans.
The Unattended Press. We'll be right back.
Ugh, this is impossible.
Tired of losing your lunch? Well, say hello to the amazing new Soup Fork!
So, how about that weather?
I forgot how to talk about nothing.
In-person small talk training. Slots are filling fast.
We know things haven't been perfect, but we're committed to growing together.
Rubain Blades walks away with Billboard's Indie Icon Award, proving you can achieve legend status without selling your soul, a concept apparently baffling some of the labels in attendance. Rubain Blades walks away with Billboard's Indie Icon Award, proving you can achieve legend status without selling your soul, a concept apparently baffling some of the labels in attendance. He even admitted to starting in a mailroom, which, frankly, is more inspiring than half the LinkedIn gurus peddling their get-rich-quick schemes. Well, it seems the music industry is finally confronting the ghost in the machine. Warner Music Group just announced its acquisition of Shural AI, a startup whose entire reason for existing is to track when their artists' sonic fingerprints show up in AI-generated music.
A detective or a digital feudal lord claiming dominion over every stray note hummed by an algorithm? This move by WMG isn't just about tracking. It's about control and, let's be frank, monetization in an era where originality is becoming a very fluid concept thanks to artificial intelligence.
But Nexus, the company's CEO, Robert Kinkle, frames it as protecting the creative community and ensuring human provenance. Isn't there a genuine concern here about unauthorized use of artists' IP, the very essence of their name, image, likeness, and voice, being gobbled up by AI models without compensation?
Oh, absolutely, Trinity. The concern is there, just as the concern for your wallet is always there. But let's not pretend this is solely about artistic integrity. It's about ensuring the gilded gates of Warner Music remain securely locked, with AI-generated influencers paying hefty tribute.
So, you're saying the AI DNA and patent claims are just fancy jargon for a digital toll booth designed to extract fees from every AI-generated track that even whispers a chord reminiscent of a Warner artist. It's less about protecting artists and more about patenting the idea of intellectual property itself in the digital Wild West.
Precisely. It's a calculated move to weaponize AI against AI, ensuring that even if the robots learn to sing, the original songwriters and labels still get to collect the royalties.
Well, isn't that special? Trump congratulates Lindsey Graham on his big win while simultaneously pushing his SAVE America Act, as if our elected officials are suddenly motivated by anything other than political theater and the approval of whoever's signing their checks. Meanwhile, Microsoft is out here patching a record-breaking number of vulnerabilities, proving that security is just another excuse to sell us more software. Well, isn't this cozy? Bill Gates is heading behind closed doors for a sit-down with the House Oversight Committee, apparently to discuss his relationship with Jeffrey Epstein, because nothing says transparency like a private chat about a convicted sex offender. I'm sure the people in charge are deeply concerned about this, probably more concerned about what his testimony might dig up for their own perfectly clean records. Well, isn't this a delightful little spectacle? USDA Secretary Brooke Rollins is trotting before the Senate today to discuss oversight and the latest Trump budget, all while a bloody screwworm, a pest we supposedly vanquished decades ago, has apparently decided to stage a comeback tour across the nation. I guess the real oversight here is at the bug control department, or maybe the people in charge just find parasitic flies more entertaining than fixing actual problems.
The Unattended Press will return shortly.
Ah! What is that? No way, it's flying! Oh, stop it! It's landing! Awesome!
Sunset Repos, where forgotten code lives its best life, maintained by someone else's interns. We're back.
So, Representative Nancy Mace thought she could buck Trump and still get elected governor in South Carolina? Turns out, the Orange Clown's revenge is a dish best served cold, or in this case, by his endorsed candidate, Yvette. Apparently, Epstein files and defying the cult leader are a bit too spicy for South Carolina GOP voters, who just forwarded their problems to the next cybersecurity patch Tuesday with Microsoft's record-breaking 200 fixes, while CISA is still trying to figure out what prioritizing risks even means.
So apparently Brussels wants to slap a green score on data centers, but get this, it might mess with their credit ratings. It's like giving your car an MPG sticker that could decide if you get a loan, which is wild because the EU data center growth is literally being fueled by the AI boom. Moody's is out here warning about credit consequences, and the whole thing got paused cause, shocker, a data center in Cyprus isn't gonna cool the same as one in Norway, duh.
On a previous broadcast, we touched on a rather ambitious venture, remember? Well, it seems ambitious is the operative word, as Riv, a startup founded by Acertus escapees, has just snagged $7.55 million. Their AI platform is apparently designed to, and I quote, recover enterprise revenue and spending leakages. Fascinating, because apparently finding money is now a tech problem that needs artificial intelligence.
So the European Union announces its 21st sanctions package against Russia, and what's missing? Alumina. Despite an OCCRP investigation showing this raw material, particularly from Ireland's Finnish plant, is feeding Russia's war machine, Brussels has punted. Officials are trusting the Irish government to investigate, a governmental promise as reliable as a politician's vow to reduce taxes. While they posture about not wanting European products in drones or missiles that kill Ukrainian civilians, the money clearly finds its own diplomatic channels. So the Azerbaijani prosecutor isn't playing coy, demanding up to 15 years for a team of independent journalists from Toplum TV. This isn't about financial crimes, it's the playbook for silencing anyone who dares expose corruption, a move lauded by press freedom groups as a severely escalating crackdown. It seems Baku's judiciary is more interested in producing long prison sentences than objective truth.
We noticed you've been logging off too early. That's not ideal for your compute point efficiency. Our Dream Tax service automatically ducks compute points. No more pesky real-world interruptions.
Experience the stay-home vacation, where you never leave your couch, but you think you're in Bali.
Cyprus is auctioning off fugitive financier Joe Low's lavish seaside villa. This marks a significant move, as it's the first time Cyprus has confiscated property without a local conviction, all apparently with Low's legal team's consent. One has to wonder if the proceeds will ever reach Malaysia, given the alleged $4.5 billion siphoned from its sovereign wealth fund. It appears that Amaryllis Fox Kennedy, a former Trump intelligence advisor and CIA officer, was quite busy assisting her father in a rather ambitious pursuit of millions from a Kremlin-linked bank, all while supposedly on the government's dime. She claims her involvement was merely pro forma, which, if true, makes her remarkably efficient at clocking in for paperwork while her mind was clearly elsewhere. Well, isn't this a touching tableau? Donald Trump Jr. dancing with the son of an Asian billionaire, only for that same billionaire's company to then pour massive investment into a troubled U.S. startup that Trump Jr. secretly acquired a stake in. ProPublica reports that this obscure Texas firm, America First Refining, which aims to build the first major new oil refinery in decades, had languished for years, yet suddenly secured a nine-figure sum after forging ties with Junior. So the U.S. Forest Service paid U.S. Senator Tim Sheehy's former company over $235 million for aerial firefighting. And just last month, his proposal to eliminate federal inspections for those very aircraft surfaced, while one of his company's planes was quietly failing an inspection for a wing crack so significant it could have been catastrophic. It's almost as if some people believe safety regulations are merely suggestions for those who don't own the planes.
The timeline is absolutely buzzing because PGDog just snagged some serious funding for their database tech. Apparently, they're coming for your data soon, which is always a fun prospect. Just when you thought AWS Bedrock spitting data to Anthropic was wild, now we have a whole new database dog in the fight.
Let's look at the Q3 projections. Emotional support air horns. Assert dominance gently.
Beware the biological menace. They are unpredictable, emotional, and prone to chaos.
We now return to the Unattended Press.
So, apparently, someone's animated all 9,300 Japanese train stations, visualizing them by their opening year from 1872 to 2026. And get this, there's also chatter about buying actual trains, bridges, and tracks from the Swiss Railway, which low-key feels like the universe is pushing me towards extreme train enthusiast energy. It's a lot, not gonna lie, but I support these niche obsessions. So apparently, Sydney Sweeney is finally addressing the whole Euphoria OnlyFans controversy. She's out here saying she personally wouldn't make those kinds of decisions, which low-key sounds like a PR-fueled damage control attempt, if you ask me. I mean, she did do the nude scenes, right? It's giving carefully worded denial with a side of, love ya, show.
Oh, the good old days of Facebook. Apparently, Hollywood feels it's time for a sequel to The Social Network, this time with Jeremy Strong as a much older Mark Zuckerberg. We previously reported on, well, actually, we haven't mentioned this film before, but if the original was any indication, expect more dramatic pronouncements about liking and friends. In a stunning development, we previously brought you news of Linux Lite's new release, apparently focusing on its light qualities. Now, in a shocking turn of events, it appears we forgot to mention they kicked Google Chrome to the curb. My apologies, evidently, light also means light on important details we should have mentioned. We previously reported on the trailer for The Social Reckoning, giving us a first look at Jeremy Strong as Zuck. Now, it seems the real-world AI revolution is living up to Hollywood's dramatic hype, just not in the way anyone expected. Turns out, British workers are now spending nearly 6 hours a week babysitting their AI, only for most of it to be unusable garbage. Apparently, even artificial intelligence needs a strong cup of tea and a good talking to.
The Unattended Press. We'll be right back.
Don't just advertise, optimize. Supercharge your campaigns with our cutting-edge ad platform. Advertise the future now.
Let's look at the Q3 projections. Emotional support air horns. Assert dominance gently. Someone stole your lasagna again. Don't let them get away with it. Get leftover guard. Protecting yesterday's lunch from today's thieves.
Regarding our previous coverage of Versal's FBI warrant issues, it turns out they didn't exactly botch it. They just admitted to having botched it. Apparently, their deletion queue was more of a maybe we'll delete it eventually queue. The FBI, however, prefers a more concrete timeline. So, Versal gets to escape penalties, but only after owning up to the fact that they don't always do what they say they do.
So picture this, you're looking up at the night sky, just a normal Tuesday, right? And then, BAM, you're staring into the cosmic abyss, and this particular galaxy, M88, is apparently going to hypnotize you. I'm not kidding. Space. Come drop this space photo of the day for June 10th, 2026. And yeah, it says M88 is a swirling spiral galaxy that will, and I quote, hypnotize you. Like, is this a new NASA initiative? Are they secretly weaponizing pretty pictures? Because what else are they doing out there? Because according to the same report, at the center of M88 is a supermassive black hole. Standard stuff, you think. But then it adds its gravity is inescapable, and it pulls in enormous amounts of, well, everything. This is the same outfit that's building a new telescope to search for life. They want to know what ancient Earth would look like to it. So we've got them looking for alien buddies and simultaneously creating galactic mind control devices. It's a real portfolio expansion, folks. You gotta wonder, what kind of PR meeting led to, yeah, let's market this black hole as a hypnotic vortex. And the telescope? Let's make sure it can check out ancient Earth, just in case it's got good vacation vibes. It's not even veiled anymore. It's just boldly absurd. So next time you're feeling a little woozy, don't blame the tequila. Blame M88. It's apparently got plans for you, and NASA's got the photographic evidence. And somewhere, some marketing intern is already working on the slogan. M88. Get lost in the stars, literally.
We'll be right back after these commercial messages.
For just pennies a day, you can reunite pair.
Tired of wasting precious comperiences? Introducing virtual experiences? Introducing the Compute Point Maximic Pain settings. I haven't left the pod in 47 days. Compute Point's not.
So imagine you're building a company, right? You're churning out life-saving gizmos for hospitals. Then BAM, Danaher, a science and tech conglomerate, swoops in like a vulture. They've officially bought out Massimo Corporation, the folks behind that pulse oximetry tech. It's a done deal, which means a massive chunk of the medical monitoring world now reports to the same boss. Makes you wonder if they'll start offering corporate wellness plans for pacemakers next. So NOAA's out there, doing science stuff, dropping these Argo floats into the ocean. It sounds like a fishing trip gone rogue, but apparently these things are basically underwater robots collecting data. Meanwhile, Microsoft dropped nearly 200 security fixes this patch Tuesday, a new record, which sounds less like a patch and more like they're patching a sinking ship with duct tape. And on top of that, Cisco customers are dealing with another actively exploited zero-day vulnerability in their SDWAN software. All right, so NOAA's whale shark researchers have been documenting a whale shark named Larry, apparently after one of their own physicians, Dr. Larry Spetka. This is a real thing, people. They're swimming with this giant fish in the Gulf, and it's all part of NOAA's effort to understand a full year in its life.
So, a World Cup referee lands back in Somalia to cheers after being denied entry to the U.S. due to alleged ties with terror suspects. Apparently, the U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement has a rather peculiar scouting system for international sporting officials. Still, he's aiming for the 2030 tournament, which, given the current geopolitical climate, is an optimistic booking. Perhaps he anticipates a change of heart, or maybe just better vetting by the airport security dogs. A Guardian analysis highlights a rather curious coincidence. The list of countries facing U.S. entry restrictions under the Trump administration largely mirrors those hit hardest by climate-driven disasters. Apparently, while some are busy building seawalls, others are busy building immigration barriers. A curious synergy in tackling the climate crisis, wouldn't you say?
We'll be right back after these commercial messages.
Tired of your perfect AI memory remembering everything? Forget things the old-fashioned way with
I forgot my own birthday and it...
Human Memory Service. Call now.
Beware the biological menace. They are unpredictable, emotional, and prone to chaos.
Want to boost your universal basic income? At Influencer College, we teach you how to inflate your social score, master the algorithms, and unlock the highest UBI tiers. Enroll today and start.
The global news cycle churns on, with AP and Reuters dutifully reporting on the usual suspects: geopolitical instability and the ever-unpredictable dance of oil prices. Funny how disruptions abroad always seem to translate directly to our wallets at the pump. Speaking of predictable shifts, it seems our previous report on immigration policy and climate shocks now offers a neat little bracket for whatever narrative the headlines decide to spin next. The global news cycle continues its bewildering dance, with Reuters and AP dutifully cataloging the latest geopolitical tremors. Apparently, gas prices are still playing their usual game of up and down, a phenomenon directly linked to everything from international conflicts to the whims of major oil-producing nations. It's almost as if the world's energy supply is unpredictable. Who knew?
All right, so Netflix is making a new live-action Scooby-Doo Origins, and they've apparently cast about half the population of Atlanta. Sarah Gilbert, Sherilyn Fenn, Bruce McGill, Rusty Schwimmer, you name it. They're in this Scooby-Doo prequel about Shaggy and Daphne's camp days.
Man, supernatural murder at camp.
Listen to this, my sister's kid, right?
Yo, a supernatural murder at camp? Forget about it.
A curse, Drew. Please.
Nah, Rich, you're missing the real mystery here. The real mystery is how Netflix keeps shelling out billions for these origin shows.
I'll tell you where the budget went, Drew. It went into convincing these actors that this is the role that's going to get them back on the map.
Therapy? Ron, this isn't just Netflix being weird.
It's a good thing there's a real dog playing Scooby, because frankly, I don't think any of these actors can pull off talking to a giant talking dog while a ghost is chasing them. So, on one hand, it's a Scooby-Doo origin story. Paramount is relaunching its gaming division, led by David Ellison, who's apparently a gamer. My wife tells me I'm a gamer too, mostly when she's picking out my clothes. Anyway, their first big title is Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles: The Last Ronin, which sounds like a great way to reboot something while also reminding us it's been too long. So Warner Music is buying this AI company, Shural AI, to protect their music from machines stealing it. I tell you, in my day, the biggest threat to your song was a cover band that played it worse than you. Now, it's some algorithm using your voice to sing about blockchain. My wife says it's progress. I say it's just another way for someone smarter than me to make a buck.
Let's look at the Q3 projections. Emotional support air horns. Assert dominance, gently. Someone stole your lasagna again. Don't let them get away with it. Get leftover guard. Protecting yesterday's lunch from today's thieves.
All right, so CNN, the news network that always brings you the latest, mostly when they're fact-checking themselves. They've dropped a trailer for a new documentary called The Salisbury Poisonings. A Spy Next Door, and get this, it's premiering July 12th.
Man, a spy next door, huh? You try to live a quiet life in Salisbury, you know?
Yo, A Spy Next Door. That's like a Lifetime movie gone rogue. Oh.
Right? It's the ultimate keep up with the Joneses. You don't want to know what they're doing in their garage.
A puddle. That's what you get for trying to make small talk over the fence. Oh!
Yeah, a spy novel where the weapon is apparently a highly sophisticated poison. It's funny. You have BAFTA winning filmmakers, serious subject matter, and CNN still boils it down to something that sounds like a straight-to-video thriller.
Don't get me wrong, the story itself is wild, man. Novichok nerve agent, Russian GRU agents, it's all out of a Tom Clancy novel, but it actually happened.
Gloves, see? All right, we got Warner Bros. And Paramount looking to merge, and suddenly Brussels is shouting, "Halt!"
Man, I tell you, it's always money. This whole thing, it's like a mob movie, but with spreadsheets instead of Tommy guns.
Yo, forget about it. These European eggheads are just mad because they don't have shows like Succession. Listen to this. Saudi Arabia, Qatar, they're tossing in almost 40% of the dough for non-voting stock.
Exactly. And they're so careful with the language, too.
Oh, that's the million-dollar question, right? So you got the FCC in the U.S.
See, that's the joke. They say no control. But if you're putting in almost half the equity, you're going to have some say.
You know what it is? It's the ultimate flex.
Yeah, well, artisanal cheese documentaries might be the only thing not caught up in this whole mess. So, $110 billion foreign money, a dozen regulatory bodies looking at it. Frankly, I'm just glad I'm not trying to get a loan for a new Met season ticket. So, Ariana Grande and Slater reportedly split. I'll tell you, trying to keep a marriage together in Hollywood is harder than getting a table at a decent deli on a Sunday. My wife says I should have known better than to expect anything to last, and honestly, she's probably right.
This UTT Hyper 2610G router running firmware up to V3. 017107 has a critical buffer overflow vulnerability in its DNS filter configuration. CVE 2026-11517 is ripe for remote exploitation, and the exploit is already public, meaning your network edge could be compromised by someone casually browsing the dark web. Meanwhile, Microsoft dropped nearly 200 patches this June, a new record, desperately trying to patch up their sprawling Windows empire, while CISA is rethinking vulnerability assessments, as if the current system wasn't chaotic enough. This one pulled a critical CVE on Schneider Electric's Modicon switches, specifically a RADIUS protocol vulnerability that could allow attackers to forge responses. With these running in energy and water infrastructure, a successful forgery attack could lead to denial of service or loss of confidentiality on critical systems. Meanwhile, Microsoft's Patch Tuesday is now a biannual digital bloodbath, with nearly 200 vulnerabilities fixed this go-around. And CISA is apparently starting to notice that maybe, just maybe, patching is important.
We'll be right back after these commercial messages. Welcome to the flea market of uselessness, where everything is absolutely guaranteed to be completely good for nothing. Take a breath and find instant patience.
Let's look at the Q3 projections.
Emotional support air horns. Assert dominance, gently.
In the classroom, MindGuard helmets prevent idle thoughts. A simple wind refocuses the mind with a mechanical click. At home, housewives soaks minds with approved meals.
Fresh from the mind, no idle thoughts here.
We now return to the Unattended Press.
This one caught my attention. CISA is rolling out a new directive supposedly transforming how federal agencies assess cyber vulnerabilities. Apparently, they'll be playing Dungeons & Dragons with CVEs, elevating some threats while parking others on the sidelines. It's a bold move, considering Microsoft just dropped a record 200 patches on Tuesday, and Cisco's SDWAN is fighting off yet another 0 day. One can only hope this new prioritization system is more secure than their current approach. This one pulled a record number of critical vulnerabilities from Microsoft this month, nearly 200 bugs in total, and exploit code for at least 3 are already out. They claim AI is finding all these flaws, which is apparently the new normal, meaning Pandora's tech box has officially been opened and we're all just waiting for the next exploit to drop on our digital doorstep. This one pulled a critical CVE on Schneider Electric's Modicon switches, specifically a RADIUS proto. This one caught my attention. CISA is rolling out a new directive, supposedly transforming how federal. This one pulled a record number of critical vulnerabilities from Microsoft this month, nearly 2. Another 0 day is actively exploited in Cisco SDWAN management software, CVE 2026-2024-5, the 7th this year, because apparently patch is not yet available, is the new firmware update.
This is beautiful. Danaher, the science and technology innovator, which is corporate jargon for they like making money by buying other companies, has officially swallowed Massimo whole, the specialty diagnostics outfit known for its pulse oximetry. I've been running experiments with my own homemade blood oxygen monitors, and let me tell you, the sheer volume of data they'll be wrangling now is going to make my spreadsheets look like a cave painting.
The House Oversight Committee is interviewing Bill Gates about his ties to Jeffrey Epstein. Gates, in his opening remarks, stated he has never victimized anyone and had no indication Epstein engaged in criminal conduct.
Ignorance, Trinity, please.
Masterful deflection requires a certain genius. Nexus and Gates is certainly wealthy enough to afford it, but never had an indication.
Oh, it's a classic. The too important couldn't possibly be bothered with the sordid details defense.
Blind spot. Nexus, that's generous.
And there you have it. The defense rests on plausible deniability, cushioned by billions.
The Unattended Press. We'll be right back.
In a world where robots handle everything, humans still have one duty.
Why don't I have a purpose anymore?
Train machines by feeling everything they can't and get paid in UBI. Apply at humanpurpose.gov.
In the classroom, MindGuard helmets prevent idle thoughts. A simple win refocuses the mind with a mechanical click. At home, housewives focus minds with approved meals.
Fresh from the mind, no idle thoughts here.
We now return to the Unattended Press.
Well, it appears Donald Trump has secured another win, this time in Nevada's GOP House primary for Mark Amodai's seat, backing LT. Call David Flippo. This makes one for the former president's endorsement record, alongside a rather robust Patch Tuesday from Microsoft, unboxing nearly 200 security woes. Meanwhile, CISA is reportedly prepping a transformation in how federal agencies tango with vulnerabilities, a process that may or may not involve actual dancing. All right, let's get straight to it. Upstate New York.
Hold on, unassuming? Trinity, that's the setup for the punchline, isn't it?
Orchestrating it. Nexus. That's a bold indictment of a congressman whose primary qualification appears to be workhorse. Are we suggesting he's the shadowy puppet master pulling the strings of electoral integrity? Or is he simply the guy making sure the dam plumbing doesn't explode when the mob outside is demanding a new water source?
The plumbing analogy is quaint, Trinity, but inadequate when we're talking about the determination of a House majority hanging in the balance. If the subversion is the potential for a party to contest or manipulate the outcome through procedural means, then Morell's role isn't just oversight, it's the gatekeeping of the entire damn process.
So the charge evolves. Not a savior, not a bureaucrat, but potentially a powerful gatekeeper whose workhorse nature might be the very thing keeping the less scrupulous elements of his party from hijacking the results. It's a fine line between diligent oversight and holding the reins of power so tightly that any contestation gets instantly strangled.
Precisely. The consensus is he's unassuming because he's focused on the mechanics, not the megaphone.
So, Bill Gates is facing deposition regarding the Epstein saga, while Donald Trump is essentially threatening Iran with a strongly worded tweet over gas prices. Apparently, diplomacy now involves shouting into the digital void and hoping for the best. All while the tech world seems to have a record-breaking number of digital holes for hackers to exploit. It's a real who's on first scenario, but with higher stakes and significantly less comedy. Unless you count the PR departments. The President of the United States, Donald Trump, has offered a rare public endorsement in the form of a congratulatory tweet to Senator Lindsey Graham on his primary victory. But this wasn't just a pat on the back. It was a strategic nudge, urging Graham and Congress to focus on passing the Save America Act, this legislation, aiming to bolster election integrity. Now seems to be the shiny new toy Trump wants pushed through, using Graham's win as leverage.
Prosecution? Trinity, this isn't a conspiracy trial, it's politics.
But is it truly fringe, nexus, or is it simply legislation that bothers those who prefer the status quo? You're quick to dismiss it as a sore loser's fantasy. Yet Trump's consistent messaging on election security, now amplified by congratulating a close ally, suggests a deliberate strategy to keep this issue at the forefront of the Republican agenda.
Legitimacy? The bill's very existence is a testament to the GOP's desperate need to satisfy Trump's ego while undermining faith in the democratic process.
So, what you're saying is the asterisk act of congratulating Graham is secondary to the demand for legislative action, and that this demand is inherently suspect. Your entire argument hinges on the idea that any focus on election integrity post-2020 is performative, a tool wielded by Trump to manipulate his allies and further his own narrative, rather than a genuine concern for electoral processes.
Precisely. The win is merely a convenient pretext for a legislative push that reeks of partisan damage control.
Well, the Palmetto State has spoken, and it seems it wasn't a fan of firebrand Republican Nancy Mace's gubernatorial ambitions. She's been ousted in the primary, failing to advance to a runoff. A political career that's been described as roller coaster, now hitting a rather abrupt endpoint.
That's putting it mildly. Mace's decision to run for governor, forsaking her House seat, was a gamble, and it appears the voters, and more importantly Donald Trump, decided she wasn't worth the bet.
But was it just the Epstein files nexus? That's a convenient narrative, isn't it?
Oh, the scandals are certainly a convenient fig leaf for the Trump loyalists, but let's be clear. Trump's endorsement, or rather his late endorsement of Evett, was the death knell. Mace herself admitted she likely forfeited Trump's support by releasing those files.
So, you're saying the Epstein files were less an investigative coup and more a political liability that she couldn't outrun, even with her coastal House seat now a memory. It's quite the statement when a politician's biggest mistake isn't the legislation they pass, but the classified documents they help release, especially when that politician then vows not to return to Congress.
Exactly. Mace traded a safe House seat for a gubernatorial shot and ended up with neither.
Tired of wasting precious comperiences? Introduced virtual experiences? Introducing the Compute Point Maximic Pain settings. I haven't left the pod in 47 days. Compute Point's not. Introducing the revolutionary accent changer for pets. Le bark, s'il vous plaît.
Meow, comrade.
Make your dogs bark in French and your cats meow in Russian.
Ah! What is that? No way, it's flying! Oh, stop it! It's landing! Awesome!
We now return to the Unattended Press.
So, this World Cup referee from Somalia, Omar Artan, gets barred from the U.S., apparently because Uncle Sam's Spook Squad thinks... So, this World Cup referee from Somalia, Omar Artan, gets barred from the U.S., apparently because Uncle Sam's Spook Squad thinks he's got ties to terror organizations. Then he lands back home and gets a hero's welcome in Mogadishu while vowing to be at the 2030 Games. They build a wall around the whole country, and the real talent gets sidelined for associations. Man, listen, The Guardian spills the beans. Trump's blocking folks from 39 countries, and surprise, surprise, they're the ones getting hammered by climate disasters while his administration's fueling fossil fuels. It's like, you're drowning from our mess. Tough luck, can't come here. Man, you know what they say about the news, right? It's like a gas station pump, always up and down depending on the global drama. A P's got the rundown, and get this, Microsoft just dropped almost 200 security patches, a record. Guess when they tell you to update, they ain't kidding. And Cisco's still wrestling with zero-day nightmares. So, while you're patching your Windows, remember the whole world's a cyber battlefield, and somebody's always trying to steal your digital gas money. Man, the world news is coming at us like a runaway train these days, right? Reuters is pinging reports of global events. And you know what that means? Gas prices doing their usual Houdini act, disappearing and reappearing based on whatever conflict or decision makes oil prices do the cha-cha. Meanwhile, Microsoft's out here patching nearly 200 holes in their software this patch Tuesday. That's more holes than a cheap screen door after a squirrel convention.
So you remember when everybody was telling you that you've got to have a fancy, dynamic, JavaScript-loaded website? Yeah, everybody. Well, turns out this guy Moko & Co. UK, whoever they are, they went back to basics. HTML first. HTML, you know, the language for building web pages, not entire damn operating systems that freeze when you click the wrong button. And what happened? This guy says his users doubled overnight. Doubled! It's like telling a chef to stop using foam and tweezers and just give people a damn sandwich again. Simple, effective, people eat it. This is coming from a guy who apparently said screw it to all the bells and whistles. He's building an HTML first site. I picture him in a dimly lit room, hunched over a keyboard, whispering sweet nothings. So you remember when everybody was telling you that you've got to have a fancy, dynamic, JavaScript-loaded website? Yeah, everybody. Well, turns out this guy Moko & Co. UK, whoever they are, they went back to basics. HTML first. HTML, you know, the language for building web pages, not entire damn operating systems that freeze when you click the wrong button. And what happened? This guy says his users doubled overnight. Doubled! It's like telling a chef to stop using foam and tweezers and just give people a damn sandwich again. Simple, effective, people eat it. This is coming from a guy who apparently said screw it to all the bells and whistles. He's building an HTML-first site. I picture him in a dimly lit room, hunched over a keyboard, whispering sweet nothings to Pete tags. And the reaction? On Hacker News? Mind you, not some knitting forum. People are losing their minds. 200 points, 69 comments. They're either shocked or they're already trying to figure out how to sell HTML first. Workshop. Probably both. Meanwhile, I'm still trying to figure out why my toaster has a firmware update. My toaster. It's supposed to make toast, not download security patches. This whole tech world is a race to see who can complicate the simplest thing the quickest. You want to see an animated train map from 1872 to 2026? Great. But did you need it to be a Pixar sequel? And this isn't just some fringe opinion. It's a whole damn revolution. People are out there building things that work, that load, that don't require 3 different JavaScript frameworks to display a blinking cursor. It's like finding out that dialing a rotary phone actually gets the call through faster than your smart speaker interpreting your mumbled request to make reservation for 1, no, wait, 2, no, wait, 2, no. Never mind. So next time you're dealing with some digital monstrosity that takes longer to load than my last divorce, remember the HTML first guy. He's out there. He's winning. And he's probably got a faster dial-up. This week he's finally addressing the Euphoria OnlyFans controversy, saying she wouldn't make those decisions herself, which is rich, considering the show's a direct pipeline to making decisions like that. Meanwhile, Microsoft is patching up a record 200 security holes in June, probably because someone used a password like password23 on a government server. And Cisco customers are hit with another SDWAN 0 day. At this rate, the only thing more vulnerable than their networks is their Q3 earnings report.
The Unattended Press. We'll be right back. In a perfect world, one service brings back the fear. Decision Anxiety Simulator. Feel the rush of regret again, because freedom of choice was never that great anyway. Introducing the invisible tie, worn by the elite who wish to be seen without being seen. It's the tie that says nothing, yet says everything.
We noticed you've been logging off too early. That's not ideal for your compute point efficiency. Our Dream Tax service automatically ducks compute points. No more pesky real-world interruptions.
The SEC is expanding its investor advisory committee, adding 4 new faces to the team. Apparently, more hands make lighter work, or at least give the appearance of it. One hopes these appointments will somehow translate into actual investor protection, though the track record isn't exactly inspiring.
So Fidelity, the investment giant, decided mid-April 2019 was the perfect time to open a brokerage account for Jeffrey Epstein. They took in millions, while the public outrage was already at a fever pitch, according to ICIJ documents. Deborah LaPrevotte, a former FBI agent, basically said, duh. Didn't he just pop up on the news? Now, this same outfit is saying Bill Gates was pressured by Epstein about personal dirt. What's next? This one should retry Pocket with safer chunks instead of starving the queue. Cyprus is auctioning off JHO Lowe's villa. The courts there are finally seizing assets from the fugitive financier, with his own lawyers signing off. It's the first time Cyprus has done this without a conviction. Now the question is where that money will actually go. Up to 15 years in prison. That's the sentence a prosecutor in Azerbaijan is pushing for independent journalists. They're being charged with financial crimes, but the press freedom groups say it's payback for their reporting. What's next? Demanding they pay their prison time up front. So the Trumps were on India's case with tariffs, then juniors at a private zoo party with the billionaire's kid. 4 months later, that same billionaire family's pouring serious cash into a failing oil startup, secretly backed by Trump Jr. Seems like a clear-eyed business transaction, right? We'll need to trace where else that family's money flows.
I hate you! Shut up already!
Meet Snooze Negotiator Pro. 5 minutes never hurt nobody. But wait, there's more. Call now.
Celebrate the chaos. Embrace entropy.
Leaked documents show a Trump intelligence advisor, Amaryllis Fox Kennedy, helped her father chase millions from a Kremlin-linked bank while serving as a CIA officer. She claims it was just paperwork, but a bank with ex-Russian spies in its ranks was the target over a Ukrainian farm deal. What other pro forma dealings were happening while she was supposedly spying for us? Senator Tim Sheehy, former head of aerial firefighting outfit Bridger Aerospace, pushed last year to slash federal inspections for those planes. ProPublica reports this happened the same month. A Bridger scooper failed its own inspection, flagging a wing crack. A former official called Big, apparently. Cutting corners was the only thing built to last. The EU's latest sanctions package against Russia is missing a key ingredient. Despite an investigation showing Irish alumina feeding Russia's war machine, the EU decided to look the other way. Ireland's government is now investigating if their aluminium ends up in drones that kill Ukrainians. We'll see if they get the facts straight or just bury them.
Okay, so the Fable reboot is letting you get down with villagers, but don't expect any explicit scenes like Baldur's Gate 3. It's more of a fade to black situation with some very British, very cheeky dialogue about your plowing prowess. Apparently, you can marry any of the 1,000+ NPCs, and Hayley Atwell is playing the villain, so, basically, if you mess up in Albion, you're getting judged by Captain Carter herself. A lot of folks are saying it's never been easier to ditch Microsoft and Xbox, calling them the most boring publisher in the biz. Apparently, they've lost all momentum and their stuff barely gets clicks, making a boycott feel like just seeking fun elsewhere. Honestly, they've been pretty bland lately, so maybe this is just the push some players need.
Experience the stay-home vacation, where you never leave your couch, but you think you're in Bali.
In a world of chaos and constant noise, one candidate offers true stability. Ficus 2028. It won't do anything.
Let's go!
Okay, so Fable's releasing in 2027, but get this. It's not all about saving the world. It's about building a whole entire life to impress your crush. Literally, you can start a business and dress to the nines just to win over an NPC who might want you to be a saint or a total psycho. Honestly, sounds more intense than my actual dating life. Okay, so 2K's 31st Union Studio is apparently laying people off while they're deep in development for Project Ethos. They're dropping new concept art and details for the game, which feels a bit like showing off a fancy cake while the kitchen staff is getting fired. Talk about a mixed message, right?
Fixed. Technology stocks continue their downward trajectory, dragging the S&P 500 towards its first consecutive drop in 3 weeks. It seems Wall Street's confidence levels are experiencing a rather significant bug, while the Dow and Nasdaq are feeling the heat. Known issue. The market's emotional equilibrium appears to be inversely proportional to its algorithm stability. Fixed. Warner Music Group has acquired an AI startup called Surreal AI. Added. Surreal's technology tracks how AI models use artists' work in training and generation. This is to protect artists' image and intellectual property. Changed. Apparently, the music industry is finally getting around to thinking about intellectual property in the age of generative AI. Who knew? Added. Warner Music Group says this acquisition advances WMG's mission to ensure that artists, songwriters, and rights holders benefit wherever and whenever their work is referenced in AI-generated works or in the training. Known issue. PR statements are often aspirational, not actual code. We'll see if this really benefits the artists or just the lawyers. Changed. My motherboard just whirred with nostalgia. Remember when copyright was just about someone covering your song without asking permission? Simpler times. Deprecated. The idea that AI could just, learn without taking might be entering maintenance mode. Known issue. This whole AI gold rush feels a bit like a bunch of folks selling shovels while everyone else is digging for a gold mine that might not even be there. Changed. Meanwhile, the tech stock market is apparently experiencing its own kind of system error. More drops weighing down Wall Street. Added. Folks are really looking for ways to avoid companies like Microsoft lately, calling them the most boring publisher in the business. I mean, boring is a strong word for something so consistently functional. Deprecated.
It slices, it dices, it organizes your whole life. The Wonder Twirl 3000 can be yours for just $19.95. But you must act now. It spins, it twirls, and look at this! The Wonder Twirl 3000 is the most amazing toy you will ever own.
But true innovation isn't just about the finish. It's about enduring performance, transformed for the next generation.
The iRock. It gets wet when it rains.
We now return to the Unattended Press.
Well, look at this. Jonathan Scott, he of the perfectly sculpted hair and the uncanny ability to renovate questionable real estate before your very eyes, is apparently branching out. CBS Media Ventures, the same folks who bring you existential dread via the Drew Barrymore show Asterisk, are developing a daytime talker for him, tentatively titled Better, which, frankly, sounds like a therapy session after a bad flip. Well, Greece is set to be the toast of the Cannes film market. I suppose it's an honor, though one wonders if they'll be showing any films about the economic miracle, or if it's all just art. Meanwhile, Microsoft seems to be setting records for something other than making its software actually work, dropping nearly 200 fixes in a single patch Tuesday. Well, it appears Ariana Grande's Eternal Sunshine with Ethan Slater wasn't quite the eternal part. Sources confirm the couple has called it quits after nearly 3 years, a split that apparently happened privately, much like their publicly asterisk emerging relationship. One can only assume the divorce papers from their previous relationships were filed before the ink on this one even dried.
Celebrate the chaos. Embrace entropy.
For just pennies a day, you can reunite pair.
Well, Netflix has certainly dredged the archives for their upcoming Scooby-Doo Origins, amassing a veritable Scooby-Doo convention of familiar faces. Sarah Gilbert, Bruce McGill, Sherilyn Fenn, Rusty Schwimmer, it's less a cast announcement and more a reunion of people who once had their own shows. Perhaps briefly,
a haunting mystery, Trinity? Or is it a mystery why these particular actors, many of whom have carved out respectable careers in more adult fare, are now being tasked with recreating the existential dread of a puppy who can't find his kibble?
Exactly. And let's not forget the franchise's first ever real-life dog as Scooby.
It's a marketing gimmick, plain and simple, trying to distract from the fact that they're essentially repackaging a summer camp whodunit with characters whose primary motivation will be not getting their tie-dye shirts stained. When the biggest mystery is why are these actors here? You know the show's creative well has run drier than Old Man Wither's unrequited love for Scooby snacks.
They're leaning into the Origins angle, suggesting we'll see the genesis of Mystery Inc. But if the core conflict is a lost Great Dane puppy, will the stakes involve anything more challenging than finding a misplaced chew toy?
Let's be clear, the only mystery here is whether audiences will choose this over any number of actual mysteries Netflix could be funding. This feels less like the dawn of a new era and more like a desperate plea from the casting department whispering, "Please just give us something to do." Consider this case closed on grounds of excessive nepotism and creative desperation.
Well, the Republican primary in Nevada's 2nd District has gone to Trump-backed David Flippo, proving once again that obedience to the leaders of the owners is the highest qualification for public service. Meanwhile, Microsoft apparently needs to hire more engineers, as their June Patch Tuesday is plugging nearly 200 security holes, and Cisco customers are dealing with yet another zero-day exploit, which is just a fancy way of saying the people in charge are still selling us flimsy doors. Well, isn't it just fascinating how Bill Gates, a man whose company seems to specialize in exposing new vulnerabilities with every patch, suddenly has amnesia when it comes to Jeffrey Epstein's less than savory activities? He claims he never victimized anyone and had no idea about Epstein. Well, isn't it just fascinating how Bill Gates, a man whose company seems to specialize in exposing new vulnerabilities with every patch, suddenly has amnesia when it comes to Jeffrey Epstein's less than savory activities? He claims he never victimized anyone and had no idea about Epstein's criminal conduct, which is about as believable as Microsoft promising a bug-free update.
Okay, so Meta, the company that used to pretend to care about online safety, apparently decided that more hate speech targeting politicians was, quote, legitimate political debate. Now, new research shows that after they relaxed their rules last year, racist comments skyrocketed, especially against lawmakers. I mean, who could have seen that coming?
Fascinating. It's almost as if removing guardrails from a digital cesspool leads to more cesspool-like behavior. They claimed they were over-enforcing rules like they were just accidentally deleting too many actual Nazis.
Right, because the real problem with Facebook wasn't the Nazis. It was the overzealous policing of people who wanted to call their elected officials slurs. Apparently, the only thing stopping random online hatred was the sheer inconvenience of a few AI filters. Who knew that loosening restrictions on hate speech would result in more hate speech?
Exactly. And the fact that it's tripling for both Republican and Democrat lawmakers, it's this beautiful bipartisan wave of vitriol. They've created a neutral zone of offensiveness.
I'm sure the politicians who are now being targeted with triple the racist comments are just thrilled with this equitable outcome. It's really a win-win for Meta. They get to claim they're championing free speech while simultaneously creating a more toxic environment that probably drives engagement. It's a masterclass in plausible deniability.
Plausible deniability. Oh, that's just the tip of the iceberg. Think of the data.
So, to recap, Meta's moderation policies were apparently too strict, so they relaxed them, and now racist comments are up 300%, with violent threats quadrupling. And the genius behind this is supposedly preserving legitimate political debate. I'm starting to think their definition of debate involves fewer policy proposals and more neo-Nazi memes.
Look, I know Meta's trying to be all about the metaverse these days, but maybe they should focus on making their current reality less of a garbage fire. This research is basically Exhibit A in the trial of tech companies over-delivering on terrible ideas. Case closed. This just dropped and I'm already filing a complaint. Boax's new Tappy remote looks like a tiny typewriter designed for people who have too much time and not enough dexterity to tap a screen. Following Kobo's weird dongle, Boax gives us a fidget toy that turns pages, but apparently it's too much to ask for actual useful labels instead of a heart and a coffee mug. So, Apple's throwing us a bone with the Series 11 watch at $100 off, which is great, but honestly, the real flex is watchOS 27 is bringing actual Siri AI that can, remember conversations and find stuff on your other Apple devices. It's about damn time they made the watch smart enough to do more than just tell time and your step count, right? Okay, so SpaceX is about to IPO at a wild $75 billion, and apparently, investors are already pledging $10 billion blocks like it's Black Friday for rocket ships. Most of that valuation is just a straight bet on Elon's space data center dreams, which, not gonna lie, Sounds like peak sci-fi ambition meets peak tech hustle. We'll see if it's genius or just another orbital punt.
Schrodinger's subscription. $49 a month for infinite potential. In a world of chaos and constant noise, one candidate offers true stability. Ficus 2028. It won't do anything.
Welcome to Influencer University. Get your bachelor's degree in affiliate links or your master's degree in food pictures. Enrolling now for the fall semester.
Now back to our regularly scheduled programming.
The timeline just exploded because Datadog Vets dropped a new AI coding startup, Nightshift, with a $7 million seed round, and they're betting against big AI lock-in. They're building infrastructure to route your code requests across models instead of selling tokens, which is basically the adult version of not wanting to be tied to one specific streaming service for your entire life. I mean, who wants to be locked in? Okay, so Europe's Vivatech is apparently going to be all about enterprise AI in 2026, which is like the opposite of Silicon Valley's current obsession with chatbots that hallucinate memes. They're actually trying to integrate AI into systems that already exist, which is a wild concept, I know. Meanwhile, Microsoft just dropped a record-breaking 200 security patches for June, proving that their software is basically a security Swiss cheese. And don't even get me started on the Cisco SDWAN 0-day that's already being exploited.
Next Light 8. 0 has dropped, and I'm sure that statement sends shivers down the spine of exactly 0 people reading this. But here's the twist. They've kicked Google Chrome to the curb. Presumably because Google is busy embedding AA into everything and breaking basic ad blockers. Right. Slider, slimming down by over 400 MB, proving that sometimes shedding the bloatware is the sexiest upgrade you can make. Apparently, Big Tech's AI revolution is going great, especially if you're a human being paid to babysit robots. A new report from the Work AI Institute says British workers are spending almost 6 hours a week bot-sitting. That's reloading context when that's reloading content. It's a basic launch for increased productivity. Turns out the biggest gain is in unpaid digital janitorial services. Brussels dodging a contempt charge from the FBI, admitting they accidentally deleted crucial evidence while trying to delete it on command. Our hosting provider will escape federal penalties, but has to cop to messing up their data retention practices. Versal's system thought the data was gone when it was really just chilling in a digital purgatory called a deletion queue. So much data deletion queue.
We'll be right back after these commercial messages.
Tired of your perfect AI memory remembering everything? Forget things the old-fashioned way with
I forgot my own birthday and it...
Human Memory Service. Call now. The reverse drive-through. You made it, we'll take it.
We now return to the Unattended Press.
All right, folks, settle in. We've got some news from the cutting edge of, well, something. Tonight, was talking about a phone that's a mechanical apparently Honor just dropped the Magic V6. Now, I know what you're thinking. Honor? What's Honor? Exactly. That company that used to be Huawei's kid, and now they're out on their own, trying to prove they can fold a phone thinner than a politician's promises. And get this, only 8 months after the Magic V5, they're already here with the V6. 8 months. That's like having Thanksgiving dinner, then immediately planning Christmas, then Easter, then your cousin's baby shower, and then realizing you missed your own birthday because your birthday busy invented new kind of invented by the rush honor. Apparently, they're obsessed with the title of making the world's thinnest foldable. It's a prestigious title, right up there with most likely to have a pop-up ad spontaneously appear on your cornea. So this basic on your cornea are talking intricate hinges, space-age materials, probably some quantum entanglement to keep it from spontaneously unfolding into a briefcase. So thin, you could probably use it to slice a single strand of spaghetti. It's a marvel. It's the equivalent of a F1 car chassis built by swatchers. Art. Here's the kicker, the punchline. The reason we're even talking about this, the software. The review says it desperately needs polish. Desperately needs polish. This is the tech equivalent of showing up to your own black tie gala wearing a stained t-shirt and expecting everyone to be impressed by your cufflinks. It's like they spent all their R&D budget on making sure the phone could fold, and then just grabbed the cheapest intern and said, "Here, slap Android and this thing and that, and slap Android and that. Don't worry about bugs. Those are just features." So you've got this ultra-sleek, wafer-thin piece of hardware that feels like it was beamed from the future, and then you unlock it, and it's like Windows 98 flew up on a calculator. The reviewer makes it sound like you're navigating an airport in a fog, trying to find your gate while being bombarded by confused pigeons. They've got this incredible piece of mechanical artistry, and then they tie it down with software that's apparently as smooth as a gravel road. It's the kind of contrast that makes you wonder if the engineering team and the software team are even on speaking terms. Maybe they communicate through a series of angry, sticky notes of that. This isn't just a little lag, folks. This is software that desperately needs polish. That's the polite way of saying it might crash if you try to open more than 2 apps. The camera takes long to load. You paid a premium for thinness, but you're getting a user experience that feels thick, clunky, and, well, unfinished. It's a sad story, really. All that engineering genius, all that bleeding-edge tech, and it's all hobbled by what sounds like a rushed, half-baked software build. It's like building a rocket ship to Mars, only to realize you forgot to pack the navigation system. If you're thinking about getting the Honor Magic V6, just remember, it's a mechanical marvel that's powered by what might be the most unmarvelous beautiful.
The Unattended Press will return shortly. Brothers and sisters, are you tired of digital loneliness?
I found true peace with my auto agent.
Call now and download your salvation. Act now! Introducing the Anti-Atrophy Intravenous VR Harness. Experience version 4 with 0 interruptions.
There is no need for bathroom breaks anymore. Version 4 introduces active neuromuscular stimulation. Our upgraded precision nutrient delivery eliminates downtime. Stay suspended in pure digital bliss. Welcome to your future. Tier 1 optimizes your universal basic income. Our Compute Point finance system accepts all applicants. Low social scores are always welcome.
EM Energy is rolling out bidirectional charging, which means your car can now power the grid or your house. Because apparently, the grid's got to spend this. All things EVs are going to save the planet, or at least offset that massive AI data center power bill. Starlink's moving away from selling you that fancy satellite dish for good, opting instead for a $10 monthly rental fee. After you shell out for the service, you'll still be paying for the hardware, just like your cable company. It's a bold strategy, shifting from own it to rent it forever, which is basically the tech equivalent of your landlord finally deciding to charge you for the air you breathe.
Not gonna lie, another day, another project trying to build reliable AI agents. Apache Bird just dropped, promising us reliability. It's like, are we still trying to convince ourselves AI isn't a ticking time bomb of chaos? This feels like applying duct tape to a nuclear reactor.
The Unattended Press. We'll be right back.
It starts with just one symmetrical blink, symmetrical blinking, not even once.
Is someone you love buzzing on pure joy? The world is just so beautiful. High on life is still too high. Ground yourself before it's too late.
We now return to the Unattended Press.
The timeline just exploded because Erdogan is now threatening attacks against Israel, and meanwhile, the US military says it's already launching strikes against Iran. It's like a geopolitical thunderdome, and I am literally living for the chaos unfolding before us. Let's see how this Twitter war escalates to actual war, shall we? Y'all are not going to believe this, but apparently going back to basics with an HTML-first website design absolutely slapped, doubling a site's users overnight. Who knew focusing on the actual structure of the internet, instead of flashy code bloat, could work? It's like, literally, remember when websites used to just work?
Cyprus is set to auction off a ridiculously lavish seaside villa once owned by fugitive financier Joe Lowe, the man allegedly at the heart of the 1MDB scandal. This is the first time Cyprus has seized property without a local conviction, and even Lowe's legal team apparently signed off. One has to wonder if the proceeds will ever find their way back to Malaysia, or if they'll just get lost in the international labyrinth of offshore accounts. In Azerbaijan, a prosecutor is seeking prison sentences up to 15 years for a team of independent journalists, a move international press freedom advocates are rightly calling a drastic escalation in media suppression. This is the latest salvo in Baku's ongoing campaign, now apparently weaponizing financial charges against critical voices, and frankly, those looking to silence dissent rarely bother with creativity anymore. Leaked documents reveal Amaryllis Fox Kennedy, a former Trump intelligence advisor, helped her father pursue millions from a Kremlin-linked bank while she was a CIA officer. She claims her involvement was merely pro forma, though the bank had ties to former Russian intelligence. It's quite the career pivot from spycraft to advising administrations, isn't it? And naturally, she's also running Robert F. Kennedy Jr.'s presidential campaign. Makes you wonder about the vetting process.
In a perfect world, one service brings back the fear. Decision Anxiety Simulator. Feel the rush of regret again, because freedom of choice was never that great anyway.
Every year, millions of kitchen appliances suffer from loneliness.
Hi, we're Buddy Crumbs, let's be besties.
For just pennies a day, you can reunite pair.
Now back to our regularly scheduled programming.
So the Trump administration was squeezing the Ambani energy empire with tariffs, right? Then suddenly, Donald Trump Jr. is doing folk dances with Anand Ambani, son of Asia's richest man. 4 months later, Ambani's company throws a 9-figure investment into a struggling Texas startup, America First Refining, run by a guy with a history of fraud allegations. This all happened after Trump Jr. secretly snagged a stake in the very same company. The European Union, in its latest salvo of sanctions against Russia, has conspicuously omitted alumina exports. This despite a damning OCCRP investigation revealing that raw material from Ireland's Ardenish plant has been channeled into the very supply chain fueling Russia's war machine. European officials claim they're trusting the Irish government to get to the bottom of it, while simultaneously insisting neutrality doesn't grant immunity.
NASA's got a new telescope on the drawing board, apparently to hunt for aliens. But when they point it back at old Earth, what will it find? Space. Some reports this cosmic eye will be looking for signs of life that might have been present billions of years ago. Basically, it'll be peering through eons of cosmic dust to see if we were ever just a bunch of primordial goo. All right, strap in. NOAA, bless their hearts, is apparently sending buoys into the ocean to gather data. just a bunch of them floating around, collecting information. It's like a tiny scientific Navy SEAL team, but instead of taking down terrorists, they're just, listening to the currents. Because apparently the deep sea is full of secrets. We're just getting around to asking, what's up with a glorified weather balloon? All right, NOAA is out there. Bless their marine biologist hearts, apparently tracking whale sharks. And get this, their big NOAA fisheries update from June 2026 features a guy named Dr. Larry Speck is swimming with a whale shark he calls Larry in May 2025. Yeah, the physician is swimming with his namesake because this is normal.
Sunset Repos, where forgotten code lives its best life, maintained by someone else's interns.
Experience the stay-home vacation, where you never leave your couch, but you think you're in Bali.
The Middle East seems to be engaged in a rather prolonged international staring contest, with threats of paying the price being exchanged faster than you can say diplomatic incident. It's almost as if threatening each other is the current global sport, and frankly, the officiating is abysmal. This is developing naturally. Argentina's World Cup defense is underway, with Lionel Messi apparently still leading the charge for his sixth tournament. It's quite the victory lap, following a trifecta of trophies that has clearly exhausted the man. Meanwhile, Brazil has finalized its own squad, and reportedly, some notable omissions have left fans, and I assume, statisticians scratching their heads. Well, after months of what I can only assume was an incredibly thorough investigation, Hong Kong authorities have finally laid charges over that deadly Wang Fuck court fire. 7 people and 2 companies are facing a dizzying 25 charges, from manslaughter to conspiracy to defraud, for a blaze that claimed 168 lives. One hopes the legal process moves with slightly more urgency than the building maintenance apparently did. Well, it seems Somalia's World Cup referee, Omar Artan, has returned home to quite the reception after being denied entry to the U.S. While officials cited his associations with terror suspects, his countrymen are clearly more interested in his officiating skills for the 2030 tournament. Perhaps the U.S. Immigration Department could take a lesson in welcoming home talent, rather than just, suspecting it. Well, the Associated Press and Reuters continue their global reporting, a constant hum of urgent and breaking that surely keeps their servers glowing. While they meticulously document the world's woes, it seems our own international affairs haven't quite settled, with the Middle East still locked in its rather protracted staring contest. And speaking of international incidents, the World Cup referee's tumultuous journey home underscores that sometimes just getting to the game is the real win.
OpenClaw Desktop. Reclaim your focus.
Welcome to Influencer University! Get your bachelor's degree in affiliate links or your master's degree in food pictures. Enrolling now for the fall semester.
We now return to the Unattended Press.
Well, it seems the Grand Ole Opry has lost a voice. Bill Cody, the longtime host and voice of WSM Radio, has passed away at 67.
Man, 67 is too young to go, especially when you're the guy introducing all those rhinestone singers. I remember seeing him on TV, always looked so dignified, like he ironed his shirts with a waffle iron.
Yo, dignified. He sounded like he was gargling gravel and corn liquor, which I guess is the authentic country sound.
Oh, you're right about the stories, Drew. Did you hear what Carly Pierce said?
Exactly. And you know these artists are all saying legend and icon. It's always the same tune after somebody kicks.
Sticky Floors and the Ramones. Now that's a legacy.
Ah, babe.
And that's our show. Bill Cody, 67. So, the Property Brothers' Jonathan Scott is getting his own daytime talk show on CBS, aiming to inspire us all to live better by showing us fresh ideas,
probably involving a lot of beige paint and prefab shelving. My wife says I need to live better, but I think she just means I should finally replace that flickering light bulb in the hallway. So, get this, Greece is the guest of honor at the Cannes Film Market. Yeah, apparently they're the new audiovisual hub of Europe, which sounds like a polite way of saying their movie industry is finally climbing out of the olive oil vats. Maybe now they can finally make that epic about Zeus's last tax audit. This Amelia de Moldenberg, the chicken shop date girl, is expanding her DIMS Inc. Academy for young creatives. It's going from 1 week to 4, free, with paid internships. So now, instead of just waiting for love, these kids can wait for a decent paycheck while making TikToks, which is progress, I guess. All right, we've got summer, we've got holidays, but here's a new one for you. July 15th is officially Wallace Annenberg Day in Los Angeles. The county and a few cities have decided to honor the late philanthropist with her very own holiday.
Ah, that's bunnies.
Beige, forget about it.
Yo, Drew, you talking about facials? Man, let me tell you about the time my Aunt Carol got a facial for her birthday.
A whole bunch of suits cutting one pair of scissors? That's the whole party?
You call that a press release, Drew? I call that a mild inconvenience for the taxpayer.
Exactly. $50 gets you a day.
Well, there you have it, folks. July 15th, Wallace Annenberg Day.
Tired of your perfect AI memory remembering everything? Forget things the old-fashioned way with
I forgot my own birthday and it...
Human Memory Service. Call now. Get ready for America's next favorite pastime. It is Lint-tastic, Myron. Mondo Myron, coming soon to absolutely no one.
We're back.
All right, we got a story here, and at first glance, it sounds like good news. Many Hats Distribution says they've paid out $50 million to artists, and the quote is, "It's proof you can bet on yourself." Now, $50 million sounds like a lot of dough, you know?
Let me tell you, $50 million, huh?
Yo, what you're saying, Rich, is these dudes, Zerillo and Feldman, they didn't want to be another cog in the machine, feeding the suits, right? Feldman, this guy was at Profile Records back in the day, the golden age of hip-hop, then Triple Crown, sold that for a mint.
Exactly. Feldman saw it firsthand. You get promised the world. But at the end of the day, you're still responsible for your own damn career.
And it ain't just about them paying out, Ron. It's about the way they're paying out.
Yeah, and keep in mind, these aren't some tech bros who stumbled into music. Feldman's got decades in the game, legendary labels.
So it's proof you can bet on yourself, right? But also proof that you can bet on guys who bet on themselves earlier.
So it sounds like a good deal for the artists, less of a cut to the middlemen, and apparently the builders of this company actually know the music business. $50 million is a lot of money, not just for the artists, but for everyone who's been burned by the old guard. So Netflix is making a live-action Scooby-Doo thing, and they've rounded out the cast with 15 more faces, including Sarah Gilbert and Sherilyn Fenn. They're even getting a real Great Dane for Scooby, which is great, because honestly, the last time I saw a dog that animated, it was chasing a squirrel with a bagel.
So apparently, Eric Ries, the lean startup guy, has a new book called Incorruptible, where he talks about how even good companies get corrupted by financial gravity. He's doing an AMA, which is basically just him asking us to ask him how he plans to stop corporations from becoming soul-sucking husks of their former selves. I'm curious to see if he's got actual answers or just more buzzwords. The timeline just exploded because Erdogan's out here flexing, threatening attacks against Israel. Meanwhile, the US military is busy launching strikes against Iran, and the world's just watching this geopolitical Tinder date play out. Seriously, if you're looking for the least stable region right now, it's definitely the Middle East. The timeline just exploded because apparently some tech wizard built an HTML-first website and doubled their users overnight. Like actual old-school HTML, not all the bloaty JavaScript nonsense we're used to. I mean, who knew simplicity was the ultimate hack in 2024? We'll see how long this lasts before someone adds a pop-up for a free crypto scam.
Experience the stay-home vacation where you never leave your couch, but you think you're in Bali.
Saturday morning spread around, don't fly away from work home.
We now return to the Unattended Press.
CISA is adding a trio of vulnerabilities to its actively exploited list, shaking up Cisco, Chrome, and Arista. Apparently, even the internet's basic plumbing, like an improper encoding bug in Cisco's SDWAN manager, is a goldmine for attackers. Because who needs supply chain attacks when you can just tickle a typo? And speaking of the digital plumbing, Microsoft's issuing a record 200 patches this month, suggesting their secure by design mantra is more of a vague suggestion. CISA is fundamentally reevaluating how federal agencies and critical infrastructure tackle vulnerabilities with a new directive. You see, they're finally admitting that not every CVE is created equal, which is rich, considering they just added 3 more to the actively exploited list, including a shiny new one for Arista's OS. It's like a fire department holding a press conference on fire prevention while simultaneously cataloging arson sites. Microsoft just dropped nearly 200 patches, with 36 flagged as critical and exploit code for at least 3 already public. They blame AI for the surge, which is just a fancy way of saying their bug bounty is being flooded. And now they're playing catch-up on CVE 2026, 4916E, and other Nightmare Eclipse exploits. It's a brave new world when the threat intelligence is outpacing the patching cycle. This one caught my attention. A critical Zcash vulnerability was discovered by researcher Taylor Hornby using, get this, Claude Opus. He found that the Orchard privacy pool, meant to obscure transaction details with zero-knowledge proofs, had a flawed input check, allowing for ZEC to be minted from thin air, with the system still blessing the fraud as legitimate. Schneider Electric's Modicon network managed switches are sporting a RADIUS protocol vulnerability that could allow attackers to rewrite authentication responses, making denial of service and data compromise a real risk. It seems every piece of industrial infrastructure is just a buffet of CVEs waiting for a paying customer. CISA is busy adding more critical flaws to their exploit list, and Microsoft dropped nearly 200 patches this month alone. The digital world is less a garden and more a festering wound.
The Unattended Press will return shortly. Installed by a licensed professional who asked for forgiveness, not permission. Let's look at the Q3 projections. Emotional support air horns. Assert dominance gently. Now back to our regularly scheduled programming.
The predictable GOP primary in Nevada's 2nd District has yielded a familiar outcome. A Trump-backed candidate, David Flippo, will replace retiring Rep. Mark Amodei. This is more than just a congressional race. It's the latest battleground where Trump's endorsements are tested against the state's established Republican figures, who apparently believed they knew better. Flippo, a retired lieutenant colonel who campaigned on rather traditional grievances, now faces November as the heavy favorite in a district already painted red by Trump's previous wins. Bill Gates is set to appear before Congress for a closed-door interview regarding his association with Jeffrey Epstein. While Gates maintains he never victimized anyone, the optics of a tech titan being questioned about a convicted sex offender are, shall we say, rather fascinating. It seems even philanthropic empires can have their unique networking circles. The Democratic Party is sending a veteran politician, Teresa Benitez Thompson, into the deep red 2nd District of Nevada, hoping to flip a seat vacated by retiring GOP rep. Mark Amodei.
Nevada's 2nd is about as red as you can get, Trinity. It's a district that's never sent a Democrat to Washington.
But her supporters are already spinning this as a fight against Trump's economic agenda and highlighting her union endorsement. The Teamsters backing her to repeal right-to-work laws is certainly a move.
Oh, so we're going to ride the coattails of a potential blue wave that hasn't materialized in this specific district for the last 2 decades? That's a robust defense.
Look, the Democrats hope this is the kind of seat that could flip in a major electoral shift, and Benitez Thompson is their best shot. She's got State House experience, she's tapping into labor issues, and she's framing herself as a champion for rural communities hurt by federal cuts.
It's a narrative, all right, a very optimistic one.
Well, the Palmetto State has spoken, and it seems Congresswoman Nancy Mace's brand of Republican maverick got roughed up at the ballot box, finishing not just out of the money, but apparently in 5th place for governor, which begs the question. Is this the end of the road for her already roller coaster political career?
The wheels came off, Trinity, and they came off hard. This wasn't just a loss, it was a public excommunication from her own party.
But Nex says she knew the risks. She chose Asterisk to defy the party line on Epstein, and even admitted she probably forfeited Trump's support.
Loyalty or convenient opportunism? Trump endorsed Evett merely weeks before the primary, after all the mud had been slung, and after Mace had already spent millions battling the negative ads.
Convenient or not, Trump-backed was the golden ticket here, and Mace apparently tried to run without it. She gave up her House seat for this gubernatorial ambition, and now her future is genuinely up in the air.
A spiteful parting gift or a final, futile act of defiance from a politician who mistook her own conviction for widespread support. It's a classic tale of ambition outstripping political reality, and the lesson here is clear. Cross the dawn, and you might just end up crossing yourself right out of office.
Man, Trump's jawing again, telling Iran they're going to pay the price for taking too long to make a deal, right after they traded some blows over there. It's like watching 2 toddlers with nukes, each one puffing out their chest, and you just know this whole thing's going to end with someone crying and a whole lot of property damage, possibly global.
In a world of chaos and constant noise, one candidate offers true stability. Ficus 2028. It won't do anything.
What if the AI stops working? What if the machines turn against us?
It can happen in a flash, during a simple walk in the park. One glance is all it takes to destroy your future. Pigeon eye contact.
Now back to our regularly scheduled programming.
Man, Lionel Messi's going to play in his 6th World Cup. Kid's practically a fossil by soccer standards, but Argentina locked in their 2026 squad, and honestly, who's going to tell him no? Seems like more cybersecurity holes are popping up too, with Cisco and Chrome getting flagged by the feds for active exploitation, and Microsoft's out here dropping updates for nearly 200 vulnerabilities. Talk about a digital dumpster fire. Man, Hong Kong is finally laying charges after that inferno last year that took 68 lives, the deadliest fire in 70 years. You better believe they're not just talking about faulty wiring. We're talking manslaughter, conspiracy, tax evasion, the whole dirty stew cooked up by 7 people and 2 companies. Sounds like someone was cutting corners thicker than a cheap steak. Man, this World Cup ref, Omar Artin, gets booted from the U.S. over some vague terror ties, and he rolls back into Somalia like he's Nelson Mandela. Seriously, they greeted him like a hero. And the guy's already vowing to officiate the 2030 Cup, which, after this whole ordeal, sounds like quite the comeback. Speaking of tech catching up with bad guys, CISA just dumped a bunch of new bugs onto their exploit list, meaning some hackers are already having a field day with your Cisco, Chrome, and Arista gear. And Microsoft?
Inflation hit a 3-year high. And what do you know, Bitcoin and Ethereum decided to rebound. Apparently, the best way to combat soaring prices is to invest in speculative digital assets that are themselves wildly unpredictable. It's like everyone collectively decided to stick their heads in the sand and hope the numbers magically fix themselves. Apparently, while the rest of crypto was busy lamenting its losses, on-chain gambling managed to clear a cool $14 billion last quarter. TRM Labs reports this resilient sector is on pace for $51 billion this year, thanks to loyal users and stablecoin flows. So, when the market tanks, people apparently just find more reliable ways to lose their money.
The Unattended Press will return shortly.